Chapter 1, Wish Come True System. Baby, we are going to meet each other, so happy. Baby, let me tell you, I'm wearing a hip skirt today, and your favorite black stockings. Baby, why aren't you talking? Are you busy? Xianghu sat in his university dormitory, looking at the messages that kept coming from Little Cute Bunny on the green bubble, his face changing again and again. He and Little Cute Rabbit met while playing games a month ago. They fought monsters together well and were given green bubbles. After seeing the other person's half-length photo of her wearing a short skirt and black stockings, he immediately fell in love with her after being single for 20 years. In order to pick up girls, he boasted to Little Cute Bunny that he was a rich second generation, with all kinds of supercars and luxurious villas. To this end, he also used AI to synthesize a lot of photos of him driving supercars to win the trust of Little Cute Rabbit. Just now, Little Cute Rabbit suddenly asked him out for a meeting, which really caught him off guard. Baby, I'm very curious, which supercar in your garage will you drive to pick me up today? Seeing this message, Xianghu smiled bitterly. How can you get a luxury car when you don't even have a bicycle? What should I do? Go rent one? Thinking of the pitiful balance on the card, Xianghu gritted his teeth and swiped his phone, wanting to delete Little Cute Bunny, but he was reluctant to do so because he really liked this girl with a sweet voice and a great figure. Damn! If bragging could come true, I wouldn't have so many worries. Just as I complained, a voice rang in my mind. It is detected that the host is worried about money. The Make-A-Wish Come True and Get Rich system is dedicated to serving you. Would you like to bind? Bind. Xianghu blurted out subconsciously. Ding ding ding. The Make-A-Wish Come True and Get Rich system has been successfully bound, and a gift pack for newbies will be distributed. A reward of a Volkswagen parked in the parking lot. Reward fund for picking up girls, 1 million. Award, a top-class Xianghu villa. What? A system that makes wishes come true and gets rich instantly? Xianghu screamed repeatedly. At this moment, a dazzling white light flashed. 2 keys fell on the table. Xianghu swallowed his saliva, walked forward, picked up the key and took a closer look, then said excitedly, "These are the car keys and the villa keys. I am not hallucinating. The system is real." At that moment, he immediately tried to contact the system. Host, hello, I am the system manager. You just need to communicate with me in your heart. Hello, I want to know something about this Make-A-Wish and Get Rich system. The Make-A-Wish and Get Rich system is dedicated to turning the host into an all-round super rich man who can enjoy life to his heart's content. In terms of love life, the system will rate the women who appear around the host according to the standards. The higher the score, the higher the favorability value will be. The host can use the favorability value to directly exchange it for universal currency, and can also shop in the mall. In the career, the host completes the tasks assigned by the system and will gain wish points. When accumulated to a certain level, he can make a wish. As he listened, Xianghu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his whole body trembled. Awesome! Awesome! With this Make-A-Wish Come True and Get Rich system, he will take off immediately. Oh! Wrong! He didn't take off directly, and judging from the rewards given, there was no direct cheating like in novels or movies. It seemed like he had to be self-reliant. Lick various goddesses to gain favor points in exchange for coins. There is a process and there is a result. He likes it. At this time, the phone rang again. Without even looking, Xianghu knew it was a message from Little Cute Rabbit. Seeing that the agreed time was approaching, he immediately put on a coat and rushed out of the dormitory. Walking around the campus, I saw many couples flirting and chatting. In the past, Xianghu could only envy others because he was a poor guy and couldn't pick up girls at all. Now that he had the system, he was going to date his goddess again. With the beauty in his heart, he ran to the parking lot at a fast pace and saw Volkswagen at a glance. Although it's not a supercar, it's still a car after all. This is a new starting point in my life. Xianghu smiled, took out the key, opened the car door and got in. With a loud boom sound, Xianghu drove his supercar out of the school. More than 10 minutes passed. Arrived at the agreed place. Xianghu immediately saw the girl standing on the roadside ahead. She has an oval face, big eyes, and a curvy figure. She wears a denim jacket and a low-cut white shirt on the upper body and a hip skirt on the lower body. Her 2 straight long legs wrapped in black stockings exude charming charm. It's so beautiful. Hey, why does she look more and more familiar? She is not Zhao Linger, the school beauty of the finance department. She is little cute bunny? Isn't she usually very cool and aloof in school? Why is she on the internet? Xianghu muttered to himself for a few seconds, drove the Volkswagen forward, stopped, rolled down the window, looked at Zhao Linger and called out tentatively, "Little cute rabbit?" Hearing this name, Zhao Linger was stunned. Didn't he say on the green bubble that he would pick her up in a supercar? How did you drive a Volkswagen? Could it be that? Zhao Linger looked Xianghu up and down, secretly decided to observe him first, with a charming smile on her face, and called out in a sweet voice, "Handsome guy." That's right. It's this deadly sweet sound. Xianghu got out of the car immediately, opened the door, and bent over to make a gesture of invitation. "Miss, please get in the car." Zhao Linger nodded, gave Xianghu a wink, and moved her sexy long legs to get on the passenger seat. Ding ding ding. A goddess has been detected next to the host, score 82. The host gentleman opens the car door and gains favorability value 105. Comprehensive evaluation. The goddess's favorability towards the host is 60%. Not annoying, just an ordinary friend. Note: for every 10% increase in favorability, a random reward will be obtained for completing a small class leap. Hearing the voice in his head, Xianghu laughed twice in his heart and sat in the driver's seat. Zhao Linger lifted her hair and asked in a low voice, "Handsome guy, where is your supercar? I have never sat in one before, and I want to experience it and take some photos." Xianghu had expected Zhao Linger to ask this, and he winked at her. "Why? I can't come pick you up without a supercar?" Zhao Linger's heart trembled. Not panicking at all, looking very confident. "You can't fake this. It's confirmed." He must be trying to test himself in this way? Thinking like this, Zhao Linger immediately smiled and said, "Of course not. As long as you can come to pick me up, I will be very happy." Xianghu nodded and asked, "Miss, what are we going to do next?" Zhao Linger rolled her eyes at Xianghu charmingly, leaned towards him, and said angrily, "Hateful, you don't call me like that on green bubble." Xianghu was a little embarrassed. He could blow green bubbles very well, but it was his first time to be so close to a woman in real life. It was inevitable that he couldn't let go for a while. Seeing Zhao Linger getting closer and closer, with her snow-white chest inadvertently exposed, his face turned red and he wanted to look away, but he couldn't. "I only had one thought in my mind, it's so big, I wonder what it would feel like when I touch it." Zhao Linger was keenly aware of this and laughed in her heart. Ouch. She is quite shy, totally different from other rich second generations. She must seize the opportunity this time. Slowly, she leaned close to Xianghu's ear and blew hot air, saying, "Call me dear." Xianghu felt as if he had received an electric shock, and felt numb and tingling all over. He blushed and called out, "Honey." "Why?" Zhao Linger responded and said delicately, "Baby, whatever you want to do, I will accompany you to do it." Chapter 2 is a little different? Xianghu thought for a while and said, "Let's go shopping." Zhao Linger's eyes lit up, and she said delicately, "Okay. I haven't been shopping for a long time." Xianghu drove the supercar forward. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed, and gradually became familiar with each other. Xianghu also let go, or rather, he began to let go. She's just a school beauty. He's a man who possesses the make-a-wish come true and get rich system. How could he be controlled by a woman? Half an hour later, Xianghu parked the car and took Zhao Linger to the shopping mall. After walking around for a while, they walked into a famous brand clothing store. "Honey, take a look. If there's anything you like, I'll buy it for you." Zhao Linger was delighted and was about to speak. An arrogant voice came from behind, "Beauty, don't be fooled by Xianghu. He is a poor bastard and can't afford the clothes here. After you finish watching, he will definitely find an excuse to run away, huh? Only children make choices, they want everything." Xianghu's face changed, and he and Zhao Linger turned around to look over. "I saw a man with a crew cut and wearing a floral shirt coming over with a pretty girl in his arms. It really is Yang Wei, the mad dog." Xianghu cursed in his heart. Since the first day of school, the other party has been bullying him in class by relying on his wealthy family. At this time, Yang Wei turned his disdainful gaze to Zhao Linger. The smile on his face froze, and he took 2 steps back in disbelief. School beauty Zhao Linger. Just now, he saw Zhao Linger's back at the door. She had a beautiful figure and was very jealous, so he told her the truth and made Xianghu's efforts in vain. Now that he knew Zhao Linger's identity, his jealousy grew even stronger, and he felt as sick as if he had eaten a bowl of flies. He thinks he is several times better off than Xianghu in terms of family background and looks, but he can only find a class beauty as his girlfriend. However, why is it that poor Xianghu is dating Xiaolinger, who was famous in the school? Wang Xian, who was standing next to him, saw Yang Wei like this and compared herself with Xiaolinger, which made her feel even worse. But what she was more curious about was how Xianghu, a notoriously poor guy in school, got together with Xiaolinger. You know, there were many rich boys in the school who pursued Xiaolinger, but none of them succeeded. At this time, Xiaolinger took 2 steps forward, looked at Yang Wei and asked, "Do you know me?" Yang Wei nodded vigorously. "Yes, my name is Yang Wei, and I am in the same class as Xianghu." Xiaolinger glanced at Xianghu in surprise. Of course, Xianghu knew what Xiaolinger was thinking. The reason why he had not pointed out this relationship was not because he was afraid, but because he wanted to give Xiaolinger a surprise. He did not expect that it would be ruined by this mad dog Yang Wei. Yang Wei saw all of this and naturally thought that Xiaolinger was angry, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "School beauty Xiao, you must have been deceived by that poor bastard Xianghu. He can't afford the clothes here at all, and he has been making fun of you from beginning to end." Wang Xian also continued, "Senior sister, I can prove that there have been many times when Xianghu couldn't even take out the class fees. He actually dared to lie to you. I must make this matter public and make him a rat crossing the street and be beaten by everyone." The guests around saw this and started laughing. Are college students this bold these days? They pretend to be rich and cheat young girls. It's so abominable. Bah! You have no money but you still want to learn how to pick up girls. What a shameless piece of trash. Standing in the same place with him, I feel like the air is polluted. Get him out now. Hearing this, Xiaolinger's face changed again and again, and she couldn't help but think to herself, he didn't come in a sports car, could it be? Xianghu watched all this with a smile. He was waiting for Xiaolinger to make a choice. If Xiaolinger believed what Yang Wei and the others said and left him, although it would be a pity that he could not get any great benefits from her, he would never try to keep her. What a joke! He is a man who possesses the make-a-wish come true and get rich system. He is destined to become a super rich man in the future. What kind of woman can he want? Princess Xiao, Xianghu is really deceiving you, you must. That's enough. Xiaolinger interrupted Yang Wei, smiled, picked up 2 dresses from the cupboard, walked forward, looked at Xianghu and asked, "Dear, I like both of them, which one do you want to choose?" Hearing this name, Yang Wei and Wang Qian, who were not far away, couldn't help but exclaimed. In their opinion, Xianghu and Xiaolinger were at most friends who had just started dating, and they never expected that they were so close. Also, Xiaolinger already knew that Xianghu had no money and was cheated, so why wasn't she angry, but instead asked Xianghu for his opinion? Xianghu knew that Xiaolinger had made her choice and secretly sighed that she was smart. She was not like other girls with big breasts and no brains. No wonder there had never been any scandals about her involving any men in the school. Only children make choices. I like both of them. I want both of them. Xiaolinger was stunned when she saw the domineering Xianghu. Xianghu turned around and waved to the salesperson, "We want both of these clothes. Pay with a credit card." "Yes, sir." The salesperson took the bank card respectfully. At this time, a customer nearby couldn't help but loudly sneered, "You didn't even ask the price and just wanted them all. You're pretending to be so pretentious. It makes me laugh." These 2 pieces are the latest models of this year, designed by famous masters. The 2 pieces together can't be bought without more than 200,000 yuan. Xiaolinger was shocked. She just picked up 2 pieces to see if Xianghu had the ability. She never expected them to be so expensive. Yang Wei walked forward with ill intentions, looked at Xianghu and said sarcastically, "Xianghu, I know, in order to seduce Xiao Xiaohua, you must have been crazy about taking out loans online, and there are tens of thousands of yuan in your card, so you didn't panic after I exposed your identity. But man proposes, God disposes. You never expected that the clothes that Xiao Xiaohua picked up were so expensive. You definitely don't have enough money in your card to buy them. Husband, what you said is a bit absolute. How do you know that Xianghu didn't sell his kidney in pursuit of love?" Wang Chen blinked at Yang Wei. Many guests nearby thought that what Yang Wei and the other man said made sense and they all laughed. College students nowadays are so vain. They want to pick up girls even if they don't have money. It will be miserable if they can't pay them back in the future. Humph. Such a lustful person doesn't deserve sympathy even if he dies. Awesome. He sold his kidney to pick up girls. I don't submit to anyone but him. Ha ha. Xiaolinger looked at him without saying anything, but kept secretly glancing at Xianghu out of the corner of her eye. Zhang Yuyun stood there calmly. At this time, the guest who got married at the cash register finally left. The salesperson holding the card began to swipe it. Moment. Yang Wei, Wang Qian, and the guests around gathered around. They all wanted to see Xianghu embarrassed and humiliated by not being able to pay the bill. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at his own moral character? How can a guy like him own the school bell? Beep. A mechanical voice came from the computer. 324,003 Chinese yuan received. Zhao Linger's whole body trembled violently, and she looked at Xianghu with shining eyes. Chapter 3, Playing Dirty? At this moment, she no longer had any doubts about Xianghu and was very glad for her decision. He spent more than 300,000 yuan without even blinking an eye. He is definitely a rich second generation. Yang Wei, Wang Qian, and the others who were watching were all stunned. They opened their mouths wide and looked at Xianghu in disbelief. Thinking of what they had just done, they all felt as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. If Xianghu is a poor bastard, then what are they? If it were them, even if they had money, they would not be willing to spend more than 300,000 yuan to buy 2 pieces of clothing. Only truly wealthy people would spend so much without blinking an eye. That's the difference. In addition, they also understood that Xianghu remained silent in the face of ridicule just now, not because he felt guilty or was afraid, but because he ignored them and treated them as clowns jumping around. At this time, Zhao Linger took the 2 paper bags respectfully handed over by the salesperson, took Xianghu's arm with a smile on her face, and said sweetly in a clipped voice, "Baby, I'm hungry, let's go eat." Xianghu's arm touched the firmness of Zhao Linger's chest, and his heart was moved. He walked forward with her. Seeing the two approaching, Yang Wei came back to his senses, swallowed hard, and looked at Xianghu and moved his lips. Wang Qian grabbed Yang Wei's clothes tightly and lowered her head in fear. Mermaid in the pool. What would you like to eat, dear? Baby, I'll eat whatever you eat, I'll obey you, huh? Xianghu was talking and laughing with Zhao Linger, and walked out without even looking at Yang Wei and the others. Treated as heir. Zhao Linger and Wang Qian looked at each other and saw hatred in each other's eyes, but more of it was uneasiness. In the past, they bullied Xianghu a lot in school. Now it is obvious that Zhang Yuming is an unfathomable rich second generation, and they are all afraid of revenge from the other party. Wang Qian bit her lip and asked, "Husband, what should we do now?" Yang Wei's expression changed again and again, and he replied in a deep voice, "Although I don't know why Xianghu keeps pretending to be poor, he must have his reasons for doing so. What happened today must not be leaked, and we must try our best to mend our relationship with him." Wang Qian thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she nodded vigorously. At the same time, she was thinking that if she had known that Xianghu was so rich, she would have taken action long ago, and would not have let the school belle Zhao Linger get it for free. Now she feels like she has lost hundreds of millions, and Yang Wei is no longer attractive to her. "My dear, you've never eaten in a place like this before?" Xianghu sat down at a food stall by the river and asked Zhao Linger, who was sitting opposite him. Zhao Linger glanced around and said, "I've been here once or twice before. I think this kind of place is pretty good. It's full of the atmosphere of life, and most importantly, the food is delicious. Honey, you really know how to choose a place." Hearing this, Xianghu smiled and was very satisfied with the answer. At the same time, he remembered a famous saying widely circulated on the internet: when a rich person takes you to eat at a roadside stall, it is called experiencing life with fun and emotion. When a poor person takes you to eat at a roadside stall, it is called poverty. "Honey, the skewers here are good, you should try some." Zhao Linger threw a coquettish glance at Xianghu, looked through the menu and ordered some food. After a while, everything was ready. The two of them ate while drinking beer. Zhao Linger's laughter could be heard from time to time, attracting the attention of the guests around. They were all very jealous of Xianghu and wished they could replace him. Unconsciously. It's late at night. Xianghu paid the bill and walked to the car holding Zhao Linger's hand. "The school is closed at this time, how about we stay outside?" Hearing this question, the smile on Zhao Linger's face froze and her heartbeat began to quicken. She had just thought about the possibility that Xianghu might do this and had already thought about how to deal with it. But now Xianghu really proposed it. Zhao Linger was a little hesitant because she was worried that her refusal would make Xianghu unhappy. "Baby, we just met and we went to check into a hotel, isn't this going too fast?" Zhao Linger still decided to refuse. Isn't there a saying that the easier it is to get something, the less you cherish it? We can't let Xianghu succeed easily. If Xianghu is unhappy, the worst that can happen is to give him some sweet treats to appease him. What a man! I'll buy into this. Xianghu looked at the somewhat nervous Xiaolinger and could more or less guess what she was thinking. He was happy and said half jokingly, "Who said we were going to get a room?" Ah! Xiaolinger couldn't help but exclaimed and looked at Xianghu in confusion. No room available. How to live? Does he want to have sex in the car? Thinking of this, Xiaolinger's pretty face turned even redder and her whole body trembled slightly. I have a villa in Xianghu Lake. Let's live there. Hearing this, Xiaolinger immediately realized that she was overthinking. She spat at herself in her heart and continued to think. Judging from the clothes he bought just now, Xianghu is rich, but she still doesn't know how much money he has. Now that Xianghu has taken the initiative to bring it up, we might as well go and take a look, so as to get a detailed understanding of Xianghu's background. Okay, fine, but baby, you can't do anything rash. Xiaolinger rolled her eyes at Xianghu, half in anger and half in warning. Xianghu smiled. The bait was thrown out and the mermaid really took the bait. Now. Xianghu took Xiaolinger into the Volkswagen, stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Half an hour later. Arrived at the top villa in Xianghu Lake. Looking at the magnificent hall and the priceless furniture, Xiaolinger's eyes became brighter and brighter. According to conservative estimates, this villa is worth at least tens of millions. Xianghu is truly a genuine rich second generation, much better than those playboys in school. Her choice was the right one. If only. Xianghu poured a glass of water and took 2 sips, then pointed to the swimming pool outside the glass door and said, I suddenly feel a little stuffy. I'm going to go swimming. Do you want to come? Xiaolinger came back to her senses, blushed and said coquettishly, I don't have a swimsuit. Figure it out yourself. Xianghu pursed his lips. During their interaction just now, he found that Xiaolinger had a slight advantage. The purpose of doing this is to make a comeback, take the initiative, and prepare to enjoy life to the fullest in the future. Hate. Xiaolinger stamped her feet lightly and rolled her eyes at Xianghu several times. Xianghu laughed a few times, pushed open the glass door and walked out. I saw Xianghu take off his clothes as if no one was around, and jump into the swimming pool with only his pants left. Xiaolinger blushed and felt anxious. After thinking it over, she took out her mobile phone and placed an order for same-city delivery. At this time, Xianghu swam a few laps and sat by the pool playing with his mobile phone. Sudden. Some people started to speak in the green bubble group of Love Each Other. Classmates, we all come from the same place and are usually busy with our own things. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I suggest that we find a place to get together tomorrow. As soon as this proposal was put forward, it immediately received support from others. Xianghu, will you come tomorrow too? Xianghu, you are silent because you are worried about not being able to pay for the class reunion. Don't worry, this reunion was proposed by me, so I, Lu Chao, will pay for all expenses. Suddenly, other students in the group began to praise and constantly call Xianghu. Looking at the various information, a faint smile appeared on Xianghu's lips. He and Lu Chao grew up in the same village. Since Lu Chao had better academic performance than Lu Chao since childhood, this guy would compete with him in all kinds of ways, and would resort to underhanded tactics when he couldn't win. Chapter 4, Developed. Later, the Lu family became prosperous. Lu Chao became even more aggressive. In the previous gatherings, he teamed up with a group of fence-sitters to constantly mock and cause trouble for him, making him very embarrassed. Dear classmates, I will be on time for tomorrow's class reunion. Xianghu replied, put down his phone, and muttered to himself, Lu Chao, it's time to settle the grudge between you and me. At this moment, a click sound came from not far away. Xianghu turned his head. I saw Xiaolinger walking towards me wearing a bikini. As she walked, her firm breasts swayed left and right, and her 2 straight, white, long breasts crossed back and forth, emitting charming charm. Xianghu looked at it and swallowed subconsciously. This figure is really great. She is indeed one of the most beautiful girls in the school. Xiaolinger raised the corner of her mouth, very satisfied with Xianghu's performance. It was worth it for her to spend a lot of money to pick the sexiest bikini. Bang! Xiaolinger jumped into the swimming pool, splashing a lot of water, and swam towards Xianghu like a mermaid. Douyin Xianhao experience card. Beautiful, so beautiful. If those guys in the dormitory knew that the school beauty was wearing a bikini and swimming with me, they would be so shocked that their glasses would break to the ground and call me godfather, huh? Xianghu talked to himself in his heart, and couldn't help laughing when he thought about the scene that might happen. Xiaolinger came over and sat down, taking a few breaths, Baby, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just thought of something fun. Oh. Xianghu kicked the water with her feet and asked with a smile, Baby, do you think I'm beautiful? That's not the right question to ask. Why? Xianghu opened her eyes wide, full of confusion. Xianghu answered seriously, Didn't you hear the sound of me swallowing my saliva just now? That's the best answer. Xianghu was stunned for a moment, then she laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. From this angle, Xianghu saw the large exposed white area on Xianghu's chest, as well as the faintly visible, and his body immediately had the most natural reaction. Of course, he was not in a hurry to take advantage of Xianghu. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He wanted to enjoy the process of flirting with girls, and also wanted to get some benefits from Xianghu. Baby, you are so humorous. It's so fun to be with you. Xianghu praised him, approached Xianghu, and said delicately, I have a question that I'm very curious about, but I don't know if I should ask it? Xianghu deliberately looked Xianghu up and down with a greedy gaze, and said slowly when she was in a panic, Ask. You are humorous and rich. Logically, you should be a popular figure in school and you should never lack a girlfriend. Why? Xianghu knew what was coming next, and he pointed to his left cheek and said, Well, kiss me and I'll tell you. Xianghu never expected that Xianghu would take the opportunity to put forward conditions, and she almost screamed. She is a smart woman, but she couldn't figure out the answer to this question no matter how hard she tried, so she was very curious. The answer is particularly important to her. Only by knowing it can she decide how to get along with Xianghu next. Baby, can you change the conditions? Xianghu shook Xianghu's arm and acted coquettishly. No, this is my secret. If you want to know, you have to pay the same price. Xianghu showed a mysterious smile on his face. Seeing this, Xianghu's heart trembled violently, and she struggled fiercely in her heart. Finally, she took a deep breath and quickly kissed Xianghu on the left cheek. This was her first kiss. Just give it like that. Xianghu was very shy, and pinched Xianghu's waist with hatred. Now that you are satisfied, you can tell me. If I find out that you lied to me, I will. Having said this, she couldn't say any more because she really didn't know how to punish him. Xianghu was amused by Xianghu's cute appearance. I was born into an ancient family. The family rules prohibit love before the age of 20. I cannot use the family's power at all. I need to train myself wholeheartedly to prepare for taking over the family business in the future. Xianghu said it very seriously, the reason why he made up such a lie. One reason was to dispel Xianghu's doubts. The second is that his wealth will definitely attract investigations from interested parties in the future, and with this person, they can deal with some of them. In general, the make-a-wish and get-rich system is his biggest secret, and it must not be revealed until he has the absolute strength to protect himself. Xianghu stared at Xianghu blankly, her heart deeply shocked. It turns out that Xianghu is the eldest son of a mysterious family, and he has been unknown in school because of the family's special rules. I didn't expect that the person I found online would be such a noble person. Xianghu felt that her luck was really incredible. She decided to hold Xianghu firmly in her hands before other women discovered his identity. The host establishes his own identity and gains 888 favorability points. Overall evaluation, the goddess's favorability towards the host is 70% less than the lover. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing. Rewards, Golden Kidney, Sonda Champion Skills, Douyin Godly Experience Card limited to 48 hours. This voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Immediately afterwards, Xianghu felt his lower body warm and full of strength. Golden Kidney. You don't need to ask the system manager to know what this thing is used for. Xianghu glanced at Xianghu beside him and really wanted to try the power of the Golden Kidney right now. But, it's not the right time yet. Xianghu forced himself to suppress his evil thoughts, stood up and said to Xianghu, I'm a little sleepy, I'm going to go back and rest. When you've had enough fun, find a room on the first floor. See you tomorrow. Xianghu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. She was dressed like this, and if it were another man, he would want to swallow her up in one bite. But Xianghu did not do anything unfaithful, which further proves his uniqueness. Xianghu became more determined in her decision. When she thought of something, her pretty face flushed, her whole body softened, and her legs rubbed back and forth. Now. Xianghu went to the bathroom and took a hot bath. With the skills of a Sonda champion, he found that his whole body was strong, and the muscles in his arms and thighs were particularly strong, and seemed to be full of strength. Also, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he just found that a certain part of his body had become bigger. At this time, Xianghu dried his hair with a hairdryer, lay on the big bed and contacted the Make-A-Wish Come True and Get Rich system manager in his mind. Butler, what is the Douyin Godly Rich Experience card? Chapter 5 Whoever loses will kowtow live. Host, you can use the Douyin Super Rich Experience card to spend unlimited money on Douyin. During this process, if you complete the tasks randomly assigned by the system, the Douyin coins you spend can be exchanged for Huaxia coins according to the ratio. Hearing the voice, Xianghu was so excited that he sat up from the bed. There are so many beautiful women on Douyin. In the eyes of countless old perverts, this is a holy land that one would not miss even for a day. Unlimited spending on Douyin. Not only can you experience the pleasure of being a super rich person. After completing the task, you can also exchange it for Chinese currency according to the ratio. This is a business that is sure to make money. Xianghu took out his mobile phone and logged into Douyin. When I played Douyin in the past, the most I did was to feast my eyes on the pretty girls and watch the fun. Now playing Douyin is different, you can spend unlimited money. Xianghu was happily playing Douyin. This is okay, but the makeup is too heavy. Hey, you sing well. Xianghu listened to a song, watched a few carnivals, and then left the live broadcast room after being flattered by the host. The next moment. Enter the live broadcast room with the ID Xianghu. Xianghu was stunned when he saw the woman in ancient gauze skirt sitting in front of a guzheng. Beautiful, so beautiful. In addition to beauty, she also has a unique temperament. Floating in the air. It's like a peerless beauty walking out of a painting. This is her. Let's officially start the Douyin Godly Experience mode. Xianghu laughed twice, opened the gift list, and tapped on the most expensive gifts with his right hand. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was filled with various special effects. A steady stream of people poured into the live broadcast room, and the comments section exploded. Little Walrus, holy shit, this little anchor is really awesome. Gifts are pouring down like rain. She is going to be famous. Kenwa Shibaji, please be careful with what you say in front of me, this is not the big brother, but the sponsor. Zhang Feiyu, hey. Is this anchor stupid? Facing this big brother who only appears once in 1,000 years, why don't you stand up and thank him? Hold on tightly, and you 1T have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Seeing this message, Xianghu came back to her senses, immediately stood up, and bowed to the phone screen. Thank you for your support, handsome guy, I don't know how to thank you. Xianghu showed an inexplicable smile on his face and planned to tease Xianghu. Xianghu was scrolling through his phone, looking at Xianghu who was at a loss in front of the camera, with a sly smile on his face. This girl is quite interesting. He tapped his fingers on the phone screen. The next moment, another series of top-notch special effects gifts fell down. Carnival, spaceship, golden sports car. The audience in the live broadcast room were all going crazy. The barrage of comments came one after another as if they were free. Fuck. Does this guy have a family in the mine? Why is there another series of carnivals? Big brother, this is a great move. How much Chinese currency does this cost? Xianghu is so lucky that she actually met such a ruthless big brother. At this moment, the little dragon girl in front of the mobile phone screen was also startled. The lighting effects in the live broadcast room almost dazzled her eyes. She quickly stood up and bowed deeply to the camera. The voice was trembling. Thank you. Thank you for your support, Mr. Zhang. I really don't know how to thank you. Her fingers tugged at the corner of her ancient gauze skirt, her clear big eyes full of surprise. This reaction is so pure and lustful that it makes people feel itchy. Mr. Zhang, then please sing a song for me. Xianghu was stunned when she heard this, hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and nodded. Then I will play and sing a song called Blue and White Porcelain. As the melodious melody of the guzheng sounded, Xianghu's voice flowed out like a clear spring. The live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. Everyone was immersed in this gentle and graceful song. Oh my god, this voice is so healing, isn't it? No, with this kind of temperament, this kind of appearance, this kind of voice, why hasn't she become popular yet? At this time, the barrage of suddenly floated out. Xianghu, do you want to change your style? Xianghu was stunned, bit her lip lightly, blinked her big watery eyes, and asked in confusion. Brother Zhang Xiansen, what's your style? Mr. Zhang, something sexy. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Oh my god, brother just drove the car? Will Xiao Longnu agree? How is that possible? Xiao Longnu never skirts the line. Xiao Longnu's face suddenly turned red. She raised her head, stared at the screen with her watery eyes, and said with a little grievance, "Brother, how could you do this?" After she finished speaking, her little face became even redder, like a ripe apple, and even her ears were tinged with a faint blush. When Xianghu saw this shy look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he sent another barrage. "Mr. Zhang, I was just teasing you, silly girl." Xiao Longnu then breathed a sigh of relief, pouted her lips and hummed softly, and whispered, "Brother is so bad." But there was a ripple in her heart. She doesn't have a good impression of all the big brothers who give gifts. Instead, she hates those rich people with impure motives. But I don't know why. But Mr. Zhang gave her a completely different feeling. He didn't really force her to do anything against her will. At this moment, Xia Longnu felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to Xianghu. But what she didn't know was, this big brother came with the intention of teasing her. Just as the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was becoming more and more cheerful, suddenly, ID, Honey, Peach Sweetheart, enter the live broadcast room. ID, Princess Guagua, enters the live broadcast room. ID, Yao Yalinj enter the live broadcast room. Immediately afterwards, the barrage area exploded instantly. Oh my, has Xiao Longnu found a new big brother? Didn't you say before that you don't rely on men? How come there is a big brother on the list? Some people are really double standard. They pretend to be innocent on the surface, but secretly they are supporting someone. Xia Longnu's face changed slightly, and her fingers unconsciously tightened the hem of her skirt. She knows these people. These female anchors are all top anchors on the platform and are also contracted members of a large guild. Before, they had approached me and wanted to get her to join their guild, and asked her to switch to doing borderline live broadcasts. She was forced to wear revealing clothes, dance sexily, and even cater to the special needs of certain big brothers in order to earn more rewards. Xia Longnu refused. Her tutor doesn't allow her to do that. More importantly, the real purpose of her live broadcast has never been to live a luxurious life, but to raise money for her mother's surgery. Her mother was hospitalized due to illness and needed a large sum of money for surgery. She didn't want to publicly show her sympathy, nor did she want to make her mother worry. So I kept this matter secret. Not even her closest fans knew. But she never expected that her refusal would completely offend these people. Since then, this group of people have been spreading rumors outside. They said she was hypocritical and pretended to be good on the surface, but who knows how many shameful things she did behind the scenes. He would also bring his fans to her live broadcast room from time to mock and suppress her. Xiao Longnu took a deep breath, her face looked a little ugly, but she still tried hard to keep smiling and spoke softly. "Sisters, how come you have time to watch my live broadcast?" She didn't dare to provoke these people. Although her live broadcast room now has a big brother like Zhang Xiansen. But behind these women stood countless wealthy big brothers, and she had no way to compete with them. Honey Peach Sweetheart sneered and leaned lazily on the back of the chair. "What? Can't I come and see you perform?" Princess Guagua said sarcastically. "After all, you are the first person to reject our guild. Of course we want to see how capable you are." The demon spirit sneered and mocked. "To be honest, the number one guy in your live broadcast room is just like that, only a few 100,000. You are actually quite touched?" Their fans also started to post comments crazily. "Little dragon girl, do you think you can turn things around just by relying on an older brother? A few $100,000 moved you to this extent?" I am dying of laughter. Our Yaoling's eldest brother can easily earn more than this in a day. For someone like you, you should quickly kneel down before the sisters and come to our guild. Xia Longnu bit her lips tightly, feeling full of grievance. But she knew she couldn't resist. She didn't want to offend this group of people. In Douyin, these people have 10,000 ways to deal with me. And she also has to raise money for her mother's surgery. But just as she lowered her head in silence, sudden, a bullet screen popped up. "Mr. Zhang, so many flies buzzing around, it's really an eyesore." The entire live broadcast room fell silent in an instant. Honey Peach Sweetheart's expression changed, she suppressed her anger and smiled sinisterly. "Oh, you're quite protective of little dragon girl. You just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you really think you're a nobody?" Princess Guagua sneered. "What a pity. This live streaming platform emphasizes strength. Since you are so powerful, do you dare to have a PK? Xianghu looked up suddenly and her face changed. PK? She bit her lip, feeling a little panicked. The rule of PK in the live broadcast industry is that two sides compete, and whoever has more gifts from fans wins. Behind these female anchors, there are countless super brothers, and I can't win at all. Princess Guagua sneered. But ordinary PK is boring. Let's do something exciting. Whoever loses will kowtow in front of the whole network live. Is that okay? Xianghu's face turned pale instantly. Kowtow? This is not a punishment at all, but a humiliation. She was about to refuse, but at this moment. Mr. Xiang, come on, kowtow if you want. Xianghu looked at the screen in astonishment. The entire live broadcast room exploded. Oh my god. Big Brother accepted the challenge directly? 666, are you so tough? Damn, what a man. See, it's on fire. If the Big Brother isn't afraid, what should we be afraid of? I'll bet this month's living expenses on this, and join Big Brother in protecting little Dragon Girl. I can't stand it any longer, I'm going to fight. Honey, Peach Sweetheart, and the others were also stunned. But soon, a sarcastic smile appeared on their lips. Okay, as long as you're not afraid, let's have some fun. Chapter 6, The Overlord's Sense of Deja Vu. The other party is coming with great force. Xianghu sat in front of the screen, her slender fingers nervously twisting the corners of her clothes, a look of worry appearing on her face. She had never participated in a PK of this level. What's more, the opponents are several guild anchors with huge fan bases and the support of top Big Brothers. She knew she had no chance of winning. Just when she was hesitating whether to accept the PK. At this moment, a familiar electronic sound suddenly rang in Xianghu's mind. Ding! The host is detected to be provoked, and a temporary task is issued. Help Xianghu win the PK battle. Task reward: Douyin coins earned from consumption can be exchanged for Huaxia coins at a 1-to-1 ratio, and you will receive a random skill 1. Xianghu couldn't help but let out a sly smile. Isn't this his favorite script? You can show off, slap someone in the face, and make some money at the same time. It's so wonderful. He tapped the keyboard lightly, sending out a message. Mr. Xiang, take it, we can win. Seeing this comment, Xianghu's heart trembled violently and her nose felt a little sour. She bit her lip and whispered. Brother, I'm afraid of being a burden to you. It's not that she doesn't want to win, but she doesn't want Xianghu to spend too much money. The essence of these PK battles is to compete to see who has more money behind the scenes. And her opponent is a well-known large guild on Douyin. Standing behind them are Big Brothers worth millions or even tens of millions. How could she dare hope to win? Mr. Xiang, what does this little money mean? As long as you are happy, money is not a problem. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this comment, they were instantly blown away. Fuck. It feels like a domineering CEO. Why is this sentence so touching? Who understands? I've already started shipping this couple. Xianghu looked at the comments from fans in the live broadcast room and felt a slight shock in her heart. All along, she has been silently holding on by herself. No matter how much ridicule and sarcasm she has suffered, she has to endure it by herself. But now, suddenly there is such a Big Brother standing on her side. A long-lost sense of security suddenly surged in her heart. So, Xianghu accepted the challenge. At the same time, the three female anchors on the opposite side sneered when they saw Xianghu's speech. Honey Peach Sweetheart sneered. Oh my, this little anchor is really loved by his Big Brother, what a pity. Brother Xiang, are you sure you want to fight us? Princess Guagua smiled sweetly and finished off the enemy. I'm kindly reminding you that we have the support of the guild bosses behind us. You should think twice and spend wisely. Otherwise, when the PK starts, your wallet will bleed a lot. Yaoling was also laughing so hard that her body was shaking, her eyes full of mockery. I've seen many Big Brothers like you who are kind and gentle to women. At first, they spend a little money to pretend to be generous, but when the real Big Brothers make a move, they immediately become cowardly. Mr. Xiang, can you do it? You won't be out of money after spending hundreds of thousands, right? When their fans heard these words, they all echoed them. Stop joking. Who do you think you are? Just because you have a few 100,000, you think you are the Big Brother? The top brother of our sweet sister, the Dragon King, can easily make millions. PK? Is there any need to compete? Just kneel down the opponent and save time. Xianghu, stop struggling, you can't win. After hearing these words, Xianghu felt angry and aggrieved, but she dared not say anything. She knew that the top female anchors were all super rich people in Douyin, and each of them was a boss with a net worth of hundreds of millions. And Mr. Xianghu. Although he spent hundreds of thousands, it was nothing compared to those real big brothers. I just chose to fight. Is this wrong? Just when she was feeling nervous, Xianghu's barrage appeared again. Mr. Xianghu, the PK hasn't even started yet, and you guys are already barking? The entire live broadcast room was silent for a second, and then the barrage of comments exploded. Fuck. Big brother hits back. Ha ha ha, this is so cool, these female anchors really deserve to be scolded. Fuck, what kind of godlike big brother is this? He has such a unique personality. The smile on Honey Peach Sweetheart's face froze, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, Okay, since you are so confident, then come on. PK begins. As the system countdown reaches 0, the PK between the two sides officially begins. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Traffic poured into the entire Douyin platform like crazy, and even quite a few spectators were attracted. The three female anchors on the opposite side immediately launched an offensive. Their fans rushed out instantly and threw a large number of gifts at them. Carnivals, supercars, and spaceships keep floating across the screen. The special effects in the entire live broadcast room were so dazzling that they seemed to be about to explode. In less than a minute, their PK value exceeded 1 million. Honey Peach Sweetheart sneered at the screen with a contemptuous tone. TSK, this is just the beginning and we already have over 1 million. I wonder if a certain big brother can keep up. Yaoling even pretended to look at the live broadcast room. Hey, brother Zhang Xianxin, why don't you take action? Did he get scared after seeing so many big brothers like us? Princess Guogui giggled. How about this, let's be kind and when the PK is over, our top guys will give you a few tens of thousands of dollars to replenish your energy and save you from bankruptcy. Their fans immediately followed suit with a barrage of mocking comments. Ha ha, stop struggling and admit defeat. Xianghu, I have said enough, please kowtow now. What super rich man? Is he a poor guy pretending to be cool? You are pretending, why don't you follow me? Xianghu's face turned pale. She knew that the other party was very powerful. But she never expected that the other party had already spent more than 1 million just at the beginning. But Mr. Xianghu hasn't made a move yet. She couldn't help but look at the screen, her little hands trembling slightly as she spoke nervously. Mr. Xianghu, how about we just give up? It's a loss anyway. This is not worth it. When Xianghu saw this sentence, he smiled slightly and typed the next line. Mr. Xianghu, that is it? Are you guys doing an ant race here? The next second. Carnival. Empire State Building. Heart of the Ocean. A huge amount of special effect gifts came crashing down like a storm. In the live broadcast room, the light effects and special effects were like fireworks, flashing wildly. Various high-value gifts are flooding the screen like crazy as if they are free. Layer upon layer of coverage directly on the screen. Even the numbers in the PK scoring column are about to burst. All the audience's comments have become stuck. I can't keep up with the pace of gifts. What the hell? What is going on? What the hell is going on? What the hell? I just clicked in and saw the screen exploded. Who the hell brushed it? Who? Chapter 7 1 person points to all the big brothers. At the same time, the expressions of Honey Peach Sweetheart, Yaoling, and Princess Guogua all changed. They were just looking at the live broadcast screen with a joking look on their faces, waiting to see the awkward look on Xianghu's face when the big brother in her live broadcast room did not take any action. But now, the entire live broadcast room has been completely engulfed by the special effects of the gifts. Xianghu's PK value. 100,000, 500,000. 1 million. 5 million. It only took 30 seconds to break through the 5 million mark. Princess Guogua's mouth opened slightly, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Are you kidding me? Where did he get so much money? Yaoling's face instantly became extremely ugly, and she gritted her teeth. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who is this person? He can't be just an ordinary big brother. Honey Peach Sweetheart's face turned pale and her heart was beating wildly. She knew very well that this Mr. Xiang must not be an ordinary person. Even in their live streaming circle, there are very few people who can easily throw away millions. We can't let him get away with it. She suddenly grabbed her phone and quickly contacted her guild's big brother. SOS, big brother. There's a local dog on the other side throwing money around, and we're being suppressed now. Hurry up and make your move, or we'll have to kowtow if we lose. The big brothers on their list are all well-known rich people, and they like to play PK the most. As long as they open their mouth, a few million is nothing to them. Moreover, this is not just a matter of money, it is a battle of face. Soon. The older brothers of Honey, Peach and Sweetheart all came over after hearing the news. Without saying a word, they started giving out gifts aggressively. Soon, the popularity of the three anchors surpassed that of Xianghu. It reached an astonishing 8 million. Barrage of bombardment. Brother Supreme Leopard, fans of the little anchor, stop struggling. I'm here, you are destined not to win this PK. Cool young master, this Mr. Xiang is not a prodigal son, right? He saved up a year's living expenses overseas, and today he comes here to act like a big brother? Longting Overlord, I thought something was wrong, Mr. Xiang. If you know what's good for you, you should admit defeat as soon as possible, otherwise you will lose so badly that you will lose even your underwear. The three big brothers are here, we are saved. Awesome. The other side has seen clearly what a real super rich person is. Surprising? Unexpected? Stand firm when you are beaten, kneel down before me. Look at them being so arrogant. Xianghu's face became paler and paler, and she became more and more nervous. Although she was unwilling to admit defeat, she was really scared. At this time, Xianghu's barrage finally appeared. Mr. Xiang, that is it? You dare to embarrass yourself? As soon as this line of words came out, the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet for 0.5 seconds. Then, gifts are flooding the screen like crazy. 500 carnivals. 300 magic castles. 200 supercars. The entire Douyin platform was frozen for a moment due to the special light effects. Mitao Tianxin and others suddenly opened their eyes wide, and the contemptuous smiles on their faces froze instantly. How is this possible? What kind of rhythm is this? Those guys at the top of the list who were so arrogant just now were completely stunned. Supreme Leopard Brother, WTF? Cool Master, what the hell? Directly brushed to 10 million? Longting Overlord, and did you get your money from the wind? Then, unwilling to lag behind, they also started spending money. The points of the three female anchors soon reached 20 million. However, Xianghu said nothing, just kept giving gifts. 8 million. 10 million. 15 million. 20 million. 30 million. The faces of Honey Peach Sweetheart, Yadoling, and Princess Guagua were completely frozen. They stared blankly at the PK points on the screen. At this time, it has reached 40 million. Their points were only 8 million, and they were crushed 5 times more. This guy is not even on the same level as me. Longting Overlord, I'm sorry. I have something to do at home, so I'm going to leave first. After saying that, Longting Overlord directly exited the live broadcast room. There were even a few big brothers who, after seeing the terrifying speed of sending gifts, simply unplugged their network cables and ran away. Cool Master, damn, is this guy crazy? I won't play with him anymore. Brother Supreme Leopard, sorry, brothers, I have something going on at home, I'll leave first. In less than a minute, all the top guys who were so arrogant just now gave in and ran away. Xianghu's fans are completely excited. Damn, this is a real rich man. He spent so much money that even the platform was stuck. Ha 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 ha. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you so cowardly? I am dying of laughter. I just said that Mr. Xiang is a poor guy. Does your face hurt now? 40 million? Xianghu looks even more adorable. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? Honey Peach Sweetheart's expression became more and more ugly. She growled through gritted teeth. It's over, quickly call the Supreme Dragon King over. Soon, a familiar ID popped up in Mitao Tianxin's live broadcast room. Supreme Dragon King enters the live broadcast room. Seeing this system prompt, me, Tao Tianxin, and the other two instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Their fans were even more surprised and delighted. The guild's most wealthy man, Brother Dragon King, is here. Welcome the Dragon King. Haha, Mr. Xianghu, let's see how you win this time. If the Dragon King makes a move at random, you will go bankrupt. Lord Dragon King is here, we are definitely saved. Honey Peach Sweetheart sneered and immediately spoke in a delicate voice. Hey, Brother Dragon King, someone in this live broadcast room today wants to fight us, and he even said he can win. Don't you think he is ridiculous? Supreme Dragon King, how many dishes are there? Why are you drinking so much? As these words came out, the Dragon King's gifts began to bombard him. 100 carnivals. 50 magic castles. 20 supercars. In an instant, the PK points of the 3 female anchors soared to 50 million. The fans on the other side are having a party. Ha 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 ha. This is the real rich man. The Dragon King made a move and crushed them directly. Little dragon girl, get ready to kowtow. Mr. Xianghu, can you still afford 10 million? You can kill instantly with one strike. What can you use to fight against me, Brother Long? Xia Longnu's face was pale and there was despair in her eyes. She knew who the Supreme Dragon King was. He was a well-known figure on Douyin and had a lot of money in his hands. Just a wave of the hand can earn tens of millions. There is no way that I and others can be his opponents. She looked at the screen, bit her lip lightly, and whispered. Mr. Xianghu, let's just forget it. She didn't want Xianghu to spend money. She was already very grateful. She was deeply moved that Mr. Xianghu was willing to help her. But she didn't want him to lose everything because of her. Xianghu looked at her pitiful appearance, couldn't help but chuckle, and typed the next line of words. Chapter 8. I'm really going crazy. Mr. Xianghu, forget it? Why are you so unambitious? Xiao Longnu was stunned, her eyes slightly red. But. Mr. Xianghu, don't say buts, just listen to me. The next second. The live broadcast room exploded again. 200 carnivals. 100 magic castles. 50 supercars. PK points. 50 million. 60 million. 70 million. The entire platform is shaking. What the hell? What the hell is going on? 30 million at the first shot? Who is this Mr. Xianghu? I'm crazy. I'm really going crazy. Honey Peach Sweetheart, Yaoling, and Princess Guogua's faces turned pale in an instant. They were originally full of confidence, thinking that the Dragon King could turn the situation around with just one move. Unexpectedly, Mr. Xianghu is even more powerful than the Dragon King? The Dragon King looked at the PK value that continued to soar, and his face became extremely gloomy. Supreme Dragon King, quite interesting. The next second, he once again gave out gifts worth tens of millions. PK points instantly reached 80 million. The whole network exploded. Awesome. Really awesome. This is an epic Douyin PK. The Dragon King is the Dragon King, Xiao Longnu, kowtow to him. Brother Long, we love you. Xia Longnu's hands were already trembling slightly, she was really scared. But at this moment, Xianghu attacked again. 500 carnivals. 200 magic castles. 100 supercars. PK points. 100 million. Crush the opponent directly. What the hell? In an instant. Everyone was shocked. Who the hell is this rich man? When the Supreme Dragon King saw this terrifying number, his expression finally changed. He didn't dare to continue brushing. He knew very well that if he continued like this, he would be doomed no matter how rich he was. The internet is virtual after all. Just to spur on the moment, to make a few 100 million. Even Buffett wouldn't dare to play like this. PK time. 3, 2, 1. Bite. PK is over. Xiao Longnu wins. The whole audience was boiling. Xia Longnu stared at the screen blankly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Did she win? Did she really win? The world in which she had always been bullied and excluded, she finally won? The barrage in the live broadcast room completely exploded. I give in. Mr. Xianghu is awesome. Fuck you, this is the real rich man. We welcome the new Douyin god. Zhang Dada, is your home short of decorations? I can do anything. The faces of me, Tao Tianxin, and the other two were as pale as paper, and their fingers were shaking. They lost. They really lost. The most terrifying thing. It's not that they want to kowtow. But they are blind to the truth. I actually provoked such a hidden boss. The entire live broadcast platform was in an uproar. Countless onlookers were swiping the screen and posting comments crazily. Ha 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 ha. We win. We win. Mr. Xiang is awesome. He just spent 100 million yuan, who dares to disobey? This is the true super rich. This is the attitude of a super rich. Look at the faces of these female anchors. They look uglier than if they had swallowed a fly. When Xiaolong saw that she had won, her eyes were filled with excitement. Her hands were trembling slightly, and she couldn't help but want to thank Xianghu. But before she could speak, over there, Honey Peach Sweetheart, Yaoling, and Princess Guagua were completely panicked. They never thought that they would actually lose this PK. What made them even more frightened was that Mr. Zhang spent hundreds of millions of dollars in this PK. He is already an unprecedentedly powerful person in the history of Douyin platform. People like this, just move your fingers. They will completely disappear from the live broadcast industry and will never have a chance to make a comeback. The muscles on the three men's faces twitched violently, and a hint of cunning flashed in their eyes. They are all old hands who have been working in this circle for many years. As we all know, many popular female anchors used to be engaged in marginal businesses. They are proficient in everything from accompanying guests to setting up traps and entertaining guests. Seeing this situation, they immediately thought of a solution. Kneel down and lick. If you can't beat them, join them. Honey Peach Sweetheart quickly put on a sweet smile, and her tone instantly became extremely gentle. Hey, Mr. Zhang, look, this is just a small PK game, there's no need to take it so seriously, right? Yaoling also reacted immediately and put away her previous arrogant attitude. Instead, he put on a flattering smile and spoke in a sweet voice. Yeah, big brother, we're just piking for fun, it doesn't matter whether we win or lose. We may have been too excited just now. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Princess Guagua was even more shameless. She rolled her eyes and used a coquettish tone. Said with a slightly coquettish tone, Brother Zhang Xiansen, you are so powerful, we should have admitted defeat long ago. Just think of it as a few little sisters saying the wrong thing in the heat of the moment. Please don't take it to heart, okay? These three people are indeed veterans in the live broadcast industry. They instantly switched from the superior mocking mode to the kneeling and licking mode. Their tone was soft and charming, and their attitude was so fawning that it gave people goosebumps. Their fans were stunned. What the hell? What are they doing? Is this still the goddess in my mind? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Now you're licking my ass? Countless fans were devastated. They never expected that the noble goddess in their hearts would be so lowly as to lick a man. Kumi, Tao Tianxin, and the other two don't care about the feelings of their fans at all. They know very well that the key point now is to protect themselves and get on top of others. As for the fans' opinions? What are fans? As long as they can still make money, they don't care. However, they knelt and licked Xianghu for a long time, but Xianghu never responded. Their smiles slowly froze and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. Mr. Zhang, don't you want to let them go? They looked at each other and decisively changed their strategy again. Several people looked directly at Xiaolong Nu and said pitifully, Sister Dragon Girl, can you please beg for mercy for us? Yes, Xiaolong, you are so kind-hearted, you definitely don't want to see us being punished, right? We didn't mean to do that. We were just being harsh with you. We never intended to bully you. As they spoke, they looked at Xiaolong Nu with pitiful eyes. Xiaolong Nu frowned slightly. She is not a saint. But this matter has become a big enough fuss. She didn't want to make Xianghu feel bad. So she spoke softly. Mr. Zhang, how about we just forget it? They know they are wrong. However, the next second, Xianghu finally spoke. Mr. Zhang, they didn't know they were wrong, but they knew they were going to die. Just one line of words. Simple and domineering. Chapter 9, The Real Sigma Man. The smiles of me, Tao Tianxin, and the other two froze in an instant. Their eyes suddenly widened and they looked at the comment on the screen in disbelief. The barrage exploded instantly. Fuck. So domineering. 666, awesome. Zhang Dada, a true Sigma man. It really speaks my mind. That's right, you don't know that you are wrong, but you know that you are going to die. If our little dragon girl lost, would you forgive her? Hurry up, Zhang Dada has spoken, if you don't kowtow, you will be kicked out. Honey Peach Sweetheart's face turned pale and her eyes were full of humiliation. Yaoling was also trembling all over. Princess Guagua gritted her teeth. If this head hits, they were disgraced and became a laughingstock. But if they don't kowtow, Mr. Xiang only needs one word to make them disappear completely from the live broadcast industry. They have no choice. Honey Peach Sweetheart took a deep breath, her body trembling slightly. Finally, she closed her eyes and spoke through gritted teeth. We admit defeat. After saying that, she bowed her head deeply, slowly knelt on the ground with her knees, gritted her teeth, and kowtowed. Bang! Her forehead hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound. When Yaoling and Princess Guagua saw this scene, they knew they could no longer resist, so they also knelt down in humiliation and kowtowed heavily. Bang! Bang! Their hearts were filled with shame. But they couldn't say anything, they could only lower their heads and endure silently. In the live broadcast room, the barrage went completely crazy. Awesome! So awesome! I have lived for so many years, and I have never seen such a domineering big brother. This is the real super rich. Others spend money to show off, but Mr. Zhang spends money for fun. Is this the world of the super rich? Damn! This PK is simply the most awesome duel in Douyin's history. I declare that from today on, I am a loyal fan of Mr. Zhang. Whoever bullied Xiaolong Nu in the past, kneel down and admit your mistakes, or you will be the next to kowtow. Watching Little Dragon Girl is just for fun. As for the show effect, we still have to look at Brother Zhang. The entire live broadcast room fell into complete madness. Some people have even started taking screenshots to save this moment and posting them on major social media platforms. At this moment, Xiaolong Nu's face was full of emotion. She bit her lips tightly, her eyes reddened slightly, and an unprecedented warmth surged in her heart. She has been having a hard time since she entered the live streaming circle. She was suppressed, ridiculed, excluded, and even had rumors spread about her by those female anchors. She could only swallow her anger and endure it all silently. But today, she finally won once. A real win. And all this is because of this Mr. Zhang in front of us. Her heartbeat began to accelerate, and her eyes revealed an indescribable complex emotion. At this moment, many system prompts appeared in Xianghu's mind. Ding ding ding. Host helps the goddess win the PK and gets a favorability value of 388. Comprehensive evaluation, the goddess's favorability towards the host is 90% grateful, admirer. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 100 million Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Douyin mission, help Xiaolong Nu win the PK. Reward, wish points plus 3,000. Random reward, 130 million Chinese currency. When Xianghu saw these system prompts, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and his heart was immediately filled with joy. He was originally just playing around and teasing Xiaolong Nu. Unexpectedly, not only did he have fun, but he also earned 230 million Chinese yuan? The system is really a good thing. At the same time, Douyin backstage. Xiaolong Nu's fingers trembled slightly, she bit her lips, and finally mustered up the courage. I entered the ID of Mr. Zhang in the friend search bar and sent a friend request. Xiaolong requests to add you as a friend. When Xianghu saw the friend request, a smile flashed in his eyes and he clicked the agree button without hesitation. In less than 2 seconds, Xiaolong Nu sent the first message. Little Dragon Girl, Mr. Zhang. Thank you, really. Thank you. I don't know how to thank you. Xianghu chuckled and typed a reply leisurely. Mr. Zhang, no need to thank me, I just like you. Seeing these words, Xiaolong Nu felt even warmer in her heart. I couldn't help but let a faint smile appear on the corner of my mouth. She hesitated for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, and tapped her fingers on the phone screen. Finally, she mustered up the courage and sent a message. Xiaolong Nu, Brother Zhang, I saw your address. Are you in Jiangchang? Xianghu was slightly startled when he saw this message, then he smiled and replied calmly. Mr. Zhang, yes, why, you want to see me? Xiao Longnu's face turned red instantly. She had just wanted to ask casually, but she didn't expect Mr. Zhang to be so direct. She was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. She bit her lip, her heartbeat quickened, and finally mustered up the courage to send a message. Little dragon girl, I'm also in Zhangcheng. If you're free, can we make an appointment to meet? At this moment, the corners of Zhang Yu's mouth were completely curled up into a playful smile. Xia Longnu, can't she finally bear it and take the initiative to approach him? Okay. After all, he also has to attend the class reunion tomorrow, which is a good opportunity. I have time tomorrow, I'll send you the address then. Just a few seconds after the message was sent, Zhang Yu saw an immediate reply from Xia Longnu. Little dragon girl, really? Great. See you tomorrow. Then, a few minutes later, a new message suddenly popped up on Zhang Yu's phone. It was a video sent by Xia Longnu. He clicked it casually, and a delicate and sweet face came into view. Xia Longnu was wearing a loose nightgown, and her fair skin looked particularly attractive under the soft light. She smiled gently at the camera, her voice soft and a little shy. Mr. Zhang, good night. See you tomorrow. The smile on Zhang Yu's lips became even more intense. This girl is becoming more and more interesting. At this moment, the door of the villa was gently pushed open, and a graceful figure walked in quietly. Zhao Linger was wearing a pure white bathrobe, her hair was still a little wet, and her skin was snow white, having just finished swimming, with a pair of long, beautiful legs faintly visible. She originally wanted to take advantage of the night to perform a beauty emerging from the bath scene for Zhang Yu to show off her charm. After all, she is the campus beauty of the finance department. Many men flock to her, both in school and outside. She only needs to flick her fingers to get a group of rich second generations to surround her. However, she discovered a scene that I carefully planned. Being ignored. Zhang Yu didn't even notice her temptation just now. Instead, he lay in bed, staring intently at his phone. He seemed to be chatting happily with someone. Chapter 10, The School Beauty's Sense of Crisis. Zhao Linger suddenly felt unhappy. She put on a bikini today and showed off her charm in the swimming pool. He thought he could definitely make Zhang Yu fall in love with him. When I looked back, Zhang Yu was actually browsing his phone? Zhao Linger snorted softly and was about to act coquettishly and pretend to be angry to go over and ask for an explanation. But the moment she approached, her eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of the picture on Zhang Yu's mobile phone screen. A girl who was as pretty as her, wearing pajamas, smiling sweetly at the camera. Mr. Zhang, good night. See you tomorrow. Zhao Linger's smile suddenly froze, and a strange emotion flashed in her eyes. Who is this woman? She had never seen her before, but she could actually make Zhang Yu smile so dotingly? A strong sense of crisis came over me. This made Zhao Linger feel extremely uneasy. She is the school belle, and she is usually high and mighty, and all men treat her like a goddess. But now, there is another woman who makes Zhang Yu smile like this? No. Zhang Yu must be hers alone. She finally confirmed Zhang Yu's identity and learned that he was the eldest son of a hidden family with unfathomable financial resources and a promising future. She had just decided to hold on to him tightly and not let other women take advantage of her. Zhao Linger's eyes flashed slightly, and the next second, she leaned forward gently and lay delicately on Zhang Yu's body. She put her arms around his neck and spoke tenderly. Brother Yu, what are you looking at? Zhang Yu felt her soft body pressing against him and raised his eyebrows. He casually locked his phone and smiled. Nothing, just a goodnight video from a friend. A hint of jealousy flashed in Zhao Linger's eyes, and she pouted slightly, saying coquettishly. What friends? Which little devil makes you so happy? Zhang Yu looked at her like this, with a playful smile on his face. What? Are you jealous? When Zhao Linger was asked this, her face turned slightly red. But she quickly regained her cool demeanor, snorted softly, and said as if she didn't care. No, I'm just curious. But she gritted her teeth in her heart. This man is indeed a natural hunter. Obviously she had taken the initiative to come close to him, but he still looked nonchalant. Not in the least bit eager to please her, and even daring to tease her? No. She must make Zhang Yu completely addicted to her. We must never let that so-called little goblin have the chance to interfere. A cunning light flashed in Zhao Linger's eyes. The next second, she untied the bow on her bathrobe. Xianghu looked down at her, his eyes narrowed slightly. Of course he knew what Zhao Linger was thinking. This woman is very smart and resourceful. On the surface, she is a school beauty goddess, cold and reserved. But in fact, she knows better than anyone how to use her charm to conquer men. But he just likes this kind of smart woman. Because for men, the most satisfying thing. There is nothing better than taking this kind of woman who thinks she can play with men and playing them to death instead. Xianghu curled the corners of his mouth and gently lifted Zhao Linger's chin. Are you sure you want to please me in this way? Zhao Linger's heartbeat unconsciously quickened as she was stared at by his burning gaze. But she still raised her head stubbornly, licked the corner of her lips gently, and spoke in a delicate voice. What else? Don't you like it? Xianghu smiled. Sudden. He gently placed one hand on her waist and picked her up by the waist. Stride towards the room. Then, let me see how capable you are. Zhao Linger was slightly stunned, then her cheeks turned red, and she gently buried her head in his chest, with a hint of triumph in the corner of her mouth. Her goal is simple. Completely conquer Xianghu and make him her man only. This night, the stars are shining brightly. The next day at noon. Zhao Linger lay on the soft big bed, feeling exhausted and not wanting to move even a finger. Her long, beautiful legs were slightly curled up, and her fair skin still retained the afterglow of last night. Her eyes were a little dazed, she hummed softly, and she didn't even have the strength to get up. She never thought that she would be tormented like this. She is the campus belle of the finance department. She has countless suitors and always takes pleasure in playing with men at her will. But last night she finally understood what it meant to be played with by others. She thought Xianghu was just a young master from a reclusive family with amazing financial resources. But I didn't expect that his physical strength and skills. It's simply not something an ordinary person can compare to. She even began to wonder if she was hallucinating last night. Brother you. Zhao Linger called out softly, her voice very hoarse. However, no one in the room responded to her. Xianghu had already gotten up and was sitting in the living room, feeling refreshed and leisurely drinking a cup of warm coffee. Everything that happened last night might have been a disaster for Zhao Linger. But for him, it was just a casual enjoyment. After all, he now possesses the physical fitness of golden kidneys and Sanda champion level. Just a one-night battle? There was no way it could make him feel tired, and it didn't even have any effect at all. Just then, his cell phone vibrated. Xianghu picked up his phone and saw that it was a message in the green bubble group of old classmates. His classmates had his name in various ways, and the chat messages were scrolling in densely. Lu Chao at Xianghu, hey, why haven't our college students shown up today? Are they coming here with an excuse? Wang Feng, I guess he is just too busy recently. After all, he works part-time to pay for his studies, and life isn't easy. Zhao Jiqiang, Xianghu, you haven't come out of the dormitory yet, have you? Our class reunion is about to begin. Li Xiaowei, that's right, everyone is waiting for you, don't say you want to come, we are old classmates, we must get together. Lu Chao, Xianghu, are you embarrassed to come? Don't worry, we old classmates are all about affection. Even if you are not doing well, we will not laugh at you. We just want to see you and reminisce about the past. When Xianghu saw these messages, a slight sneer appeared on his lips. You are a bunch of rubbish, why are you pretending to be harmless? Of course he knew why this group of people were so enthusiastic about him. On the surface, it was a reunion of old classmates, but in reality they just wanted him to be a stepping stone. So that they can show off how good their lives are now. Back then in the village, these people always looked down on him. One could even say that they grew up stepping on him. Chapter 11, The Class Beauty's Secret Love. Since childhood, Xianghu has had excellent grades and strong learning ability. He is the most promising student in the village. But because his family was poor, this group of people liked to exclude and suppress him since he was a child. They even deliberately united to isolate him. They are not the kind of people who bully others openly. Their methods are even more disgusting. When he was in elementary school, Xianghu always ranked first in his grades, and his teacher would praise him in class after every exam. What's the result? Every time during the break, people like Lu Chao would deliberately act weird. Oh, why did Xianghu score so high? Did you secretly look at the teacher's answers? I heard that some people would secretly bring cheat sheets to exams. Would he do the same? Are you trying to please the teacher on purpose? You just study like a fool every day. It's so boring. They never say such things openly, but spread rumors in a sarcastic way behind people's backs. As a result, classmates gradually developed prejudices against Xianghu and even began to distance themselves from him. By junior high school, their methods had become even more disgusting. Many people started talking about him behind his back, and most of the students in the class simply isolated him. It was as if you spoke a few more words to him, you would be infected with poverty. This also made Xianghu understand it early on. There is only one disease in the world, and that is poverty. Later, Xianghu tried his best and was admitted to Jiangcheng University, leaving the place that made him sick. He thought he had gotten rid of these people completely. Unexpectedly, this group of people jumped out again and wanted him to attend the class reunion? To humiliate myself. They can't wait. Xianghu didn't have time to reply to the message. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He took a look and answered the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Chao. Hello? Xianghu? Long time no see, buddy, you're not going to come today, are you? Xianghu narrowed his eyes and spoke in a calm tone. How? You are so enthusiastic, do you have any surprise for me? Lu Chao smiled and sounded concerned. Oh, what you said is true. We are old classmates. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Of course we have to get together. Don't worry, we are all waiting for you. We all want to see how you are doing recently. Xianghu sneered, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. See how he is doing? They don't care about him, but they can't wait to see him make a fool of himself, right? Okay then, send me the address. Lu Chao paused on the other end of the phone, as if he didn't expect Xianghu to agree so readily. But he still said it with a smile. Okay, then we'll see you there. After hanging up the phone, Xianghu stretched, picked up the car keys, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. A bunch of frogs in a well. These people are still living in the past, thinking that he is still the poor boy who was excluded and ridiculed. Too bad, they won't know. I have completely transformed myself. He stood up, walked out of the villa, got into his car and started the engine. The Volkswagen sedan slowly drove out of the villa area and headed towards the class reunion location. In the luxurious room on the top floor of the Hilton Hotel. The atmosphere is lively. A group of old classmates sat around a big round table, toasting and laughing. Come on, at this meal today, we must raise a toast to our boss Lu Chao. Wang Feng raised his glass and looked at Lu Chao, who was sitting in the main seat, with a flattering look on his face. Yes. This party is all hosted by Brother Lu Chao, we must thank him very much. Brother Chao is different now. He is a big boss with an annual income of tens of millions. He is not on the same level as us workers. Zhao Jiqiang and Li Xiaowei on the side immediately took over the conversation, holding their wine glasses and constantly flattering him, their eyes full of fawning. Lu Chao had a smug smile on his face, waved his hand gently, and pretended to be humble. Oh, don't say that. We are old classmates. It's a rare occasion for us to get together. Of course, I'm the one who's going to treat you. But his eyes were filled with unconcealable pride. This meal is not just a casual reminiscing, but for everyone to see. What a successful person he, Lu Chao, has become now. Some of my classmates back then are still working hard for a salary of a few thousand yuan. Some haven't even made a name for themselves yet. And he. Annual income of tens of millions, net worth over 100 million. What he wanted was this scene today. He wants everyone to see his success, to make everyone envy and flatter him. And most importantly, Li Jelly is coming today too. Thinking of this name, Lu Chao's eyes lit up slightly, and a hint of excitement flashed through his heart. Li Jelly, the class beauty back then. The arrogant girl used to be completely dismissive of him and didn't even want to look at him straight in the eye. Back then, he pursued Li Jelly for 2 whole years, but in the end he didn't even get a positive response. But her relationship with Xianghu is extremely good. There are even rumors that Li Jelly once had a crush on Xianghu. Although she did not admit it publicly, everyone could see that her attitude towards Xianghu was far different from that of others. What Lu Chao can't stand the most is that others are better than him. He always thought that his family was rich and he was not bad-looking, so why could a poor boy like Xianghu win the favor of Li Jelly? But that was all in the past. Now, things are different. Li Jelly's family fell into poverty, and she was no longer the class beauty who was high up on the list. But Lu Chao is no longer the same person he used to be. He now earns tens of millions a year, has a considerable fortune, and controls the entire family's transportation business. This time, he wanted to let Li Jelly see it. What do you mean you used to ignore me? But now I am beyond your reach. Today. The reason why he had to invite Xianghu. Just to humiliate Xianghu severely in front of Li Jelly. He wants Li Jelly to surrender. Lu Chao's eyes flashed, he picked up the wine glass and said with a smile. Brothers, Xianghu will be here soon, so don't go too far. After all, we are old classmates, huh? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately smiled sarcastically. Ha, Brother Chao, how dare we go too far with Xianghu? He is the only genius in our village who was admitted to a top university. Zhao Jiqiang sighed in a pretentious manner. What a pity, what can a genius do? After graduating from college, don't you still have to go out and work? Alas, reality is so cruel. Li Xiaowei sneered and continued. Yes, and I heard that he didn't do well in school, and now he probably doesn't even have a decent internship. I guess he came to this party to see if we can recommend him a job, right? Chapter 12, Everyone has bad intentions. Several people were talking to each other, with contempt on their faces. Xianghu's family was extremely poor, and he was able to complete his studies with the help of a little scholarship. Moreover, Xianghu is not a smooth person and is known for being stubborn. In this age where everyone relies on their father to succeed. He is a college student who is not good at socializing and has no background. It will definitely be a mess. Become a real social animal. And they. Some of them run companies, some of them own mines at home, and they are all doing very well. Lu Chao had already told several people his purpose. They were waiting for Xianghu to come in and humiliate him severely. At this moment, the sound of light footsteps was heard at the door of the box. Everyone looked over and saw a tall, delicate-looking woman slowly walking in. Li Jiali. She was wearing a clean and decent white dress, with her black hair draped over her shoulders. Although she no longer has the superior temperament she had in the past, she still has the charm. However, there was a hint of fatigue in her eyes, and a hint of loneliness between her brows. But even so, her beauty still attracted the attention of all the men present. Hey, here comes Carrie. Lu Chao's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately stood up, looked extremely enthusiastic, and walked over to greet them personally. Carrie, long time no see. Come on, sit next to me. Come on, pour Carrie a glass of wine. Wang Feng and Zhao Jiqiang immediately came up to him, trying their best to be attentive. Li Xiaowei even pulled out the chair attentively and spoke in a flattering manner. Carrie, you are getting more and more beautiful. Li Jelly smiled slightly and said lightly. Thanks. She glanced around the box, as if looking for something. Lu Chao immediately noticed it and asked with a smile. Why? Who is Carrie looking for? A hint of hesitation flashed across Li Jelly's eyes, and then she spoke softly. Has Xianghu not come yet? The atmosphere in the box suddenly became subtle. Everyone's smile became meaningful. Wang Feng sneered and pretended to be surprised. Hey, Jelly, you still remember Xianghu? Zhao Jiqiang said sarcastically. Oh, it seems that our class beauty still misses Xianghu very much. Li Xiaowei even smiled with understanding. Jiali, you are not still obsessed with Xianghu, are you? Li Jelly's expression changed slightly and she frowned. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just asking casually. Lu Chao's eyes darkened and the smile on his lips deepened a little. Xianghu must be on the way, don't worry. I have already called him, he will definitely not dare to miss this party. There was a hint of undisguised amusement in his tone. Of course he knew that Li Jelly and Xianghu used to have a good relationship. He wanted to use this class reunion to completely embarrass Xianghu. So that Li Jelly would completely give up and throw herself into his arms. When Xianghu arrives, he will let everyone know. The genius of the past was ultimately just a loser. And he, Lu Chao, is the real chosen one. Thinking of this, he picked up the wine glass and raised a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. Come on, let's drink first, and then we can have a good chat when Xianghu comes. At the same time, Xianghu drove the Volkswagen leisurely on the wide roads of Jiangcheng. The car window was half open, and the fresh air blowing in made him feel happy. To him, this class reunion was originally just a boring social event. But now, he was actually looking forward to it. Class reunion? He knows the nature of this kind of gathering best. Old classmates who have a good relationship don't need to get together at all, they can make appointments to meet at any time. Only those who want to show off, compare, and step on others to highlight themselves will go to great lengths to organize such occasions. Especially the organizer of this event, Lu Chao. This kind of person's favorite thing is to praise himself highly and make others kneel on the ground and look up at him. Ha, Lu Chao. He just wanted to use this party to show off how well he was doing. By the way, check if I am still the same poor boy as before? Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The in-car screen showed that the Hilton Hotel was still 5 minutes away by car. Xianghu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and lightly stepped on the accelerator. At the same time, in the hotel box, Lu Chao sat in the main seat, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, with a comfortable smile on his face. Boss, Xianghu should be here soon, right? Wang Feng moved closer to him and asked in a low voice, with a hint of eager excitement in his tone. Lu Chao shook the wine glass gently and said lightly, "It's almost time. This kid must be quite nervous right now." "Ah, of course." Li Xiaowei took over the conversation with a sinister smile on his face. "Think about it, we are all boss-level figures now. Anyone we pick out can thrive in society, but what about him? My family has been poor since I was young. I finally got into university, but after graduation I was bound to have to work for others." "Huh, do you think he was late on purpose today to stall for time, afraid that we would ask him how he is doing now?" Zhao Jiqiang sneered with disdain on his face. "Is there any need to ask? I bet this guy must be renting a house now and his monthly salary does not exceed 5,000. If it weren't for our reputation, we probably wouldn't even dare to enter this 5-star hotel, right?" Wang Feng immediately agreed. Yes. When he comes in, we must pay attention to his recent situation." Several people looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. The laughter was full of gloating and a sense of superiority. Lu Chao smiled slightly, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. When Xianghu arrives, the fun will begin. Then, his gaze fell on Li Jelly, who was sitting next to him, with a hint of aggressiveness in his eyes. "This woman used to be so arrogant and looked down on me. But now, her family has fallen on hard times and she no longer has the confidence she once had. And Xianghu. Ha, I has been poor boy. This party is not only to step on Xianghu, but also to let Li Jelly see the reality and know who is the man she can really rely on." Thinking of this, Lu Chao smiled, raised his glass and looked at Li Jelly. "Carrie, come on, let's have a drink." Li Jelly frowned slightly, but still picked up the wine glass and clinked it with his gently. "What's wrong? You don't look happy." Lu Chao pretended to be concerned and asked in a gentle tone. Li Jelly was silent for a moment and spoke softly. "Nothing. I just feel a little emotional after not seeing you all for a long time." "Yeah, time flies." Chapter 13. The real master has arrived. Lu Chao sighed and asked in a deliberately tentative tone. "By the way, I heard, something seems to have happened in your family?" Li Jelly's fingers tightened slightly and her face froze. When the others heard this, they all showed expressions as if they were watching a show. "Hey, Carrie, didn't your family used to be in the building materials business? I remember that he was quite powerful back then, how come he suddenly—" "Oh, what a pity." Wang Feng sighed pretentiously, but there was a hint of gloating in his eyes. "Yes, Carrie, what are you doing now?" Zhao Jiqiang also echoed. Li Jelly's face turned pale. She didn't want to talk about it. But obviously, if she didn't tell them, these people would not let her go easily. She said, keeping calm. "Well, I'm working for a foreign company now." "Oh? It's a foreign company. Sounds good." Li Xiaowei pretended to praise him, then changed the subject. "However, foreign companies nowadays are not very stable, right? I heard that many companies are laying off employees. How long can you last over there?" Lu Chao smiled gently, looked directly at Li Jelly, and his tone was meaningful. "Carrie, how about you come to my company? As you know, I am in the transportation business and I am in need of a capable assistant. If you are willing, I can arrange a senior management position for you with an annual salary of 1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the box fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Li Jelly with meaningful smiles in their eyes. Li Jelly's expression changed instantly. Of course she understood what Lu Chao meant. What is an executive position? This was basically a hint to her. If she was willing to join Lu Chao, she might be able to gain a stable future. She had heard this kind of thing too many times before. She took a deep breath and was about to refuse, but at this moment, the door of the box was pushed open. A tall figure walked in slowly. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the door. Xianghu, wearing simple casual clothes and with a faint smile on his face, walked in leisurely. Lu Chao narrowed his eyes slightly, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The coward is finally here. This scene is really lively. Wang Feng, Zhao Jiqiang and Li Xiaowei all showed playful smiles. They all couldn't wait to see it. How did Xianghu make a fool of himself in front of them today? Li Jelly stood up suddenly, with a hint of surprise that was hard to conceal in her eyes. Xianghu. Xianghu's eyes fell on her and he smiled slightly. Haven't seen you for a long time. Lu Chao's eyes suddenly turned colder. But then, he revealed an expression that seemed like a smile, picked up the wineglass, and shook it leisurely. Xianghu, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Several male classmates who had a good relationship with me greeted me enthusiastically. Hey, Xianghu, it's really you. Long time no see. Ah, brother, I didn't expect you to actually come today. You're more handsome than before. Several female classmates began to discuss quietly, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Hey, have you noticed that Xianghu seems to be taller and more elegant than before? Yes, his figure is much better than before. He used to be quite sunny, but now he seems to have a more mature look. TSK, I thought he was quite charming back then, but his family wasn't well off at the time, so I felt he wasn't very confident. Now it's completely different. There was even a hint of regret in the eyes of some female classmates. Back then, in the class, many girls actually had a good impression of Xianghu. After all, Xianghu had excellent academic performance, good looks, and a good personality. However, because he came from an ordinary family and was not very proactive, many people just kept it in their hearts and did not really express it. And now, seeing Xianghu again, many people couldn't help but be moved. Li Jelly's gaze fell on Xianghu with a complicated look and a lot of emotion in her heart. She knew better than anyone that she had once had a crush on Xianghu. She still remembers that when she was a child, Xianghu helped her with math and patiently explained every difficult problem. She also remembered that every time Xianghu was excluded and isolated, she silently wanted to help him. She was proud and arrogant, and she once thought that if Xianghu had taken the initiative, she might have agreed. But Xianghu never showed any intention in that regard, so she buried this feeling deep in her heart. Now that they met again, she found that the long-lost throbbing in her heart began to awaken again. Xianghu, are you okay? Li Jelly spoke softly, with a hint of tenderness in her voice. Yeah, it's okay. Xianghu smiled slightly, his tone casual, but it made her heart beat faster for some reason. Lu Chao's eyes sank slightly, but the smile on his face became even brighter. As if he hadn't noticed anything, he stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, Xianghu. You are finally here, everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Ha, we are having a reunion with old classmates. If you don't come, it would be really disrespectful to us. Wang Feng echoed with a smile. Yes, we are waiting for you. Zhao Jiqiang sighed half seriously. You've really changed a lot, my female classmates were praising you just now. Li Xiaowei even smiled deliberately with a hint of joking. Xianghu, after all these years, you are still the most handsome in our class. On the surface, they smiled warmly, as if they were really welcoming Xianghu, but there was an inexplicable sarcasm in their tone. Xianghu looked at this group of people and sneered in his heart, but still had a faint smile on his face. Ha, stop making fun of me. Lu Chao acted like an older brother, patted Xianghu on the shoulder and said with a smile. Come on, sit down quickly, we are all ready. Xianghu was just looking for a seat when he found out. No chair of your own. The seats in the box had already been arranged fully, and everyone had their own seat. Only he stood there, looking somewhat awkward. There was a moment of silence in the air. The faces of several male classmates who greeted him enthusiastically changed slightly, and a hint of embarrassment flashed in their eyes. Some female classmates secretly glanced at each other and also realized that something was wrong. Lu Chao looked at this scene, a barely perceptible sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. He did it on purpose. What they wanted was to embarrass Xianghu in front of everyone, making him stand there in a dilemma and have everyone look at him in embarrassment. However, no one expected that. It's okay, I can still sit here. Li Jieli spoke softly, smiled at Xianghu, and moved aside on her own initiative. Chapter 14, Stealing a Chicken, Losing the Rice. The seats at the Shelton Hotel are sofa style. There is absolutely no problem for two people of normal size to sit in it. Then, several female classmates also spoke up. Yeah, the seats here are pretty big, we can just squeeze in. Xianghu, come and sit here. It's okay, it's more lively if we sit in a crowded place. Lu Chao's smile froze on his face in an instant. He originally wanted to embarrass Xianghu. Unexpectedly, several female classmates took the initiative to help Xianghu out and were even willing to sit with him. As he looked at Li Jieli's gentle smile, a nameless anger burned in his heart. When did she take the initiative towards Xianghu? Waiter, add a chair for Xianghu. Lu Chao's expression changed slightly, but he still suppressed his anger and waved his hand in a pretended generous manner. The waiter immediately brought a chair and Xianghu sat down casually with a faint smile in his eyes. This party is becoming more and more interesting. Lu Chao took a deep breath, readjusted himself, put on a smug smile again, and changed the subject. Come on, it's a rare occasion for us to get together, let's have a drink first. Everyone raised their glasses and toasted each other. A few lackeys began to flatter Lu Chao crazily. Brother Chao, you are a big boss now. I heard that you took over the family's transportation business and made tens of millions a year? TSK, I'm so envious, Lu Chao, you are a successful person this time. You may not know this, but Lu Chao's company now has hundreds of employees. Lu Chao waved his hand in a low-key manner and smiled. Oh, it's not as exaggerated as you say. It's just a small business. I can barely make a living. Everyone laughed. Then, everyone's topic finally turned to Xianghu. Hey, Xianghu, you were the top student in our school back then, how are you doing now? Yeah, I remember your grades were so good, you must be doing well, right? You're not bad looking either, and many people had a crush on you back then. They first praised him to death by exaggerating how excellent and powerful Xianghu was. Then, he slowly asked the question they wanted to know most. Xianghu, are you working now? Xianghu looked calm and spoke in a casual tone. I'm still in my third year of college and haven't found an internship yet. After a brief silence in the box, subtle laughter gradually sounded. Ha, you're still in school. I thought you graduated. Wang Feng spoke first, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Yes. I remember that most of our classmates have already graduated and are working, right? Zhao Jiqiang said meaningfully. Then doesn't that mean you graduated later than us? And you're several years behind in work experience? Li Xiaowei sighed hypocritically. It's hard to find a job nowadays, Xianghu, do you have a plan? These words, though seemingly caring, actually carry a hint of mockery and a condescending sense of superiority. Especially Lu Chao, who always had a faint smile on his lips, waiting for Xianghu to make a fool of himself. But then again, Xianghu was a top student in our school. He shouldn't have to worry about finding a job, right? Lu Chao deliberately pretended to be concerned, looked at Xianghu with a smile, and changed the subject. How about, Xianghu, when you graduate, come to my company? Although I can't give you a high position, we are old classmates after all, and I won't treat you unfairly. As soon as these words came out, the box suddenly became quiet for a moment. Then, Wang Feng and others immediately understood and started laughing. Ah, Brother Chao, you are so generous. These days, not everyone has the opportunity to join your company. Yes, Xianghu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, Lu Chao is a big boss with an annual income of tens of millions. Xianghu, if you are willing, you can follow Brother Chao in the future. Your future will be much better than finding a job outside. Everyone's eyes fell on Xianghu. However, Xianghu just smiled faintly, his eyes were calm, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh? How much is the salary for your company to hire someone? Lu Chao was slightly stunned, then said with a smile. Of course I won't treat my old classmates unfairly. The normal starting salary is 8,000 yuan. But if you perform well in the future, we can negotiate again. Wang Feng immediately agreed. 8,000 is already very high. Xianghu, you should know that for college graduates nowadays, a starting salary of 4,000 to 5,000 is considered good, and 8,000 is rare. Zhao Jiqiang smiled. After all, this is Brother Chao's company, so the benefits must be good. Li Xiaowei's smile became even more obscure. Xianghu, if you don't mind, then think about it carefully. After all, Brother Chow has good intentions. Their tone, on the surface, sounds like persuasion, but in fact it is full of sarcasm. Xianghu sneered in his heart. This group of people still have the same faces. He deliberately elevated himself first, and then arranged a not bad position for him with an attitude of pitying him. If he agreed with tears of gratitude. Some of them were probably mocking themselves to death in their hearts. You, Xianghu, were so awesome back then, but now you still have to rely on us for charity? He has seen this kind of routine too many times. Xianghu smiled faintly and spoke slowly. 8,000. Well, that's really good. Lu Chao's smile deepened. Just as he was about to say something else, he heard Xianghu's next words. But I've been spending a lot of money lately, and 8,000 isn't enough. As soon as these words were spoken, the box fell silent for a moment. Lu Chao's expression froze slightly, then he smiled and said, "Oh? You're still in school, why do you spend so much money?" Xianghu said casually. "Nothing much, just house and car maintenance, daily expenses, and so on." "Rent? Do you rent a house outside the school?" Wang Feng immediately grasped the key point, with a meaningful smile on his face. "Where do you live?" "Not in the school dormitory, right?" Zhao Jiqiang smiled. "Ha, if it's a dormitory, then I don't have to pay rent." Li Xiaowei also followed suit. Lu Chao smiled slightly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Xianghu, where do you live? Do you want us to recommend you a cheaper house?" They all laughed and waited for Xianghu to tell them where he lived so that they could have more laughs. Xianghu's eyes moved slightly, and he said casually, "Nothing, over at Xianghu Lake." As soon as he finished speaking, the laughter in the box stopped instantly. The air suddenly froze. Everyone's expression seemed to be frozen in an instant, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. "What did you say?" Xianghu. Chapter 15. Who said I rented a house? Wang Feng was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard wrongly. "You said you live in Xianghu? Xianghu district in Jiangchang?" Zhao Jiqiang was also shocked. "You mean, the top villa area in Jiangchang? The Xianghu Lake?" Li Xiaowei frowned, his face full of suspicion. Are you blowing it?" Lu Chao's smile froze completely. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Xianghu, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Of course he knew where Xianghu was. That's where only the richest people in Jiangcheng can live. Even he himself, although his family runs a transportation business and has assets worth tens of millions, cannot even afford a house in Xianghu. And Xianghu actually said that he lived in Xianghu? Are you kidding me? Lu Chao's gaze became deeper, staring at Xianghu, and spoke slowly. "Xianghu, you are not kidding us, right?" Xianghu shrugged and said casually. "It's nothing to joke about." "Do you really live in Xianghu?" Lu Chao sneered. "Houses there aren't cheap. Just make do with this place. The other houses are too small." Xianghu picked up the wineglass, took a sip, and said calmly. Lu Chao and others became more and more confused. If Xianghu had just said that he lived in a school dormitory, or rented a house in some cheap community, then they can continue to make jokes about this topic and continue to laugh at his jokes. But he just threw Xianghu out, leaving them no chance to talk. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xianghu, with deep suspicion in their eyes. This kid is just being too pretentious, isn't he? Wang Feng couldn't help but speak, his tone sarcastic. "Xianghu, you just said that you live in Xianghu?" Xianghu nodded lightly. "Yes." Zhao Jiqiang laughed immediately. "How much is your rent?" "As far as I know, a house in Xianghu Lake costs at least hundreds of thousands a month, right?" "Yeah, the rent there is not cheap." Li Xiaowei narrowed his eyes slightly with a teasing smile. "Since you live in Xianghu, how much does it cost per month?" They were all smart people. Since Xianghu dared to say that he lived in Xianghu, they had to get to the bottom of it. Just ask him directly how much the rent is and see if he can answer it. If he can't give an exact number, he's bragging. Then, they will take the opportunity to humiliate him severely. Everyone's eyes were on Xianghu, waiting to see his reaction. However, Xianghu just smiled slightly, shook his head gently, and said in a light tone. "Rent? Who told you that my house is rented?" The box suddenly became quiet, and everyone's expressions seemed to be frozen. They thought they had heard wrongly. After a few seconds, the smile on Wang Feng's face froze. He blinked and asked blankly. What did you say?" Zhao Jiqiang was also stunned and couldn't help but ask. Xianghu, can you say it again? Li Xiaowei simply put down his wine glass, frowned, and his voice deepened. Not rented? Can you still afford a house in Xianghu? Xianghu nodded casually, his tone flat. Well, I bought it not long ago, for about 80 or 90 million. As soon as these words came out, the entire box fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned, their eyes widened and their faces were full of disbelief. 90 million? Are you kidding me? Everyone here knows the housing prices in Xianghu, as it is a top wealthy area. Not to mention 80 or 90 million, even a house worth 8 or 9 million is something that an ordinary person cannot afford in their lifetime. Although they claim to be doing well. But here, except Lu Chao, no one else dares to even think about buying a house in Xianghu. And Xianghu, a guy they have always looked down upon. A poor boy who hasn't even graduated yet actually said that he bought a house in Xianghu? Is he crazy? Wang Feng was the first one who couldn't help himself. He sneered with a mocking smile on his face. Ha, Xianghu, you're exaggerating. 80 or 90 million? Where did you get the money? Zhao Jiqiang immediately took over and said with a sneer. Yes, Xianghu, you are a college student and your family is poor. You have only 80 or 90 million yuan. You wouldn't have done anything illegal, right? Li Xiaowei frowned and his eyes became a little gloomy. There is a limit to how pretentious you can be. Do you think we are 3-year-old children who can be fooled at will? The attitudes of the lackeys suddenly hardened. They were not fools. Not to mention Xianghu, even if they worked hard for a few hundred years, they might not be able to save 80 or 90 million. This guy is talking nonsense. Li Jieli's expression also became a little complicated. Although she did not question it immediately, her heart was also full of doubts. She knew what Xianghu was like before. Although he was a good student, his family was average and he had to rely on scholarships to live during college. How can I suddenly have enough money to buy a villa in Xianghu Lake when I am just in college? But she stared at Xianghu's expression and found that his expression was still calm and composed. There was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, without the slightest hint of guilt. If an ordinary person said this, he would have been exposed and showed an expression of embarrassment or anger. But Xianghu didn't. He just sat there calmly, drinking his wine leisurely. It was as if the 80 or 90 million he had just mentioned was just a tiny amount of money. She felt more and more that something was wrong. Xianghu, you should be more honest. Wang Feng sneered. If you don't have money, no one will laugh at you. After all, we are old classmates. But you bragging like this, it's a bit funny. Zhao Jiqiang snorted coldly. Yeah, 80 or 90 million, do you know what that means? Can you earn that much money in your lifetime? However, just as they were preparing to crush Xianghu completely. Hey, everyone, please don't say that. Lu Chao finally spoke, with a gentle smile on his face. He waved his hand and spoke in a nice manner. Xianghu said he bought it, so he bought it. We are old classmates, don't take it too seriously. He looked at Xianghu with a smile, his tone still slightly teasing. As a man, you have to have some dignity. It's normal to brag. We are all old classmates anyway, so just chat casually. Why take it so seriously? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the box immediately became more relaxed. Ha, Brother Chao is right, we are just chatting. Wang Feng smiled and nodded. Xianghu, we didn't mean it, we were just asking casually. Zhao Jiqiang waved his hand. Yes, there's no need to take it seriously, just drink. Li Xiaowei shrugged, looking indifferent. Forget it, you can say anything, as long as you are happy. Lu Chao successfully rounded off the topic, seemingly giving Xianghu a way out, but in fact he was indirectly confirming that. Xianghu is just bragging. Chapter 16, Who said doing doesn't tea cost money? In this case, even if Xianghu continued to explain, it would only make things worse and he would become the laughingstock of today's party. However, Xianghu just smiled lightly and was not in a hurry to explain anything. Instead, he slowly took a sip of wine with a playful light flashing in his eyes. This scene made Lu Chao squint his eyes slightly. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong for a moment. Soon, the topic continued. Wang Feng couldn't help but speak again. Xianghu, we didn't do this on purpose. We just want to know what you are doing now. Yeah, after all, you said you live in Xianghu, so you must be doing something to make money, right? Zhao Jiqiang looked at him with some suspicion. Could it be that he inherited a relative's property? Li Xiaowei sneered. Xianghu said lightly. I didn't do anything, I just played Douyin. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of laughter in the box. Ha ha ha, brush fighting sound? Wang Feng almost spit out his wine from laughing. I thought you were doing some big business, but it turns out you're just playing Douyin? Oh, Xianghu, this is so real. Douyin is indeed the cheapest form of entertainment. Zhao Jiqiang taunted. It's not bad to just watch some short videos and look at beautiful women. TSK, I told you, living in Xianghu Lake, buying a villa, who can't brag? Li Xiaowei shook his head, his face full of mockery. Can you earn money to buy a villa by playing Douyin? Lu Chao picked up the wine glass and said with a faint smile. Actually, Xianghu, you don't have to say that. Douyin is not completely useless. At least, it can help you kill time. Everyone was laughing unrestrainedly. What Xianghu said just now was the funniest joke they had ever heard. However, Henry Zhang just put down his wine glass casually and said in a light tone. Who said playing Douyin doesn't cost money? We spent more than 100 million yesterday. In an instant, the entire box fell into deathly silence. Everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at Henry Zhang in shock. More than 100 million? Are you kidding me? Xianghu, you. Wang Feng almost couldn't stand up, his eyes almost popped out. Say that again? Zhao Jiqiang was stunned for a few seconds, then sneered. You mean, you spent more than 100 million yesterday? Give tips to the anchor? Are you sure? There should be a limit to bragging, right? Li Xiaowei sneered. More than 100 million? What do you use to brush? Do you have so much money in your bank card? Lu Chao frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. At this time, a female classmate suddenly exclaimed. You can't be the #1 brother on Xiaolong news list? After these words were spoken, the box fell into a brief silence again. Everyone was stunned. Little Dragon Girl? Is that the guy who made history in Douyin yesterday? Is this true? The box was instantly in an uproar, with everyone talking about it, but then their eyes fell on Xianghu, with suspicion on their faces. Do you believe it? Impossible? How can he have so much money? It's probably fake, right? Wang Feng and other lackeys reacted and immediately became angry. They thought Xianghu was going too far for bragging so much. Xianghu, if you have evidence, show it to us. Xianghu smiled faintly, took out his mobile phone, opened the Douyin background, and the screen showed. ID, Mr. Zhang. The total amount of rewards yesterday, 130 million Chinese yuan. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xianghu's mobile phone screen. This line of words, like a thunderclap, exploded in the box, making everyone's head buzz. Wang Feng's eyes widened and the smile on his face froze instantly. The wine glass in Zhao Jiqiang's hand stopped in midair, and he even forgot to breathe. Li Xiaowei froze in his chair, his mouth opened but no words came out. Even Lu Chao's expression became a little unnatural. He stared deeply at Xianghu's mobile phone screen, with a hint of uneasiness that could not be concealed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Xianghu actually dared to produce evidence. But more than 100 million? Are you kidding me? Even if their family runs a business and earns tens of millions a year, they only make more than 10 million a year. What level of rich person must be to be able to give more than 100 million yuan directly to a streamer? How is this possible? For a moment, everyone was so shocked by this scene that they were speechless. But soon, Wang Feng was the first to react. He frowned suddenly and spoke with anger in his tone. Xianghu, are you kidding me? This picture must be fake, right? Zhao Jiqiang also nodded with a bad tone. Yes. If you really gave more than 100 million in tips, Douyin would have already made you a god, or even a trending topic. How could we not have seen that? Li Xiaowei sneered. Humph, these days, photo editing technology is so advanced, you just make a fake picture and you want to deceive us? Xianghu, your method is too low level, isn't it? These lackeys reacted instantly, spoke with one voice, and questioned whether Xianghu's screenshots were fake. They don't want to believe this fact. Because once they accepted it, it would mean that all their previous ridicule would become a joke. They were just mocking Xianghu for being poor, boastful, and living on Douyin. As a result, the facts before them slapped them in the face. Seeing this, Lu Chao immediately stepped out to mediate. He still had a gentle smile on his face as he said this with a smile. Hey, everyone, stop arguing. Xianghu said he gave a reward of 100 million, so let's count it as he gave a reward of 100 million. It's his business anyway, so we don't need to take it too seriously, right? His words sounded like he was trying to help Xianghu out, but in fact they were hints. This matter is not worth discussing at all, and I assume that Xianghu was bragging. Wang Feng and others immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Yes, we are old classmates gathering, just chat casually. Ha, no matter whether it's true or not, as long as everyone is happy. Come on, eat, stop talking about this. Everyone found a step down and picked up their wine glasses again, as if what had just happened had never happened. But even so, the looks everyone gave Xianghu became much more complicated. Is he really bragging? But his expression really doesn't look like he's lying. How did Xianghu become like this? For a moment, the atmosphere in the box became subtle. Everyone continued to eat and the topic gradually shifted. Li Jelly took the initiative to talk to Xianghu and talked about her childhood. Xianghu, do you remember when we went to the river to catch fish together when we were little? Of course I remember that time when you fell into the water and cried so hard. Xianghu chuckled. Chapter 17 Hidden Skill, Never Get Drunk. What are you talking about? It was obviously you who scared me. Li Jelly glared at him in faint anger, but there was a hint of warmth in her eyes. They chatted about interesting things in their childhood, as if they had returned to that carefree time. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Xianghu's mind. Ding ding ding. A goddess has been detected next to the host, score 90. The host mentioned his childhood memories, which were humorous and interesting, and gained a favorable impression value of 100. Comprehensive evaluation, the goddess's favorability towards the host has increased to 75% secret love, a little joy. Stage reward, hidden skill never get drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. The host will never get drunk no matter what the circumstances, and will become more sober the more he drinks. Xianghu was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Can you drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Interesting. At this time, Lu Chao's voice sounded again. He picked up the glass and said with a smile. Come on, it's a rare gathering today, everyone must drink to their heart's content. Several lackeys immediately followed suit and raised their glasses, but their eyes quietly fell on Li Jelly. Li Jelly, you are the most beautiful girl in our class, why don't you drink a glass of wine today? Wang Feng said this with a smile, but his tone contained a hint of unwillingness to refuse. That's right. Everyone's drinking today. You won't give me face, right? Zhao Jiqiang said in a feigned dissatisfaction. Come on, have a drink, we toast to you. Li Xiaowei directly poured a glass of strong liquor and handed it to Li Jelly. Li Jelly frowned and looked a little unhappy. She didn't like being forced to drink like this. She was about to refuse when Lu Chao said with a smile. Hey, Li Jelly, why are you so disrespectful today? Look, everyone is waiting for you. His tone was gentle, but there was a hint of control in his eyes. Li Jelly's face became even uglier. She didn't want to drink, but these people obviously did it on purpose. They wanted to get her drunk. She finally realized that today's class reunion was not just a simple reunion, but someone was deliberately planning something. Just when she gritted her teeth, not knowing what to do. In Xianghu's mind, the system prompt sounded again. Ding ding ding. It is detected that the goddess next to the host is in trouble. The system issues a task, block the wine for the goddess. Task reward? Hidden reward. Xianghu narrowed his eyes slightly and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, you want to drink? Sorry, your opponent is me. He picked up the wine glass and said calmly. If she doesn't drink, I'll drink for her. Everyone's eyes fell on Xianghu. The faces of several lackeys changed slightly, especially Wang Feng. His hand, which was about to hand the wineglass to Li Jelly, froze in midair, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The corners of Zhao Jiqiang's mouth twitched slightly, and he frowned. Xianghu, what do you mean? Li Xiaowei sneered and said sarcastically. We just want Li Jelly to have a drink, we don't want her to get drunk, why are you protecting her like this? Lu Chao still had his hypocritical smile on his face. He looked at Xianghu with deep eyes and chuckled. Xianghu, are you too nervous? We are just having a normal class reunion, just toasting. You are protecting her like this, are you still obsessed with Li Jelly? After these words were spoken, the expressions of many people in the box changed a little. Several female classmates cast inquiring glances at him. Several male classmates watched this scene with a gloating smile. So that's how it is. Could it be that Xianghu is anxious because he sees his old classmate trying to embarrass his first love? Hey, Xianghu, if you really like jelly, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. Jolly, do you want to consider Xianghu? After all, he dares to block the wine for you. The box suddenly became lively. Li Jelly's face flushed slightly, and she felt both embarrassed and touched. She was already unhappy with this group of people forcing her to drink. Just now she was forced to drink, but Xianghu stood up without hesitation to block the wine for her, which made her feel a little strange. She glanced at Xianghu secretly, but found that Xianghu's face was calm. He was not affected by the teasing at all. Instead, there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He picked up the wine glass and looked at Lu Chao indifferently. What? I drink for her, do you have any objection? Lu Chao narrowed his eyes and his heart sank. This kid has become different. If it were the Xianghu from the past, faced with such a situation, he would have been so embarrassed by them that he would have wanted to find a hole to crawl into. But now Xianghu is not only not panicking, but also at ease? This made Lu Chao very unhappy. He had arranged this party with great difficulty, and had intended to take the opportunity to put a heavy hand on Xianghu and embarrass him, but in the end, Xianghu stole the limelight for him? This is absolutely not possible. The smile on his face remained unchanged. He picked up the wine glass and spoke gently. Xianghu, we have no objection to you blocking the wine for Li Jelly. But, there is a rule in our circle. You can block the wine, but you have to drink it in one gulp, otherwise it doesn't count. Wang Feng immediately agreed. Yes. If you want to resist drinking, you have to act like you are resisting drinking. You have to drink it in one gulp. Zhao Jiqiang chuckled, with a hint of malice in his eyes. Xianghu, you wouldn't dare, would you? Li Xiaowei sneered. If you don't dare to drink, don't pretend. No one is forcing you. Several lackeys immediately started to make a fuss, having already concluded that Xianghu would not be able to hold on. After all, the liquor they used today was specially supplied by the hotel and had a very high alcohol content. For an average person, drinking just one cup would cause their stomach to burn. Even they themselves didn't dare to drink a few more glasses, so how could Xianghu, an ordinary student, dare to drink it all in one gulp? Oh, I'm afraid he will fall down right after drinking. Then, won't he be the laughingstock of them? They all had sneers on their faces, waiting to see Xianghu make a fool of himself. However, Xianghu just smiled lightly, picked up the liquor on the table, and took a sip. Gudong. The clear wine slid down his throat and into his stomach. Everyone stared with wide eyes, waiting to see Xianghu choke, waiting to see his face turn red after drinking, or even pass out drunk. However, Xianghu put down his wine glass, his face remained calm, a faint smile still hung on the corners of his mouth, and even his breathing was not disordered at all. It was as if what he drank was not liquor, but a glass of ordinary boiled water. The box suddenly became deathly silent. Everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost, and their eyes were filled with shock. Fuck. Wang Feng opened his mouth slightly but didn't utter a word for a long time. Is this still a human? Zhao Jiqiang widened his eyes and looked at Xianghu in disbelief. Li Xiaowei frowned even more, his face full of suspicion. Lu Chao's fingers tightened slightly and his eyes became colder. Chapter 18, 3 of us can't drink more than one of me? What happened? The alcohol content of this wine is so high, how could Xianghu have no reaction? This is unscientific. Another one. Xianghu chuckled and said lightly, then poured himself another glass of liquor and drank it all in one gulp. Still, his expression remained unchanged, his breathing was steady, and even the smile on his lips became a little more intense. At this moment, everyone was so shocked that they were completely speechless. This guy, won't he get drunk? Are you kidding me? Xianghu put down his wine glass and glanced at everyone calmly with a slightly teasing look in his eyes. What? You don't want to drink it now? Everyone looked at each other with ugly expressions. Just now they had vowed to have Xianghu drink. Now people can drink 2 glasses of strong liquor in a row without blushing or panting. If they don't continue drinking, wouldn't that be a disguised admission that they are not capable? Wang Feng gritted his teeth and picked up the wine glass. Drink if you want, who's afraid of who? Zhao Jiqiang also gritted his teeth. Yes, let's drink to our heart's content today. Li Xiaowei's face was gloomy, but he had to raise his glass. Lu Chao glanced at Xianghu with a gloomy look, then a smile appeared on his face again. He picked up the wine glass and smiled. Come on, let's drink together. Everyone raised their glasses. However, what they didn't know was that they were competing in drinking with a man who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Time flies. After drinking round after round of wine, Xianghu remained calm. There was even a faint smile on his face. It was as if what he was drinking was not liquor at all, but a glass of ordinary boiled water. On the other side, Wang Feng, Zhao Jiqiang, Li Xiaowei, and even Lu Chao all started to blush. Fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead and his eyes gradually became a little unfocused. They were really shocked. They originally thought that Xianghu would collapse after just a few drinks. Who knew that this guy was like a monster, drinking so much and nothing happened to him? But they themselves were obviously unable to bear it anymore. Call. Wang Feng took a deep breath, shook his head, and felt a little dizzy. Zhao Jiqiang rubbed his temples, and the smile on his face turned into a forced smile. This wine seems to be a little stronger than before. Li Xiaowei's face turned red and his eyes were dazed. He leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily, and was obviously a little drunk. Lu Chao didn't feel well either. He forced himself to endure the discomfort, suppressed the shock in his heart, and pretended nothing had happened and continued drinking, but his eyes were already confused. What on earth is going on with this guy Xianghu? How could he drink so much? Just as they were secretly surprised, Lu Chao suddenly felt something was wrong. After a few drinks, his head was a little dizzy. And Xianghu. Not only was he not drunk at all, even the expression in his eyes didn't change at all. This is not normal at all. Lu Chao's face darkened slightly, and he secretly exchanged glances with a few lackeys. Soon, several people nodded slightly, gathered together, and discussed in a low voice. Wang Feng lowered his voice and spoke quietly. Boss, we can't go on like this. There's something wrong with Xianghu. We can't drink anymore, but he doesn't even react. Zhao Jiqiang gritted his teeth. Yes, if we continue like this, we will be the ones to be embarrassed. Li Xiaowei's eyes were gloomy. Damn it, is this kid using some kind of cheating method? Otherwise, how could he not be drunk at all? Lu Chao frowned and looked at Xianghu coldly, his expression somewhat ugly. If they continue like this, they will be the first to collapse. By then, not only would he fail to get Xianghu drunk, but he would become a joke instead. That would be so embarrassing. Wang Feng's eyes rolled and he suddenly lowered his voice. Boss, I have an idea. We can't just fight head-on, we have to use some tactics around robin battle. Zhao Jiqiang's eyes lit up. Yeah, let's take turns. He's alone anyway, so if we take turns, I don't believe we can't get him drunk. Li Xiaowei also nodded. Good idea. Let's take turns drinking. No matter how much he drinks, his stomach capacity is limited. He can't hold out until dawn, right? Lu Chao thought for a moment, sneered, and nodded slightly. Okay, let's do it. After the few people reached a consensus, Wang Feng immediately stood up in a generous manner, raised his glass, and spoke loudly. Come. Today is such a rare gathering, how can we just drink casually? If you want to drink, drink to your heart's content. Zhao Jiqiang immediately responded. Yes. Let's have a drinking contest. Li Xiaowei smiled sarcastically. Xianghu, weren't you a heavy drinker just now? How about we try something exciting, like a round-robin tournament? You are alone, we will take turns and see how long you can last? When these words came out, everyone else in the box was stunned for a moment, and then they started talking. Round battle? Isn't this a bad idea? Yeah, several people took turns drinking with Xianghu. This is too bullying. No matter how much Xianghu drinks, he can't handle it, right? Several female classmates even frowned and said dissatisfiedly. You guys are going too far, aren't you? Several people took turns drinking with one person. It's obvious that they did it on purpose. Li Jiali spoke even more directly. Do you really want to get Xianghu drunk? She looked at the sinister faces of several people and vaguely understood in her heart that they were not playing at all, but deliberately looking for an opportunity to embarrass Xianghu. However, before they could continue to dissuade him, Xianghu smiled and said lightly. Okay, a round-robin battle, right? I'll play with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Xianghu in surprise. They never expected that he would agree. Wang Feng, Zhao Jiqiang, and Li Xiaowei were also stunned, and then they sneered. Ah, what an idiot. They originally thought that Xianghu would find an excuse to refuse, but they didn't expect him to take the initiative to agree. Isn't this just jumping into a trap? Lu Chao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Okay, let's do something bigger. Xianghu, you said it yourself, don't regret it later. Xianghu just smiled faintly, his eyes calm, and looked at them as if he was looking at a group of jumping clowns. Soon, the round-robin battle officially begins. Wang Feng was the first to come on stage. He poured a large glass of liquor and said through gritted teeth. Come on, Xianghu, let's go one-on-one. Whoever can't hold on first will be a coward. Xianghu raised his glass, smiled calmly, and drank it down. Wang Feng also gritted his teeth and took a gulp. As soon as he put down the cup, his face turned red, and he exhaled a breath of hot alcohol. His eyes looked a little weak. But Xianghu, still calm. Come again. Wang Feng was unwilling to give up, so he poured another glass and drank it in one gulp with gritted teeth. After drinking this cup, his whole body began to shake, his eyes were blurry, and his tongue began to get tied. Chapter 19 I Don't Like Being a Dog. Xianghu glanced at him, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and swallowed another gulp, his expression remaining unchanged. Wang Feng. Bang! He staggered and fell headfirst onto the table. Fortunately, the male classmate next to him helped him up. Everyone. FCK. Before they could react, Zhao Jiqiang gritted his teeth and stood up. He glared at Wang Feng, who was already a little dispirited, and poured himself a glass of wine. I'll do it. However, after 2 cups, Zhao Jiqiang's eyes turned red and he started talking nonsense. Before he finished the 3rd cup, he waved his hand and sat down on the chair. Ha, you are awesome, I lose. Second one, fall down. The whole audience was in an uproar again. Li Xiaowei's face looked extremely ugly, but he was in a dilemma and had no choice but to go on stage. As a result, he couldn't hold on after just a few drinks. He fell on the sofa, drunkenly. Lu Chao's face turned pale, his fingers tightly gripped the wineglass, and the smile on his lips had completely disappeared. Xianghu. What kind of monster is he? He actually got them all drunk? Xianghu sat calmly on the chair, glancing at the few people who had fallen down, with a sneer on his face. That's not enough? Who said we wanted to have a drinking contest? I remember someone saying, I'm sure I won't be able to make it? Xianghu deliberately lengthened his tone and glanced lightly at Wang Feng, Zhao Jiqiang, and Li Xiaowei. The 3 of them had completely collapsed at this moment. Wang Feng lay on the table, mumbling incoherently. Zhao Jiqiang's eyes were red and his head drooped on the back of the chair. Li Xiaowei's face was flushed, his head tilted to the side, and he couldn't even open his eyes. It's a mess. The whole place was silent, with an expression of disbelief and shock on everyone's face. This scene is really exaggerated. The few people who were so arrogant just now are all drunk at this moment. On the other hand, Xianghu remained calm, and even his expression did not change at all. Is this a human being? The female classmates looked at Xianghu with complicated eyes, with a hint of admiration and amazement in their eyes. Oh my god. Xianghu can drink too much, right? What kind of alcohol tolerance does this guy have? This is too much, he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. There were even a few male classmates who looked at Xianghu with a hint of awe. This alcohol tolerance is simply terrifying. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Xianghu's mind. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, blocking the wine for the goddess. Task reward, a green acquisition card, which can be used to acquire companies with assets below 500 million yuan. Xianghu was slightly startled, then his eyes lit up slightly. Green acquisition card? This thing is very interesting. At this moment, Lu Chao's face became extremely ugly. He lost. Completely lost. He arranged the drinking party with the intention of getting Xianghu drunk and making him look bad. Unexpectedly, his lackeys fell one by one, while Xianghu was unharmed. This is such a huge irony. Lu Chao's heart was filled with resentment. But on the surface, he still maintained a smile, suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, stood up, and said with a forced smile. Ha, Xianghu, I didn't expect you to be so good at drinking. I'm impressed. With your alcohol tolerance, you will definitely have no problem doing business in our company. Yes. Wang Feng raised his head shakily and said through gritted teeth. Xianghu, since you can drink so much, why don't you just follow Brother Chow? Business is the best for you. Zhao Jiqiang also said this while drunk. Yeah, stop messing around. This is how your life will be. Follow Brother Chow and you'll have meat to eat. That's right. Li Xiaowei couldn't help but speak. Xianghu, stop pretending, your bragging is useless. Just follow Brother Chow obediently, and Brother Chow will give you a meal. Several of them were drunk and spoke without restraint, with every word they wrote sounding condescending. It seemed as if it was a great honor for Xianghu to be rewarded with a meal. They had just been drunk by Xianghu in public, and they were filled with anger and felt uncomfortable. Now he finally found an opportunity to belittle Xianghu and immediately seized it. However, Xianghu just smiled lightly, glanced at them indifferently, and his tone was full of sarcasm. Follow Lu Chao? Sorry, I don't like being like you guys. Several people were puzzled. Like us? Yeah, I don't like being a dog for others like you guys. As soon as the words fell, the box fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Lu Chao's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. A few lackeys were stunned for a moment, and then became furious. Wang Feng slammed the table and cursed angrily. Xianghu, what do you mean? Zhao Jiqiang also stood up suddenly, pointed at Xianghu and said angrily. You say that again? What do you mean? Li Xiaowei couldn't help it anymore and yelled angrily. Xianghu, how dare you call us dogs? They were already holding back their anger, and now having drunk alcohol, their emotions became even more out of control and they had an outburst. Lu Chao's face turned completely dark, but he still forced himself to suppress his anger and spoke with a forced smile. Xianghu, we are old classmates, why do you have to say such things? You're being too sentimental. Xianghu looked at Lu Chao coldly, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said in a playful tone. Hurt feelings? Lu Chao, stop pretending. Wasn't it you who arranged your people to target me during the drinking party just now? Now that your dog lost, you want to use some hurt feelings bullshit to make me pretend nothing happened? Isn't that a bit too shameless? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chao's expression changed instantly. His pupil shrank slightly, and he stared at Xianghu gloomily, his fingers clenched into fists. He didn't expect that Xianghu would expose him in public. Everyone in the box was stunned, their eyes flickering back and forth between Lu Chao and Xianghu. Li Jelly and the beautiful female classmates all had shocked expressions on their faces. Xianghu, dare to confront Lu Chao head-on? Lu Chao's face darkened completely, and he finally stopped pretending, speaking in a low voice. Xianghu, you'd better apologize immediately, otherwise. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I will not let you leave this box today. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the box froze instantly. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, their heartbeats quickened, and the air felt as if it was becoming oppressive. Lu Chao finally tore off his disguise, stopped hiding, and directly threatened Xianghu. However, Xianghu was still sitting there, his expression indifferent, and even with a hint of sarcasm in the corner of his mouth. He raised his head slightly, looked at Lu Chao, and spoke calmly in an unhurried tone. Lu Chao, don't you understand the situation yet? Who are you in front of me? Are you worthy enough to act like a jerk in front of me? Chapter 20, Is he drifting? After hearing Xianghu's words, the entire box fell into deathly silence. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Xianghu in disbelief. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. From childhood to adulthood, this group of people all knew that Lu Chao came from the best family. Now he has taken over the family business, with an annual income of tens of millions, and is someone that none of them can flatter. And what about Xianghu? In their impression, Xianghu was just a poor guy from the countryside, with an ordinary family background and a little bit better academic performance. He could never be compared with Lu Chao. Now, he actually said it directly to Lu Chao in front of everyone. Who do you think you are? If this isn't crazy, what is? Wang Feng was drunk, and coupled with the fact that he had just been severely humiliated in the drinking contest, he immediately became completely furious. He pointed at Xianghu's nose and started swearing. Xianghu, are you crazy? How dare you talk to Brother Chow like that? Who do you think you are? Zhao Jiqiang was completely desperate at this moment. With a ferocious look on his face, he pointed at Xianghu and cursed. Xianghu, are you getting too cocky? You're just a poor bastard, are you taking advantage of me? Li Xiaowei jumped up from his seat, staggered to Xianghu, pointed at Xianghu's nose, and cursed at him with a drunken mouth. Xianghu, who do you think you are? You came to the party today, you should be honest and low-key. We gave you face by letting you come, but you dare to be so arrogant? Don't think you can turn things around in the future just by making a scene here today. A poor bastard will always be a poor bastard. You'll be a waste your whole life. Do you understand? Waste. Li Xiaowei became more and more excited as he spoke, his saliva flying and his face flushed. Don't you even look at what kind of person you are? With your family's financial situation, you still dare to talk about buying a house in Xianghu? You still dare to brag that you earned over 100 million? Do you really think we are fools? Today I will not let you kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes. I will write the 3 words Zhao Jiqiang backwards. Zhao Jiqiang shouted angrily. Wang Feng simply rolled up his sleeves, blushed, pointed at Xianghu and shouted arrogantly. Xianghu, I advise you to kneel down and kowtow to apologize today, otherwise I guarantee that you won't even be able to leave this box. The more these lackeys cursed, the more excited they became, and their words became more and more outrageous and excessive. He even started to directly insult Xianghu's character. At this moment, they had long forgotten their usual hypocritical faces. Their faces were red and their eyes were bloodshot, completely exposing their sinister and mean nature. Lu Chao looked at the reactions of his lackeys, still with a faint smile on his face. But his eyes had already become extremely gloomy, and his heart was burning with anger. This guy Xianghu actually dared not to give me face. To embarrass him in public, when had Lu Chao ever been humiliated like this? Especially a loser like Xianghu whom he never took seriously? Lu Chao laughed coldly, shook his head, and said with a hint of cold sarcasm in his eyes. Xianghu, it seems that you really don't take us old classmates seriously, right? I originally thought you were just bragging and pretending to be nice, and we didn't bother to argue with you. I didn't expect you to call us dogs in public, and even dare to call me Lu Chao a nobody. Ha ha. Okay, very good. Lu Chao's voice gradually became colder. If you don't kneel down and apologize today, I'll see how you get out of here. His eyes turned slightly cold, and several lackeys understood instantly. They surrounded him and blocked Xianghu directly in the corner of the box. When Li Jieli saw this scene, her face changed instantly and she quickly stood up to stop it. What are you doing? Lu Chao, we are all classmates, don't go too far. Several female classmates also began to speak up, trying to ease the atmosphere. Yes, today is a party. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Why make it like this? How can you guys do this? Even if there is something wrong, can't you just talk about it nicely? Xianghu, why don't you leave first? They are drunk and if they really make a scene later, you will suffer. Everyone spoke up, their tone filled with worry. After all, they saw the situation today very clearly. Lu Chao and his men were deliberately targeting Xianghu. Moreover, these lackeys are obviously drunk and not in their right mind. If a fight really breaks out, how can Xianghu handle it alone? At this moment, Li Jieli was particularly worried. Although she felt that Xianghu was a little different, no matter how powerful he was just one person. The other side has a lot of people and there is also Lu Chao, a guy whose family is well off, so this group of people certainly won't dare to offend him easily. But at this time, Xianghu just smiled coldly, glanced at the people blocking his way, raised a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly. Oh, you guys think you can force me to kowtow and apologize? Did you drink too much and all the water went into your brain? Wang Feng got angry instantly. Xianghu, don't be so stubborn. If a few of us beat you up, you wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Zhao Jiqiang gritted his teeth and sneered. Yes. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize, and we will let you go. Li Xiaowei pointed directly at Xianghu and said viciously. You useless bastard, kneel down and apologize. If you admit your mistake, we will forgive you just for the sake of our old friendship. Lu Chao still smiled kindly and waved his hand in a hypocritical manner to persuade him. Xianghu, look, this is all your fault. Apologize to everyone. We are still good classmates. There is no need to make things so ugly. This group of people all thought that Xianghu would give in, bow his head, kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy. However, Xianghu still had a faint smile on his face. He looked at everyone with contempt, and finally stopped at Lu Chao's face. He said coldly, "Lu Chao, are you tired of pretending for so long? The drinking party just now was just a way to embarrass me. You think that just because you're pretending to be a peacemaker, I don't know what you're up to? Don't these dogs you called need their owners to give orders before they bite people?" Xianghu's words fell coldly into Lu Chao's ears, instantly making his face extremely embarrassed, with deep anger in his eyes. He didn't expect that Xianghu, a loser who was bullied by him in the past, would dare to expose his hypocrisy in public today. This is a complete breakup. The corners of Lu Chao's mouth twitched gloomily, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Xianghu, are you courting death? Are you going to make things out of control?" Xianghu just smiled, with a hint of teasing in his eyes, and said in a light tone, "Big trouble? Lu Chao, are you worthy enough to be a loser like you? Today I want to see how powerful you dogs are." Chapter 21 Beat you so hard that your mom wouldn't recognize you. Seeing that Xianghu still dared to be stubborn, everyone was stunned. There was a moment of silence in the box, and everyone stared at Xianghu in amazement, their expressions full of disbelief. Especially Lu Chao, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. In his eyes, Xianghu was a good-for-nothing waste who was only qualified to kneel and tremble at his feet. Where did she get the courage to be so arrogant and presumptuous in front of him? I have given Xianghu countless chances just now. If he knows how to bow his head and apologize, maybe I can let him go today. But this Xianghu actually dared to provoke me, he is simply courting death. Lu Chao had a gloomy face. He glanced at the lackeys with cold eyes and gave them a wink secretly. Immediately, those lackeys understood what he meant and rushed forward aggressively, surrounding Xianghu in the corner of the box. Wang Feng spoke first, cursing with a ferocious face. "Xianghu, you are shameless. Our brother Chao has tolerated you for so long, and you are still pushing it too far? You must kneel down and kowtow to admit your fault today, otherwise, I will beat you so hard that your mother won't even recognize you." Zhao Jiqian was also furious and pointed at Xianghu's nose arrogantly. "You're just a poor bastard with no money or power, why are you pretending? Do you think that just because you drank a few glasses of wine with us by chance today, you can really turn the world upside down? Ha, trash is always trash. Do you think Brother Chao is afraid of you?" Li Xiaowei sneered and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Xianghu, I used to think you were smart because you were good at studying, but I didn't expect you to be such a complete idiot. Do you think we can't do anything to you just because you make a scene today? To tell you the truth, if you don't kneel down and apologize today, Brother Chao can make sure you can't stay in Jiangqing anymore with just one word. Do you understand? The more they spoke, the more arrogant and excited they became, spitting, and their faces flushed. He was just about to point at Xianghu's nose and curse him. When the other students saw this scene, they all stared at Xianghu nervously, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Although they couldn't stand the arrogance of these lackeys. But due to Lu Chao's power, he dared not say anything and could only worry about Xianghu in his heart. Li Jelly's face turned even paler, her hands were clenched tightly together, and her heartbeat accelerated. She never expected that today's class reunion would turn out like this. At this moment, Wang Feng finally couldn't hold back anymore. He reached out his hand with an angry look on his face and pushed Xianghu hard, cursing viciously. "Damn it, kneel down and apologize, do you hear me?" However, no one expected that Xianghu's body did not move at all. Instead, he just turned his hand and pushed Wang Feng to the ground. Bang! There was a loud noise in the box and everyone was stunned. Wang Feng fell to the ground and hit his head on the table leg. He instantly felt dizzy and looked at Xianghu in confusion. What the hell? Everyone's heart was instantly filled with shock. Xianghu actually pushed Wang Feng, a 1.8-meter tall man, to the ground with just a push? How is this possible? You have to know that Wang Feng works out regularly and has a strong physique and a sturdy build. Not to mention an ordinary college student, even a few adults may not be able to push him. But Xianghu actually did it so easily? Wang Feng lay on the ground in a daze for several seconds before he reacted. He was immediately furious and yelled with a red face. "Xianghu, you bastard, you dare to push me? You are looking for death." While roaring, he climbed up and rushed directly towards Xianghu, raising his fist, ready to hit him hard. When others saw this scene, their heartbeats suddenly accelerated, and many people thought that Xianghu was doomed today. Wang Feng is usually a ruthless person. If this punch hits Xianghu, he will probably have to be hospitalized directly. Wang Feng, don't be impulsive. Zhao Jiqiang and Li Xiaowei seemed anxious and stepped forward to stop Wang Feng. In fact, he grabbed Xianghu's arms tightly on the left and right, obviously trying to take sides and prevent Xianghu from resisting. Everyone felt disgusted when seeing this scene, but no one dared to speak out to stop it. Li Jelly felt despair and couldn't help shouting, You guys are going too far." Several female classmates also spoke anxiously. "Hey, Zhao Jiqiang, Li Xiaowei, how could you do this?" However, the two men pretended not to hear it, with grim smiles on their faces. Wang Feng pulled Xianghu tightly, making him unable to move, and watched as Wang Feng's fist was about to hit Xianghu in the face. Just when everyone thought that Xianghu would definitely be beaten, Xianghu suddenly sneered. With a slight shake, he suddenly shook off Zhao Jiqiang and Li Xiaowei, who were holding his arms. Zhao Jiqiang and Li Xiaowei both felt as if they were shaken away by a terrifying force. He staggered back several steps and almost fell. At the same time, Xianghu raised his hand and easily grabbed Wang Feng's fist that was about to hit him. Bang! When his fist was grabbed, Wang Feng froze in place, his face suddenly changing. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. He just felt that his punch was like hitting a steel wall and he couldn't move forward even a little bit. "You, how could you?" Wang Feng widened his eyes, staring at Xianghu in horror, his voice trembling. Xianghu sneered and said lightly, "With just this little bit of strength. Still fighting with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xianghu suddenly raised his other hand and slapped Wang Feng hard in the face. Bang! A loud and crisp slapping sound echoed throughout the box. Everyone was dumbfounded and stared at the scene in amazement. Wang Feng was slapped away by Xianghu. He fell heavily to the ground, covering his face, bleeding from his nose, and staring at Xianghu in horror. At this moment, everyone was completely shocked and the entire box was silent. Everyone looked at Xianghu with eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Lu Chao's face turned pale in an instant. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. This poor loser whom he has always looked down upon is actually so strong? At this moment, Xianghu slowly withdrew his hand, with a cold smile on his face, and swept his cold eyes over everyone. "Why, weren't you very arrogant just now? Keep going." Everyone was stunned. This scene is so exaggerated. In their impression, Xianghu has always been an honest, weak nerd. When I was bullied in the past, I didn't even have the courage to fight back, and I rarely even moved heavy objects. But now, he could easily blow the tall and strong Wang Feng away. Isn't his strength too great? Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Especially Lu Chao, his face had already become terribly gloomy. His eyes were filled with anger that was difficult to conceal. Chapter 22, The Dead End has been revived by you. Today's party was specially arranged by him. The purpose is to make Xianghu look bad, to make him lose face in front of everyone, and to make him unable to raise his head forever. But unexpectedly, it became Xianghu's performance show. The few lackeys Lu Chao brought with him were either drunken by Xianghu or slapped out by him in public. This is simply a slap in his face. Lu Chao gritted his teeth, suppressed his inner anger, and secretly winked at a lackey beside him. This lackey, named Xianghu, was a sports guy. He had trained in Sanda during college and was a main player in the school team of Jiangcheng University. Moreover, he has followed Lu Chao for many years and often helps Lu Chao deal with troubles. He had many fights in school and society and never lost. He was one of the strongest fighters around Lu Chao. Xianghu had disliked Xianghu for a long time, and he was already unhappy when he saw Xianghu stealing the show just now. At this moment, seeing Wang Feng being slapped away by Xianghu, he became completely furious. Xianghu slowly stood up from the sofa, stretched, and with a sneer on his face, he stared at Xianghu with contempt and said in a sarcastic tone, Xianghu, I didn't expect that you have really grown in ability after not seeing you for a few years." Xianghu walked up to Xianghu step by step, twisted his neck, made a clucking sound, and spoke in a nonchalant manner. "But don't be too arrogant. Just because you overthrew someone like Wang Feng, does that make you so proud?" He sneered and continued to taunt. "You slapped him and you think you're awesome? I'm afraid you haven't figured out your own worth yet, have you?" Xiaohu's eyes became colder and his voice became more sinister. "You've embarrassed our brother Chao here today. Do you think you can walk out of here safely?" When everyone saw Xianghu stand up, they instantly became nervous. Everyone has heard about how powerful Xianghu is. When he was practicing Sanda at school, he often got into fights. He has never lost a fight and is a well-known ruthless person. He once even fought against 5 people at once and beat the opponents to the ground begging for mercy. Now that Xianghu has taken action, Xianghu is afraid that he will be in real trouble. The female classmates looked worried and talked in low voices. Oh no! Xianghu has practiced Sanda before. Xianghu is definitely no match for him. Yeah, Xianghu was so ruthless in school. How could Xianghu possibly beat him? Li Jelly was so nervous that her face turned pale and her heart beat violently. She looked at Xianghu anxiously, her palms sweating. Several male classmates even sighed and shook their heads. Xianghu was too impulsive just now. He could have offended anyone else, but he had to offend Xianghu. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape this time. Hearing the discussions around him, Xianghu became even more arrogant and said with a smug look on his face. Xianghu, we are old classmates after all. I'll give you a chance today. Kneel down and kowtow to our brother Chao, apologize, and admit that you were wrong. I can even hit you a few less times so that you can walk out on your own. Otherwise. He paused deliberately, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he said fiercely. Otherwise I'll break your legs and you'll have no choice but to crawl out. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire box froze instantly. Everyone gasped and looked at Xianghu nervously. But at this moment, Xianghu didn't care at all, and his eyes were full of teasing. He looked at Xianghu and chuckled. Oh? So confident? It seems that you have been following Lu Chao for the past few years and have bitten many people for him. When Xianghu heard this, his face instantly darkened, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice. Xianghu, you are really tired of living. Stop talking nonsense. Xianghu pointed at Xianghu's nose and shouted angrily. Do you want to kneel down yourself, or do you want me to break your legs myself? Xianghu slowly raised his head, stared at Xianghu calmly, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and sneered with a hint of contempt. Just you? This light sentence, just you. It was like a slap in the face, directly hitting Xianghu in the face. This instantly made him furious, and veins popped out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. Xianghu, since you are seeking death, I will help you. After saying that, Xianghu took a sudden step forward, striking a professional Sanda stance, his fists clenched and his joints crackling. Today I will let you know the consequences of going against our brother Chao. Seeing Xianghu's posture, everyone's heart suddenly rose to their throat and their faces were full of tension, fearing that Xianghu would be beaten half to death in the next second. At this time, Xianghu still looked relaxed, and he didn't even bother to raise his hands. He just looked at Xianghu with even more contempt, and said slowly. Okay, stop pretending. For a loser like you, one hand of mine is enough. Xianghu's words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Everyone was stunned and stared at Xianghu in disbelief. This kid dares to be so arrogant? Xianghu was completely furious and roared. Xianghu, you are so arrogant, I will destroy you today. After saying that, he roared and rushed directly towards Xianghu. Everyone held their breath, their heartbeats quickened, staring at the scene before them. However, Xianghu still stood there with disdain, a sneer on his face. There was a strong sarcasm in his eyes, as if Xianghu was just a complete clown in his eyes. Xianghu roared angrily and rushed towards Xianghu. His steps were steady and powerful, and his fists were whistling. Xianghu has practiced Sanda for many years and his punching speed is extremely fast. This punch was aimed entirely at Xianghu's face. He wanted to knock Xianghu down with one punch. Make this ignorant waste kneel down and beg for mercy. Everyone held their breath, staring at the scene before them. It's over, Xianghu is dead this time. Xianghu's punches are very powerful. When he was in the Sanda team, he could knock down an adult with one punch. How could a weak college student like Xianghu withstand it? This kid is too arrogant. He should have restrained himself a long time ago. He deserves to be beaten now. Several male classmates were talking in low voices, their eyes full of gloating. The female classmates were worried and looked at Xianghu nervously, especially Li Jelly, whose nails were almost digging into her palms and her eyes were full of anxiety. She knew Xianghu's strength, and Xianghu would definitely not be able to withstand this punch. However, just when everyone thought Xianghu was going to be beaten down severely, a sarcastic smile suddenly appeared on Xianghu's lips. The next second, when Xianghu's fist was about to hit him in the face, Xianghu moved. Bang! Xianghu slightly shifted his feet and moved his body to the side, easily avoiding Xianghu's punch. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that Xianghu could actually dodge. Chapter 23, he was subdued in just a few moves? Xianghu's fist hit nothing, his face suddenly changed, his body leaned forward suddenly, and his center of gravity was unstable. Before he could react, Xianghu's hand had already reached out as fast as lightning, grabbed Xianghu's wrist and twisted it suddenly. Crack! A crisp sound of bones rubbing against each other was heard. Ah! Xianghu's face turned pale, and he was instantly swept by tremendous pain. He screamed, his knees went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. The whole box suddenly became terribly quiet. Everyone was stunned, their eyes widened like bells. What is going on? Xianghu was so fast, but Xianghu could dodge him so easily. What's even more outrageous is that he could actually grab Xianghu's wrist and subdue him. How is this possible? No one could believe what was happening before their eyes and was completely shocked and speechless. Xianghu himself was filled with fear. His wrist was twisted tightly and he couldn't get free at all. He felt like he was clamped by a pair of pliers and couldn't move at all. He gritted his teeth and roared. Xianghu, let me go. Xianghu smiled and looked at Xianghu calmly with a joking tone. What? Aren't you going to destroy me? Why don't you try again? After saying that, Xianghu tightened his grip slightly and pressed down hard. Crack! Xianghu's arm was twisted to the limit in an instant, and his bones were almost broken. Ah! Xianghu was in so much pain that tears were about to come out, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, he bent over, his face was pale, his lips trembled, and he dared not be arrogant anymore. He was completely scared. He felt like his hands were no longer his own. If he used a little more force, they would probably be twisted off alive. Let me go. Xianghu's voice was trembling. He had completely lost the arrogance he had just had, and there was even a hint of begging for mercy in his voice. There was a hint of coldness in Xianghu's eyes, and he said lightly, Didn't you ask me to kneel down and kowtow? Why don't I dare to do that now? Xianghu was so ashamed that his face turned red, but the pain made him dare not to be stubborn anymore. He gritted his teeth and whispered. I was wrong. Xianghu sneered. Wrong? What's wrong? A look of humiliation appeared on Xianghu's face, but he had completely lost the courage to resist at this moment, and said in a trembling voice. I shouldn't have attacked you, I shouldn't have looked down on you. Xianghu then gently loosened his hand and threw Xianghu out fiercely. Bang! Xianghu staggered back a few steps and finally fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable. The box fell into complete silence. No one dared to speak, they were so shocked that they were completely speechless. No one expected that Xianghu, a tough guy who had practiced Sanda for many years, would be easily subdued by Xianghu and was scared into giving in. This is such a huge irony. Lu Chao's face was extremely gloomy, and his entire face was almost as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't expect that Xianghu would be so useless. He was brought here specifically to deal with Xianghu, but he was subdued by Xianghu in just a few moves? What is this? All the plans were completely ruined by Xianghu alone. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire box changed completely. Everyone looked at Xianghu with deep shock. No one dared to look down on Xianghu anymore. And Xianghu still had that indifferent look. He clapped his hands, glanced at everyone present, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, If anyone still disagrees with me, feel free to come and try. His gaze, like a sharp sword, swept across Lu Chao and his lackeys with a strong sense of oppression. The lackeys looked pale, their bodies were trembling slightly, and their eyes were full of fear. At this moment, they finally realized that Xianghu was no longer the loser they knew before. He has changed. He has changed completely. Lu Chao's face was extremely gloomy at this moment, his fists were clenched, and his face was full of anger. He didn't expect that this class reunion that he had carefully planned not only failed to embarrass Xianghu, but instead made himself a joke. He stared at Xianghu and said with gritted teeth, Xianghu, don't be so arrogant. Xianghu smiled slightly and said in a playful tone, I am arrogant? Is it possible that you are too inexperienced? Lu Chao's face suddenly became uglier. Looking at Xianghu and Wang Feng lying on the ground groaning in pain, Lu Chao became even more frightened. These so-called brothers of his usually boasted loudly, but were useless at the critical moment. Instead, they were easily defeated by Xianghu, completely humiliating him as the boss. However, Lu Chao was a man who had seen the world after all. He quickly forced himself to calm down. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he cursed in a low voice with gnashing teeth. Xianghu, just wait for me. If I can't deal with you, someone else will. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number aggressively. As soon as the call was connected, Lu Chao immediately showed an aggrieved and angry expression and shouted in a pretentious manner. "Second uncle, come here quickly. Someone caused trouble here and injured several students. It was too arrogant. The place where we had dinner was almost smashed." Lu Chao deliberately exaggerated the matter and spoke louder and louder, fearing that the people in the box could not hear him. Sure enough, when they heard that Lu Chao actually brought up his second uncle, the lackeys' eyes suddenly lit up. The fear on their faces quickly disappeared, and they became arrogant again. They immediately straightened their backs, stared at Xianghu arrogantly again, and cursed him with mocking faces. "Xianghu, you're fucked. Do you know who Chao's second uncle is? The manager of this Hilton hotel. Yeah, you're in big trouble this time, you idiot. So what if you're a good fighter? A poor bastard dares to cause trouble in Hilton. He must be tired of living. Wasn't that pretty awesome just now? Wait and see how arrogant you are. Today I will make you kneel down and kowtow to admit your fault." The lackeys cursed more and more vigorously, as if they had found Xianghu's weak spot. They were all arrogant and wished they could see Xianghu kneeling down and begging for mercy on the spot. After Lu Chao hung up the phone, he raised his chin proudly, showing a contemptuous expression and a sneer on the corners of his mouth. "Xianghu, weren't you very patient just now? You are very proud of beating my brothers like this, right? But don't be too happy. Let me tell you, my second uncle is the manager of this hotel, and the place for today's gathering was arranged for me by my second uncle himself." Lu Chao paused complacently and said with contempt in his eyes. "You poor bastard, you think that if you fight well, people will look up to you? Ha, what's the point of being able to fight? Today I will open your eyes." Chapter 24. I'm definitely not the unlucky one. You know, the medical expenses for those people you beat up today are something that a poor bastard like you can never afford in your lifetime. Now, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might consider asking my second uncle to spare you. After saying this, he deliberately put on a condescending attitude, as if he was being magnanimous to Xianghu. Several lackeys also echoed. "Yes, Xianghu, Brother Chao is giving you face, kneel down quickly. That's right, don't be ungrateful. When his second uncle comes, you won't even have the chance to regret it." When the other students in the box heard Lu Chao moving out of the backstage, they also became nervous instantly. Oh no! Lu Chao's second uncle is the hotel manager. Xianghu is definitely going to suffer this time. A 5-star hotel like Hilton must have a strong backer. Xianghu is done for this time. Xianghu was too impulsive just now. He should have been more patient. Now that the incident has gotten out of hand, Lu Chao will definitely not let him go. Li Jieli became even more anxious. She quickly walked to Xianghu and persuaded him in a low voice. "Xianghu, hurry up and leave. Uncle Lu Chao is here. He will definitely do you harm. You should leave here immediately. We will find a way to solve the following problems later." Several classmates who were on good terms with him also spoke up to advise him. "Yes, Xianghu, don't be stubborn. You've caused too much trouble this time. Let's go." However, Xianghu just sneered and said with complete disdain. "Leave? Why should I leave? Don't worry, I'm definitely not the one who's unlucky today." Hearing that Xianghu was still so arrogant, Lu Chao and others immediately exploded again and started mocking him crazily. "Fuck, Xianghu, are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? Aren't you the unlucky one? How can a poor loser like you get the courage to be so confident? That's right. The manager will be here soon, let's see how long you can be so arrogant. I advise you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe I can give you less compensation. Otherwise, you'll have to work for Hilton and lose money for the rest of your life." Some classmates who usually disliked Xianghu sneered and said sarcastically. "Ha, Xianghu is too arrogant. He actually dared to cause trouble in a 5-star hotel. Isn't this courting death? That's right, does he think this is a rural area? Just throwing a tantrum and fighting? He doesn't even know who he's offended." Everyone was talking about it. Although many students did not dare to say it out loud, they all looked at Xianghu with gloating, wishing him bad luck and making a fool of himself. But at this moment, Xianghu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, with amusement in his eyes. He was originally thinking about how to use the green acquisition card rewarded by the system, but Lu Chao took the initiative to deliver it to him. He silently opened the system in his mind. System, I want to use the green acquisition card to directly acquire this Hilton hotel. Ding. The host successfully used the green acquisition card. The Hilton hotel worth 450 million has been successfully acquired. Xianghu suddenly felt very comfortable and the smile on his face became even more contemptuous. At this time, Lu Chao walked up arrogantly, pointed his finger at Xianghu's face, and said arrogantly, "Xianghu, are you scared now? I tell you, if you don't kneel down and beg for mercy today, when my second uncle comes, I will make sure you can't even cry." The lackeys even started to make a fuss excitedly. "Xianghu, kneel down and kowtow quickly. Don't make Brother Chao angry, or you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy." Xianghu's eyes instantly turned cold, and he said with murderous intent in his tone, "I advise you to take your hand away from me now, otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death." Hearing Xianghu's harsh words, Lu Chao's body trembled violently, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he quickly forced himself to calm down and continued to speak arrogantly. "Ha, I won't take it away. Let's see what you can do to me. Do you dare to touch me? If you dare to touch me, I will make you crawl out of this hotel today." He became even more aggressive, even reaching out and poking Xianghu in the chest, while his lackeys also laughed wildly and mocked him. "Yeah, Xianghu, why don't you try being arrogant again? Do you still dare to threaten Brother Chao?" But the next second, Xianghu's eyes suddenly turned cold. He grabbed Lu Chao's wrist and broke it hard. Lu Chao instantly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah! Xianghu, you dare to touch me?" Xianghu sneered and slapped Lu Chao hard in the face with his backhand. Bang! The slap was so loud and crisp that Lu Chao was slapped away, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was stunned instantly, their mouths wide open, looking at Xianghu with fear on their faces. No one expected that Xianghu would actually dare to hit Lu Chao. "Oh, what am I afraid of?" Xianghu sneered. Lu Chao covered his swollen cheek, stared at Xianghu, and shouted angrily, "Xianghu, you are fucking finished. How dare you hit me? You are dead today." His voice was trembling, as if he had never been humiliated like this before. The lackeys nearby also instantly became furious, staring at Xianghu with fierce eyes, cursing non-stop. "Xianghu, you are too arrogant. How dare you touch Brother Chao? Do you know who Brother Chao is? You brainless thing. Do you think you're great just because you can throw a few punches and kicks? This is Hilton. This is Chao Ji's second uncle's territory. How dare you hit someone? You simply don't want to live. Poor bastards are poor bastards. They don't even have any brains when it comes to violence. Do you know who you offended today? You will definitely die today." Although the lackeys cursed fiercely, none of them dared to get close to Xianghu. They stood there roaring, but did not dare to attack again. They were already completely frightened by Xianghu's strength. Xianghu glanced at Lu Chao coldly, his eyes as cold as a knife. He suddenly took a step forward, grabbed Lu Chao's hair, and lifted him up into the air like a dead dog. Lu Chao was instantly frightened out of his wits. He struggled in fear and kept shouting, "You bunch of idiots, what are you still standing there for? Come and save me. Get this lunatic away." The lackeys looked at each other, but they were all trembling with fear, and no one dared to step forward. Xianghu sneered, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Chao hard in the face. Bang! The slap made a very crisp sound, and blood instantly seeped from the corner of Lu Chao's mouth. He roared in horror. "Xianghu, how dare you hit me? What am I afraid of?" Xianghu said lightly, and slapped Lu Chao hard again. "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want me to kneel down and kowtow?" Chapter 25 Acquisition of Hilton. Bang! Another slap. Lu Chao's facial features were distorted in pain and he screamed in agony. "Ah! Xianghu, stop it. Stop it. I was wrong, isn't it okay if I'm wrong? You realize you're wrong now? It's too late." Xianghu said mercilessly, continuing to swing his arms and slapping him a few more times. Lu Chao was beaten so hard that stars appeared in his eyes and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The entire box suddenly fell silent. Everyone was completely shocked by Xianghu's ruthlessness. No one expected that Xianghu, who was usually gentle and honest, could be so cruel and violent. Lu Chao was beaten like this, but he didn't stop. Everyone even felt a chill down their spines, and the way they looked at Xianghu changed completely. Just when everyone was so nervous that they dared not breathe, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Lu Chao's second uncle, Li Jianguo, rushed in aggressively with a dozen security guards. What happened? Who is causing trouble in our hotel? As soon as Li Jianguo entered the room, his voice was extremely loud and majestic. When Lu Chao saw Li Jianguo, he felt like he had seen his savior. He ran over, crawling and crying, with tears and snot streaming down his face. Second uncle, you are finally here. It's that Xianghu, he's causing trouble in your hotel. And you beat us like this. Second uncle, you have to make the decision for me. Lu Chao's face was filled with grief and indignation. He pointed in Xianghu's direction and blamed him viciously. Second uncle, look at Xianghu, Wang Feng, and the others, they were all injured by Xianghu. This kid is too arrogant. He smashed and made a scene in your hotel, and even threatened that he didn't take you seriously at all. The lackeys nearby became excited when they saw Lu Chao's attitude, and they stepped forward to accuse him with exaggerated words. Yes. Manager, Xianghu is such a lawless guy that he actually dared to beat someone up here. I simply don't take you seriously. That's right. Manager Li, look at how badly we've been beaten. If you don't give us an explanation for this, who will dare to come to Hilton in the future? You must make the decision for us. This Xianghu is here to cause trouble on purpose. You must not let him go. After listening to the accusations of Lu Chao and several of his lackeys, Li Jianguo's face instantly became extremely gloomy. He stared at Xianghu coldly, his eyes full of majesty. Li Jelly couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she stepped forward and said anxiously. Manager Li, it's not what they said. They were the ones who provoked Xianghu first. Xianghu was just forced to fight back. He didn't intentionally cause trouble at all. That's right, manager. We can testify that Lu Chao and his men were the first to instigate this incident. Xianghu was really just acting in self-defense. Several kind-hearted female classmates also spoke up to defend Xianghu. But Li Jianguo just sneered, didn't listen to their explanation at all, and interrupted in a cold tone. I don't care who started it first. In short, now someone is injured and the reputation of our hotel has been affected. Someone must take responsibility for this. Li Jianguo said as he slowly walked in front of Xianghu, with a threatening look in his eyes, and spoke sternly. Tell me, boy, were you the one who hit someone? You are destroying hotel property and causing trouble here. How do you want to resolve this matter? Everyone looked at Xianghu nervously. In this situation, Xianghu would definitely deny it. As long as he denied it, there would still be some room for maneuver. But who knew that Xianghu just smiled faintly, shrugged lightly, and said nonchalantly. That's right. I was the one who hit the person and smashed the things. So what? Everyone was stunned, staring at Xianghu in amazement, with huge waves of emotion in their hearts. This guy. Why doesn't he play by the rules? At this moment Lu Chao suddenly became excited, pointed at Xianghu arrogantly and laughed wildly. Look, uncle. Did you hear that? He admitted it himself. You must not let him go. You must make him suffer today. Several lackeys also started to make a fuss excitedly. Xianghu, you are dead this time. He actually admitted it himself. He is such an idiot. Ha ha ha. Poor bastards are poor bastards. They don't have enough brains. Aren't you doomed this time? Now let's see if you can still be so arrogant. You actually dared to cause trouble in Hilton. You are simply courting death. The box was filled with all kinds of ridicule and gloating voices, but Xianghu remained calm and composed. He looked at them calmly with a playful smile on his lips. Because only he knows. The unlucky one will never be me. Li Jianguo stared at Xianghu with suspicion and gradually became alert. He has been in society for so many years, so naturally he has met many people with backgrounds. The young man in front of me was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked ordinary. But his temperament was very unusual. He even dared to admit without fear that he had hit someone, and his expression showed no fear at all. He couldn't help but turn his head and asked Lu Chao in a low voice. Xiaozi, who is this kid? Why is he so arrogant? Lu Chao had just been severely beaten by Xianghu, and he was already furious. When he heard that his second uncle was actually a little afraid of Xianghu, he became even more angry and couldn't help cursing. Second uncle, you are praising him too much, aren't you? What kind of background can this guy have? He is a poor guy from our village. His family is extremely poor and he had to scrape together money to pay for his college tuition. He is a loser in school and anyone can step on him. The more excited Lu Chaoyue became, the higher his voice became, and he pointed at Xianghu with disdain on his face. I know him inside out. With his family background, he can't even take a dime out of his pocket. If it weren't for the fact that we're old classmates, I wouldn't bother with him at all. This guy is a complete loser and a poor fellow. Just now I just relied on brute force to gain the upper hand. You really think you are such a big shot? Several lackeys also came forward and joined in with fawning expressions. Yes, managerly, what Brother Chow said is right. This kid is notorious for being poor in our university. He even has to eat at other people's expense. What kind of background could he have? He is just a fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. That's right, manager. This guy is just used to pretending to be awesome. Today he just happened to beat a few drunk guys. It's not worth mentioning at all. After hearing such a detailed and intense description from Lu Chao and others, Li Jianguo felt instantly relaxed. The suspicion on his face immediately disappeared, replaced by contempt and disdain. He was actually frightened by a poor boy. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it got out? Li Jianguo sneered and looked Xianghu up and down with disdain. Suddenly his momentum returned, he put on an overbearing attitude and said coldly. Chapter 26 I also give you 2 ways. Listen carefully, kid. You only have 2 options now. First, it's public. You must bear all the losses of our hotel's property and medical expenses. You must also bear the legal responsibility. You will be put in jail for a few years. Li Jianguo paused deliberately to observe Xianghu's reaction. Seeing that there was still no change on his face, he felt unhappy and said in an even colder voice. Second, it's a private settlement. But if you want to settle it privately, you'll have to see if Chaozi and the others are willing to give you that face. When Lu Chao heard this, he took a step forward with an arrogant look on his face, stared at Xianghu with a grin, his eyes full of the pleasure of revenge, and said fiercely. Xianghu, do you want to settle this privately? It's not impossible. But you have to kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your mistake until I am satisfied. Then, you just stand there quietly and let us take turns beating you up until we vent our anger. When the lackeys heard Lu Chao say this, they immediately became excited and followed suit. Yes. Brother Chao is right. If you want to settle this privately, you must kneel down and kowtow to apologize to us brothers. Yes, and we'll take back everything you did to us just now. Yes. I have to make you crawl out of this box so that you will remember this lesson. These lackeys became more and more arrogant as they spoke, and they were almost carried away with pride, looking like they had Xianghu in their hands. At this moment, their hearts were filled with the pleasure of revenge, and each of them wished they could see Xianghu kneeling down and begging for mercy, crying bitterly. In their opinion, Xianghu could not afford to pay compensation and could not dare to confront the hotel. He could only kneel down and beg for mercy and humiliation. The other students looked at this scene and whispered. Oh, Xianghu is in trouble now. He definitely can't afford the compensation. He will definitely suffer a big loss today. Yeah, how could Xianghu be so stupid as to admit to hitting someone? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Li Jelly said in a low voice with an anxious look on her face. Xianghu, why don't you find a way to give in quickly? You will definitely suffer if you continue to make trouble like this. Xianghu ignored everyone's concerns and stared at Li Jianguo and Lu Chao calmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a playful sneer. He spoke slowly, his tone cold and domineering. Managerly, right? You give me 2 choices, then I will give you 2 choices. Xianghu raised his head, his eyes filled with a cold arrogance that looked down upon the world, and spoke lightly. First, you beat up Lu Chao and these lackeys right now, kick them out of the hotel, and never set foot in here again. Second, I will fire you immediately and make you get out of this hotel with them. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire box fell into deathly silence, and everyone was dumbfounded. After a brief silence, Lu Chao and a few lackeys suddenly burst into violent laughter. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Xianghu, are you scared silly? You're going to fire my second uncle? Who do you think you are? You own this Hilton? Fuck, is this Xianghu really crazy? You still want the hotel manager to get out? Do you have the qualifications to do that? Lu Chao laughed so hard that tears were about to flow out, and said sarcastically. Xianghu, are you crazy because of poverty? Are you completely insane? Just because you are a poor bastard from the countryside, you want to fire my second uncle? Do you know my second uncle's position in Hilton? Who in the entire hotel dares not to give face to my second uncle? When Li Jianguo heard Xianghu's arrogant remarks, his face turned extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of anger. Boy, you are really crazy. How dare you say such things in front of me? Today, I don't care if you are sick or not, I will throw you out. I'll also call the police to have you arrested. When the other students heard Xianghu say such ridiculous words, they shook their heads and sighed, their eyes full of contempt and ridicule. This Xianghu is too arrogant. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Alas, I've heard that poor people are prone to psychological imbalance. Now I've finally opened my eyes. Xianghu has gone completely crazy. Li Jelly's face turned even paler, and she was extremely anxious and worried. Xianghu, how did you become like this? At this moment, everyone regarded Xianghu as a completely crazy and arrogant person, and no one believed his wild words. However, Xianghu still stood there, his face calm, but a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Because he knew that these idiots would soon regret it so much that they wouldn't even have a chance to cry. Seeing that Xianghu dared to threaten him so brazenly, Li Jianguo became so angry that his face turned blue. He glared at Xianghu viciously and roared with gritted teeth. Boy, I think you are really crazy, how dare you say such things to me? I gave you face but you didn't want it, now don't blame me for being rude. Li Jianguo turned around, waved to the security guard, and issued an ultimatum in a cold voice. All of you, subdue this guy immediately and drag him out. If he dares to resist, I will break his legs and I will take responsibility. When several security guards heard what Li Jianguo said, they immediately rolled up their sleeves, showing fierce looks, and prepared to rush towards Xianghu. At this moment, the cell phone in Xianghu's pocket suddenly rang. Xianghu glanced at the caller ID, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he picked up the phone casually. Ah! Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The security guards were also confused. This guy, at this time, he still has the time to answer the phone? Xianghu ignored them. On the other end of the phone, a voice said respectfully but nervously. Hello, is this Mr. Xianghu? I am Wang Jiqing, the general manager of Hilton Hotel on Tuanjie Road. Is it convenient for you to answer the phone now? Xianghu said lightly. Oh, Mr. Wang, what's going on? Mr. Wang? Hearing this, Li Jianguo's expression changed. Hint to the security guard not to take any action yet. Wang Jiqing on the other end of the phone suddenly became nervous and his tone became more respectful. Mr. Zhang, when would it be convenient for you to come to the hotel to inspect the work? I can make arrangements for you in advance. Wang Jiqing on the other end of the phone had already broken out in cold sweat. You know, the Tuanjie Road Hilton Hotel is just a chain hotel. But which of the several major shareholders behind the scenes is not a big shot who can call the shots in Jiangcheng's business community? And he, Wang Jiqing, is not worth mentioning at all in front of these people. However, just a few minutes ago, he suddenly received a notice from headquarters. It is said that several behind-the-scenes shareholders of Hilton Hotels transferred all their shares at the same time. This Hilton Hotel, which was worth 450 million, was directly transferred to a young man named Xianghu. What is even more exaggerated is that the head office has quickly completed all the procedures and is waiting for the new boss to take over. Chapter 27, You're going to pretend until you die, right? Wang Jiqing was terrified. It can make several top business leaders in Jiangcheng give up their shares instantly. How terrifying is the identity and background of Mr. Xianghu? Therefore, he called Xianghu tremblingly as soon as possible. Fearing that the new boss would be unhappy, he fired him directly as general manager. Hearing the words on the phone, Xianghu smiled and said calmly, What a coincidence! I'm in your hotel right now. Wang Jiqing was startled and shocked. What? Mr. Zhang, you've already arrived at the hotel? Which box are you in? I'll come over to report to you right away. Xianghu casually reported the box number and hung up the phone. However, at this moment in the box, everyone was looking at Xianghu's calmness and composure when he answered the phone. All of them had a look of ridicule and contempt on their faces, as if they were watching a wonderful clown show. Lu Chao couldn't help but burst into laughter, mocking with a look of sarcasm on his face. Ah, Xianghu, I see through you. You're a loser who wants to show off until you die, right? You're about to die, and you're still trying to find a way out? Who was the boss who called you just now? A few lackeys also followed suit and said in a sarcastic tone. That's right, Xianghu, it was the richest man in Jiangcheng who called you just now, right? No, maybe it's some big boss, ha. Xianghu, you are so funny, aren't you? TSK, your bragging level really opened my eyes today. I just thought you were just a little bit mentally ill, but now it seems that you are completely insane. The students around him shook their heads and sighed, staring at Xianghu with disappointment, and whispered. Xianghu is hopeless. Does he really think he can scare Manager Li by just bragging? Oh, it's so pitiful to see him like this, he's completely crazy. Faced with the crazy ridicule and humiliation of the crowd, Xianghu just shook his head slightly. He looked at Li Jianguo indifferently. I'm sorry, the person who called me just now is not as powerful as you said, but he is okay, just the general manager of this hotel. Xianghu's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the people in the box to hear clearly. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then burst into even more intense laughter. Fuck, Xianghu, you are so bold to brag. You even dare to brag about something like this? Ha, it's over, this guy has gone completely crazy, he actually dared to say that the general manager called him. Li Jianguo was furious at this time. He slammed the table and roared. Xianghu, you are such a poor bastard, how dare you insult the general manager of our hotel here? Will Mr. Wang call you? Why did he call you? Are you allowed to work as a waiter in the hotel? Li Jianguo continued with a mocking look on his face. How can our Wang Zong recognize you, a fellow like you? Do you really think of yourself as someone important? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? It's like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. It's so funny. Seeing this, Lu Chao and others became even more unscrupulous and laughed wildly. Brother Chao, Xianghu is even funnier than the crosstalk performers. Maybe in 2 minutes, he will say that he is a relative of the president of country M. That's right, this kid is really crazy, ha. Li Jianguo stared at Xianghu with anger on his face and sneered. Boy, there is a limit to your bragging, right? You said that Mr. Wang called you, so tell me, why did he call you? Xianghu smiled slightly and said calmly. Because I am the new owner of this Hilton Hotel. These words immediately plunged the entire box into deathly silence. After a brief silence, Lu Chao and the others burst into even more hysterical laughter. I'm laughing like crazy. Are you the new owner of this Hilton? Have you ever thought before you speak? I'm dying of laughter. This kid is no longer just mentally ill. I'm afraid he has a serious illness. Li Jianguo's expression became even uglier than before, and he gritted his teeth and said gloomily. Xianghu, you are really shameless to the extreme. Our Hilton Hotel is worth hundreds of millions. How dare you, a poor fellow, say that you are the new owner? You are a loser, let alone buying a Hilton. You can't even get a job as a security guard at the door. The other students also shook their heads and sighed, with sarcastic expressions on their faces. Alas, this Xianghu is really completely crazy. He even dares to say such a ridiculous thing. I guess Lu Chao provoked him so much that he completely collapsed mentally, right? Li Jieli looked at Xianghu anxiously, her face full of worry, and she sighed in her heart. Xianghu, why do you have to be so stubborn? Li Jianguo was completely enraged by Xianghu's arrogance. He pointed at Xianghu fiercely and rebuked him in an extremely cold tone. I've been around for so many years, and I've never seen anyone as boastful as you. You are a poor country bastard, and you dare to act wildly in front of me, Li Jianguo? You must be tired of living. Li Jianguo cursed and shouted angrily at the security guards around him. What are you guys still standing there for? Do you want me to do it myself? Come on, drag this ignorant brat out and give him a good lesson. Upon hearing this, several security guards immediately rolled up their sleeves and approached Xianghu with fierce looks on their faces. They were already very unhappy with Xianghu and couldn't wait to take action. One of the security guards even grinned. Boy, no one can save you this time, who told you to provoke our manager Li? This Hilton won't tolerate country bumpkins like you running wild. When Lu Chao and others saw that the security guards were finally going to take action, they were so excited that they almost jumped up, their faces filled with the pleasure of revenge. Lu Chao shouted with a ferocious laugh. Ha, Xianghu, aren't you awesome? How awesome are you? Now let us see how arrogant you are. I have already said that if you go against me, you will die. The lackeys also clapped and cheered. Ha ha ha, Brother Chao, this kid is dead today. Hilton's security is no pushover. That's right, so what if this poor bastard is good at fighting? I'll break his legs later and see if he still dares to act so arrogantly. Li Jelly, who was standing by, was extremely anxious at the moment, her face full of worry, and she couldn't help but shout anxiously. Xianghu, hurry up. They are really going to take action, don't hold on any longer. However, Xianghu stood there, his face remained calm, and there was even a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. He had no intention of avoiding them and did not take these people seriously at all. Just as the security guards were about to take action, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man in a high-end suit hurried in, sweating profusely and looking anxious. He was Wang Jiqing, the general manager of the Hilton Hotel on Tuanjie Road. Chapter 28 Official Announcement of the New Boss. When Lu Chao saw someone suddenly break in, he frowned and shouted with an unhappy look on his face. Where did this blind thing come from? Can't you see it's busy here? Get out of here. When Li Jianguo turned around, he was shocked. He rushed over, glared at Lu Chao fiercely, and scolded him in a low voice. Shut up. You know nothing. This is the general manager of our hotel, my immediate superior. When Lu Chao heard this, he was so frightened that his face suddenly changed. He immediately put on a flattering smile and hurried forward to speak respectfully. It's Mr. Wang. How come you came in person? You really make our humble home shine. The lackeys also reacted and rushed over to flatter him. Oh, Mr. Wang is here in person. Our meal today is so worth it. Yes, Mr. Wang, you are a celebrity in our Jiangcheng. I am so excited to meet you in person. Wang Jiqing ignored them and asked with a serious face. Who are you? What is going on here? Lu Chao's eyes rolled and he immediately started to complain with exaggeration. Mr. Wang, you came at the perfect time. We were having a great dinner here today, but who knew a lunatic would suddenly break in, smash things and beat people? Several of our classmates were injured. Yes, Mr. Wang, this guy is too rampant and lawless. You must make the decision for us. Several lackeys also hurriedly added their words, fearing that Wang Jiqing didn't know the situation here. After hearing what they said, Wang Jiqing became even more confused and couldn't help asking. What lunatic? Why didn't I understand? Everyone pointed at Xianghu and said with disdain. Boss Wang, that's the guy. His name is Xianghu, and he's the madman who beat people up. Just now he claimed to be the new boss of Hilton Hotel. He was bragging to the sky. Lu Chao added with a sneer on his face. Boss Wang, this guy not only hit people, but also made wild remarks, saying that he wanted to fire Manager Li. You must teach him a lesson. When Wang Jiqing heard the name Xianghu, his face suddenly turned pale as if he was struck by lightning, and he was completely stunned. Xianghu? He is the new boss who was on the phone just now, Xianghu? At this time, Xianghu spoke lightly. Manager Wang Jiqing, do you have something to talk to me about? Hearing this familiar voice, Wang Jiqing reacted instantly. His face was filled with horror, and he immediately rushed to Xianghu and bowed respectfully. So you are Mr. Zhang. I am so sorry. I thought I had come to the wrong place. Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry to have embarrassed you. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The smiles on their faces froze instantly and they looked confused. Lu Chao and others couldn't believe their eyes and spoke in panic. Boss Wang, did you recognize the wrong person? This Xianghu is just a poor college student with no money or power. How can you be so polite to him? The lackeys also shouted. Yes, Mr. Wang, are you mistaken? He is a pauper, and he just boasted that he is the new owner of Hilton, ha ha ha. Li Jianguo's face was gloomy, but he couldn't help but step forward and speak. Boss Wang, there must be some misunderstanding here, right? This guy is extremely poor, don't be fooled by him. However, Wang Jiqing turned his head instantly and scolded angrily. Shut up. You know nothing. How could Mr. Xianghu be a liar? Everyone was so frightened that they shut up and dared not say another word. Wang Jiqing took a deep breath, turned around and faced everyone present, and announced in an extremely solemn tone. I tell you, from today on, Mr. Xianghu is the new owner of our Hilton Hotel on Tuanjie Road. Just now, all the shares of our hotel, worth 450 million, have been transferred to Mr. Xianghu's name. The entire box was instantly filled with deathly silence. Everyone stood there as if they were struck by lightning, staring at Xianghu in disbelief. Lu Chao's face turned pale instantly and his lips kept trembling. No, it's impossible. How is this possible? The lackeys were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. They were terrified and completely unable to accept the fact before them. Li Jianghuo's face was as pale as paper, and he stood frozen in place, unable to move, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Lu Chao's face turned pale and blue, and he was completely stunned. His head was buzzing as if he had been struck by lightning. His lips trembled, and he stared at Wang Jiqing, asking in an extremely uncertain tone. Mr. Wang, are you mistaken? How could this Xianghu be the owner of this Hilton? The lackeys also started to roar, with disbelief on their faces. Yes, Mr. Wang, have you been deceived by this boy? He is just a poor loser. He just boasted that he bought the hotel. We all thought he was crazy. How come you got fooled too? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mr. Wang, you must have recognized the wrong person. The lackeys lost control of their emotions and shouted loudly, as if this could make reality become what they wanted. Li Jianghuo listened to their quarrel, his expression became more and more ugly, and his eyes were filled with deep anger. He turned his head suddenly and slapped Lu Chao hard on the face. Bang! The slap was so crisp and loud that it made Lu Chao stagger and hit the table, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Chao covered his face in confusion, looked at Li Jianghuo in disbelief, and screamed. Second uncle. Why did you hit me? Li Jianghuo's face was ferocious and he was shaking with anger. He pointed at Lu Chao and cursed at him. You bastard! You killed me, do you know that? What the hell are you still yelling about? Mr. Wang has recognized the wrong person? Mr. Xianghu is the new boss of our hotel. This is the fucking notice that just came down from the headquarters. Who dares to question? You are such a dog-eyed person, are you really looking for death here? Do you know who you have offended? Li Jianghuo was so angry that his eyes turned red and he slapped Lu Chao hard again. Lu Chao was completely stunned. He really didn't expect that he would hit a real iron wall. I thought Xianghu was just bragging, but I didn't expect that he actually bought the entire Hilton Hotel. This is a 5-star hotel worth more than 400 million. Even his father can't afford this. Who is Xianghu? The lackeys were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, trembling, with despair on their faces. Chapter 29, Apologies are useless. Li Jianghuo knelt directly in front of Xianghu and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please forgive me. Give me a chance, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. The box was once again deathly silent, and everyone gasped. Li Jianghuo, who was so arrogant just now, is now kneeling in front of Xianghu and begging for mercy? The contrast is so great that everyone feels like they are dreaming. However, Xianghu just glanced at Li Jianghuo coldly, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Li Jianghuo was sweating profusely and kowtowed quickly. Mr. Zhang, I was really wrong. Please give me another chance. I am willing to work like a slave and serve you. Lu Chao was completely panicked at this time. He realized that things were completely out of his control. He gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Jiqing, forcing a smile and said, Boss Wang, do you think we can just let this go? We are all family, why make things so ugly? Wang Jiqing glanced at Lu Chao coldly and announced directly. Li Jianghuo, listen carefully, you are fired. From now on, you are no longer the manager of Hilton Hotel, get out immediately. Li Jianghuo was struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, his face as pale as a piece of paper. He had worked so hard for so many years to get to where he is today, and now he was fired in an instant? How could he accept this? No. No. Mr. Wang, please, don't fire me. Li Jianghuo knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, begging desperately. However, Wang Jiqing did not give him any chance and said coldly, Security, take him out. 2 security guards stepped forward, grabbed Li Jianghuo's arms fiercely and dragged him out. Li Jianghuo completely collapsed. He struggled frantically and cursed loudly. Lu Chao. It's all your fault. If you hadn't provoked Mr. Zhang, would I have been fired? I'm going to fucking kill you. Bang. Li Jianghuo rushed over and slapped Lu Chao hard, then kicked him, knocking him to the ground. When the lackeys saw this scene, they were so frightened that they trembled all over. They quickly knelt in front of Xianghu and cried for mercy. Mr. Xiang, we were wrong. We were just misled by Lu Chao, we didn't mean to target you. Yes, Mr. Xiang, we had a good relationship when we were in school. You wouldn't be so heartless, would you? Yes, Mr. Xiang, please forgive us for the fact that we were classmates before. We will definitely respect you in the future. These lackeys, who were so arrogant just now, are now like a group of beggars, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Their attitude cannot be any lower. However, Xianghu sneered, glanced at them coldly, and said in a cold tone, "Who asked me to kowtow and apologize just now?" Everyone trembled all over, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to speak anymore. Xianghu said lightly, "Since you like to kowtow so much, then kneel on the ground, kowtow 10 times, and then get out." The lackeys' faces turned pale, but after seeing Li Jianguo being dragged away, they dared not resist anymore and kowtowed fiercely. Bang! 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 After kowtowed 10 times, they crawled out of the box. Wang Shicheng waved his hand coldly and asked several security guards to come forward and drag the remaining people out. Soon, Zhang Yu and Lu Chao were the only ones left in the box. Lu Chao was completely dumbfounded at this time, his face was pale, his whole body was trembling, and his eyes were full of fear. He looked at Xianghu, his lips trembling for a long time, and finally he suddenly knelt down in front of Xianghu and started licking him. "Xianghu, Master Xiang, I was wrong, really wrong. I was too short-sighted just now. Please forgive me. I am willing to be your slave, even your dog in the future." At this moment, Lu Chao no longer had the arrogance and conceit he had just had, and his heart was filled with regret. However, Xianghu just looked at him indifferently, with a teasing smile on his lips, and said lightly, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you ask me to kneel down and kowtow?" Lu Chao's body trembled violently and he kowtowed quickly. "Mr. Xiang, I was wrong. Please give me a chance." Xianghu smiled coldly. "Chance? Ha, do you deserve it?" When Lu Chao saw Xianghu's ruthless rejection, he was suddenly filled with fear and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He really couldn't believe that he had fallen into the hands of Xianghu, the person he once despised the most and bullied the most. But he also gave it his all. Face and other things are not worth mentioning now. As long as he can get Xianghu's forgiveness and let him keep the last bit of dignity, that is the most important thing. So Lu Chao endured the humiliation and unwillingness, forced out a flattering smile again, and begged bitterly, "Xianghu, brother, you must not forget that I helped you many times when we were in school. You must forgive me for the sake of our past friendship." When Xianghu heard this, he couldn't help but sneered and said lightly, "Really? You helped me? Come on, why don't I remember it?" Lu Chao smiled widely, pretending to recall the past fondly and said, "Brother, do you remember when we were in high school, you were sick and asked for leave, and I asked the teacher for leave for you? Otherwise, you would have been punished for skipping classes." After hearing this, Xianghu sneered. "Oh, you dare to mention this? I remember it very clearly. That time I was sick with a high fever and couldn't get out of bed. You said you would ask for leave for me, but what happened? You deliberately didn't tell the teacher, so I got punished for skipping class. You pretended to be a good person and said to me hypocritically, 'Oh, maybe the teacher forgot.' Do you think I don't know?" Hearing this, the other students were all surprised. Lu Chao's face changed and he explained awkwardly, "Brother, you misunderstood. The teacher must have really forgotten. I definitely didn't lie to you." Xianghu sneered. "The teacher later told me in person that you never asked for leave for him. What's more, you even exaggerated things to the teacher, saying that I often skipped classes, causing the teacher to misunderstand me. Is this what you call helping me?" When everyone heard this, they all looked at Lu Chao in disbelief, and the expressions on their faces gradually became contemptuous. Lu Chao continued speaking with cold sweat on his forehead. "Brother, that time might have been a misunderstanding, but you can't deny it. Later, before the college entrance examination, you forgot to bring your admission ticket. Didn't I go home to get it for you? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to get into college. Chapter 30, you can't play this anymore?" Upon hearing this, Xianghu sneered. "Lu Chao, you really dare to flatter yourself. I forgot to bring my admission ticket. I really need your help. But why didn't you mention who hid my admission ticket from me? Besides, I asked you to get it, so how did you do it? You wandered around the school gate for half an hour with my admission ticket, deliberately delaying time and causing me to almost miss the exam. If a classmate hadn't found out and helped me get my admission ticket back, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to get into university? Xianghu stared at Lu Chao with cold eyes, full of sarcasm. You still have the nerve to say that you helped me? I remember every single thing you did to me. When the students present heard this, they immediately started talking about it and stared at Lu Chao with contempt. Fuck, this Lu Chao is really not a human being, right? Isn't this just harming people? I used to think Lu Chao was overbearing, but I didn't expect him to be so sinister and even resort to such despicable means. Li Jelly was even more disappointed, with anger that was hard to conceal on her face, and she pointed at Lu Chao and scolded him. Lu Chao, you really disappoint me. I used to think you just had a bad temper, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. We were all deceived by you. Several other female classmates also echoed. Yes, Lu Chao, we really misjudged you. So you are that kind of person. Listening to everyone's accusations and contempt for him, Lu Chao was completely panicked, his face turned pale and full of regret. He lowered his head and trembled, but a hint of malice began to burn in his heart. He swore secretly in his heart. Xianghu, don't be so proud. I will remember this grudge today. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When I become successful in the future, I will definitely trample you under my feet and make you die miserably. But at this moment, in order to get out of the current predicament, Lu Chao still had to be humble and continue to kneel and lick. Brother I was wrong, I was really wrong. For the sake of us being old classmates, please forgive me. I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do, as long as you can forgive me. Xianghu sneered, looked at Lu Chao playfully, and said with a teasing smile on his lips. Oh? Didn't you just say you were willing to be my dog? How about this, if you just bark like a dog a few times now, I'll consider letting you go. When Lu Chao heard Xianghu's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking that Xianghu would really forgive him, he lay on the ground without hesitation and started barking like a dog. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Brother do you think I have learned this well enough? Seeing this scene, everyone showed a look of contempt. They didn't expect that Lu Chao would be so without dignity. Xianghu deliberately showed a look of disgust and sneered. With the sound of your barking, do you have the nerve to call it a dog's barking? It's an insult to dogs as animals. Lu Chao was completely confused, staring blankly at Xianghu, his facial expression instantly distorted, and he spoke angrily. Xianghu, you are kidding me. Xianghu sneered. What? You've hurt me so many times, and I only played tricks on you once, and you can't play with me anymore? After saying that, Xianghu was too lazy to look at him again and just waved to Wang Jicheng. Manager Wang, this guy is crazy, throw him out right away, it makes me sick just looking at him. Wang Jicheng nodded immediately and gave orders to the security guard in a cold voice. You guys, drag this bastard out. Two security guards immediately stepped forward, grabbed Lu Chao's arms, and dragged him out like a dead dog. Seeing this, Lu Chao was immediately panicked and struggled desperately to pounce on Xianghu, shouting. Xianghu, you bastard. I'm going to fight you. However, before he could touch Xianghu, he was punched hard in the face by the security guard. His face was covered in blood and he looked so miserable that he completely became obedient. The security guards dragged Lu Chao's body like a dead dog and threw him out of the Hilton Hotel without mercy. In the box, Wang Jicheng immediately bowed with an apologetic look on his face and said respectfully. Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry to have frightened you. This is all due to our poor management. Don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and will not tolerate it. Xianghu just nodded lightly and glanced at the students present. However, everyone was silent at this moment. Because they completely understood. Xianghu is no longer the weak and vulnerable poor boy they knew at the beginning. Everyone looked at Xianghu. Only fear. Xianghu is not the waste as they imagined, but an existence that they cannot reach at all. What is even more terrifying is that Xianghu didn't try to show off or humiliate anyone on purpose. But his every move, every word, every look. Everyone was so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe. Especially those few students who just followed Lu Chao to make trouble. At this moment, he was covered in cold sweat and didn't even dare to look Xianghu in the eye. They originally wanted to step on Xianghu and take the opportunity to show their loyalty. As a result, Lu Chao was thrown out and they became complete clowns. A few students who were a little braver wanted to go up to Xianghu and even plan how to kneel down and lick his ass. However, when they met Xianghu's deep eyes, their bodies trembled unconsciously. The words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. because of the huge disparity in status. How can this be an existence that they can cling to? Who is Xianghu now? A top boss who controls more than 400 million hotels. And what about them? They are just a group of small clerks who can barely make a living. Compared with Xianghu, they are not even qualified to carry his shoes. If they licked him now, people might not be willing to pay attention to them. They were even afraid that they didn't lick him well enough and would disgust Xianghu. When they thought of this, they felt extremely regretful. Why did I look down on others before? If I had been nicer to Xianghu back then, would I be able to benefit from it now? What a pity. I missed a chance to rise to prominence. The students were all remorseful, their eyes filled with regret. Li Jelly's face was full of relief. She looked at Xianghu with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. She was really happy for Xianghu. She knew that Xianghu had suffered too much and been wronged in the past. And now, he has finally been able to hold his head high and make everyone look at him with new eyes. She even felt a little regretful, wondering why she hadn't been braver back then. When everyone was silent, Xianghu glanced at them indifferently and said casually, "This place is a bit stingy. Manager Wang, please arrange a top-class box. Since it's a class reunion, we should have a good gathering." Wang Jiqing nodded immediately, his face full of respect. "Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away." Chapter 31, What is Pattern? In just a few minutes, the hotel's most luxurious top-level box was arranged. When everyone walked into the box, they were all stunned, their eyes filled with shock. This box was as magnificent as a palace, with walls inlaid with gold patterns and huge crystal chandeliers that were dazzling. Private stage, independent bar, high-end sofas, every item is top luxury. This is too awesome, right? This is the hotel's top-notch private room. It's usually not available for reservation by ordinary people. The cost of this box is probably 2 years' salary for us. Everyone was stunned. They had been to many high-end places before, but this was the first time they had seen this level of luxury. But this was not the most shocking thing. What really shocked them was this box was arranged by Xianghu. In other words, this level of consumption is just a small matter for Xianghu. In an instant, everyone lowered their heads. They finally understood. Xianghu is no longer from the same world as them. If there was still someone who had a trace of disdain in his mind just now, thinking that Xianghu was just lucky and made a fortune. But now, they have completely given up on this idea. No one dared to pretend anymore, and no one even had the courage to sit down. At this time, Xianghu said lightly, "Everyone, please sit down. Since today is a class reunion, don't be so reserved." Everyone was shocked again. Xianghu, not only did he not look down on them, but was so easygoing. They have extremely complicated feelings. Even a little touched. Wang Jiqing personally brought in several senior waiters, pushed a cart full of top-quality red wine and foreign wine, and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, these are the best wines in our hotel, specially prepared for you." Xianghu picked up a bottle of red wine and smiled. "It's a rare class reunion today, so don't be polite and drink as much as you can." This sentence shocked everyone completely. A truly strong person would not bother to step on others to show off himself. And Xianghu is exactly this kind of person. If it were them, if they had a status like Xianghu today, they would probably have shown off in various ways and stepped on everyone under their feet. But Xianghu didn't. He was even willing to treat them as equals and treat them to the best wine. This pattern, this mentality. It's simply incomparable to ordinary people. In an instant, everyone was full of admiration for Xianghu. They raised their glasses one by one and took turns to toast Xianghu. "Xianghu, I was blind before, but today I am really convinced. Let me toast to you. Xianghu, you are the best student in our class. Anyone who dares to look down on you in the future is blind. It's our honor to meet you. Cheers to you, brother Zhang." Everyone toasted Xianghu crazily, admiring him from the bottom of their hearts. Xianghu smiled slightly, raised his glass and clinked glasses with them one by one. Just like that, in this harmonious atmosphere, everyone started chatting and recalling past events. "Ha, Xianghu, do you still remember? When we were in high school, we sneaked out of school to have a barbecue, but we were caught by our homeroom teacher and the whole class was punished by running laps. And more. In that sports meet, we participated in the 1,500-meter relay together and won glory for our class. Oh, you guys are still talking about it. Xianghu was a famous figure in our school back then. How many girls liked him? The more they talked, the more excited they became. The party was over and everyone left one after another, but they couldn't calm down. Everything that happened today completely overturned their cognition. Those who had once mocked Xianghu were now filled with regret, and even began to wonder if they had offended Xianghu too much and whether they should find a way to make amends. Those students who maintained a friendly attitude towards Xianghu were secretly happy, thinking that they were not blind back then, and perhaps they would have a chance to establish some relationship with him in the future. Even if it's just a little bit of light. It's enough for them to take off. However, Xianghu didn't care about what these people thought at all. He stood at the door of the hotel, his eyes falling on Li Jelly. Li Jelly stood beside him with a hint of reluctance on her face. The scenes just now completely changed her impression of Xianghu. She always thought that Xianghu was just an ordinary classmate, and even because of his family background, she didn't have the courage to confess to him. But today, Xianghu's transformation made her fall completely. Li Jelly said in a soft voice. "Thank you so much tonight, Xianghu." Xianghu smiled. "Why are you thanking me? We are classmates." Li Jelly's heart moved. She bit her lip lightly and suddenly spoke. "Xianghu, can you take me home?" The students around were all stunned when they saw this scene. Everyone knows that Li Jelly is one of the most beautiful girls in their class, and there are so many guys chasing after her that they can fill up the school playground. And she actually took the initiative to ask Xianghu to take her home? For a moment, the expressions of many male students became extremely complicated, feeling envious and a little sour. However, Xianghu did not show any surprise, but said calmly, "Okay, let's go." Li Jelly blushed slightly and nodded. Then, the two walked towards Xianghu's car together. When seeing Xianghu opening the door of a Volkswagen, many classmates looked at him strangely. Public? They had just witnessed Xianghu's strength, and he actually drives a Volkswagen? Some people instinctively thought that Xianghu might be trying to be low-key. But more people are wondering, could it be that Xianghu became rich suddenly, so he hasn't had time to change his car? What shocked them the most was Li Jelly not only did not show any disgust, but smiled happily, opened the passenger door and got in. Everyone was stunned. You know, Li Jelly is known for her high standards. In the past, when a rich second generation pursued her, she despised him. As a result, now, she is actually willing to sit in Xianghu's Volkswagen and smile so sweetly? What is going on? Many people were almost going crazy with jealousy, but they didn't dare to say anything. The car started and slowly drove away from the hotel. The atmosphere in the car was ambiguous. Li Jelly turned her head slightly and looked at Xianghu's profile with a somewhat obsessed look in her eyes. She had never observed Xianghu seriously before, but today she discovered that Xianghu had not only become stronger and more mysterious, but also more handsome than before. His facial features were three-dimensional and well-defined, and there was a hint of determination between his brows. There was no trace of his previous cowardice at all. This kind of man is the one who is truly worth relying on. Along the way, the two talked and laughed, recalling the past. Soon, the car stopped in front of Li Jelly's house. Chapter 32 Iron Crush. Li Jelly was a little reluctant and was reluctant to get off the car, so she said softly, "Xianghu, can we meet again when we have time in the future?" Xianghu smiled. "Certainly." Li Jelly smiled sweetly, and her eyes became softer. She suddenly plucked up the courage and said with a slightly blushing face, "Then, good night." After saying that, she got out of the car quietly and stood at the door until Xianghu's car drove away, then she reluctantly returned home. At the same time, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Xianghu's mind. Ding ding ding. The host impressed the goddess and gained a favorability score of 400. Comprehensive evaluation. The goddess has an 80% favorable impression on the host Iron Crush. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 100 million Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account. Reward, wish points plus 3,000. Xianghu smiled slightly. Another 100 million arrived, and he could no longer remember how much money was in his account. However, he was more concerned about the wish value. This is a good thing that can make his wish come true. Just as he was thinking about how to use the wishing points, his cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Xianghu picked up the phone and a familiar and sweet voice came from it. "Good evening, Mr. Zhang." Xianghu was slightly stunned, then he remembered this voice was exactly that of Xiaolongnu. Oh, no, now you should call her by her real name, Zhou Fangfei. Xianghu almost forgot that he had an appointment with her today. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Fangfei smiled gently and her voice was gentle. Brother Zhang, don't we have an appointment today? You won't forget it, will you? Xianghu was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that he had made an appointment with Zhou Fangfei to meet before. I had been planning to meet her at the class reunion. The result was just a slap in the face. Forget about this matter, he said with a smile. Of course I won't forget. Where are you now? I'm now in Jiangcheng Square. Okay, I'll go over there. Xianghu hung up the phone, drove to the square, and soon arrived at his destination. From a distance, he saw a slim figure. Zhou Fangfei, standing under the streetlight, wearing a casual dress and a pair of high heels, has a slender figure, especially her pair of long legs, which look particularly dazzling in the night. Xianghu was slightly stunned. He originally thought that Zhou Fangfei in real life might be a little different from her appearance in the live broadcast, but he didn't expect that. She is even more beautiful in real life than in the live broadcast. The noble temperament unique to stewardesses, coupled with her gentle and peaceful demeanor, makes people unable to take their eyes off her. At this time, Zhou Fangfei also saw Xianghu. When she saw Xianghu, she was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. I didn't expect, Brother Zhang is so tall and so handsome? When Zhou Fangfei saw Xianghu for the first time, she was stunned and her heart beat faster. She originally thought that Xianghu was a second-generation rich man who spent money like water, and she was even mentally prepared that he might be a greasy middle-aged upstart, or an uneducated playboy. But the man in front of her completely exceeded her expectations. Xianghu is not only tall, but also has a unique temperament. His facial features are angular and his eyes are deep. The indifference and composure that emanates from the inside out is completely different from those rich second generations she has met before. He is truly tall, rich, and handsome. Moreover, he is the kind of tall, rich, and handsome man who makes women's hearts beat faster and they can't help but be moved. Brother Xianghu. She called out subconsciously, with a hint of shyness in her voice. She felt mixed emotions, gratitude, surprise, and an indescribable excitement. Originally, her original intention of live streaming was just to raise money for her mother's surgery, but Xianghu gave her hundreds of millions in tips in one night, making her an instant celebrity. When the platform's gift share arrived, she found that she had received tens of millions of yuan at once. She no longer had to worry about her mother's surgery fees, and even her future life could be completely changed. Fangfei, you're not disappointed after seeing me in person, are you? Xianghu looked at her with a smile and joked deliberately. Zhou Fangfei's pretty face turned slightly red, and she quickly shook her head and said seriously. No, I just didn't expect you to be so handsome. Xianghu laughed and said casually. Then it seems I am quite a surprise. Zhou Fangfei nodded slightly, but felt a little flustered. She originally thought that she was just grateful to Xianghu, but now, she found that she seemed to be really moved. She didn't want to be too obvious, so she quickly changed the subject. Brother Xianghu, let me buy you a cup of coffee. Please me? Xianghu raised his eyebrows. Shouldn't you let me treat you? Zhou Fangfei bit her lip, smiled and shook her head. No, I want to please. She knew that Xianghu was not short of money at all, but she also wanted to do something for Xianghu. The two walked into a high-end cafe together. Zhou Fangfei's beauty was so stunning, with delicate facial features, perfect figure, and her natural stewardess temperament that all the men in the cafe couldn't help but look at her sideways. Many men were amazed when they saw her, and some even wanted to approach her to chat with her, but when their eyes fell on Xianghu, they immediately gave up the idea. Because Xianghu, so handsome. Not only does he have a tall and straight figure, but his temperament also beats all of them. No matter how you look at him, he's the kind of man that women are attracted to. These two are a perfect match. Fuck, a real-life version of the Return of the Condor Heroes? I'm so envious. Why are beauties like this always snatched away by handsome guys? Nonsense, or else you, a fat guy, can get a bargain? For ordinary people like us, let's not even think about it. The discussions around her made Zhou Fangfei even more shy. She lowered her head and dared not look at Xianghu. But Xianghu remained calm and composed. The two found a seat by the window, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and chatted about each other. I only knew you were a host before, but I didn't expect that your real job is actually a flight attendant. Well, actually I didn't want to do a live broadcast at first. Zhou Fangfei did not talk about the difficulties at her family, but simply explained them briefly. Xianghu listened and laughed. What about now? After becoming famous, have you considered becoming a full-time anchor? Zhou Fangfei was slightly stunned, then shook her head and said seriously. No, I love flying, I love the sky, and being a stewardess is my dream. Xianghu looked at her with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. It's good to have a dream. Zhou Fangfei's heartbeat quickened again. She felt that Xianghu's eyes seemed to see through her, making her feel attracted. And Xianghu deliberately teased. But I have to warn you, you're so popular now, you might be mobbed by fans when you walk through the airport in the future. Zhou Fangfei chuckled, her pretty face slightly red, and gave Xianghu a reproachful look. It's not that exaggerated. Xianghu chuckled. What if someone comes after you? Chapter 33 Bodyguard Robot. Zhou Fangfei was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Xianghu to tease her so directly. If any other man said this, she would definitely feel greasy. But for some reason, when Xianghu said it, she felt a little fluttering. She lowered her head, blushed, and spoke softly. Well, it depends on who it is. Xianghu raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with interest. What about me? You. Zhou Fangfei was completely embarrassed, her face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. She didn't dare to look at Xianghu at all. She hurriedly picked up the coffee and took a sip, trying to hide her panic. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Xianghu's mind. Ding ding ding. The host succeeded in flirting with the girl and gained 666 favorability points. Overall evaluation, the goddess's favorability towards the host is 95% completely in love. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing, the strategy will be completed soon. Rewards, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a pair of black and white evil AI robot bodyguards. Xianghu was slightly stunned. Rolls-Royce Phantom? Bodyguard robot? At this moment, the system continued to prompt. The Rolls-Royce Phantom has replaced the Volkswagen and is parked in the parking lot. Xianghu looked down at the car keys in his hand and found that the original Volkswagen key had become a Rolls-Royce key. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, the system is still so powerful. However, he was more curious about black and white AI robot bodyguards? What the hell is this? Xianghu thought to himself and planned to find a chance to check it out later. At this time, Zhou Fangfei had recovered and asked softly. Brother Xianghu, what are you thinking about? Xianghu smiled and shook his head. Nothing, I was just thinking about where to go next. Well, shall we go to the mall? The two got up, walked out of the cafe, and prepared to go shopping. As they walked towards the parking lot, Xianghu saw the brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, he took out the key and pressed it lightly. The next moment, the Phantom's headlights lit up and the door slowly opened to welcome its owner. Zhou Fangfei was completely stunned when she saw this scene. Brother Xianghu, this is your car? Xianghu smiled and said casually. What else? Zhou Fangfei's heart beat faster and she looked at Xianghu with complicated eyes. She almost forgot. The Xianghu in front of him is not an ordinary college student. But he is a super rich man who spends money like water. Xianghu sat in the driver's seat, put his hands on the steering wheel, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and glanced at Zhou Fangfei in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror. At this moment, she was lowering her head, taking out an exquisite makeup box from her bag, gently opening it, and carefully touching up her makeup. Xianghu smiled and joked. No need to make up, you are already very beautiful. Zhou Fangfei paused slightly with the makeup brush in her hand, and a hint of pink appeared at the base of her ears, but she quickly lowered her head and continued to concentrate on touching up her makeup, speaking in a low voice. What girl doesn't put on makeup? No matter how pretty she is, she has to be more refined. Her voice was very soft, with a hint of shyness, as if she was afraid that Xianghu would see through her thoughts. Usually, she wears light makeup. But now he is facing his own top brother. She wants to be in her best condition. After hearing this, Xianghu didn't say anything more, but the smile on his face deepened. At the same time, he began to think about the black and white evil's bodyguard robot rewarded by the system. What level is this thing? With doubts in mind, Xianghu silently chanted in his heart, summon the black and white devils. The next second, he looked through the car window and saw two tall figures slowly approaching in the night not far away. One was a dark-skinned, burly black man wearing a well-tailored black suit and black sunglasses. He looked like Agent Fauberl from a Hollywood blockbuster. The other was a tall, well-defined white man with short blonde hair. He was also wearing a well-tailored suit. He exuded a murderous aura and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. The two men walked steadily and silently to the front of Xianghu's car, bowed their heads slightly in unison, and saluted Xianghu. "Master, the black and white devils await your orders." The voices of the two people rang in Xianghu's mind. Deep and powerful. This style makes him look like a top elite agent. Xianghu was overjoyed. This level of style was simply amazing. He glanced at the system's skill description, his eyes fixed. Black and white bodyguard robot abilities. Invulnerable to swords and guns made of top-grade nanoalloy, it cannot be harmed by ordinary guns and cold weapons. Master combat skills: Sanda, Muay Thai, military combat, assassination, counter-terrorism, and perfectly simulate the top human combat skills. Intelligent protection can automatically determine the owner's security environment and take defensive actions when necessary. Brainwave control: the owner can remotely control and adjust the mode through brainwaves. Mode selection. Alert mode: the black and white devils will constantly monitor the surrounding environment, proactively detect dangers, and ensure the absolute safety of their owners. Privacy mode: the black and white devils will temporarily retreat, and the owner can summon them at any time. It is suitable for occasions in daily life when you don't want to attract attention. Combat mode: the black and white devils enter full combat mode and can use combat techniques beyond human limits to quickly defeat any enemy. Xianghu's eyes lit up slightly and he couldn't help but admire in his heart. This system is simply invincible. Although he now possesses the skills of a Sanda champion, he is just an ordinary person after all, and it is impossible for him to be on guard against danger all the time. The existence of the black and white devils completely freed him from this hidden worry. Awesome! Xianghu felt even happier, and he adjusted the black and white devils to privacy mode directly through brainwaves. The two nodded at the same time, then turned around silently, disappeared into the darkness, and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Zhou Fangfei in the co-pilot seat finally finished her makeup, raised her head, exhaled gently, and revealed a perfect smile. "Okay, let's go," she said sweetly. Xianghu looked at her deeply and smiled. "Let's go." He started the car, and the low engine sound of the Rolls-Royce Phantom roared. The luxurious interior space made Zhou Fangfei a little dazed. She originally thought that Xianghu, like other rich second generations, would deliberately show off his assets. But along the way, Xianghu behaved extremely calmly, as if all this was just a normal thing for him. This contrast made Zhou Fangfei's heart gradually sink. In the next few hours, the two of them strolled through the most prosperous commercial streets in Jiangchang. Xianghu didn't want to buy anything at first, but Zhou Fangfei was a little reserved and didn't want Xianghu to spend money. In the end, Xianghu bought himself a few sets of clothes. Chapter 34, 100% Favorability. The two talked and laughed all the way. Time passed unknowingly and night soon fell. Zhou Fangfei glanced at the time and said softly, "Brother Xianghu, it's getting late, can you take me home?" Xianghu nodded and drove the Rolls-Royce towards her apartment. Time flies. When the car stopped at the gate of the community, Zhou Fangfei breathed a sigh of relief, unbuckled her seatbelt, but did not get out of the car. She tilted her head slightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her eyes held a hint of reluctance. "Brother Xianghu, today I'm really happy." Xianghu smiled and teased deliberately. "Why? Are you just sending you back like this? Why don't you invite me up to sit with you?" Zhou Fangfei was stunned, and her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She hesitated for a long time before speaking in a low voice. "Well, it's too late. It's not very convenient." She was not a reserved woman, but she could feel that she was completely attracted to Xianghu. She was afraid that if she really let Xianghu go up tonight, she would not be able to control herself. Seeing this, Xianghu stopped teasing her and just smiled gently. "Okay, go to bed early today and make an appointment another day." Zhou Fangfei nodded slightly, pushed open the car door, got out of the car, and couldn't help but look back. "Good night." Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of different emotions. Xianghu waved his hand and waited for her to enter the community before slowly starting the Rolls-Royce and disappearing into the night. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding ding ding. The host and the goddess had a sweet date and gained favorability value, 888 points. Comprehensive evaluation: the goddess's favorability towards the host is 100% completely fallen. Congratulations to the host for completing the guide. Reward: a high-end private yacht worth 1 billion. When Xianghu heard about the reward, he was immediately cheered up. A private yacht? Worth 1 billion? This system is really getting more and more awesome. He smiled and shook his head, looking at the reward details provided by the system. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems, it's time to enjoy the life of a wealthy man. As the night falls, Xianghu Villa looks even more luxurious and grand under the lights. Xianghu drove the Rolls-Royce slowly into the yard and stopped the car steadily. Pushing open the car door and walking into the villa, he found that the house was brightly lit, but there was no sign of Xiaolinger. Where has this annoying little goblin gone? Xianghu raised his eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Logically speaking, Xiaolinger has already moved in with me and usually rests in the villa. Why is she not here now? However, Xianghu was too lazy to care about her. Once you fall in love with this kind of woman, you lose. He poured a glass of red wine, sat on the sofa and gently shook the glass, looking at the night view of Xianghu Lake through the floor-to-ceiling windows, thinking about his next plan. Just then, the phone vibrated. He picked up his phone and saw Xiaolinger's green bubble status display on dancing in a nightclub, so happy. Xianghu raised his eyebrows slightly, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Going to a nightclub? Ha, this woman is testing me. Xianghu was too lazy to pay attention. He smiled lightly, put his phone aside, and sipped the red wine leisurely. On the other side, Jiangcheng's top nightclub, Mai's. Deafening music echoed throughout the hall, and the dance floor was filled with men and women twisting their bodies wildly. Xiaolinger sat in the VIP seat, wearing a black slim dress that outlined her perfect curves. Her long legs were crossed, and she looked charming yet cool. Her fingers gently stroked the screen of her mobile phone, staring at the chat interface, feeling annoyed. I have been missing for a day, and there is no news from Xianghu at all? Not even a where have you been? No questions asked? Doesn't he worry about himself at all? Xiaolinger felt a little unhappy. Her best friend Shuer noticed her abnormality, came over with a smile and spoke in a charming voice. Linger, what's wrong with you today? Don't you always dislike this kind of place? Why did you suddenly drag me to the nightclub today? Xiaolinger was slightly startled, then smiled to hide her emotion. Relax once in a while. Shuer didn't believe it. She squinted her eyes and looked at Xiaolinger. Then she raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said teasingly. You don't want to run into someone by chance, or have someone come to you, do you? Xiaolinger was stunned and her eyes dodged for a moment. Shuer smiled immediately. It is indeed so. Shut up. Xiaolinger glared at her, her cheeks slightly red. Am I right? You want to make your new mysterious boyfriend jealous? Shuer continued to tease, with a gossipy gleam in her eyes. Xiaolinger curled her lips but did not deny it. That's exactly what she thought. Nightclubs are places where all kinds of people mix, and the relationships between men and women are ambiguous. She deliberately showed her location on the green bubble just to see Xianghu's reaction. According to the general character of men, as long as they care about their women, when they see their girlfriends appear in the nightclub, they will definitely rush over and question her, and may even get jealous and take her away forcibly. But what is the result? Xianghu didn't react at all. This made Xiaolinger very unhappy. Linger, who is your man? Shuer asked curiously. Xiaolinger came back to her senses, smiled faintly, picked up the wineglass and took a sip. A mysterious man. Shuer pouted. TSK, stop keeping us in suspense. I heard that you fell in love with a man recently and moved out. Is that true? Xiaolinger pursed her lips and smiled, not denying it. Oh my, this is unbelievable, our school beauty Xiaolinger was actually conquered by a man? Shuer covered her mouth and said in surprise. Xiaolinger smiled without saying anything, but her eyes revealed a hint of tenderness. Just then, a man came over, holding a wineglass and with an attentive smile on his face. Linger, I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiaolinger looked up and frowned slightly after seeing who was coming. The person who came was her classmate, Wang Xiaoyu, the second son of the Wang family in Jiangcheng. His family ran real estate in Jiangcheng and had assets of over 10 billion. He was a veritable rich second generation. However, this Wang Xiaoyu has been pursuing Xiaolinger, but Xiaolinger has never had any interest in him. Master Wang. Xiaolinger greeted him indifferently with a distant tone. Wang Xiaoyu didn't care about Xiaolinger's coldness at all. He smiled slightly, sat down next to her, waved his hand casually, signaling the waiter to come over, and opened 2 bottles of Louis XIII directly. The men and women around all looked at her with envy. Louis XIII, a bottle costs 200,000, and Wang Xiaoyu bought 2 bottles right away. It is clear that he is very generous. Linger, since we've met, why don't we have a drink together? Wang Xiaoyu said with a smile. Chapter 35, The Annoying Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger frowned slightly. She didn't want to pay attention to him, but she felt a little annoyed, so she didn't refuse. She picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoyu was secretly happy, thinking that Zhao Linger's attitude had softened a little, and immediately took the opportunity to speak. Linger, are you living outside now? How? Could it be that she has found a boyfriend and is living with him? Zhao Linger's eyes turned slightly cold, and she looked at Wang Xiaoyu with an indifferent tone. Does this have anything to do with you? The smile on Wang Xiaoyu's face froze slightly, but he quickly regained his confident look. Of course it matters, I have been pursuing you. If you live with someone else, I need to know in advance. But even if this is the case, I won't give up. Shuer joked with a smile on her face. Master Wang, you are wrong. Linger is free to live with whomever she wants. That's right. Several female classmates nearby also echoed. Wang Xiaoyu's face looked a little ugly, but he was a man who had seen and experienced a lot after all, and he was thick-skinned enough, so he quickly said with a smile. Okay, then let me ask in a different way, Linger, who is your boyfriend? How come I've never heard you mention it? Zhao Linger gently put down the wine glass and said lightly. You don't need to know. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes darkened slightly and the smile on his face gradually faded. The woman Zhao Linger has always been the goddess in his heart. But her attitude has never been open to herself. Now she has even moved out. Could it be that she has really been taken away by some man? Wang Xiaoyu was unhappy. What was his identity? As the second son of the Wang family in Jiangcheng, what kind of woman can't he get? He narrowed his eyes, his tone tinged with contempt. Isn't he a poor boy with no status? Linger, you weren't deceived, were you? How about introducing him to me? Let me help you see if he's a reliable person. After he finished speaking, several male classmates followed suit, their words full of sarcasm. Zhao Linger frowned slightly, feeling a little impatient. But at this moment, her phone vibrated. Zhao Linger tapped her finger lightly on the phone screen and watched the message pop up with bated breath. Her heart suddenly started beating faster. However, when she saw that it was just a green bubble reminder of her step count, the expectation on her face froze instantly, and a hint of deep disappointment flashed in her eyes. She thought, it was Xianghu. Does he really not care about himself at all? Zhao Linger's face changed and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Wang Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him, took in the entire scene. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Linger, what's wrong? Are you waiting for news from someone? Wang Xiaoyu deliberately lowered his voice, his tone was teasing and a little frivolous. As soon as he finished speaking, the students around him looked over with gossipy looks on their faces. Zhao Linger frowned and said nothing. Seeing this, Shuer spoke directly to him. Master Wang, you are meddling too much, aren't you? Is it your turn to take care of Linger's affairs? Wang Xiaoyu's face froze, then he started laughing again. Shuer, you can't say that. We are all classmates. Linger is so outstanding, she must have many suitors around her. Can't we show some concern for her? Yes, Linger, you don't really have a boyfriend, do you? Who is it? Let us get to know him too. Several female classmates nearby also joined in the fun, with curiosity flashing in their eyes. That's right, he can make our campus beauty uneasy. It seems that this man is not simple. Isn't he some big shot? A group of people were talking at once, with a hint of joking and tentativeness in their tone. Zhao Linger's face turned slightly cold. She was too lazy to pay attention to these people's booing, but she became more and more annoyed in her heart. Xianghu, what is he doing? Does he really not care about himself at all? At this time, Wang Xiaoyu continued to speak, with a somewhat evil smile in his eyes. Linger, didn't some poor boy cheat you? If you need a boyfriend, we old classmates are always ready for you. Several boys around also echoed, their words full of ridicule. Zhao Linger felt annoyed. She glanced at Wang Xiaoyu coldly with an indifferent tone. You don't need to worry about my business. The smile on Wang Xiaoyu's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to a confident smile. Linger, I'm not worried, I'm just afraid that you've been deceived. Look, you are so beautiful, if you were tricked by some poor boy to be his backup, wouldn't that be a big loss? You said so? He looked at the others and gave a teasing smile. Yes, Linger, you still have to be cautious. Not every man is worth dating. That's right. In our circle, any boy is 100 times better than the average person outside. Why would we need to look for an unknown guy? Master Wang is right. Several people spoke up, looking as if they were worried about Zhao Linger, but in fact they were secretly trying to find out who Zhao Linger's boyfriend was. Zhao Linger suppressed her anger and was about to fight back. However, at this moment, a group of people suddenly came over from the other side of the nightclub, looking very aggressive. The leader was a young man in a black shirt. He had handsome features, a hint of sinisterness, and an unruly aura. Behind him followed 7 or 8 young men, all of whom were second-generation wealthy families in Jiangcheng. They were dressed in suits and had arrogant looks and domineering demeanors. Fuck! It's young Master Long. Long Jianfei. Why is he here? The Long family of Jiangcheng. This is one of the top 10 families in Jiangcheng. How could he appear here? It's over, it's over. Young Master Long is one of the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng. Wherever he goes, there will be chaos. I'm afraid something is going to happen today. The scene suddenly became quiet and everyone's expression changed. Wang Xiaoyu and others also changed their expressions. Instead, there was a fear that came from the heart. Long Jianfei, the eldest son of the Long family in Jiangcheng, is a true young master of a wealthy family. With just one stomp of his feet, the whole Jiangcheng will tremble. Most importantly, this person is perverted. Almost everyone in Jiangcheng's upper-class circles knew about the rumors about him. Without exception, all the women he liked were won by him. Moreover, the way he plays with women is far more terrifying and perverted than that of an ordinary playboy. After being toyed with by him, many women either became mentally ill or committed suicide by jumping off buildings. In the end, everything was suppressed by the Long family and there were no consequences at all. Even so, no one dared to provoke him. Because, standing behind him is the Long family. Everyone knows that there are many people in Jiangcheng that cannot be provoked, but the one that cannot be provoked the most is the Long family. Chapter 36, The Young Master of the Long Family. Long Jianfei's eyes swept across the entire room, finally landing on Zhao Linger, with a faint smile on his lips. Linger, I finally found you. He spoke slowly. Zhao Linger's face turned pale instantly, her fingertips trembled slightly, and her heart beat wildly. It's over. Why is this lunatic here? She subconsciously wanted to get up and leave, but Long Jianfei was already walking closer, with a more playful smile on his face. Linger, I've been looking for you for a long time. Are you hiding from me? His tone was gentle, but it made people feel cold all over. Zhao Linger suppressed her fear and forced a smile on her face. Mr. Long, how come you have time to come here? Long Jianfei curled the corners of his mouth slightly and said lightly. Of course I'm here to see you. His eyes fell on Zhao Linger. I, Long Jianfei, never like to wait for others. He walked slowly closer, stretched out his hand, and wanted to touch Zhao Linger's face. Zhao Linger stood up suddenly and dodged his hand. The smile on her face disappeared, replaced by deep resistance. Long Jianfei's eyes darkened slightly, and the smile on his lips turned a little colder. What? Are you resisting me? His voice was low and dangerous. Zhao Linger's heart beat faster, her fingers tightly gripped her bag, and her breathing became rapid. She knew that today's test would be difficult. Before that, she met Long Jianfei at a dinner party. At the beginning, I had a pretty good impression of Long Jianfei. But later, she heard about all the evil deeds of Long Jianfei. What's more, Long Jianfei always invited her out in the middle of the night. Or some shady places where few people go. She was scared and refused them all. But Long Jianfei kept his eyes on her, and even sent people to follow her a few times? She never expected that after hiding for so long, Long Jianfei still found her. What's even more terrifying is that he didn't come alone. Behind him stood a group of second-generation dandies, all of whom were well-known and prominent in Jiangcheng. Each of them had a family background much stronger than the students present. Any one of these people is a powerful figure in the market, let alone the devil Long Jianfei? The entire private room was in complete silence. There was a hint of a smile on Long Jianfei's lips as he looked at Zhao Linger with cold eyes. Linger, what's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me? Zhao Linger's throat was dry and she had trouble breathing. Her heart was in turmoil and she was extremely frightened. She had heard about Long Jianfei's evil deeds a long time ago. How to calm down? She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and gave a stiff smile. Mr. Long. You are so busy, how come you still have time to come here? Long Jianfei sneered and glanced at Zhao Linger with a scrutinizing look. You can talk. He licked his lips, narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled more dangerously. What a pity, you didn't answer my calls or reply my messages. Do you think I'm not worth your time? Zhao Linger's breathing suddenly stopped. Before she could even open her mouth, Schwer beside her hurriedly stepped forward, forced a smile, and tried to ease the atmosphere. Mr. Long, Linger has been busy with her studies recently and may not have noticed your message. Don't be angry, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Long Jianfei's eyes turned cold and the smile on his lips disappeared instantly. He suddenly raised his hand and pushed Schwer away. Schwer staggered and almost fell to the ground, but was quickly caught by Wang Xiaoyu who was beside her. Wang Xiaoyu's expression changed. Young Master Long. Wang Xiaoyu forced a smile with a hint of flattery, trying to ease the atmosphere. Linger might really be too busy. As you know, she usually has a full schedule. How about we all have a drink first to avoid damaging the relationship? Long Jianfei glanced at Wang Xiaoyu, a hint of disdain appearing on the corner of his mouth. Who do you think you are? His tone was cold, with an innate sense of superiority. Wang Xiaoyu's face froze instantly, his fingers clenched, and the smile on his face almost disappeared. He himself is the second generation of a wealthy family, and his family is in business. Although they are not wealthy, they are definitely not bad in Zhangcheng. Even among his classmates, he was a leader, and in the past, many people fawned on him. But Long Jianfei didn't even bother to look at him. But he didn't dare to resist. Because he knew that he and Long Jianfei were not on the same level. Wang Xiaoyu is considered a young master in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the real top wealthy families, he is just a small character who can't even touch the door. Mr. Long, you should calm down. Wang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, his face turning pale and blue. Cool down? Long Jianfei sneered, his eyes suddenly turned gloomy. Bang! A loud slap landed directly on Wang Xiaoyu's face. The whole box fell into silence in an instant. Wang Xiaoyu's head was instantly knocked crooked, half of his face was burning with pain, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head suddenly, a hint of anger burning in his eyes, but when he saw Long Jianfei's cold and sinister face, all the anger was instantly swallowed up by fear and swallowed down. He doesn't dare. He really doesn't dare. Because he knew that if he said one more word, Long Jianfei would not care who he was and would just trample him to death. Everyone in the box gasped and no one dared to say a word. The boys who were making a fuss just now lowered their heads, fearing that they would be targeted by Long Jianfei. Young Master Long, calm down, young Master Long, don't be angry. A few brave male classmates stepped forward to persuade him, fearing that Long Jianfei would continue to attack. Get lost. Long Jianfei spat out two words coldly, his eyes still fixed on Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger's fingers had turned white from being clenched. She was really panicked. Long Jianfei is serious. This madman came here just for her today. She stood up suddenly, forced herself to calm down, and spoke as calmly as possible. Mr. Long, it's getting late. I should go back. There was a tremor in her voice. However, Long Jianfei stopped her with a sneer on his face and a cold tone. Go back? Where to? Zhao Linger's face changed. Mr. Long, I respect you, but please respect yourself. She spoke through gritted teeth, her face livid. Self-respect? Long Jianfei narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his lips became increasingly cold. Linger, I've given you too much time. You're a smart person and you should know what the consequences will be if you reject me. He suddenly pulled Zhao Linger closer and whispered. Come with me tonight. Zhao Linger suddenly opened her eyes wide, her pupils contracted violently, and her whole body trembled. Impossible. She almost blurted it out, her eyes full of resistance. Oh. Long Jianfei laughed, and his laugh was extremely dangerous. He approached slowly, his eyes extremely cold. Impossible? Linger, do you think I am discussing this with you? Chapter 37, The Real Top Dandy. The students around looked at this scene, their faces turned pale, but no one dared to step forward. Everyone knew that Long Jianfei would not let Zhao Linger go this time. No one could save her. This is the real top playboy in Zhangcheng. Everyone understood that Zhao Linger was finished. Shui's fingers were trembling. She took a deep breath and, while everyone's attention was on Long Jianfei, quietly picked up Zhao Linger's phone and opened the green bubble chat interface. She knew that Zhao Linger had been in a close relationship with a man for some time. Although Zhao Linger did not say it explicitly, she could see that this man was definitely not simple. Looking through the notes, Shui saw those two words baby. This name is so intimate. This person must be Zhao Linger's boyfriend. She didn't dare to delay and immediately sent a message to the other party, which was concise and clear, and went straight to the point. Call the police. Zhao Linger is in danger. Jiangcheng Yeme nightclub. Come quickly. After sending it out, Shui's palms were sweaty and her heart was pounding, for fear of being discovered by Long Jianfei. On the other side, Xianghu, who had returned to Xianghu Villa, heard his cell phone vibrate. He casually clicked on the green bubble, and was stunned when he saw the message. Is Zhao Linger in danger? Xianghu's first reaction was, what is this woman doing? After all, Zhao Linger suddenly disappeared today, and I didn't look for her, but she went to a nightclub to have fun. Now she asked someone to send me a message saying that she was in danger? He sneered subconsciously, wondering if she was playing hard to get, trying to get him to go find her? After all, Zhao Linger is a smart woman who is good at manipulating people's hearts. She has used similar tricks before to attract his attention. But if you think about it carefully, something is wrong. Zhao Linger was a very proud woman. No matter how much she wanted to attract me, she would never bring up the words calling the police as a joke. This is no joke. Thinking of this, Xianghu's face darkened slightly, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Without giving it much thought, he immediately got dressed and went out. With a step on the accelerator, the Rolls-Royce Phantom started up with a bang, rushed out like an arrow, and headed straight towards the nightclub. On the other side, in the nightclub, Long Jianfei's patience has reached its limit. His eyes became more and more dangerous, and his whole body exuded a strong sense of oppression. His cold gaze was fixed on Zhao Linger, like a wolf staring at its prey. Linger, I hate it most when people reject me. His voice was low and carried an unquestionable authority. If you don't give me an explanation today, believe it or not, I can make you disappear completely from Zhangcheng. Young Master Long. Zhao Linger bit her lip, trying to calm herself, but the slight trembling of her fingertips betrayed her nervousness. Ah, young Master Long, why bother? The lackey next to him sneered, his tone sarcastic. Women, sometimes, just need to be taught a lesson. They are used to being superior and think they are so great, but what is the result? As long as they meet a truly powerful person, their arrogance will automatically disappear. Yes. The other lackey chuckled. Zhao Linger, do you know how much young Master Long cares about you? How many women have been begging to be noticed by young Master Long, but you, on the other hand, are trying to be so noble? Pa! Don't be shameless. The third lackey had a gloomy face and a threatening tone. Young Master Long is willing to give you a chance today, it's your honor, don't be ungrateful. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The students around him all lowered their heads and dared not speak. Some of the timid girls turned pale, grabbed the hem of their skirts tightly with both hands, and there was fear in their eyes. Although the boys were angry, they didn't dare to say anything in front of Long Jianfei. They knew Long Jianfei's background too well. This was a real wealthy family in Jiangcheng, with the Long family standing behind him. The entire underground world of Zhangcheng was almost under the control of the Long family. Who dares to go against Long Jianfei? Wang Xiaoyu covered his face with his hands, his eyes filled with resentment, but he didn't dare to speak at all. Zhao Linger's back was already soaked with cold sweat, and her mind was working rapidly, trying to think of a way to escape. She knew that if she didn't find a way to save herself today, it would be completely over. Taking a deep breath, she spoke suddenly. Mr. Long, please stop pushing me. I already have a boyfriend. As soon as these words came out, the whole box fell into deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. Long Jianfei's smile suddenly froze on his face, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his entire aura instantly became extremely cold. Oh? He uttered a word slowly, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. What did you say? Zhao Linger gritted her teeth, pinched her fingertips into her palms, her face was pale, but she still tried to remain calm. I said, I already have a boyfriend, we have a good relationship. Long Jianfei stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was extremely wild and sarcastic. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out, as if he had heard some huge joke. Linger. You don't think you can fool me with just an excuse, do you? The lackeys nearby also reacted one after another, with expressions of deep mockery on their faces. Zhao Linger, your boyfriend? Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Yeah, who is your boyfriend? He's not one of those poor guys in school, is he? Ha, young Master Long, did you hear that? She said she has a boyfriend. She really takes herself seriously. Long Jianfei sneered, his eyes were extremely cold and his tone was contemptuous. Tell me, who is your boyfriend? Zhao Linger took a deep breath, raised her head, met Long Jianfei's gaze, and spoke in a firm tone. He is the young master of a hidden family, and his identity is not convenient to reveal. Bang! In the box, there was a burst of laughter. Everyone was laughing so hard that they fell over, and some of the lackeys even nearly fell off the sofas laughing so hard. Ha 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 ha. A hidden family? Linger, you've read too many novels, haven't you? Fuck, how can you come up with such a ridiculous excuse? A hidden family? Why not call it an ancient martial arts family? The descendant of an immortal sect? Or the illegitimate son of the richest man? It's so funny, do you really think we are fools? Everyone was laughing wildly, their eyes filled with disdain and sarcasm. The smile on Long Jianfei's face became colder and more dangerous. He slowly reached out, touched his watch, and said lightly. Okay, then ask your boyfriend from the hidden family to pick you up. I want to see if he can take you away from here. Zhao Linger's heart tightened and she clenched her fists. The cold sweat on her back soaked her entire clothes. And at this moment, no one noticed. At the entrance of the nightclub, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped. The man stepped out of the car and slowly walked into the nightclub. Chapter 38 Domineering Appearance. Inside a nightclub box. Long Jianfei smiled even more proudly. He stared at Zhao Linger and spoke in a frivolous voice. Linger, since you have such an amazing boyfriend, you have to let me know his name, right? Zhao Linger's heart was pounding, but she knew that if she showed weakness today, Long Jianfei would never let her go. She took a deep breath, trying to look calm, and spoke through gritted teeth. His name is Xianghu. As soon as the words fell, the entire box fell into dead silence. Then, ha 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 ha. Long Jianfei couldn't help but burst into laughter. He waved his hand, pointed at Zhao Linger, and laughed so hard that tears were about to fall out. Zhao Linger, are you kidding me? Your boyfriend's name is Xianghu? I know all the prominent members of the Zhang family in Zhangcheng. Who is this young master you are talking about? The lackeys next to them were stunned for a moment, and then they burst into laughter. Fuck, I'm dying of laughter. Linger, you didn't just make up a name, did you? I thought he was some rich young man, but it turned out to be just this? Xianghu? This name sounds so low class. Ha ha, Xianghu? Which Xianghu? Don't tell me it's the notoriously poor guy in school. The students around were also shocked. No way? It's that Xianghu? I've heard of him. His family is extremely poor and he has to work several jobs. That's right. He wears a t-shirt for 2 years and doesn't even own a decent brand name piece. No way? Zhao Linger is actually with him? What does she want? Could it be that this is really love? Bullshit. Can love be eaten? Zhao Linger is the campus belle of our school. She ignored many rich second generations who pursued her. Now she is dating a poor guy? Do you believe it? Everyone was talking about it, their eyes full of confusion. Zhao Linger's face turned pale and blue as she listened to these discussions. She originally wanted to scare Long Jianfei, but unexpectedly, it had the opposite effect. Schwer slumped on the sofa in despair, her lips trembling slightly, and she was completely stunned. It's over. This was the only thought in her mind. She was full of expectations just now, thinking that Zhao Linger's boyfriend was a big shot who could save Zhao Linger from danger. The result turned out to be Xianghu? The most inconspicuous poor boy in their school? It's over now, completely over. Her face turned pale, and she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known this would be the case, she might as well just ask someone for help. Long Jianfei laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, his eyes full of mockery. Linger, you were afraid that I would take you away, so you just made up a random name, right? Xianghu? Ha, a little person I've never heard of, do you think you can scare me? Zhao Linger gritted her teeth. I didn't lie to you. Xianghu. Xianghu is really amazing. Haha, awesome? Long Jianfei sneered, looked around, and said jokingly. What about the others? Let him come. I want to see how awesome this brat you mentioned is. The lackeys all followed suit, with contempt on their faces. Yes, call him over. You don't dare to come? Or you can't afford the fare? A hidden family? I think they're delivering food? Don't talk nonsense, maybe he is the administrator of the internet cafe. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter and humiliated Zhao Linger unscrupulously. Zhao Linger's face was extremely ugly, and she regretted very much that she shouldn't have mentioned Xianghu's name. She bit her lips tightly, trying hard to prevent her eyes from reddening. Seeing this, Long Jianfei became even more proud. He knew that Zhao Linger had run out of options. An evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, enough fun, just follow me today. Zhao Linger struggled violently and shouted in horror. Let me go. Long Jianfei laughed even more wildly, and his lackeys surrounded him. At this moment. Didn't I tell you to let her go? Are you deaf or are you mentally ill? A cold and low voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look. At the door of the box, a tall man slowly walked in. He was wearing a black shirt, straight trousers, had a tall and slender figure and a handsome face. His sharp eyes were like stars in a cold night. The moment Zhao Linger saw Xianghu, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw from despair, and tears almost came out. She rushed over regardless of everything, threw herself into Xianghu's arms, hugged him tightly, her body trembling slightly. Xianghu, you are finally here. When Long Jianfei saw Zhao Linger actually threw herself into Xianghu's arms, he was stunned for a moment, and then his face became completely gloomy. His woman actually dared to throw herself into another man's arms in front of him? The lackeys around were also surprised, looking at each other and smiling playfully. Ha 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 ha. I thought Zhao Linger just made up a name, I didn't expect there really is such a person. Isn't this really her boyfriend? I am dying of laughter, is he really the famous poor guy in the school? Fuck, this is ridiculous. You didn't choose young Master Long, but chose this kind of bastard. Are you blind? Stop it. If young Master Long really gets into a fight with this kind of bastard, his status will be ruined. The students looked ashen, their faces pale, and they were too shocked to speak. It's over. Someone whispered in a low voice, with despair in his eyes. Originally, they were still wondering, who is Zhao Linger's boyfriend? Could he really be a powerful person who can save her from danger? But now, they have completely given up. It's really that poor Xianghu. It's over now. Not only is Zhao Linger doomed, but Xianghu will also die with her. When Shuer saw Xianghu appear, she was so angry that her face turned pale. She walked up to him quickly and scolded him. You idiot! Didn't I tell you to call the police? What are you doing here alone? Do you want to die? She was really pissed off. She knew that Xianghu didn't have much ability, but even if he didn't, he should at least have some self-awareness, right? Where is this place? Who is standing in front of him? Who is Long Jianfei? He is one of the most powerful dandies in Jiangcheng. He has a great family background and is well connected with both the black and white worlds. Who dares to provoke him? Do you even know what you are doing? Shuer glared at Xianghu, so angry that tears were about to fall. It wasn't because she looked down on Xianghu, but because she was really worried about Zhao Linger's safety and Xianghu's life. However, Xianghu glanced at her indifferently with a calm tone. Don't make a fuss. Leave today's matter to me. Wang Xiaoyu also became anxious and stood up and scolded Xianghu. Chapter 39. I'm afraid of beating you to death. Xianghu, who do you think you are? A hero saves the beauty? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own identity? You are trash, a waste. Now that you're here, not only will you fail to save Zhao Linger, but you'll implicate her, and you won't be able to save your own life either. Xianghu sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to these idiots. Long Jianfei was completely enraged. His eyes were as sinister as a poisonous snake. He stared at Xianghu with a sneer on his lips. Ha, steal my woman? Long Jianfei thought viciously in his heart. This kid, if he doesn't die today, he will be skinned alive. He turned and said to a lackey beside him, I don't want to waste my time talking to this kind of rubbish. Break his arms and legs first. Don't be too harsh. Just leave him with a breath. After all, I don't like people dying in front of me, it's too unlucky. The lackey immediately revealed a cruel smile, moved his neck, and his bones made a cracking sound. His muscles were knotted all over his body, and his fist was bigger than an ordinary person's head. He is a professional boxer and has defeated many people in underground boxing gyms. When facing ordinary people, he doesn't need to use any strength at all. One punch can cripple them. The lackey walked up to Xianghu and gave him a sinister smile. Kneel down, kid. Stretch out your hands. I promise to only break one. Otherwise, you'll have broken bones all over your body. After saying this, he flexed his wrists, put on a boxing stance, and looked cruel. The lackeys around him laughed wildly and made constant mocking noises. Haha, young Master Long is really magnanimous. It would be a waste of energy to just kill this kind of trash. Brother Wang, I'm afraid he will faint immediately after this punch, right? TSK, that's fate, some people just don't know their own limits. The students all turned pale. Although they wanted to stop them, they were stopped by the lackeys. They could not move at all, let alone resist. Wang Xiaoyu muttered in a low voice. It's over, it's really over now. Shuer also covered her mouth, her eyes full of despair. Everyone thought that Xianghu would definitely die today. Boxer brother Wang had a grim smile on his face. He stretched his neck and moved his shoulders, and his joints made crackling sounds. He looked at Xianghu with a teasing look, as if he were his prey, and sneered. Boy, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and cut off your own hands and feet. I can still let you suffer less. The second-generation people around burst into laughter, and some of them took out their mobile phones, ready to take a picture of Xianghu kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, and post it online to ridicule him. Haha, this idiot must have been frightened to death, right? You still dare to be so stubborn? You will know how dangerous society is in a moment. Brother Wang is a professional boxer. With one straight punch, this kid will probably be sent to the ICU. Zhao Linger is so unlucky that she found such a loser as her boyfriend, and now she's getting herself into trouble. Long Jianfei crossed his arms, a sneer on his face and teasing in his eyes. Xianghu, right? I want you to know what happens if you dare to snatch a woman from me. Wang Xiaoyu's face looked extremely ugly, and he said through gritted teeth. Xianghu, why don't you kneel down and apologize? Don't implicate Zhao Linger. Shuer also became anxious and roared. Xianghu, could you please stop being so stupid? Do you know who is on the other side? Where do you get your confidence from? Everyone was waiting for the moment when Xianghu knelt down, waiting to see how this poor, ignorant bastard would be beaten up. However, Xianghu remained calm and composed. He just looked at the boxer in front of him with a sneer on his lips and an indifferent look in his eyes. Cut off my arms and legs? Xianghu sneered, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Just because you are a piece of trash? With just one sentence, the laughter around them stopped abruptly. Everyone was stunned. Is this guy crazy? Brother Wang was also stunned, then he laughed in anger. Boy, you really don't know how to live or die. He kicked his feet with amazing explosive power, and rushed towards Xianghu like a cannonball, and smashed Xianghu's face directly with his iron fist. He is extremely fast and has incredible strength. He once broke a strong man's jaw with just one punch in an underground boxing ring. With this punch, Xianghu would either be dead or disabled. A cruel smile appeared on Brother Wang's lips. Go to hell. However. Bang! A dull crash sounded. Everyone's eyes widened, and the next second, they were horrified to see that Brother Wang's powerful fist actually stopped in mid-air and was caught by Xianghu's nonchalant hand. Caught? What? Brother Wang's smile froze and his whole body shook violently. He looked down at his fist in disbelief, and the grim smile on his face instantly turned into shock. He tried to pull back his fist, but found that it didn't move at all. Xianghu's 5 fingers, like iron clamps, clasped his fist tightly, making him unable to move. How is this possible? Brother Wang's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was in turmoil. This kid is so strong? Impossible. It must be a coincidence. Brother Wang roared and suddenly punched Xianghu with his other fist. However, bang! Xianghu raised his right hand and punched forward. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Brother Wang's right hand was bent into a strange angle. His entire arm was broken, and the severe pain made him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Aha! Brother Wang covered his arm with his hands, his face covered in cold sweat. His knees went weak and he fell to the ground, looking at Xianghu with horror in his eyes. This is impossible. At this moment, the whole bar was dead silent. Everyone was stunned and shocked, speechless. Is this still the poor Xianghu they know? What kind of monster is this kid? Wang Xiaoyu opened his mouth wide, looking at the scene in disbelief, with a storm in his heart. How is this possible? Xuer was completely stunned. She originally thought that Xianghu would be knocked down by a punch, and his limbs might even be broken, but who could have thought? Xianghu actually crippled Brother Wang with just one punch? Zhao Linger was shocked to the extreme. She thought Xianghu was going to call someone. But I didn't expect that Xianghu was so strong. Who is he? Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes trembled, and her heart was extremely complicated. The most shocked person was Long Jianfei. His face instantly became extremely gloomy, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. How come Xianghu was so powerful? Is he really just a scholar? However, he quickly suppressed his surprise and his expression became even more ferocious. Xianghu, you're quite good at fighting. Long Jianfei sneered, his eyes becoming more vicious. But do you think this is the end? Do you really think you can save Zhao Linger? Chapter 40. Play as you like. He waved his hand, and several stronger bodyguards behind him immediately stood up. Kill him for me. Long Jianfei said coldly. These bodyguards are not underground black boxers like Brother Wang. They are professional fighting masters trained by the Long family. They have served in the special forces and are real killing machines. The people around gasped again. Wang Xiaoyu and Xuer were even more desperate. It's over this time. Wang Xiaoyu's face was pale and his whole body was trembling. Xuer's heart beat faster, her fists clenched, and she stared at Xianghu, feeling extremely complicated inside. Zhao Linger was also extremely nervous. She wanted to ask Xianghu to escape quickly, but she knew that Long Jianfei would never let him go. The lackeys around were even more smug and mocked. Just because you beat a loser just now, you really think you are invincible? Ha, young Master Long brought a real killing machine with him. Boy, you are dead. If this kid can get away alive today, I'll write my name backwards. Xianghu glanced around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes were terrifyingly calm. Yeah? He moved his neck and chuckled, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Do you really think that you can deal with me with just these trash? He raised his hand and flicked it lightly. Come out, the black and white devils. As soon as he finished speaking, two tall figures suddenly appeared under the dim lights of the nightclub. One was as black as night, with solid muscles, like a statue cast in steel. The other one was as white as jade, with a strange indifference, and his eyes were so cold that there was no human emotion at all. The two men were wearing black suits, with sunglasses covering their eyes. They stood behind Xianghu, one on the left and one on the right, like two guardian gods, with a cold and murderous aura. The black and white evil spirits are coming. In an instant, the air in the entire bar seemed to freeze. Everyone was shocked by the aura of these two people. Especially Long Jianfei, his pupils suddenly shrank, his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and his breathing became rapid. He instinctively felt that these two people were definitely not ordinary people. As for the lackeys who followed him, their faces changed drastically and they couldn't help but take a few steps back with fear in their eyes. These people are professional bodyguards? No. Stronger than an ordinary professional bodyguard. Some people even felt that these two people had a strong murderous aura. Wang Xiaoyu was completely stunned, his eyes fixed on the black and white devils, his heart was in turmoil. What the hell is going on here? Xianghu actually has such a terrifying bodyguard around him? Who is he? Xuer was even more shocked and couldn't believe what she saw. Are these two really just ordinary bodyguards? Why do I feel like they can take on 10 people at once? Zhao Linger's delicate body trembled, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She finally realized that her previous guess was not wrong. Xianghu was definitely not an ordinary person. Before, she thought that Xianghu was just a young master from a hidden family. Although his family background was powerful, he did not necessarily have military power. But now, she discovered that Xianghu was not only rich, but also had unfathomable strength. Long Jianfei took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and sneered. Ha, you think you can scare me just by hiring 2 bodyguards? Do you think this is a place where you can be arrogant? Go ahead, kill these 2 bastards. He waved his hand suddenly, and several bodyguards wearing tights and with fierce momentum rushed forward. These people were all invited back from overseas by the Long family at a huge expense. They are all experienced fighting masters. Each of them is from the Special Forces and has carried out countless life and death missions. However, the black and white devils are moving. Haisha was extremely fast and disappeared in an instant like a ghost. The next second, he appeared in front of a bodyguard, grabbed the man's neck with one hand and squeezed it hard. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, and the bodyguard's neck twisted instantly, his eyes bulged out, and he was strangled unconscious and fell limply to the ground. On the other side, Bai Sha took a step forward and the floor shook. He raised his hand and slapped a bodyguard, sending him flying. The bodyguard rolled several times in the air and slammed heavily on the bar counter. The bar glass shattered, fragments flew everywhere, and blood flew everywhere. In less than 3 seconds, the 2 Special Forces level bodyguards completely lost their combat effectiveness. The people around were completely stunned. What kind of monster is this? Too fast. Mr. Long's bodyguard can't even survive a single encounter? Who is this person? Wang Xiaoyu's face was as pale as paper, his body was shaking uncontrollably, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Shuer was so shocked that she lost the ability to think. She stared at the black and white devils and felt like she was suffocating. Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes trembled and her heart beat wildly. She stared at Xianghu as if she was meeting him for the first time. Who is he? Why does he have such a terrifying bodyguard? These people can't be ordinary bodyguards. Long Jianfei's expression finally changed. His breathing was rapid, his face was ashen, and his eyes flashed with fear and anger. He had never encountered such a situation before. His bodyguard couldn't even survive 1 round? How is this possible? You dare to touch my people? Long Jianfei roared, with a hint of fear in his voice. Xianghu glanced at him lazily, with a teasing sneer on his lips. You are a piece of trash, you don't even have the qualifications to stand in front of me. Long Jianfei's pupils shrank sharply. Anger and humiliation almost drove him crazy. No one has ever dared to speak to him like this since he was a child. He gritted his teeth and said coldly. Do you know who I am? I am from the Long family. If you touch me, no one in the entire Jiangcheng can save you. However, Xianghu just glanced at him lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Long family? He smiled lightly, his eyes showing disdain. In my eyes, they are nothing but a bunch of clowns. Kneel down. In one sentence, it was like thunder exploding. Long Jianfei was startled, thinking he had heard wrongly. The people around them widened their eyes, unable to believe what they heard. Xianghu actually made Long Jianfei kneel down? Are you crazy? Zhao Linger and Meima were shocked, while Shuer and Wang Xiaoyu's brains had completely crashed. However, before Long Jianfei could attack, the black and white devils had already taken a step forward, emitting a murderous aura. Haisha took a step forward and kicked Long Jianfei hard on the knee. Snap! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Chapter 41, Shut his mouth. Long Jianfei's face changed drastically, he let out a scream, his legs suddenly went soft, and he fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. His eyes were wide open, his face full of horror, he looked at himself kneeling in disbelief, his whole body trembling. You dare to make me kneel down? Ah! He roared angrily and tried to stand up. However, Haisha's palm pressed on his shoulder like an iron claw, and his body seemed to be suppressed by a 1,000-pound weight, and he couldn't stand up at all. Xianghu looked down at him with a sneer on his face. Aren't you arrogant? Why, you don't dare now? Long Jianfei's face changed drastically, full of humiliation and anger. He roared like a madman. I'm going to kill you. However, Xianghu just uttered a sentence lightly. Shut his mouth. The black and white devils nodded. The next second, Haisha punched Long Jianfei in the mouth, knocking out half of his teeth, and blood splattered everywhere. Long Jianfei's mouth was immediately filled with blood. The whole place was silent. Everyone was stunned. Long Jianfei was completely crushed. Just as Long Jianfei was kneeling on the ground with his mouth full of blood and half of his teeth knocked out, his lackeys were completely scared to death. Their faces turned pale, their bodies were stiff, and they didn't even dare to breathe. They had never seen such a brutal and direct slap in the face. Normally in Jiangcheng, young Master Long was a tyrant and everyone had to give him some respect, but now, he was being pinned to the ground like a dead dog? It's over, it's over. Who is this kid? Isn't he a poor guy? How could he have such a terrifying bodyguard? Is this still a human? He's simply a devil. The lackeys were so frightened that their legs were shaking. They were afraid that they would be the next to be crippled, and they could not help but kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Zhang, Master Zhang, we were wrong, please, let us go. We were forced by young Master Long. We really didn't do it on purpose. We are willing to kowtow. Please show mercy. Wang Xiaoyu, Shuer and other classmates also stood there in a daze, completely speechless. They thought that Xianghu would be crushed to death by Long Jianfei, but now Long Jianfei was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy? What kind of a seismic reversal is this? Wang Xiaoyu was completely dumbfounded, his face changed drastically, and his heart was about to explode with fear. Xianghu, who are you? His voice was trembling, his teeth were chattering, and he regretted it to the extreme. He had just been mocking Xianghu and even helped Long Jianfei humiliate him? Only now do I realize that I am just a clown. Shuer's beautiful eyes trembled and her face was full of disbelief. She finally understood why Zhao Linger fell in love with Xianghu. This kind of person is not an ordinary person at all. Zhao Linger was extremely excited. Looking at Long Jianfei's miserable appearance, she felt so relieved. I let you be so arrogant. I let you think you were the boss. Are you scared now? She sneered, her eyes full of pride. Long Jianfei lay on the ground, his face pale, but his eyes were full of resentment and anger, and he roared desperately. Xianghu! How dare you touch me? You're dead. I'm telling you. My Long family will never let you go. You're dead. He roared hysterically, his voice hoarse, and threatened Xianghu madly, his eyes filled with hatred. However, Xianghu just smiled faintly and looked at him indifferently. Oh? The Long family? Ha, do you think I would care? His tone was full of disdain, and his eyes were so indifferent as if he was looking at an ant. When everyone heard these words, they were shocked and could hardly believe their ears. Xianghu is not afraid of the Long family at all? Is he crazy? The Long family is one of the top wealthy families in Jiangcheng, and its influence spreads throughout the entire Jiangnan province. And just at this moment, bang! The door of the bar was kicked open, and then a group of men in black tights walked in neat steps, with a solemn aura and eyes as sharp as knives. The leader was an old man in tang suit, with white hair and deep eyes. Standing there, he gave people an oppressive feeling like a mountain. The Long family's housekeeper Xianghu. Behind him was the Long family's guards. Each of them was tall and strong, with an impressive aura, sharp eyes, and a murderous aura so strong that it was suffocating. These people are not ordinary bodyguards, but masters of ancient martial arts secretly trained by the Long family. As soon as Xianghu came in, he took a quick look and saw the mess on the ground. Long Jianfei was lying on the ground with blood in his mouth, looking in a miserable state. Mr. Long! His face suddenly changed, and he hurried forward to help Long Jianfei up, looking at Xianghu with cold eyes. Who did it? Long Jianfei struggled to get up and roared madly. Butler Shun! Kill him! Kill him! This bastard! How dare you touch me? I want him to die without a burial place. Long Jianfei had gone completely crazy, his eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could skin Xianghu alive. Xianghu frowned and looked at Xianghu gloomily, with a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that anyone who dared to attack young Master Long was definitely not an ordinary person. He suppressed his anger and did not act rashly. Instead, he asked tentatively. Sir, I wonder who you are. Dare you to attack my Long family in Jiangcheng? His tone already carried a hint of threat, and the guards around him also stepped forward, releasing a terrifying aura that formed an invisible oppression. Ordinary people would probably not be able to stand steadily if they stood in front of them. However, Xianghu, remained indifferent, with even a hint of disdainful smile on his lips. Ordinary people. His voice was calm, but his eyes held a suffocating indifference. Xianghu's pupils shrank slightly, and a hint of doubt appeared in the depths of his eyes. Ordinary people? Ha, can an ordinary person beat young Master Long like this? Can an ordinary person bring 2 such terrifying bodyguards? His voice was low, as if he was testing Xianghu's background. However, Xianghu just smiled lightly and said lightly, "Of course I'm an ordinary person. However, even if it's an ordinary person, I don't mind letting the Long family disappear from Jiangchang." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. Wang Xiaoyu, Shuer, Zhao Linger and the others were all stunned, trembling all over and with dry lips. Xianghu, how dare you say such a thing? Make the Long family disappear from Jiangchang? Are you crazy? Long Jianfei was stunned for a moment, and then became completely furious. Bullshit. Who the hell do you think you are? My Long family has stood in Jiangchang for 100 years. Just relying on you? Chapter 42, Long Family Chief Steward. However, before he could finish his words, Shenjianhua suddenly raised his hand to stop him from shouting. Mr. Long, shut up. Long Jianfei widened his eyes and looked at Shenjianhua in disbelief. Butler Shun? What are you doing? Are you afraid of him? However, Shenjianhua ignored Long Jianfei and stared at Xianghu with a changeable look in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Since he could sit in the position of steward of Long family, he is certainly not a fool. He knew very well that anyone who dared to say such words was either a complete lunatic or really had the confidence. After a moment, he took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Mr. Zhang, what do you want? Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and glanced at Long Jianfei with contempt. Did I ask you to stand up? I don't like you talking to me while standing, so kneel down. Long Jianfei's face suddenly turned ferocious, and he was so angry that he almost exploded. Just now, he had been forced to kneel once, and now, this Xianghu actually dared to make him kneel again? Who is he? He is the eldest son of the Long family. From childhood to adulthood, when has he ever suffered such humiliation? In Jiangchang, a single word from him can make countless people crawl on the ground and beg for mercy in a low voice. But now, he was forced into such a mess by an inconspicuous college student? Impossible. Long Jianfei gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as if he wanted to eat Xianghu alive. Xianghu, you're looking for death. Who the hell do you think you are? You want me to get down on my knees? His roar almost tore the entire nightclub apart, and the lackeys around him followed suit, mocking and humiliating him. Ha ha ha. Xianghu, do you really take yourself seriously? Make young Master Long kneel? Who do you think you are? How dare you, a poor bastard, be so arrogant? We want to see how you die today. The lackeys were extremely arrogant, with disdain on their faces and vicious eyes, as if they had already seen the scene of Xianghu being trampled on the ground and crying for mercy. Shenjianhua's face turned completely cold. He originally wanted to leave some room for himself, but Xianghu's arrogance had far exceeded his expectations. How dare a nobody like him make young Master Long kneel down and speak to him? Xianghu, you are too presumptuous. Shenjianhua spoke slowly, his tone cold and his eyes filled with murderous intent. Do you know who you are talking to? The Long family is not someone you can mess with. Before he finished speaking, the Long family guards behind him took a step forward in an instant. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, and their eyes were as sharp as knives, full of murderous intent. These people are not ordinary thugs, but masters of ancient martial arts carefully trained by the Long family. Each of them has extraordinary skills and has carried out countless special missions. They are truly ruthless characters who are willing to see blood. Butler Shen, stop talking nonsense to him. Long Jianfei's face was gloomy, his eyes were full of resentment, and he said harshly. Kill him for me. I want him to regret coming into this world. Let him die without a complete body. Shenjianhua nodded slightly, his eyes gloomy, and gave the order directly. Get started. The Long family guards took action instantly, and several ancient martial arts masters slowly walked towards Xianghu. Ha ha ha. We're done for now. The ancient martial arts master has taken action, Xianghu is dead. The lackeys were extremely excited, shouting wildly with satisfied smiles on their faces. They couldn't wait to see Xianghu being beaten to his knees and begging for mercy. Wang Xiaoyu, Shuer and others also looked pale and desperate. Although Xianghu had just demonstrated his powerful strength, he was still vulnerable in front of these ancient martial arts masters. It's over. Wang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and whispered, his face pale. It's really over now. He is no match for the Long family. Shuer also had a dazed look on her face, her heart filled with regret. If she hadn't informed Xianghu, he wouldn't be here. Now, not only Zhao Linger couldn't be saved, but Xianghu himself would also be in trouble. He's too crazy. No matter how rich or powerful he is, he can never be a match for a master of ancient martial arts. These people are real killers. Xianghu is dead. The students were talking about it, their faces full of despair. Zhao Linger stood beside Xianghu, her heart beating faster and her beautiful eyes full of worry. Although she had seen how powerful Xianghu was, this time was different. The Long family guards were not ordinary people, but masters of ancient martial arts. She clenched her fists tightly, struggled internally, and finally made up her mind. If Xianghu's life is really hanging by a thread, she will save him even at the risk of her life. Even if it means giving up everything I have and surrendering to Long Jianfei. She didn't want this to happen, but she had no choice. If I hadn't come to the nightclub, this wouldn't have happened. Xianghu, why did you come? Zhao Linger's heart was filled with self-blame. She stared at him intently, fearing that he would fall in a pool of blood in the next second. Xianghu, wait for death. When Long Jianfei saw Zhao Linger's expression, he felt extremely proud and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Did you see that? Your woman is desperate. Now, she only has two choices. 1, or I'll watch you get beaten to death. 2, kneel down and beg me to spare your life. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, his eyes full of pleasure and complacency. However, Xianghu still looked calm, and there was even a hint of sneer in his eyes. He glanced at the ancient martial arts masters who were rushing up, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Ancient martial arts master? Oh, that's interesting. His voice was calm and confident, without a trace of panic, and even with a hint of teasing. The black and white devils stood beside Xianghu, with a cold and stern aura, standing still like two towering mountains. The Long family guards slowly approached, each of them had a vicious look and a fierce momentum. The students watching around were even more terrified. Everyone knew that the Long family guards were all masters of ancient martial arts with amazing skills. They had carried out countless missions and could break a person's bones in an instant. Ha ha ha. Xianghu, it seems like you're really looking for death. Long Jianfei grinned fiercely, his eyes full of malice. With just your 2 bodyguards, do you think you can stop the Long family's guards? His lackeys also laughed arrogantly and mocked him. Just 2 thugs, dare to stop the ancient martial arts master? Ridiculous. Ancient martial arts masters are not something that ordinary people can contend with. I bet these 2 bodyguards will be knocked down in less than 10 seconds. Everyone looked at this scene, their faces pale and their hearts filled with despair. It's over. No matter how strong these 2 bodyguards are, can they beat these masters? Xianghu is dead this time. They are not even on the same level. Wang Xiaoyu, Shuer and others looked pale and were filled with despair. Chapter 43, The One Who Fights is an Expert. Zhao Linger clenched her fists tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. However, Xianghu still stood there with a faint smile on his face, not taking all this seriously at all. Stop talking nonsense and get on with it. At Xianghu's command, several masters in the Long family guard team stopped trying and rushed forward. Their movements were as fast as lightning, their figures were like ghosts, and they rushed towards the black and white evil spirits with strong gusts of wind. Bang! Haisha just stood there motionless, and when the first ancient martial arts master rushed to him, he just raised his hand lightly and arrived first, slapping the opponent on the chest. Puff! The face of the ancient martial arts master changed drastically, and he flew backwards in an instant, hitting the sofa not far away heavily, causing the entire sofa to collapse. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were full of horror. What? How is it possible? The onlookers were immediately shocked. You knocked the Dragon family's ancient martial arts master away in one encounter? How is this possible? What kind of monsters are these 2 bodyguards? Long Jianfei's smile froze instantly, Xianghu's pupils shrank suddenly, and all his lackeys were stunned, too shocked to speak. On the other side, Bai Sha directly confronted the second ancient martial arts master. That expert was the fastest among the Long family guards and was good at dodging. In a duel between experts, he could almost make his figure invisible to others. He sneered and attacked suddenly. His figure moved rapidly around Bai Sha like an afterimage, looking for a flaw. A trifle. Bai Sha spat out a few words coldly, then suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's wrist with incredible precision. Crack! Ah! The master screamed, his wrist was broken instantly, and he fell to his knees in pain, trembling all over, his face full of horror. How could this happen? How is it possible? His eyes were filled with horror, he couldn't believe that he could be defeated so easily. Come again. Bai Sha said this expressionlessly, then kicked him out, and he hit the wall hard, his life or death unknown. The entire nightclub fell silent in an instant, and everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Is this still a human being? What kind of monsters are these two bodyguards? They are not ordinary bodyguards at all, definitely not ordinary people. Everyone was terrified, their hair stood on end, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. The ancient martial arts master of the Long family guards couldn't even last a minute before being easily crushed? This is impossible. Long Jianfei's face was pale, his lips were trembling, and he was completely stunned. His lackeys were so frightened that they dared not speak a word, and some even began to back away, fearing that they would become the next target to be killed instantly. Xianghu's face was uglier than ever before. He never expected that Xianghu's two bodyguards were so ridiculously strong. Hateful. Long Jianfei gritted his teeth, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Come on. Everyone, come on. Whoever can kill these two bodyguards will be rewarded with 10 million. Upon hearing this, the remaining ancient martial arts master's eyes suddenly turned red. 10 million? Even for masters of ancient martial arts like them, they may not be able to earn so much money in their lifetime. Suddenly, everyone rushed towards the black and white evil spirits frantically, like wild beasts, full of murderous intent. However, bang! Haisha suddenly punched out, and the air exploded instantly. Before an expert could react, he was hit in the chest by the punch. The whole person flew backwards for more than 10 meters, hit the wall heavily, and fainted on the spot. Crack! Bai Sha chopped down with his knife, breaking one man's leg bone directly. The man fell to the ground with a scream, twitching all over. In less than 10 seconds, all the ancient martial arts masters fell to the ground, completely losing their fighting power. Hiss! The crowd watching gasped, they were so terrified that they didn't even dare to breathe. In the nightclub, it was dead silent. Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes were shocked and her heart was pounding. She had never seen such a terrible battle. Shuer, Wang Xiaoyu and others were even more stunned, their eyes filled with unbelievable shock and fear. Long Jianfei's expression changed completely. How is this possible? His legs went weak and he fell to his knees. His face was as pale as paper and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. These two bodyguards are so scary. He finally realized that he had provoked a being that he could not contend with. Xianghu was also completely stunned. Xianghu's strength was far beyond his expectations. He now finally understood what kind of monster he was facing. Xianghu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, walked slowly towards Long Jianfei, looked down at him, his voice was terrifyingly calm. Aren't you going to kill me? Why isn't the dog barking now? His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, exploding in Long Jianfei's ears, making him sweat coldly and fall into complete fear. Xianghu stood where he was, staring at the black and white devils with sharp eyes, a huge wave rising in his heart. The scenes just now were beyond his understanding. The Long family S-guards are the elite in the ancient martial arts world. Each of them can fight against 10 people at the same time. But what about now? In less than a minute, the entire army was wiped out. His face was gloomy, he stared at Xianghu, and his voice was low and cold. Who are these two bodyguards of yours? As one of the top 3 ancient martial arts masters in Jiancheng, how sharp is his vision? But he couldn't understand what the two bodyguards were doing. It's not just the speed and strength that's amazing, it's more like invulnerable. They didn't make any unnecessary movements, and each and every one of them was extremely precise, as if they were not human at all. This feeling made him extremely uneasy. Long Jianfei and the others were already excited at this moment, because they knew how terrifying Xianghu was. Xianghu is one of the most mysterious trump cards of the Long family and has never shown his true strength in front of outsiders. Uncle Shen is one of the top 3 ancient martial arts masters in Jiangcheng. Compared to those rubbish just now, he is the real killer of our Long family. There was a ferocious look in Long Jianfei's eyes as he stared at Xianghu viciously, as if he had already seen the scene of Xianghu being crushed by Xianghu. Ha 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 ha. This Xianghu is dead. Butler Shen has never really taken action. Because every time he takes action, it is always bloody. No matter how strong Xianghu's two bodyguards are, they can never be a match for Butler Shen. After all, this is the top master in the ancient martial arts world. The lackeys became excited, the fear on their faces disappeared, replaced by arrogant expectations. They really wanted to see Xianghu kneeling on the ground and crying. Chapter 44. Why aren't you barking like a dog anymore? On the other side, Zhao Linger, Shuer, Wang Xiaoyu and others were even more terrified and hurriedly reminded Xianghu. Xianghu, run. Xianghu's strength is simply unmatched. His martial arts skills once defeated a military district instructor in Jiangcheng. He is the real killer move of the Long family. Hurry up and let your bodyguard escort you away. However, Xianghu just glanced at them indifferently with a sneer on his lips. That's it? His tone was extremely contemptuous, as if he didn't take Xianghu seriously at all. Arrogant. Xianghu shouted angrily, his aura surged, and the air around him seemed to tremble. He took a step forward and the floor cracked. In that case, I will let you see the power of ancient martial arts. He sneered and looked at the black and white devils fiercely. But I won't bully you. Let me see if your two bodyguards can take my attack. He suddenly raised his hand and took a stance, his eyes like knives and his aura like the abyss. This is the iron blood collapse fist that I have been practicing for 30 years. Long Jianfei and the others had fanatical looks in their eyes, and all the lackeys held their breath in excitement. Because they knew that the boxing skills that Xianghu practiced were the most powerful and iron-blooded boxing skills in the army, and one punch could break a steel plate. And this boxing technique, in his hands, reached perfection and became extremely powerful. Ha 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 ha. He is actually going to take direct action. These two bodyguards are dead. Uncle Shen's iron blood fist can shatter a 5-centimeter steel plate with one punch. Won't these two bodyguards be beaten into a pulp? Ancient martial arts is the kingly way. Bodyguards are nothing but trash in front of the real strong. The lackeys were mocking unscrupulously, and Long Jianfei's eyes were extremely vicious. He wanted Xianghu to watch with his own eyes as his bodyguard was beaten into a waste. Xianghu suddenly punched out, the wind from his fist stirred, and the air made a low cracking sound. This punch was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder. However, bang! Xianghu's fist hit Haisha's chest hard. But Xianghu's expression suddenly changed. His fist was like hitting a tank. A sharp pain instantly spread along his arm. His entire arm instantly went numb, his bones seemed to be trembling, and his wrist was almost dislocated. How is this possible? Xianghu's pupils suddenly shrank and he looked at the black evil in front of him in disbelief. This guy's body is like a solid wall of steel, it doesn't look like human flesh and blood at all. Crack! He only felt his wrist bone slightly cracked, and he gasped in pain. Haisha didn't react at all, and didn't even take a step back. He just stood there quietly, looking down at Xianghu, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes, as if the punch just now was just a hit by an ant. This scene shocked the whole audience. Everyone was stunned. Long Jianfei's wild laughter came to an abrupt end. The taunts from the lackeys instantly got stuck in his throat. Everyone's face was filled with horror. What is going on? Butler Shen's fist doesn't seem to work? No way. He is one of the top 3 ancient martial artists in Jiangcheng. And Xianghu's expression at this moment changed from anger to unprecedented fear. His fist couldn't hurt this person? Monster! He gasped, his face turning pale. Impossible! Long Jianfei screamed in horror. Xianghu gritted his teeth, roared, and attacked again. This time, he launched his strongest attack. Iron blood collapse fist, 10 kills in a row. He turned into a whistling wind, his fists were like shadows, the wind from his fists was whistling, and he threw 10 punches in a row, like a violent storm, all bombarding the black and white devils. However, the black and white devils remained motionless. They were like 2 towering sacred mountains. Xianghu's fists smashed into them, making dull bang-bang sounds, just like hammering on an indestructible alloy steel plate. Xianghu's expression changed completely. He finally realized one thing. These 2 bodyguards in front of me are not human. What kind of monster is this? Xianghu's heart was beating wildly, cold sweat was pouring down his forehead, and his arm had completely lost feeling. He stood there in a daze, not daring to believe his eyes. Everyone was stunned. Long Jianfei and his lackeys were completely petrified, with expressions of extreme fear on their faces. Xianghu, a martial arts master who could break steel plates with one punch, couldn't even hurt the 2 bodyguards? What kind of monster is this? Xianghu sneered, walked forward slowly, looked at Xianghu with an indifferent tone and a condescending look. Weren't you quite crazy just now? Xianghu's body suddenly trembled, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, his legs softened, and he knelt down directly. This. He totally collapsed. In the nightclub, it was dead silent. Everyone was completely shocked. Xianghu, one of the top 3 ancient martial arts masters in Jiangcheng, was beaten by Xianghu's 2 bodyguards without any chance to fight back, and they couldn't even break their skin? What kind of monster is this? The corners of Long Jianfei's mouth trembled, his eyeballs almost popped out, and his legs shook unconsciously. His lackeys were all pale and sweating profusely. They had just been mocking and humiliating Xianghu, but now they seemed to be strangled by the throat by the god of death and dared not even breathe. Zhao Linger was extremely excited. She knew that Xianghu was very powerful, but she didn't expect that he could be so powerful. The look she gave Xianghu was full of admiration and excitement. The palpitations a woman felt when facing an absolutely strong man made her want to surrender. Wang Xiaoyu froze, his expression complicated. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that Xianghu was awesome. His bodyguards are so terrifying. This is no longer something that can be described as ordinary powerful, but a complete crushing. Shuer and other classmates were also dumbfounded and gasped. Their cognition was completely overturned. Oh my god! Xianghu, who is he? Even Xianghu is no match for him. What Zhao Linger said before, could it be true? Could it be that Xianghu is really the eldest son of some hidden family who came out to gain experience? Oh my god, we thought he was a poor bastard all along? Everyone looked at Xianghu in horror, their eyes changed from disdain at the beginning to fear now. At the moment when everyone was shocked, Xianghu stepped towards Long Jianfei with a playful smile on his face and his tone was calm. Mr. Long, can you please say something? Long Jianfei's face changed drastically, and the arrogance and viciousness just now disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by unprecedented fear. Chapter 45, I don't mind letting the Long family be buried with me. Xianghu, what do you want to do? His voice began to tremble, his legs became weak, and his heart was filled with fear. What? Xianghu sneered, his eyes teasing. I just said, I like you to talk to me on your knees. So, kneel down. Long Jianfei suddenly opened his eyes wide and his face turned red. How could he, the eldest son of the Long family, kneel down to Xianghu? Xianghu, don't go too far. I'm from the Long family. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Haisha kicked him directly on the knee. Long Jianfei let out a scream and fell to his knees on the ground. Everyone was shocked. The eldest son of the Long family knelt down just like that? Long Jianfei himself was stunned, extremely humiliated, and furious. He wanted to struggle to stand up, but Haisha stood beside him, holding his shoulder with one hand. He felt like he was being held down by a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds and couldn't move at all. His face was full of horror as he looked at Xianghu, his eyes full of humiliation. Xianghu, how dare you humiliate me like this? He gritted his teeth and looked resentful. You're dead. My Long family will not let you go. I will make you pay a heavy price. His lackeys were also extremely angry. Even though they were filled with fear at the moment. But they still subconsciously stood on Long Jianfei's side and clamored wildly. Xianghu, don't be too proud. Do you think you can turn things around just by winning a fight? You have no idea how terrifying the Long family is. Kneel down now and kowtow to Long Xiao and admit your mistakes. Maybe you can still stay alive. The Long family can turn you into ashes with just a flick of their fingers. Hearing these threatening words, Xianghu curled his lips into a sneer, his eyes full of disdain. Oh? Your Long family is very powerful? He glanced at Long Jianfei's lackeys, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. Unfortunately, what I, Xianghu, hate most is being threatened. The Black and White Devils. Xianghu uttered a few words softly. Yes, master. The Black and White Devils responded in unison, their voices were low and cold, as if they were machines without any emotion. Some people don't know how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. Let them see it for themselves. Xianghu's tone was flat, as if he was just ordering 2 dogs to bite people. Long Jianfei's pupils shrank suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to speak, he heard bang. With a loud bang, Haisha kicked him in the chest and knocked him to the ground. Ah! Long Jianfei let out a scream and fell to the ground. His internal organs felt like they were about to explode. Bai Sha didn't hesitate at all, he just raised his foot, stepped on his face, and crushed him mercilessly. Ho ho ho! Long Jianfei gasped in pain. He wanted to struggle, but there was absolutely no room for resistance. The lackeys were terrified and retreated one after another. Their faces turned pale and even their breathing became rapid. Oh my god! Young Master Long! Young Master Long got stepped on the face. It's over, the Long family is going crazy. This Xianghu is crazy. Zhao Linger was extremely excited at this moment. When she saw Long Jianfei being stepped on the ground, she just felt relieved. This young Master Long who had been harassing him and bullying others was now being trampled on the ground like a dead dog. The way she looked at Xianghu had completely changed, and was now filled with fanatical admiration. Too strong. She murmured, her eyes filled with admiration. Wang Xiaoyu was also completely shocked at this moment, with his heart in turmoil. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that Zhang Yu's strength was far beyond his understanding. Shuer and other classmates were completely shocked. They recalled what Zhao Linger had said before. Zhang Yu is the young master of a hidden family, he just came out to gain experience. They originally thought it was a joke, but now, they began to believe it. Could it be, what Zhao Linger said is true? Zhang Yu, is he really just out here to gain experience? No wonder he has been so low-key. It turns out his family is even more terrifying than we could imagine. Everyone was extremely shocked, and they suddenly realized. Zhang Yu and they are not from the same world at all. Everyone held their breath. Long Jianfei knelt on the ground with a pale face. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger, but at this moment, he dared not say a word. He doesn't dare. Xinjianhua was crushed by Zhang Yu's men, so what was a playboy like him? However, the anger, humiliation, and unwillingness in his heart made him want to eat Zhang Yu alive. However, he could only endure it. Zhang Yu looked indifferently at Long Jianfei who was kneeling on the ground, with a disdainful smile on his lips, and spoke slowly. Remember, Long Jianfei, if you see me next time, take a detour. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Yu's words were so overbearing. This is the eldest son of the Long family. Zhang Cheng can destroy many families and even kill them with just a stomp of his feet. But Zhang Yu actually dared to speak to him like this? This is simply a crushing humiliation. Long Jianfei's face was distorted to the extreme, his fists were clenched tightly, his nails dug deeply into the flesh, his eyes were full of hatred, he lowered his head, suppressed his anger, and said through gritted teeth. Zhang Yu, this matter is not over yet. Oh? Zhang Yu sneered and looked down at him, his eyes full of sarcasm. Yeah? It seems that you haven't understood one thing yet. You are not qualified to speak harshly in front of me. After saying that, Zhang Yu waved his hand casually, and Haisha kicked Long Jianfei's shoulder fiercely. Bang! Long Jianfei screamed again and fell to the ground, his face pressed against the ground, looking extremely miserable. Everyone gasped. This is more than just a humiliation, it is a complete trampling. How could the dignified young master of the Long family be trampled on like this? Xinjianhua's face turned extremely ugly when he saw this. He knew that Long Jianfei was completely defeated today. But he couldn't let things end like this. Zhang Yu. Xinjianhua took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice. Do you think that today's events are over? Do you know what the Long family is? You beat up young Master Long, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you think you can get out of Jiancheng? There was endless threat and murderous intent in his voice. Zhang Yu smiled disdainfully. Oh? The Long family is very powerful? Xinjianhua's eyes were gloomy. You don't even know who you've offended. What is the status of the Long family in Jiangcheng? Do you think you can do whatever you want just by finding a few powerful bodyguards? Young people who are too arrogant often die the fastest. Zhang Yu suddenly spoke and said lightly. Butler Shun. Xinjianhua frowned. You're too noisy. Bang. Zhang Yu raised his hand and slapped Xinjianhua directly on the face. Xinjianhua was completely stunned. How powerful is this guy? Illusion? Chapter 46 Don't pretend in front of me. Everyone was stunned. Who is Xinjianhua? He was the steward of the Long family, one of the top 3 ancient martial arts masters in Jiangcheng. When had he ever been humiliated like this? It's okay to be beaten by Zhang Yu's bodyguards. Now, he was slapped away by this young man in his early 20s. Xianghu fell to the ground and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Long Jianfei was stunned, his lackeys were stunned, and his classmates were also stunned. Everyone wondered if they were dazzled. Xianghu was beaten? And he was slapped away by Xianghu? What kind of monster is this? Xianghu looked at Xianghu with disdain and shook his head. You talk too much nonsense. Xianghu came back to his senses, raised his head suddenly, his eyes filled with raging anger. Xianghu, you're looking for death. He roared, bursting out with all his strength and rushing towards Xianghu. However, the black and white evil spirits moved at the same time. Bang! Haisha punched out. Bang! Baisha kicked out. Boom! Xianghu flew backwards and hit the wall heavily, causing the wall to crack. The whole person seemed to be falling apart, and he fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Dead silence. The whole place was in dead silence. Xianghu looked at Xianghu, who was already disabled on the ground, and said lightly, Remember, from now on, don't pretend in front of me. Roll. Xianghu gritted his teeth, his face was pale, and his eyes were full of resentment, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He climbed up trembling, looking extremely embarrassed. Long Jianfei. Xianghu looked at Long Jianfei again. Zhao Linger, you are my woman. Whoever dares to touch her will die. Long Jianfei's body trembled violently, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Xianghu turned into complete fear. Xianghu waved his hand and left with Zhao Linger in his swagger. Inside the nightclub, everyone stared at their backs in a daze, not coming back to their senses for a long time. Long Jianfei slumped on the ground, his eyes full of resentment, his whole body trembling, and he roared in a low voice. Xianghu, I must kill you. I must. Shuer, Wang Xiaoyu and other students had their worldviews completely overturned. Looking at Xianghu's back, they had only one thought in their minds. Who is Xianghu? Back at the Xianghu villa, it was late at night. Zhao Linger hugged Xianghu's arm tightly, her heart full of admiration. Xianghu, you are really amazing. Her voice trembled and her eyes were full of strangeness. Who is Long Jianfei? He is the eldest son of the Long family in Jiangcheng, and one of the most untouchable dandies in Jiangcheng. Not to mention his housekeeper Xianghu, who was one of the top 3 masters in Jiangcheng ancient martial arts, but he couldn't even survive a single round under Xianghu's bodyguards. And what about Xianghu? Not only is he a good fighter, but the bodyguards around him are even more terrifying. Invulnerable to swords and guns. Even masters of ancient martial arts are no match for him. Zhao Linger felt more and more that Xianghu was definitely not an ordinary person. She had previously mistakenly thought that Xianghu was the eldest son of a hidden family. Now it seems that this might be true. She raised her head carefully and looked at Xianghu's handsome profile. Her heart beat faster and her cheeks turned slightly red. This man was becoming increasingly difficult for her to understand. After returning to the villa, Zhao Linger excitedly hugged Xianghu tightly. Xianghu. Thank you. If it weren't for you, today, I really... Her voice trembled, and she couldn't help but feel scared when she thought of the despair she had just felt in the nightclub. Silly girl, you are my woman. Xianghu gently stroked her long hair, domineering and gentle. Whoever dares to touch you, I will make him die. Zhao Linger's heartbeat quickened and she was completely immersed in Xianghu's arms. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Xianghu's mind. Ding! The host protects the goddess and gains 666 favorability points. Overall evaluation, the goddess's favorability towards the host is 95%. Insane little fangirl. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, overbearing and protective of wife. Reward, God-level hacker skills. Xianghu was slightly startled, and then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. God-level hacker? This is an extremely powerful skill. He immediately opened the system interface and checked the skill introduction. God-level hacker skills. Introduction. With this skill, the host will become the world's top hacker, able to invade any network system at will, master the strongest information warfare capabilities, be able to control electronic equipment at any time, conduct various hacker attacks, and even hack into national security protection systems. Additional skills: code writing, data encryption cracking, electronic equipment intrusion, drone remote control, intelligent weapon control. Xianghu's pupils shrank and he took a breath of cold air. Wow, this is a real magical skill. He is simply the real-life god of cyber warfare. Opening the box is nothing. If anyone criticizes me online in the future, I will directly make his entire family debut. If the black and white devils are his real-life combat weapons, then his god-level hacking skills are his cyber warfare trump card. He can control any electronic device, hack into any system, and control all kinds of information anytime and anywhere. What does that mean? This means that he can check anyone's background information at will, obtain the most confidential intelligence, and even control various technological weapons. This skill is too terrifying. The corners of Xianghu's mouth slightly raised. The system's reward really did not disappoint him. Xianghu, what are you thinking about? Zhao Linger asked softly. Seeing Xianghu suddenly fall into deep thought, she felt a little curious. Nothing. What happened just now didn't scare you, did it? Xianghu withdrew his thoughts and looked at Zhao Linger gently. Zhao Linger shook her head, her cheeks slightly red. With you here, I'm not afraid. Her voice was very soft and a little shy, but Xianghu still heard it. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he couldn't help but reach out and pinch Zhao Linger's cheek. That's good. Zhao Linger's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Xianghu. Next, the two sat on the sofa and chatted for a long time. The night gradually deepened. Zhao Linger changed into a bunny girl outfit, with a charming look in her eyes. She leaned gently in Xianghu's arms, her voice soft and charming. Xianghu, you can't let me sleep alone tonight. Xianghu narrowed his eyes and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you sure? Zhao Linger nodded slightly, her eyes full of shyness. A sleepless night. The next day, early morning. Zhao Linger was awakened by the alarm clock. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xianghu next to her. A happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She gently reached out and touched Xianghu's face. Xianghu, I can't live without you anymore. Xianghu opened his eyes and saw Zhao Linger's sweet face, and couldn't help but smile. Wasn't last night stressful enough? Why are you waking up so early? Zhao Linger blushed and hit Xianghu coquettishly. Hate. Xianghu laughed and whispered in her ear. Stop making trouble and sleep a little longer. Zhao Linger huddled in the quilt obediently, with a satisfied smile on her face. Chapter 47. The drunkard's intentions are not about drinking. However, at this moment, Xianghu's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and took a look, his eyes narrowed slightly. It's Zhou Fangfei calling. Xianghu picked up the phone, listened to Zhou Fangfei's soft voice on the other end of the phone, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Brother Xianghu, are you free today? What's wrong? Xianghu leaned lazily against the head of the bed, while Zhao Linger snuggled in his arms, frowning and muttering something in dissatisfaction. Who is it, so early in the morning? It's Zhou Fangfei. Xianghu chuckled and touched Zhao Linger's head. Zhao Linger immediately perked up, sat up suddenly, and her eyes changed slightly. Little dragon girl? Xianghu nodded, said nothing more, and continued to listen to the voice on the other end of the phone. I'm moving soon. Zhou Fangfei's voice sounded a little shy and she hesitated for a moment. But there are a lot of things, I can't move them by myself. Can you come and help me? Xianghu raised his eyebrows slightly. Moving? He doesn't believe it. Zhou Fangfei is a flight attendant with a slender figure and better physical strength than ordinary girls. If you really want to move, just find a moving company. Why do you need him? He chuckled. Aren't you quite capable? Can't you move it yourself? There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then Zhou Fangfei's voice became softer. I just want you to accompany me. Xianghu's heart moved. This girl, her real interest is not in drinking. She is now 100% fond of me and has completely fallen for me. This excuse today was obviously just to get me over with and find a chance to get close to me. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Okay, send me the address. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Linger glared at him with dissatisfaction. You're going to go find her? Xianghu smiled and reached out to pinch her little face. Why, are you jealous? Zhao Linger curled her lips and muttered. No. You can go wherever you want. Although she said this, she felt a little unhappy in her heart. After all, Zhou Fangfei is so beautiful, and she is a stewardess, with a top-notch figure and good looks. Which man would not be moved? But she couldn't say anything. After all, it was normal for Xianghu to be so outstanding and have other women around him. Half an hour later, Xianghu drove to Zhou Fangfei's rental house. This is an ordinary residential area with a pretty good environment, but the house is obviously not big, with only one bedroom and one living room. Zhou Fangfei was wearing a homely nightgown, fresh and a little sexy. Her hair was casually disheveled and she had a faint smile on her face. When she saw Xianghu coming, her eyes were full of surprise. "Brother Xianghu, you are here." She smiled sweetly, walked over quickly, took Xianghu's hand and walked into the house. Xianghu looked at her and chuckled. "Are you moving, or are you inviting me to be your guest?" "Of course it's moving." Zhou Fangfei stuck out her tongue and pulled Xianghu into the house. "Please sit down first. I'll get you a glass of water." Xianghu glanced at the room and found that she didn't have much luggage. It can even be said that there is basically nothing to move. It seems that I was right in my guess. This girl had no intention of moving out, she just made up an excuse to call herself over. "You call this moving?" Xianghu leaned casually on the sofa, squinting his eyes and smiled. Zhou Fangfei blushed slightly and quickly changed the subject. Drink some water first, I'll go pack my things." After saying that, she went into the bedroom and began to pretend to pack her luggage. Xianghu shook his head and laughed, and was about to tease her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door was urgent, even a little impatient. Zhou Fangfei's face changed, her movements paused slightly, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Xianghu raised his eyebrows. "Who is it?" Zhou Fangfei hesitated for a moment and whispered. "It's our unit's co-pilot, Su Ping." Xianghu's eyes darkened slightly. "Your co-pilot?" Zhou Fangfei bit her lip, with a hint of disgust and uneasiness in her eyes. "He keeps harassing me." Xianghu raised his eyebrows. "Harassing you?" Zhou Fangfei nodded and lowered her voice a little. "He's an old pervert. He takes advantage of his position as a co-pilot to bully newcomers in the company, especially as flight attendants. He always touches us. I used to avoid him, but he always finds various reasons to harass me. This time, I'm moving because of him." Xianghu's eyes turned cold. "Okay, I was just wondering why nothing happened, and now it happens?" He narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Okay, I want to see what he wants to do." Bang, bang, bang. The knocking on the door became louder and louder, and an impatient voice was heard from outside. "Xiao Zhou, open the door. I know you are home." Zhou Fangfei's face turned pale and she was scared, but when she saw Xianghu's calm look, she felt inexplicably relieved. She took a deep breath, walked over and opened the door. Outside the door stood a man in his 40s, wearing a captain's uniform, with a beer belly, greasy hair, and a lewd look on his face. As soon as he saw Zhou Fangfei, a fiery light suddenly appeared in his eyes and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Xiao Zhou, why didn't you open the door for so long?" Zhou Fangfei frowned, suppressed her nausea, and said in a cold voice. "Co-pilot Su, what's going on?" "What else?" Su Ping stared at her with a smile. "I heard you were moving, so I came to see you. Do you need any help?" As he spoke, his eyes swept over Zhou Fangfei's body unscrupulously. Zhou Fangfei had a sullen face and was about to refuse, but Su Ping walked straight forward and wanted to enter the house. However, he had just stepped over the threshold when suddenly, a foot kicked him directly in the chest and kicked him out. Bang! Su Ping was kicked and flew backwards, falling to the ground in the corridor. His face was distorted in pain and he wailed. "Ah!" Xianghu slowly withdrew his foot and looked at him indifferently with a calm tone. "Knock on the door before entering. This is basic courtesy." Su Ping covered his chest with his hands, his eyes full of shock and anger. He looked up suddenly, saw Xianghu's face clearly, and immediately became angry. "Boy, you're looking for death. Do you know who I am?" Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth and looked teasing. "Aren't you a filthy co-pilot?" Zhou Fangfei covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Su Ping's face turned pale and he roared. "You dare to hit me? Do you know the consequences?" Xianghu put his hands in his pockets and smiled faintly. "Consequences? I want to see what the consequences are." Su Ping's face turned red with anger and he suddenly took out his cell phone. "Okay. Just wait for me. I'll call now." Xianghu smiled slightly, his eyes playful. "Okay." Su Ping covered his chest and trembled with anger. He had lived for more than 40 years, and this was the first time he was humiliated like this. Chapter 48. What is the evil of society? In the airline company, he was the co-pilot, a high position. He was usually arrogant towards the stewardesses, so which one of them would not be respectful when they saw him? Even some pilots have to give him some face. But now, a kid who came out of nowhere actually dared to attack him? Su Ping was breathing heavily, his eyes were extremely vicious. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello? Is this Brother Xianghu? Don't you have a few people under you? Come to me, bring a few people, and come to Xianghu Road Community. Damn it, someone dares to act cool in front of me. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know how dangerous society is. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Co-pilot Su, who was so blind as to dare to provoke you? Su Ping smiled grimly. A brat who doesn't know his place, relying on his brute force, dares to hit me. Brother Xianghu, you know that I have a good temper and don't like to cause trouble. But today's incident cannot be let go just like this. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then laughed. Okay, I'll take someone there right away, we'll be there in 15 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Su Ping's eyes were cold. He stood up, covered his chest, stared at Xianghu, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just wait, kid, you're dead. Xianghu sat on the sofa, leisurely picked up the water cup on the table, took a sip of water, with a faint smile on his face. Oh? I'm dead? He raised his head and looked at Su Ping, his eyes frighteningly calm. Then I want to see who is going to die. Zhou Fengfei became anxious, and hurried to Xianghu, holding his hand, and whispered anxiously. Brother Xianghu, please leave quickly. Su Ping has some connections in the airline company, and he knows some people in the underworld. He just called, he must have asked someone to come, you should leave quickly. She was really worried about Xianghu. Of course she knew that Xianghu was very powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, could he beat a group of thugs in society? A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Xianghu patted her hand gently and comforted her. Don't worry, it's okay. Can. Before Zhou Fengfei could say anything, Xianghu had already put down his cup, stood up, and looked at Su Ping with a smile. Aren't you going to call someone? I'm waiting. When Su Ping saw Xianghu's attitude, he was stunned for a moment. How come this boy is so calm? Could it be that he really has some background? Impossible. He checked Zhou Fengfei's information and found that she was just a girl from an ordinary family and it was impossible for her to know anyone with a background. He gritted his teeth and sneered. Okay, since you want to die so badly, I'll help you do it. He sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said proudly. While you can still speak, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, call me grandpa, and maybe I can leave you a chance to live. Zhou Fengfei was so angry that she shouted angrily. Su Ping, don't go too far. Excessive? Su Ping grinned grimly. The more extreme ones are yet to come. 10 minutes later, there was a noisy sound from downstairs. Co-pilot Su, where are you? Then, there was a sound of heavy footsteps coming from the stairwell. 5 or 6 men in black came up, led by a bald man with a face full of flesh, tattoos on his arms, and a murderous look. Brother Xianghu. When Su Ping saw the bald man, he was overjoyed and immediately went to greet him. Brother Xianghu, this is the guy who hit me just now. I can't stand this. You must help me vent my anger today. The bald man glanced at Su Ping with impatience. Is this a trivial matter? Is it worth it for you to call me over? Okay, Deputy Captain Su, since you've asked, let this guy go out lying down today. After he finished speaking, his eyes fell on Xianghu and he looked him over. Boy, kneel down and admit your mistake, or I'll let my brothers kneel down for you. Zhou Fengfei turned pale with fright and held Xianghu's hand tightly. Brother Xianghu. Xianghu patted her hands, signaling her not to worry, then he slowly walked to the bald man with a slight smile on his face. Who should kneel? The bald man was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, Xianghu slapped him in the face. Bang! The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the corridor. The bald man was slapped away and hit against the wall, feeling dizzy and with blood in his mouth. The scene was dead silent. Su Ping's smile froze. Those thugs in black were all stunned and looked at Xianghu in disbelief. Their boss. He was slapped and sent flying? You. The bald man shook his head and struggled to stand up with a ferocious look on his face. Damn it! Go ahead and kill him. Several thugs in black reacted and immediately pounced on Xianghu. However, before they met Xianghu, two figures suddenly appeared at the door. Bang! Bang! The thugs in black flew out like broken sacks, fell heavily to the ground, wailing. The black and white devils take action. The bald man covered his face and his pupils shrank wildly. You, who are you? The black-clad bodyguard glanced at him indifferently, his voice mechanical and cold. Kneel down. The bald man was so scared that he almost peed himself. He gritted his teeth, knelt down, and trembled. Xianghu walked slowly in front of him, looked down at him, and said lightly, "Just now, you asked me to kneel down?" The bald man shook his head quickly. No, I was just being too arrogant. Brother Xiang, I was wrong. Xianghu smiled slightly. Since you know you're wrong, then punish yourself with 3 slaps. Without saying a word, the bald man swung his hand and slapped himself in the face 3 times, causing his nose to bleed. Su Ping collapsed to the ground in fear, his lips trembling. Xianghu, let's talk it out. Xianghu smiled faintly. Okay, let's talk about it. He raised his foot and stepped on Su Ping's chest. Aren't you going to teach me a lesson? Where's the lesson? Why didn't I see it? Su Ping was stepped on the chest by Xianghu. His face instantly turned red, he gasped violently, and his eyes were full of fear. He never dreamed that things would turn out like this. Originally, he thought he had already won the battle, so he brought a group of thugs with him to severely humiliate Xianghu. He might even beg for mercy on his knees and apologize, and then step on him hard to let him know what the consequences will be if he dares to touch him. But who could have thought? In just a few rounds, all the thugs he hired were knocked down. What is even more terrifying is that those 2 bodyguards are not ordinary people at all. The bald man and his men were almost killed instantly. They didn't even have a chance to resist. They were beaten black and blue and collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. It can be said that it was a complete beating by Qill. Chapter 49. Do you know who I hate the most? This kind of crushing strength is simply not something that ordinary fighters can achieve. Could it be that Xianghu, does he really have a big background? The more Su Ping thought about it, the more scared he became, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Xianghu. Brother Yu. I have something to say. He struggled to squeeze out a sentence, his voice trembling, his eyes full of fear and begging. Are you willing to talk? Xianghu smiled slightly, with an extremely playful expression on his face. Why didn't you talk to me properly just now? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want me to kneel down and admit my mistake? Su Ping waved his hands repeatedly, his eyes red with anxiety. No. Mr. Xiang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. He now finally understood that this time, he had hit a wall. The man in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. Wrong? Xianghu chuckled, and exerted a little force with his feet, stepping on Su Ping directly, causing him to scream and his whole face was deformed. Zhou Fangfei was terrified and held Xianghu's hand tightly, fearing that he would kill someone in a fit of impulse. Brother Xianghu. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with worry. Xianghu looked back at her and spoke in a gentle tone. Don't worry, I won't dirty your room. After saying that, he slowly squatted down and looked down at Su Ping, his eyes full of teasing. You know who I hate the most? Su Ping shook his head violently, tears almost falling. I don't know. Xianghu laughed softly, his tone indifferent. I hate people like you the most. You take advantage of your little power to bully men and women. You are so self-righteous. Do you think you can be superior just because you are a co-pilot of an airline? Do you think you can boss others around? Do you think that you can impose your will on others just because you have some resources? Who do you think you are? His voice was not loud, but every word was like a sharp blade, piercing into Su Ping's heart. Su Ping had completely collapsed. He was trembling and begging for mercy. Master Xiang, I was really wrong. Please let me go. I will never dare to do it again. Xianghu slowly reached out his hand and patted Su Ping's face. You want me to let you go? Can. But you have to pay a price. Su Ping trembled all over, looked at Xianghu in horror, his lips quivering. Mr. Xiang, you say, whatever you want is fine. The corners of Xianghu's mouth rose slightly. From today on, quit your job and leave Jiangcheng. Let me see you one more time. You know the consequences. Su Ping's face instantly turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. Quit your job? Leave Jiangcheng? This is the career he has been working towards for most of his life. How could he just throw away everything like this? But looking at Xianghu's cold eyes, his heart trembled suddenly. He knew he had no choice. If he doesn't agree, he might not even be able to save his life today. I promise. Su Ping struggled to squeeze out a sentence, his face as pale as paper, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Xianghu smiled faintly. Very good. Go away. Su Ping felt as if he had been pardoned. He got up and crawled out of the room, not even daring to look back. Xianghu looked at his back, with a mocking smile on his face. You are a bully who only fears the strong. The bald man and others also lay on the ground, not daring to even breathe, for fear of being affected. Xianghu glanced at them and said coldly, Take your people and get out. The bald man nodded repeatedly as if he had been granted amnesty. Yes, Master Zhang, let's get out of here right now. After saying that, he led a group of thugs, helped up his companions, and fled in embarrassment. The room finally became quiet. Zhou Fangfei stood there blankly, looking at Xianghu, her eyes full of shock and admiration. She had never seen Xianghu like this. Domineering, strong, and ruthless, so handsome. Her heartbeat quickened, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled. This man is so charming. She took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and gently took Xianghu's arm, her eyes somewhat shy. Brother Xianghu, thank you. Xianghu smiled slightly. Thank you for what? You are my woman, of course I have to protect you. These words made Zhou Fangfei's heart start pounding wildly. She leaned tightly against Xianghu and whispered softly. Then, Brother Xianghu, can you stay with me tonight? She has completely let go of all her reserve and only wants to keep the man who makes her heart beat. Xianghu smiled slightly and didn't say much. The sky gradually brightened. Xianghu opened his eyes and felt the soft warmth beside him. He turned around and saw Zhou Fangfei sleeping soundly. Her long hair lay in disarray on the pillow. The fair skin exudes a hazy beauty under the morning light. Her breathing was even, her eyelashes trembling slightly, with a hint of satisfaction. Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He naturally remembered everything that happened last night clearly. The little dragon girl who once shyly thanked him in the live broadcast room has now completely fallen for him and belongs to him. Zhou Fangfei seemed to feel it and her body trembled slightly. She slowly opened her hazy eyes and saw Xianghu looking at her. Her cheeks were slightly red, with a bit of laziness and shyness. Brother Yu. Good morning. Her voice was soft and a little coquettish. Where is the indifferent attitude he shows to his fans in the live broadcast room on weekdays? Xianghu smiled, gently lifted a strand of her hair with his fingers, and said slowly. You were really dishonest last night. Zhou Fangfei's face turned even redder, she bit her lips lightly, not daring to look into his eyes. Of course Xianghu knew why she took the initiative last night. The woman was completely conquered, not only because of gratitude, but also because she had already decided on herself from the bottom of her heart. She is different from Zhao Linger. Although Zhao Linger was also deeply involved in it, she still had a desire for control in her heart. She hopes to control Xianghu and make him belong to her alone. And Zhou Fangfei is really willing to surrender and become Xianghu's woman completely. Xianghu smiled gently and reached out to scratch the tip of her nose. Get up, I have things to deal with today. When Zhou Fangfei heard that he was leaving, she felt reluctant to let him go, but she still nodded obediently. Well, I'll make you breakfast. She stood up from the bed, wearing only a loose white shirt. Revealing her slender, white legs, she walked into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Xianghu leaned against the head of the bed, watching her busy back with a playful smile on his lips. This woman completely belongs to him. After a while, breakfast was ready. They sat at the dining table and had a simple breakfast. Brother Yu, what are your plans for today? Zhou Fangfei asked softly while pouring milk for Xianghu. Chapter 50. We've completely turned things around. Go to school. Xianghu said lightly. Zhou Fangfei was stunned for a moment, then blinked playfully. Yeah, you're still in school. She suddenly thought of something and reached out to hold Xianghu's hand. Brother Yu, I don't have class this afternoon. Do you want me to pick you up after you finish class? Xianghu looked into her bright eyes and smiled gently. Okay. Zhou Fanfei smiled sweetly, her face full of happiness. After breakfast, Xianghu packed up and prepared to leave. Standing at the door, Zhou Fanfei looked at him reluctantly, and suddenly stood on tiptoe. Brother Yu, see you tonight. She whispered softly. Xianghu smiled, reached out and rubbed her hair, then turned and left. Xianghu arrived at the school and just entered the school gate. He ran into Lin Lei head-on. Lin Lei looked at Xianghu with a puzzled look on his face. Xianghu, how many jobs are you working lately? You haven't been seen all day, not even playing games. We all miss you. Xianghu smiled and patted Lin Lei on the shoulder in a casual tone. No need to work anymore, brother, we have completely turned things around. Lin Lei was stunned, then burst into laughter. Okay, stop teasing me. If you turn things around, won't I become rich overnight? Xianghu didn't explain and just smiled faintly. You'll know when the time comes. Seeing that he was acting mysterious, Lin Lei didn't ask much. After all, they were brothers, and if Xianghu had any problems, he would definitely tell him. The two chatted and walked into the classroom together. As soon as I entered the classroom, I immediately felt the burning gazes around me. All the students in the classroom stared at Xianghu, whispering and talking. There were even quite a few people with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He was not surprised at all. After all, Wang Xiaoyu, Shuer and others witnessed what happened in the nightclub that day with their own eyes. When the news got out, the whole class, and even the whole school, must have started talking about it. The students were shocked by two things. First point, the mysterious boyfriend of university beauty Zhao Linger is actually Zhang Yu. This simply made all the boys' minds explode. Zhao Linger was the recognized goddess of the school, pursued by countless people. Everyone thought that her boyfriend must at least be a rich second generation. The result turned out to be Zhang Yu, who has always been regarded as a poor guy. This is just like one day someone suddenly announced that the most beautiful girl in the school is actually dating the most inconspicuous academic master in the dormitory. It is simply unacceptable. The second point, Zhang Yu actually beat Long Xiao. You know, Long Jianfei is a well-known playboy in Jiangcheng, and the Long family is one of the most famous families in Jiangcheng. Who dares to touch him? But according to rumors, not only did Xianghu beat young Master Long to his knees and beg for mercy in front of everyone, he also trampled on Long family's top master Xin Jianhua. How is this possible? So, although the rumors were incredible, everyone was still skeptical because Zhang Yu's stereotype in the class had always been that of a poor student. Some people think that this is a rumor, some think it is an exaggeration, and some people begin to re-examine Zhang Yu. At this moment, a classmate in the class who had always looked down on Zhang Yu sneered and stood up to make a fuss. Oh, who did I think it was? Isn't this Zhang Yu, the working emperor in our class? Why, how come you have time to come to class today? This man's name is Sun Hao. His family runs a company. Although he is not a super rich second generation, his family is well off. He often looks down on Zhang Yu and often brings a few lackeys to be sarcastic. When he heard about Zhang Yu's glorious deeds today, he felt extremely unhappy. Why? How can a poor guy hook up with Zhao Linger? How can a loser who eats instant noodles every day and wears cheap clothes compete with young Master Long? Are you kidding me? Sun Hao looked at him with disdain and smiled in a sarcastic way. Zhang Yu, I heard you're pretty good recently. Is Zhao Linger your girlfriend? Did you also beat up young Master Long? Have you listened to too many fantasy novels and become so absorbed in the story? Several of his lackeys also joined in the fun. Haha, Brother Tian is right. I think this guy is dreaming all day long. His brain must be broken. There should be a limit to bragging, right? You? Why do you want to date Zhao Linger? Yeah, you didn't spread this rumor on purpose to make everyone look up to you, did you? If that were the case, it would be ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. The classroom suddenly erupted in laughter. Some girls even covered their mouths and laughed, thinking this was too ridiculous. Is this true? How could Zhao Linger fall for Zhang Yu? That's right. What kind of goddess is Zhao Linger? She's also fair-skinned, rich and beautiful. How could Zhang Yu, with his conditions, possibly be worthy of her? I told you, it must be blown up. But, coming to that, Zhao Linger hasn't posted anything on social media recently. Could that be true? Impossible. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Lei's face darkened and he slammed the table. What the fuck do you know? It's true that the school beauty doesn't tea like my brother, but how could such a rumor be spread by my brother? I guarantee with my character that my brother is definitely not a vain person. He has a straightforward personality and hates to see his friends being bullied. Xianghu sneered. Lin Lei, isn't it too obvious that you're protecting your child? Or could you explain it to everyone? Did you guys have a bragging contest? You. Lin Lei was so angry that his face turned red and he was about to rush up and hit someone. Xianghu waved his hand, signaling him not to get excited. Then, he glanced at Xianghu indifferently, with a sneer on his face. You like to tease me? Xianghu crossed his arms across his chest, a playful smile on his face. It's not that I like to mock you, it's just that you made up the story yourself, it's so funny. Lin Lei couldn't stand it anymore and directly scolded Xianghu. Xianghu, you are a bully. I know very well what kind of person Xianghu is. He would never make up such an outrageous rumor about himself. Who on earth made this up? If I find out, I will make him pay for it. Xianghu sneered disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. Lin Lei, stop protecting him blindly. Who else would make up such nonsense except Xianghu himself? Just him? How could Zhao linger like a poor loser? Are you kidding me? Xianghu's lackeys immediately joined in the commotion, making sarcastic remarks. That's right, who is Zhao Linger? The campus beauty. How many people in the school are chasing her? Why would you fall for a poor guy who eats instant noodles every day? If Xianghu can hook up with Zhao Linger, then I can marry a rich and beautiful woman. There should be a limit to bragging, right? Let alone Zhao Linger, it would be hard for Xianghu to chase any ordinary girl in the class. Chapter 51, I am low-key but you say I am pretending? The classroom suddenly erupted in laughter, and many students looked at Xianghu with joking eyes. I think he is just bragging and living in his own fantasy. However, just as everyone was laughing, Xianghu lightly pulled Lin Lei and spoke calmly. Lazy, don't get angry. What they said was not a rumor, but a fact. The classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone was stunned, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, is this kid crazy? Oh my god, how thick-skinned does one have to be to say such nonsense so seriously? Xianghu, have you read too many novels and are you living in a dream? Would you like me to spray you in the face with coke to wake you up? To make you face reality? I am dying of laughter. Nowadays, do people brag without thinking before making a decision? Xianghu sneered even louder, with disdain on his face becoming even stronger. He crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head, as if he was looking at a completely insane idiot. Lin Lei was dumbfounded. He thought Xianghu was just bullied by Xianghu and his gang, but he actually admitted it himself? Isn't this nonsense? Could it be that this brother has been bullied to the point of having brain problems? Xianghu, you, don't be ridiculous, Zhao Linger is. Lin Lei hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but remind him. Zhao Linger, she is indeed my woman. Xianghu's tone remained calm. The laughter in the classroom became louder. Xianghu almost laughed to death. He shook his head and waved his hands, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. All right, everyone, stop laughing and don't hurt our young Master Zhang's self-esteem. Xianghu, stop acting, you are bragging too much. A lackey covered his stomach with his hands, looking bloating. Ha ha ha, Zhao Linger is your girlfriend? Then wouldn't I be rich enough to rival a country? How about you make up something else? For example, you are actually the heir of a hidden family and you are out to experience life? Xianghu listened to these words with a teasing look in his eyes, and then he sneered in a sarcastic tone. Xianghu, do you know what your biggest problem is? Not only are you a poor bastard, you are also a poor bastard who deceives yourself. However, Xianghu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He glanced at him indifferently, with a calm and sarcastic tone. Xianghu, are you a little mentally twisted? Xianghu was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened. What do you mean? Xianghu chuckled, his eyes filled with a hint of amusement. Is it because you failed in your pursuit of Zhao Linger and you feel unwilling to accept it, so you think it's impossible for others? Xianghu's expression suddenly changed and became ferocious. Many people in the classroom were surprised and recalled it one after another. It seemed that it was indeed the case. Xianghu had indeed pursued Zhao Linger madly before, sending her flowers, gifts, inviting her to dinner, and even sending her a bunch of mushy messages. As a result, people didn't even look at him and blocked him directly. This incident was widely circulated in the class at the time. Sun Hao was so angry that he smashed his phone and did not attend class for a whole week. Xianghu looked at Sun Hao's expression, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and continued. How? If you can't catch up with her, you think others can't do it either? Do you have some mental problems? You. Sun Hao's face turned pale and he was burning with anger. However, Xianghu did not give him a chance to refute and directly added another stab. You know it yourself. Linger told me that you are annoying and you send her messages to harass her all day long. As a result, she blocked you and even blocked your moments. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole classroom fell silent. Everyone looked at Sun Hao in shock. Many people showed strange smiles, and some students even couldn't help but laugh quietly. Sun Hao's face was extremely ugly, his face was turning blue and white, veins were bulging on his forehead, his fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Xianghu! Sun Hao roared, slammed the table, his eyes bloodshot. So what? I'm pursuing the woman I like, what's wrong with that? It's better than making up a rumor that you're someone's boyfriend, right? Xianghu sneered. You really are not giving up. How about we make a bet? Sun Hao was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said. What's the bet? Xianghu smiled faintly. Since you don't believe it, let's take a gamble. If Zhao Linger admits in person that she is my boyfriend, then you should kneel down in front of the whole class and bark like a dog 3 times and admit that you are a bootlicker. Sun Hao's face froze and he stared at Xianghu with gloomy eyes. What if she doesn't admit it? Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said lightly. If she doesn't admit it, I will kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and apologize to you in public. When these words were spoken, the whole class was shocked. No one expected that Xianghu was so confident that he would dare to make such a big bet with Sun Hao. Sun Hao took a deep breath, with a hint of viciousness and ferocity in his eyes, and sneered. Okay. That's what you said. Don't lose and then not even have the courage to kowtow. Xianghu smiled disdainfully, took out his cell phone, and called Zhao Linger in front of everyone. The whole class held their breath in an instant, and there was deathly silence. A few seconds later, the call was connected and Zhao Linger's sweet voice came out. Brother Yu, are you done with get out of class? The corners of Xianghu's mouth rose slightly, and his tone was indifferent. Linger, come to the classroom. Zhao Linger on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then became excited. You looking for me? I'll be there soon. She was still angry with Xianghu last night, thinking that he had not come back all night and did not send her a message or take the initiative to explain, which made her have all kinds of thoughts all night. But now, early in the morning, Xianghu took the initiative to call me, and my mood instantly brightened up. I immediately changed my clothes and prepared to leave. After Xianghu hung up the phone, he glanced at Sun Hao indifferently, then spoke slowly. Just wait. The whole classroom was silent for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Sun Hao and others laughed so hard that they fell over, and some students even covered their stomachs and laughed until tears came out. Ha 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 ha, he actually hit me? And you're still waiting? Are you making it look like the real thing? It's so funny, Xianghu, you are really something. Were you just talking to yourself on the phone just now? Why are you pretending to be a big shot? Isn't this the Zhao Linger you imagined? Maybe he ordered a fast food takeout and a delivery guy will come to deliver the food later? Sun Hao crossed his arms, with a sneer on his face and a teasing expression on his lips. Xianghu, do you know that you are not the one who is embarrassed? We are the ones who feel embarrassed for you when we laugh at your jokes. Wait. Sun Hao imitated Xianghu's tone just now and sneered repeatedly. Chapter 52, What is a slap in the face? Okay, I want to see who you are waiting for. The lackeys laughed and cheered, their eyes full of sarcasm. Lin Lei frowned, but he was secretly worried. He was really afraid that Xianghu would be embarrassed. After all, Sun Hao was a villain. If Zhao Linger didn't come, Xianghu would be very embarrassed. So, Lin Lei quietly pulled Xianghu's sleeve and whispered. Brother, let's go. Don't argue with them. There's no need to bother with people like them. Xianghu, however, had a calm expression. He sat there steadily, without moving, and there was even a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. No need to go, wait a moment. Seeing this, the sarcasm in Sun Hao's eyes became even stronger and he sneered. What? Are you reluctant to leave? Do you really take yourself seriously? The lackeys also blocked the door, with mocking looks on their faces. If you dare to run away today, you will completely admit that you are bragging. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We love seeing you look so embarrassed. Zhao Linger? Ah, if she really comes, I'll eat shit live. There was a constant stream of discussion in the classroom. Some people looked at him with disdain, some mocked him, and some were waiting with great interest to see Xianghu make a fool of himself. However, just then, in the corridor outside the classroom, there was a crisp sound of high heels stepping on the floor, accompanied by a faint scent of perfume. The whole classroom fell silent in an instant. Then, a graceful figure appeared at the door. She was wearing a white dress, had a tall figure with curvy figure, an exquisite and impeccable face, and a pair of bewitching eyes, cold yet with a hint of charm. It's exactly Zhao Linger. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. The whole classroom was silent. The smiles on Sun Hao and others' faces froze in an instant, as if they had been slapped in the face, and were frozen on their faces. Lin Lei's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Zhao Linger in disbelief. The students were all stunned and took a deep breath, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. What the hell? Zhao Linger is really here? No way? Could it be that what Xianghu said is true? Shit, what's going on? Sun Hao's lackeys were all stunned, with their mouths open and dull eyes, as if their entire worldview had collapsed. Especially Sun Hao, his face turned pale, his pupils contracted violently, his palms were clenched tightly, and his nails were almost embedded in the flesh. No. Impossible. Sun Hao muttered to himself as if he had seen a ghost. However, the next scene is what makes everyone completely doubt their lives. After Zhao Linger walked into the classroom, her eyes passed over everyone and fell on Xianghu. Then, a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and the next second, she walked quickly towards Xianghu, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, she threw herself into Xianghu's arms. Then, she put her soft arms around Xianghu's neck gently, her voice tinged with a hint of anger. Brother, you asked me to come to school, did you miss me? Boom! In the classroom, everyone's head exploded instantly. The air seemed to freeze. Sun Hao and the others were completely stunned, their eyes almost popped out and their mouths opened wide enough to fit a whole fist. What the hell? What on earth is going on? Zhao Linger actually threw herself into Xianghu's arms? Am I dazzled? The whole classroom fell into deathly silence. Everyone's expression was as if they had swallowed a fly. Confused, sluggish, collapsed. Especially Sun Hao, he looked like he was struck by lightning, his face was pale, his fists were clenched, and his eyes were full of jealousy. He had been pursuing Zhao Linger for so long, but he had never even touched the corner of Zhao Linger's clothes. Now he actually took the initiative to throw himself into Xianghu's arms and acted like a spoiled child by hugging Xianghu's neck? Why? Sun Hao was furious, his face was distorted, his teeth were chattering, his fists were clenched so hard that veins bulged, and his eyes were so gloomy that he looked like he wanted to eat someone. Xianghu, on the other hand, still looked calm, with a hint of a smile on his lips. He gently put his arms around Zhao Linger's slender waist, speaking in a calm and steady voice. Well, of course I missed you. As soon as these words came out, Sun Hao's defense was broken immediately. Sun Hao's face turned red instantly, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He pursued Zhao Linger for 2 whole years, licking her so hard that he almost lost his self-esteem, but in the end he didn't even touch a finger of Zhao Linger. Now, Zhao Linger actually took the initiative to throw herself into Xianghu's arms, hugged Xianghu's neck and acted coquettishly, and even said, "Do you miss me?" Why? Why? Sun Hao's mentality completely collapsed. He felt like he was punched in the chest, he was burning with anger and was almost going crazy with jealousy. However, not only him, but everyone in the classroom was staring at this scene in a daze, their eyes full of disbelief. Holy crap! Zhao Linger is actually with Xianghu? How the hell is this possible? I don't believe it. I won't believe it even if I die. Some male students were angry, while some female students were so surprised that they were speechless. The whole classroom was in chaos. Even some boys who had always had a crush on Zhao Linger turned green in the face. They clenched their fists under the table with anger in their eyes. Sun Hao gritted his teeth, his face twisted as if he had eaten shit, staring at Xianghu, and said viciously, "Zhao Linger! Are you crazy? How could you possibly be with this poor guy?" Zhao Linger frowned and glanced at Sun Hao coldly with a look of disgust on her face. "Sun Hao, are you meddling too much? Who I am with is my freedom. What does it have to do with you?" Sun Hao's whole body shook, as if he was slapped in public. His face turned red instantly, and his eyes were full of humiliation and anger. Zhao Linger. Sun Hao almost roared. Wake up! He is just a poor fellow. Can you have a good life following him? The lackeys also echoed. That's right. Xianghu is a complete loser, extremely poor. Have you forgotten that he used to eat at Lin Lei's table? That's right. The clothes he wore before were from cheap stalls. Don't tell me that a man like this is worthy of Zhao Linger? Zhao Linger, I advise you to wake up as soon as possible and don't be fooled. Sun Hao's eyes were red as he stared at Xianghu viciously, his eyes full of resentment. Xianghu. What kind of magic potion did you feed Zhao Linger? Or did you force her to do it? When Xianghu heard this, his eyes turned slightly cold and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He spoke slowly, his voice calm, but with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Sun Hao, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. You've been chasing Zhao Linger for so long, but you haven't even touched her finger. Chapter 53, Dog Lickers are the least deserving of pity. What? Just because they ignore you, you think it's impossible for others to do the same? Do you think that if you are treated as a bootlicker and blocked as a stranger, all men will be the same as you? Boom! Sun Hao's face instantly turned red, his breathing became rapid, and his whole body was shaking. He was so ashamed that he almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He roared. Xianghu. Don't talk nonsense. Xianghu shrugged with a sneer, looking playful. Nonsense? Do you dare to take out your phone right now and send a message to Zhao Linger to see if she will reply to you? Sun Hao's breathing suddenly stagnated and the expression on his face completely froze. In the classroom, everyone's eyes were on him, waiting for him to take out his phone for verification. Sun Hao's hand trembled slightly, but he never took out his cell phone. Because he knew very well in his heart that his previous information had indeed been completely blocked by Zhao Linger. For a moment, the whole classroom was dead silent. After a few seconds, everyone smiled meaningfully. Although I don't know how the goddess Linger fell in love with Xianghu, but this Sun Hao is too flattering, isn't he? Could it be that he was really blocked? Alas, the lickspittle is really pitiful. After licking for 2 years, he can't even send a message. Sun Hao, stop talking, you're embarrassing me. Sun Hao's face was completely distorted, his fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Xianghu. Don't be so complacent. Do you think Zhao Linger really likes you? I'm telling you. A poor bastard like you can never be worthy of her. Sooner or later, she's going to dump you. Xianghu smiled calmly and was about to speak, but Zhao Linger in his arms suddenly turned around and looked at Sun Hao coldly. Her voice was extremely cold. Sun Hao, that's enough. You pursued me, but I didn't agree. So you can talk like this? It's not up to you to decide who is worthy of me. Get out of here, you clown. Zhao Linger's voice was filled with disgust, and she even felt sick to look at Sun Hao for one more second. At this moment, Sun Hao's face turned completely pale. As if struck by lightning, his mouth opened slightly and his whole body froze in place. All the students looked at this scene in shock. Damn it! Zhao Linger actually confronted Sun Hao in public? It seems that she is sincere to Xianghu. Fuck, what the hell is going on? How come the D-string suddenly strikes back? Lin Lei also widened his eyes and looked at Xianghu, his face full of shock. Brother, how did you do that? Xianghu's mouth curled up into a faint smile, his eyes were calm, and he spoke calmly. Nothing, I'm just better than some people. As soon as these words came out, Sun Hao became so angry that his eyes turned red and he almost went crazy. He was completely defeated. Sun Hao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared at Xianghu, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists so hard that they made a crackling sound. He wished he could tear Xianghu to pieces. He has never been so embarrassed. Zhao Linger humiliated him in public, Xianghu stepped on him, all his classmates were laughing at him, and his dignity was completely shattered. He couldn't stand it anymore and roared. Xianghu. Just wait. This is not over yet. After saying that, Sun Hao suddenly threw his hands away, turned around angrily and was about to leave. However, Xianghu suddenly spoke coldly and said indifferently. Sun Hao, where are you going? Sun Hao paused, turned back and glared. What do you care where I go? Xianghu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes playful. What? Did you forget the bet? In an instant, the whole classroom fell into deathly silence. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted, their eyes instantly became excited and expectant. Yes. Sun Hao and Xianghu made a bet. Fuck, Sun Hao lost. He has to kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times. Ha 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 ha. This is the point. All the students looked at Sun Hao excitedly. Sun Hao's face turned red instantly, as if he had been slapped. His whole body was shaking, and he roared with gritted teeth. Xianghu. Don't go too far. Xianghu smiled indifferently and looked at him leisurely. What? Are you going to default on your debt? Sun Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over and his face was extremely ferocious. Everyone became even more excited and started to cheer. Sun Hao. Be a real man and keep your word. That's right, you have to accept the loss. You made the bet in front of the whole class, don't tell us, do you want to default on it? Ha 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 ha, you were so arrogant just now, why are you silent now? Sun Hao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he felt unprecedented humiliation at this moment. How could he really kneel down and bark like a dog? He was furious, his eyes turned red, and he suddenly punched Xianghu. Xianghu. Go to hell. Bang. Before Sun Hao's fist touched Xianghu's eyes turned cold. He suddenly raised his hand and directly grabbed Sun Hao's wrist. Don't want to give me face, right? Xianghu spoke coldly, and the next second, he suddenly twisted his wrist. Ka! Sun Hao screamed in pain, his wrist was in severe pain, and he was kicked to the ground by Xianghu. Boom! Sun Hao fell heavily to the ground, his face pressed against the floor, looking extremely miserable. All the students opened their mouths in shock. Fuck! Sun Hao was knocked down by Xianghu in one move. Is this still the same Xianghu? Why is he suddenly so good at fighting? Everyone was completely shocked. Sun Hao's face turned pale, and he was sweating from the pain. He looked at Xianghu in shock, his face full of horror. When did you become so good at fighting? Xianghu looked down at him with disdain and said coldly. With your limited strength, you dared to attack me? Sun Hao completely collapsed, his eyes full of anger. Just then. Stop it. An angry voice came from the door. The head teacher rushed in, his face extremely gloomy. Fighting in college, don't you want your diploma? The head teacher's face turned pale and he was furious. The students were startled and immediately quieted down. Sun Hao took the opportunity to speak with gritted teeth. Xianghu. Just wait for me. Then, he got up in a panic, looked at Xianghu viciously, turned around and left with gritted teeth. Xianghu was too lazy to pay attention. He shrugged casually and patted the dust off his hands. Afterwards, Xiaolinger also left. Things finally came to an end. After class, Lin Lei's face was filled with shock, and he excitedly grabbed Xianghu's arm. Brother! How did you catch up with Xiaolinger? Please teach me, can I pay for your takeout this semester? I don't want to pursue someone as good as Xiaolinger, just let me win the class beauty. Chapter 54, he offered his face to her? Xianghu chuckled and said leisurely. Didn't I tell you that my buddy has turned over a new leaf? Lin Lei's mouth twitched. Are you kidding me? You were so poor before, how can you turn your life around? You kid, you are not teasing me on purpose. Xianghu just smiled mysteriously without explaining. Then, Lin Lei patted Xianghu on the shoulder. Okay, no matter how you turn over, are you still going to deliver food this afternoon? Xianghu shook his head. I'm not going, but I'll take you there. The two prepared to go to the parking lot. Lin Lei was stunned and frowned. You'll take me there? You have a car? His face was full of doubt. However, before we even got to the parking lot, Xianghu. An angry voice came from the front. Everyone looked up and saw Sun Hao walking towards them with a burly man in a menacing manner. This man is 1.9 meters tall, with muscular body, broad back and a fierce look on his face. Sun Hao's face was full of resentment and his eyes were extremely cold. He looked at Xianghu ferociously. Xianghu. Aren't you a good fighter? Today, I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to have your limbs broken. Lin Lei frowned, and when he saw the cold and resentful look on Sun Hao's face, he suddenly felt uneasy. Although Sun Hao is usually arrogant and domineering, he doesn't dare to go too far in school. But now, he actually brought such a burly man with him, obviously wanting to cause trouble for Xianghu outside the school. Sun Hao, what do you mean? Lin Lei stood up and said with a frown. Sun Hao sneered, his eyes vicious. What's the meaning? Xianghu beat me up, can I just let it go like this? At this time, some students passing by also saw this scene. They all rushed to eat the melons. I knew it wasn't that simple. Sun Hao, this guy actually called people, I can't afford to play with him. Oh no, look at the guy he brought with him, he looks like his brother. The one who practices boxing. Oh no. Xianghu is going to get beaten now. Sun Hao turned to look at the burly man next to him and said respectfully. Brother, this is the guy who beat me up in the classroom just now. The sturdy man was named Sun Tianran, Sun Hao's biological brother. He had practiced boxing and been involved in underground black boxing. He once won the city-level free fighting championship and was somewhat famous in Jiangcheng. At this moment, he was staring at Xianghu with his tiger eyes and a cold look. You hit my brother? Sun Tianran's voice was low and carried a hint of oppression. Xianghu glanced at him and said casually. He deserves a beating. Sun Tianran's eyes turned cold and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boy, you're pretty crazy. Mad? Xianghu sneered and looked at him indifferently. Can I be a little less crazy about trash like you? As soon as these words were spoken, the students who were watching the fun around them gasped. Fuck, is Xianghu crazy? Sun Tianran is a martial artist, a master of underground black boxing. It's over, Xianghu is dead this time. He just beat up Sun Hao, and now he dares to challenge Sun Tianran? Is there anything wrong with his brain? Lin Lei was also anxious. He originally wanted to pull Xianghu away, but now when he heard that Xianghu dared to go against Sun Tianran, he suddenly became very anxious. Brother, don't be so stubborn, this guy is really good at fighting. However, Xianghu patted Lin Lei's shoulder disapprovingly and smiled slightly. Don't worry. Lin Lei's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly in his heart. At this time, Xianghu can still laugh? Ha 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 ha. Sun Tianran seemed to have heard a huge joke and suddenly laughed out loud towards the sky. You? You want to fight me? I think you are just an ignorant fool. Sun Tianran's face darkened and his voice suddenly became cold and harsh. Since you are so crazy, today, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked, his fist like a cannonball, carrying a strong wind, and smashed hard into Xianghu's face. The classmates around him exclaimed, and Lin Lei's eyes widened, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. However, at the moment when everyone thought Xianghu would be knocked away by a punch. However, Xianghu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly turned his head, easily dodging the punch. Bang! Sun Tianran's fist smashed into the air, and the wind created by the fist whizzed past and hit the propaganda board not far away. Snap! The iron billboard was hit with a dented fist mark. Everyone gasped, too shocked to speak. Fuck! Isn't Sun Tianran's fist too terrifying? If this punch hits someone in the face, I'm afraid their face will collapse, right? Lin Lei was sweating profusely and was completely terrified. However, what confused him even more was that Xianghu actually dodged it easily. How is this possible? Sun Tianran was also stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Boy, you're pretty good. Sun Tianran licked his lips and his eyes became more fierce. Just nice? Xianghu smiled faintly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Then try again? Court death. Sun Tianran roared angrily and stomped his body to the ground suddenly. He pouncing on his prey like a tiger, as fast as lightning. He swung his fist and attacked Xianghu again. The speed is so fast that people can't react at all. It's over. Xianghu is definitely going to be knocked away. The students who were watching felt their hearts sink suddenly. However, next second, Xianghu suddenly moved. He just slightly turned his body to avoid Sun Tianran's punch, and at the same time his right hand shot out like lightning and grabbed Sun Tianran's wrist. Sun Tianran's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to break free, he suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from his wrist. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp sound of bones rubbing against each other, Sun Tianran's body suddenly lost balance, and was thrown over the shoulder by Xianghu, falling heavily to the ground. Boom! The ground shook and smoke and dust rose. Sun Tianran was so dizzy from the fall that he couldn't get up for a long time. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone was petrified instantly. Fuck! Sun Tianran was actually thrown down by Xianghu? This is impossible. This guy is a master of underground black boxing. Xianghu, what kind of monster is he? Lin Lei's mouth opened so wide that his eyeballs almost popped out. Brother, when did you become so good at fighting? Xianghu smiled and said calmly. Didn't I just tell you? Your brother Yu is no longer the brother you used to be. Lin Lei. He now suddenly began to believe what Xianghu said. You, who are you? Sun Tianran struggled to get up, his eyes full of shock and fear. Who I am? Xianghu smiled faintly, reached out and patted his shoulder, and said softly. I'm your grandpa. Sun Tianran. Chapter 55, Have you always been so brave? Boom. This sentence, like thunder, exploded fiercely in everyone's ears. Fuck. Xianghu is too crazy. How dare he humiliate Sun Tianran like this? Sun Tianran is probably going to be mad. Sun Tianran's face instantly turned extremely red. He had never been insulted like this before. Xianghu. I'm going to kill you. Sun Tianran roared, stood up suddenly, and pounced on Xianghu again. However, Xianghu kicked out directly. Bang! Sun Tianran flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashed into the wall, made a muffled sound, vomited blood, and fainted. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened with horror. Xianghu, it's so scary. Sun Hao's face was extremely pale, his whole body was shaking, and his eyes were filled with fear. You. Xianghu walked forward slowly, looked down at Sun Hao, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sun Hao, it seems you have forgotten the bet. Sun Hao trembled suddenly, and his face turned pale instantly. No, don't. Sun Hao was trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear. He never expected that the brother he had always relied on would be so vulnerable in front of Xianghu. At this moment, Xianghu looked down at him with a cold smile on his face, as if he was looking at an ant. Sun Hao, you won't forget our bet, right? Xianghu's voice was calm, yet carried an irresistible majesty. Sun Hao's face was pale and he was terrified to the extreme, but he still held on and argued. Xianghu, don't go too far. Do you think that you can really turn things around just by winning a fight? You were just lucky. When my brother recovers from his injury. Bang! A loud slap suddenly landed on Sun Hao's face, knocking him to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Xianghu actually hit Sun Hao? Sun Hao has always been uneducated. But Xianghu is a good student. This is a school, how dare Xianghu be so unscrupulous? Lin Lei also looked at Xianghu in shock. He found that Xianghu had really changed. The Xianghu who used to be forbearing, low-key and looked down upon by others had completely disappeared. Xianghu is now domineering and arrogant. Sun Hao fell to the ground, half of his face swollen, his eyes full of humiliation. He covered his face and roared angrily. Xianghu, are you crazy? Xianghu sneered. It seems you haven't faced reality yet. After saying that, he stretched out his foot, stepped on Sun Hao's face, and pressed his head hard to the ground, his voice cold. You forgot the bet, but I didn't. You said, if Zhao Linger is really my girlfriend, kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times. Sun Hao's whole body was stiff, his eyes filled with fear. He never imagined that he would end up like this one day. I can't kneel down. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and held on. Oh. Xianghu smiled slightly, raised his foot, and kicked him in the stomach again. Puff. Sun Hao hunched over and was kicked to the ground. His face turned pale instantly. He held his stomach and retched continuously. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead like beads of water. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Xianghu looked down at him with a teasing look in his eyes. Sun Hao, do you want to kneel down by yourself, or do you want me to kneel down for you? The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone watching this scene took a deep breath. Oh my god, is Xianghu crazy? Sun Hao is a well-known figure in the school, and he was pinned to the ground and beaten by Xianghu? What is going on? Sun Hao's lackeys were also terrified. Their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to step forward to stop him. They saw with their own eyes what happened to Sun Tianran and knew that he was no match for Xianghu. Now they just wanted to escape from here quickly and didn't want to be the next person to be knocked down. Sun Hao lay on the ground, trembling all over, his face had changed from anger to horror. He had never suffered such humiliation, never been stepped on like this. Xianghu, don't go too far. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and tried to force himself to stand up. Bang! Xianghu slapped Sun Hao again, and he fell back to the ground. Half of his face was completely red and swollen, and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Xianghu looked at him indifferently, his voice cold. I'm giving you one last chance, kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times. Otherwise, do you believe that I can make you unable to stay in the university in Zhangcheng? Sun Hao's body trembled suddenly and he was completely scared. These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in his mind. He suddenly realized that Xianghu was no longer the poor student he used to be, and his strength was far beyond what he could afford to offend. Sun Hao's eyes were full of humiliation, his body was shaking, and his face looked extremely ugly, but in the end, he still knelt down tremblingly, with his head lowered, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes were full of resentment. Woof woof woof. He lowered his head and barked 3 times. The sound was faint, but in the silent classroom, it was extremely clear. Everyone was stunned. Sun Hao actually knelt down? Did he really bark like a dog? The students looked at this scene and couldn't believe their eyes. Is this true? Sun Hao actually knelt down? Oh my god, this is Sun Hao, the arrogant and domineering man in school. He actually knelt down? Xianghu, who is he? Everyone looked at Xianghu, their eyes filled with fear. They suddenly realized that Xianghu was no longer the poor boy who could be bullied at will. He has become a big boss that they cannot afford to offend. Lin Lei was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. He never expected that his good brother would become so domineering and powerful. He suddenly felt fortunate that he had been nice to Xianghu in the past, otherwise, he would probably be the one kneeling on the ground today. Xianghu looked at Sun Hao with a sneer on his face. Remember today's lesson and be more careful with your mouth next time. After saying that, he retracted his foot, patted his clothes, and turned and left as if he had not done anything big just now. Sun Hao knelt on the ground, trembling all over, his eyes full of resentment. He stared at Xianghu's back, gritted his teeth, and swore secretly in his heart. Xianghu, I will definitely repay you double for today's humiliation. Xianghu didn't care about these rubbish ideas at all. He turned to look at Lin Lei and smiled faintly. Let's go, I'll give you a part-time job. Lin Lei was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly caught up with shock on his face. Brother, you have really changed. Xianghu smiled. It's time to change. Lin Lei nodded, his eyes became firm. He knew that Xianghu had completely risen. And as Xianghu's brother, he must not fall behind. Chapter 56, Why is Xianghu still so arrogant? The two walked out of the teaching building and prepared to go to the parking lot. However, before they reached their destination, a black BMW suddenly stopped in front of them. The car door opened and a gloomy-looking man walked out of the car. It was Sun Tianran. His face was gloomy at the moment, and his body still bore traces of the beating he had just received. He stared at Xianghu with eyes full of resentment. Xianghu, you want to run away just because you're so cool? Sun Tianran said coldly, with a sinister smile on his lips. Just wait, my people will be here soon. You will never be able to leave this school today. When Lin Lei saw Sun Tianran and his men rushing over in a menacing manner, his heart suddenly tightened. He quickly pulled Xianghu's sleeve and whispered. Brother, don't be impulsive. This guy is not a good person. His family has some background. We still have time to leave now. Xianghu smiled indifferently, not taking it seriously at all, and there was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. Leave? Why leave? What do you think he can do to me? Lin Lei was speechless. It was already this late, why was Xianghu still so arrogant? He is really a little scared now. After all, Sun Tianran is not an ordinary person, and his family has some connections. What's more, Sun Tianran obviously came prepared this time, so today's matter may not be so easy to resolve. Sure enough, Sun Tianran smiled coldly and waved his hand. The car door behind him opened again, and then 5 or 6 muscular men walked out of the car. Each of them was wearing tight sportswear, with clear muscle lines, and they were obviously martial artists. Xianghu, it seems that you are quite good at fighting. Not only do you dare to touch my brother, you even dare to hit me? Sun Tianran's eyes were cold and a vicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But do you think you're awesome just because you can beat me? Then today I will let you see what a true master is. He waved his hand and pointed at the strong men. These people are all professional fighters that I specially invited. Each of them is a real tough guy and has won prizes in national level competitions. Lin Lei broke out in a cold sweat and his face turned pale. He knew how terrifying these people were. Ordinary martial artists could not withstand a few punches from them. These were professionals. The students who were watching the fun gasped and whispered to each other. Sun Tianran is serious this time. It's over, it's over. Xianghu is dead now. These professional fighters are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Wasn't Xianghu very arrogant just now? Is he going to be in trouble now? When Sun Tianran saw the reactions of the crowd, he felt extremely proud. He just wanted to see Xianghu being beaten up and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Xianghu, kneel down now, kowtow 3 times to my brother, then slap yourself 10 times, and call me grandpa, and maybe I can save you some pain. Sun Tianran sneered, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked superior. Otherwise, I will put you in the hospital for 3 months, or even half a year. Sun Hao on the side smiled even more sinisterly. Xianghu, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Keep on being arrogant? The lackeys all echoed. Why were you so awesome just now? Why aren't you talking now? Are you scared to death? The classmates around were talking about it, and many of them even began to shake their heads and sigh. They knew that Xianghu had really hit a wall this time. A fighting master of this level was definitely not something that ordinary people could fight against. However, just when everyone thought Xianghu would be scared and regret it. However, Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, with a playful look in his eyes. Did you misunderstand something? Sun Tianran was stunned for a moment and sneered. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding of what? I'm not thinking about whether or not to kneel down. I'm thinking how to make you kneel down. Xianghu put his hands in his pockets and spoke in an unspeakably calm tone. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was stunned, even Lin Lei was shocked by Xianghu's arrogance. Sun Tianran was stunned for a second, then he became furious, his face flushed red. He felt extremely humiliated and shouted angrily. You're looking for death. Come on, beat him hard, beat him to death. The professional fighters nodded, with grim smiles on their faces. They were hired by Sun Tianran at a huge price, so naturally they had to perform their best. Swish! Several fighters suddenly rushed towards Xianghu, at an extremely fast speed and with steady steps. They were obviously well trained, and their fists were whistling as they headed straight for Xianghu's face. Some of the students who were watching even closed their eyes because they couldn't bear it. They could already imagine Xianghu being beaten so badly that his face was bruised and he would fall to the ground. However, at the moment when everyone thought Xianghu would be beaten up, bang! A muffled sound. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. One of the professional fighters was slapped away by Xianghu. He flew backwards 5 or 6 meters and fell to the ground, wailing. Ah! The fighter rolled over in pain, his face full of horror. What's going on? What is going on? The students around him all widened their eyes, too shocked to speak. Xianghu actually slapped a professional fighter away with just one slap? The remaining fighters were also stunned for a moment, but they were professionals after all, so they quickly adjusted their state and quickly besieged Xianghu. Xianghu sneered. His physical fitness was no longer that of an ordinary person. Strengthened by the system, his reaction, strength, and speed were far beyond that of ordinary people. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Xianghu's figure was like a ghost. He dodged their attacks easily while counterattacking fiercely. Every punch he threw hit the target with incredible precision and was so fast that people could not see clearly. In just a few seconds, the professional fighters who were so arrogant just now fell to the ground one by one, covering their bodies and groaning in pain. Not one of them could stand up. The entire playground was dead silent. Sun Tianran's expression changed completely. His eyes widened and his face was full of horror and disbelief. How is this possible? Sun Hao was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He originally thought that Xianghu would be severely beaten up, but he didn't expect that these fighting masters invited by his brother were easily knocked down by Xianghu. You losers! Didn't you say you were good at fighting? Sun Tianran yelled in despair. The fighters who fell to the ground had fear in their eyes. They wanted to speak, but the pain was so severe that they couldn't make any sound. Xianghu clapped his hands, as if he had done something insignificant, and said lightly, Sun Tianran, the bet you just mentioned, isn't it time to fulfill it? Chapter 57. It's not too late to add it now. When Sun Tianran heard Xianghu's words, his face suddenly changed, and he questioned while suppressing his anger. What bet? When did I make a bet with you? Sun Hao also echoed. That's right, Xianghu, stop talking nonsense here. We didn't make any bets with you. Xianghu sneered, his eyes were as sharp as a blade, and his voice was indifferent but full of majesty. It's not too late to add it now. After he finished speaking, he looked around, scanning all the students who were watching, his tone calm but unquestionable. Sun Tianran, Sun Hao, you two brothers, kneel down now and crawl around the playground 10 times. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. 1 lap of the playground is nearly 400 meters, and 10 laps is 4 kilometers. How can 2 people crawl on their knees? Wouldn't this ruin your knees? Everyone couldn't help but gasp, their faces filled with shock. Sun Tianran and Sun Hao's faces suddenly turned extremely ugly. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? They were forced to crawl on their knees? This is even more unacceptable than just beating someone up. Sun Tianran's face was frighteningly gloomy, he clenched his fists and roared. Xianghu! Don't go too far. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Xianghu glanced at them with disdain, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a cold smile. It's not up to you to decide whether I can do whatever I want. After saying that, he raised his hand slightly, and suddenly, the black and white devils came out. The 2 of them took a step forward in an instant, and a strong sense of oppression suddenly filled the entire playground. Especially that cold look, like a beast staring at its prey, made the Sun Tianran brothers' breathing stop for a moment, and a bone-chilling chill surged in their hearts. Sun Tianran tried to hold on, but his tone was already a little weak. Who is this? Your bodyguard? What do you want to do? Xianghu sneered. Kneel or not? You dare. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. But the next second. Bang! Haisha kicked Sun Hao directly on the knee. The powerful impact made Sun Hao's knee soften, and he fell to the ground instantly. Ah! Sun Hao screamed in pain, his face flushed, his hands firmly on the ground, but his knees were shaking with pain as if they were about to break. When Sun Tianran saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he was so frightened that he took a step back. Xianghu looked at him indifferently, his voice calm but with overwhelming majesty. I don't mind asking again, kneel or not kneel? Sun Tianran gritted his teeth, feeling extremely humiliated, but he knew that if he didn't kneel today, he might not be able to leave the playground. Finally, his legs went limp and he fell to his knees. Boom! On the playground, the 2 brothers knelt on the ground, their faces pale, their eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. The students watching were all stunned. Fuck! Sun Tianran's Sun Hao really knelt down? This is the young master of the Sun family, and he actually knelt down? Who is Xianghu? He's so domineering. The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Xianghu had changed from shock to awe, and some people even wanted to please him. Sun Tianran knelt on the ground, his teeth chattering, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He knew that he had lost all face today, but he would never give up. He lowered his head, his eyes full of viciousness, and swore secretly in his heart. Xianghu, just wait. I will repay you double for today's humiliation. At this moment, Lin Lei's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of surprise in his tone. What the hell? Xianghu, when did you buy a sports car? Everyone was stunned and turned to look. Xianghu took out a car key and pressed a button. Ding dee. Not far away, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom, with its lights on, the roar of its engine was like a beast awakening, instantly igniting the entire audience. The whole audience exploded. What the hell? Rolls-Royce Phantom? This car is worth tens of millions, right? How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Before, they thought Xianghu was a poor guy and even disdained to associate with him, but now, he actually drives a supercar worth tens of millions? No wonder he could pursue Zhao Linger. No wonder he is so arrogant. Lin Lei was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He couldn't believe what he saw. Xianghu, when did you become so rich? Xianghu just smiled and said it lightly. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? I turned over. Lin Lei swallowed, his eyes filled with shock. When Sun Tianran and Sun Hao saw the scene, they were stunned for a moment and completely frozen. Sun Tianran's face turned pale as he murmured. This is impossible, he is obviously a poor boy, how can he afford a car like this? Sun Hao was so frightened that he was shaking all over and his voice was trembling. Brother, who on earth is this kid? The two brothers were completely panicked at this moment. They originally thought that Xianghu was just a poor boy who was good at fighting, but now it seems that his identity is probably far more terrifying than they imagined. Xianghu glanced at them indifferently, with a slight sneer on his lips. Climb 10 laps before you go. Sun Tianran and Sun Hao's faces turned pale and blue. They felt extremely humiliated, but they dared not disobey. On the playground, the students watching saw with their own eyes the two young masters of the Sun family kneeling on the ground and crawling step by step. It was an extremely humiliating scene. Xianghu gently opened the car door and got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Xianghu slowly started the sports car, and the car roared like a beast, slowly driving towards Lin Lei. Lin Lei was still in extreme shock, his whole body was stunned, and Xianghu stepped on the accelerator to urge him on. What are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Lin Lei swallowed, his hands shaking with excitement, and he opened the car door tremblingly and got in. Fuck. Is this seat made of calfskin? It's so comfortable. Wow. This sound system, is it the Berlin sound system? It's even better than the sound system in movie theaters. As soon as Lin Lei sat in the car, he was almost dumbfounded. He touched the interior of the car with trembling hands. Top-grade carbon fiber, leather wrapping, LCD screen, and all kinds of exaggerated buttons. This is a top-notch sports car with a futuristic feel. Especially the faint fragrance in the car, you can tell at first glance that it is not ordinary aromatherapy, but the customized fragrance of a top luxury brand. Lin Lei was completely speechless. He stared at Xianghu in shock. Brother, how come you are so rich all of a sudden? What is going on? Xianghu smiled slightly, holding the steering wheel, and said lightly. Don't ask so many questions, just enjoy it. Chapter 58, Can I still hang out with you in the future? Lin Lei's mouth twitched and he gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are awesome. Just tell me, can I still hang out with you in the future? Xianghu laughed, glanced at him, and spoke in a firm tone. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Lin Lei was moved and his eyes were determined. Brother, from now on you are my real brother. Anyone who dares to bully you is against me, Lin Lei. Xianghu smiled slightly, feeling a little emotional. They were once brothers in distress, and even had to calculate the cost of a meal. Lin Lei even lent him money to tide over the difficulties. At a time like this, he certainly wouldn't treat his good brother badly. Let's go, I'll give you a part-time job. Xianghu stepped on the accelerator and the Rolls-Royce Phantom rushed out instantly. Lin Lei grabbed the handrail and screamed in fright. Fuck, bro, take it easy. The two sped all the way and soon arrived at the takeaway station. After entering the station, Lin Lei was just about to change his clothes when he saw the stationmaster Wang Jijun striding towards him. His face was gloomy, and he stared at Xianghu as if he was staring at prey, questioning him angrily. Xianghu, you still have the nerve to come back? Why didn't you come a few days ago? You didn't even answer the phone? What do you mean? Wang Jijun is about 50 years old, with a face full of flesh, a fat belly, and always a sinister smile on his lips. His favorite thing was to bully these part-time students, taking advantage of their inexperience and ignorance of the rules, deducting their money in various ways, and even finding excuses to impose fines on them. Some part-time students work as deliverymen hoping to earn some living expenses, but in the end they fail to make back their original investment and may even suffer losses. For example, the electric vehicles at the station were in bad condition, with aging batteries, malfunctioning brakes, and broken seats. However, Wang Jijun insisted that it was students who broke the bicycle and asked them to pay for it. Xianghu had tolerated him for a long time, and when they met again today, he was no longer in a good mood. He looked at Wang Jijun indifferently with a disdainful tone. Why should I answer your call? Wang Jijun's face darkened. What do you mean? Boy, do you still want to work here? With your attitude, if you don't want to do this, get out of here. Lin Lei couldn't stand it anymore and retorted directly. Fuck you, we've been working here for 3 months, the electric car has been repaired 3 times, our wages have been deducted, we can't even get commissions, and we can't make much money in a day. Who the hell would want to work for you? What? Wang Jijun's face changed drastically. Then he snorted coldly and glanced at the two of them with disdain. You poor bastards just can't endure hardship. And you still complain about this and that? College students nowadays are so lazy that they only know how to ask their families for money. His face was grim and his tone became increasingly disgusting. I'm telling you, if you want to continue doing this, then apologize to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you food. Xianghu narrowed his eyes and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I need you to give me food? Wang Jijun folded his arms across his chest and sneered. What else? What future can you have as a student working part-time as a delivery boy? Don't think you can turn your life around just by going to college. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. I've seen a lot of little bastards like you. After he finished speaking, several lackeys in the station also joined in the commotion. They were all his trusted men, and they all showed a sinister smile. This kid, he doesn't know his own weight, and he dares to be so arrogant? So what if he's a college student? Isn't he just a delivery man here? Do you really think you can be successful after graduation? You are so poor, stop pretending. They all know the background of the webmaster Wang Jijun and his family connections. Although he is just a takeaway webmaster, he actually uses his connections to do a lot of shady business at this site. He usually takes advantage of the power of others to bully part-time students. Xianghu glanced at them indifferently, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Let me apologize? Wang Jijun sneered. Yes, apologize. Otherwise, you will never be able to stay here. Lin Lei couldn't help it anymore and started swearing. You bastard, who do you think is interested in working here? Wang Jijun raised his eyebrows, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared on his face. Haha, not rare? Fine, I'll make sure you two can't find a part-time job in Jiangcheng. When Xianghu heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. He slowly took out the car key and pressed it. Drop. Buzz buzz buzz. The next second, the roar of the Rolls-Royce Phantom engine not far from the station entrance sounded deafeningly. The entire site was silent for a moment. Everyone turned their heads blankly, staring in amazement at the top-notch supercar worth tens of millions, their eyes filled with incredible shock. Wang Jijun's face froze instantly, and his entire body was as stiff as a stone sculpture. The lackeys' faces turned pale, their eyes were dull and their throats were dry. Fuck, this car. Isn't this a Rolls-Royce Phantom? A global limited edition. Xianghu, opened it? Everybody is crazy. Xianghu walked forward, approaching Wang Jijun step by step, with a cold smile on his face. Who did you say was poor? Wang Jijun's face turned pale, his body began to tremble slightly, his lips quivered, and he wanted to speak, but found that he could not make any sound. He never thought that this student who used to work part-time as a delivery boy and was exploited by him would become a big shot driving a Rolls-Royce? The station was completely silent. Everyone looked at Xianghu with shocked eyes. Wang Jijun was stunned for a moment, then a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he glanced at Xianghu with a cold look in his eyes, full of sarcasm. Ha, are you fucking kidding? Rolls-Royce Phantom? Can you afford it? His lackeys also followed suit and sneered, with mockery and sarcasm on their faces. This car costs tens of millions. How can this kid, a student who delivers takeout, afford it? Ha ha ha, I guess he must have rented it. He went somewhere to rent a sports car. He's here to show off. How funny. Some people, used to being poor, love vanity. How pitiful. That's right, you really think you can fool us by using a rented car to pretend to be like that? Wang Jijun crossed his arms, smiled coldly, looked at Xianghu with a playful look, and sneered. Boy, I've seen people who pretend to be cool, but I've never seen anyone as good at pretending as you. If you are really that rich, do you still need to deliver food? Do you still need to work here? His voice became louder and louder, and more arrogant. All the part-time workers at the takeaway station gathered around him, and many of them couldn't help but nod their heads as they listened to Wang Jijun's sarcasm. After all, in their impression, Xianghu is just a poor ox who works hard all day to make money. How can people be convinced if he suddenly drives a Rolls-Royce? Lin Lei was so angry that his teeth were itching and he said angrily. You know nothing. Who says that rich people can't work? Who says that people can't keep a low profile? Chapter 59, Resign and get paid 3,800 yuan? Wang Jijun snorted coldly. Haha, low key? I think it means being poor. Don't give me that. You want to leave? Sure. But I tell you, it's not that easy to leave now. He took out his cell phone with a smug look on his face, opened the class schedule, flipped through it, and sneered. Xianghu, Lin Lei, you guys want to resign, right? Okay, then let us follow the rules. The contract clearly states that resigning early is a breach of contract, and according to the contract, you must pay liquidated damages. He pressed the calculator a few more times and sneered. You too, this month's salary is not much to begin with, plus the fine set by the company, the electric vehicle wear and tear fees, site management fees, equipment maintenance fees, safety training fees. You don't want to work anymore, right? Very good, then according to the rules, each of you must pay 3,800 yuan. After Wang Jijun finished speaking, he deliberately paused, looked around at everyone, and sneered with a hint of mockery. What? Are you scared? Ha, it's written in black and white, no one can deny it. The lackeys immediately followed suit, making sarcastic remarks and gloating over the other's misfortune. Ha 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 ha. I have to pay 3,800 yuan for quitting my job? This is really making me laugh to death. Why don't you just keep going? Our station master is known to be impartial and ruthless. Since you've signed the contract, you have to abide by the rules. It's all their own fault. They didn't read the contract when they signed it. Now they know they were wrong? It's too late. Don't say we are bullying you. This is the contract you signed, so you have to accept the loss. Lin Lei's face turned extremely ugly. He looked at Wang Jijun with gritted teeth and clenched his fists tightly. You are a black-hearted capitalist. You specialize in cheating us students. Fuck you, we work so hard delivering food and don't make much money in a month, but you cheat money from us. You have no shame at all. Wang Jijun was not ashamed at all. Instead, he had a smug smile on his face, his arms folded across his chest, and looked like he had Xianghu and Lin Lei in his sight, with a contemptuous tone. You can curse as much as you want, the contract has already taken effect. It's okay if you don't want to pay the money, just stay and work, and I'll slowly deduct the penalty from you. He glanced at Xianghu with a cold look and sneered. Isn't it rich? What is wrong with the rich man who drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Can't come up with a few $1,000s? Ha, what a joke. The lackeys continued to laugh. Ha ha ha, you were acting so awesome just now, why are you silent now? You're not pretending too much and you're starting to believe it yourself, are you? Do you really think our station master is easy to bully? Can your little tricks defeat the station master? Many part-time students also began to make a commotion and talk about it. Fuck, there won't be these traps in our contract, right? The webmaster was so confident just now, I feel like we must have signed a similar contract. Damn it, have we been tricked? Someone took out the contract and started to look through it, and found that there were many similar management fees, equipment loss fees, site maintenance fees, etc. written in their contract, which made everyone feel chilled. Fuck, isn't this a scam? These messed up fees are simply made up by the webmaster. This is a disguised form of wage deduction. It's too dark. Station master, you're too fucking dark. However, Wang Jijun was not at all panicked. Instead, he looked at everyone with a playful expression and sneered. Ha, once the contract is signed, it is valid. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Do you want to sue me? It doesn't matter. Our contract has been reviewed by a regular lawyer. Even if we call the police, you still have to pay the money. Many part-time students were suddenly angry and helpless. They just wanted to earn some living expenses, but who would have thought that they would be deceived into signing such a deceptive contract? Now there is nothing they can do. Wang Jijun smiled triumphantly and continued to look at Xianghu with a contemptuous tone. Boy, you can go now, but give me the money first. The lackeys also echoed. Hurry up and pay, and stop talking nonsense. So what if you have a sports car? You can't even afford 3,800? Ha, don't think you can get away with it by pretending to be cool. The station master has seen the world. Xianghu glanced at Wang Jijun indifferently, with a sneer on his lips and a hint of amusement in his eyes. You just said, let me pay 3,800. Xianghu sneered, his voice indifferent. Wang Jijun had a cold look in his eyes, his arms folded across his chest, and an arrogant expression. That's right, 3,800, not a cent less, it's written in black and white in the contract, you can't escape. The lackeys also joined in the commotion, looking at Xianghu with glee, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Ha, you were so arrogant just now, but now you're scared, right? After all, you are still a poor worker. Stop pretending and pay up. You really don't know how high the sky is. You rented a car to show off. Now you've been slapped in the face, right? The smug look on Wang Jijun's face became more and more intense. Looking at Xianghu's calm expression, he couldn't help but continue to ridicule. What? No money? Don't you want to pay? Well, if you can't take it out, it's not impossible. He paused deliberately, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Xianghu viciously, his tone was playful. Since you have a sports car, how about you mortgage it to me and let me play with it for 2 days? As soon as these words were spoken, the lackeys burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The station master is so wise. This kid dared to rent a sports car to show off? Now he's been screwed, right? Either pay the money or use the car as collateral. This guy is dead today. Although some part-time students nearby could not stand Wang Jijun's shameless behavior, they were just ordinary students after all. They did not dare to offend Wang Jijun, a black-hearted webmaster who controlled the part-time resources. They could only lower their heads and watch the scene silently. Lin Lei was so angry that he was shaking all over and cursing. Wang Jijun, you are a shameless profiteer. This contract of yours is a lie to us students. You will get your comeuppance sooner or later. Wang Jijun snorted coldly, his eyes vicious. Retribution? Ha, I want to see what you can do to me. After saying this, he looked at Xianghu triumphantly, his eyes full of mockery and contempt. Boy, you'd better make a decision quickly, pay the money or use it as a replacement for the car? Don't waste my time. Xianghu looked at him indifferently, still with that playful smile on his face, and seemed not panicked at all. Are you sure to let me pay? Xianghu raised his lips into an evil smile. Wang Jijun frowned and said coldly. Nonsense. Good. Xianghu smiled, took out his mobile phone, opened the mobile banking app, casually clicked on the balance display interface, and then showed the screen to Wang Jijun. Look, is this money enough? Wang Jijun frowned and glanced with disdain. When he saw the balance on the screen, he froze instantly and his eyeballs almost popped out. Chapter 60. Spend it as you like. The part-time students who were watching nearby also came over to take a look. When they saw the astonishing balance figure, they were all stunned. What the hell? How many zeros are there? Oh my god, tens of millions? No, hundreds of millions? Is this really Xianghu's account balance? After a short period of dead silence, the entire site went into a frenzy. No one could believe their eyes, and some even rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong. How is this possible? Where did Xianghu get so much money? Is this a fucking dream? A student who delivers food has more money in his account than I've ever seen? Who is he? Lin Lei was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He stared blankly at Xianghu's phone screen, completely speechless. At this moment, Wang Jijun's expression changed completely. No. Impossible. His lips were trembling, his voice was shaking, his face turned pale and blue, and he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at Xianghu in horror and couldn't even stand steadily. This must be photoshopped. Yes, this must be photoshopped. He shook his head violently, staring at Xianghu's phone, frantically trying to find excuses for himself. Xianghu just smiled faintly, too lazy to explain to him. He simply pointed his finger, entered the password, and transferred 1 million to Lin Lei. Ding! 1 million yuan has been credited to your account. Lin Lei's cell phone suddenly rang with a text message notification of bank deposit. He subconsciously took out his phone and took a look. The next second, he was stunned. Fuck! Lin Lei suddenly opened his eyes wide, he was so shocked that his hands holding the phone were shaking. He subconsciously looked at Xianghu, his face full of disbelief. Brother, you transferred 1 million to me? Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly. It's not much, spend it as you like. Lin Lei was completely confused. The part-time students around were instantly shocked after hearing these words. FCK. 1 million? Just spend it as you please? My god, this is a real rich man. What level of boss is this? Everyone was talking wildly, with shock written all over their faces. Wang Jijun was completely dumbfounded. His whole body seemed to be drained out. His face was pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, his mouth was slightly open, and he looked like he had lost his soul. He just actually mocked a big shot who casually transferred millions? Xianghu glanced at him with disdain, his eyes full of contempt and indifference. Now, you still want me to pay 3,008? Wang Jijun and others' faces changed drastically. Is this guy real or fake? However, no matter what, Wang Jijun and others still didn't believe it. Zhang Yuzhen has assets worth hundreds of millions, and he can easily transfer 1 million. Even if there is, the probability is so low that it can be ignored. Thinking of this, Wang Jijun became excited again. He snorted coldly, his tone firm. Of course. The contract is written in black and white. If you don't pay the money today, don't even think about leaving this door. You bastard, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Xianghu sneered, silently contacted the system manager in his heart, then opened the system mall and took a look at the current wish value, which was exactly 100,000. Redeem for a gold membership at the top local law firm. Xianghu recited silently, and the system executed it immediately. Ding! The host consumed 20,000 wish points and successfully exchanged for the top membership gold card of Jiangcheng Jinding Law Firm. The host can summon the law firm's top lawyer team at any time to provide you with any legal assistance. Xianghu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and directly dialed the number of Jinding Law Firm. As soon as the phone was connected, an extremely respectful voice was heard. Hello, valued gold card member, how can I help you? I've got a little problem here involving contract fraud and malicious wage garnishment. Xianghu's voice was flat. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, and then a deep and steady male voice sounded. Sir, we are aware of your situation. Jinding Law Firm will dispatch our most experienced lawyer to your location within 10 minutes. Xianghu nodded with satisfaction and hung up the phone. When Wang Jijun and others saw Xianghu's actions, they were stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what is he doing, hiring a lawyer? This boy's acting is quite convincing. Does he really take himself seriously? He wants to send a lawyer within 10 minutes? Who does he think he is? I guess he's calling for takeout. I'm afraid they'll send over some instant noodles later, ha ha ha. Wang Jijun sneered repeatedly, with a condescending attitude. Xianghu, stop pretending. Don't run away before the lawyer shows up. However, Xianghu remained calm, with a faint smile on his lips, and did not take their ridicule seriously at all. Ha 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 ha. Lawyer? You call a lawyer? Just you? Wang Jijun seemed to have heard a huge joke and couldn't help laughing. Xianghu, are you out of your mind? Do you know how much it costs to hire a lawyer? You are such a poor guy, can you afford a lawyer? The lackeys next to him also laughed, and each of them looked at Xianghu as if he was looking at a clown. Is this kid crazy? I am dying of laughter. What about a lawyer? With his salary, it's not even enough for the lawyer's travel expenses, right? Are you addicted to pretending? Who can't act these days? Ha ha, is he planning to call a friend and have him pretend to be a lawyer to scare us? Everyone burst into laughter and mocked, their eyes full of amusement. Lin Lei couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and spoke for Xianghu in a firm tone. Don't talk nonsense. Xianghu will not lie. If he wants to hire a lawyer, he can definitely afford it. However, as soon as he uttered this sentence, he was immediately met with even fiercer ridicule from Wang Jijun and others. Ha ha ha, Lin Lei, are you crazy too? Have you been brainwashed by Xianghu? Don't you know who he is? Can a delivery man afford a lawyer? You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Don't be silly, Lin Lei. Xianghu is just showing off. If the lawyer doesn't show up later, won't you feel embarrassed? Lin Lei, you are his brother, right? Then stop delivering food and go home to farm. You two are just born funny guys, ha ha ha. Wang Jijun sneered, his eyes full of contempt, and looked at Xianghu as if he was looking at a clown who brought disgrace upon himself. Xianghu, stop acting here, just pay the money and I'll save some face for you. If the lawyer doesn't show up later, you'll be really embarrassed. Wang Jijun crossed his arms and sneered, looking as if he was sure of victory. Chapter 61, the most powerful law firm in Jiangcheng. However, Xianghu had a calm expression, with a faint smile on his lips. Not long after, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan came speeding and stopped steadily at the entrance of the station. Then, the car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a black suit with a fierce aura stepped out, followed by two assistants, with extraordinary momentum. The scene suddenly became silent and everyone was stunned. Wang Jijun's eyes trembled, his brows suddenly frowned, and a hint of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. Who is this? His voice was trembling. Lin Lei swallowed hard and looked at Xianghu blankly. Old Xiang, could it be that this is really the lawyer you called? At this time, the middle-aged man in the black suit had walked in front of Xianghu, looking respectful, slightly bowing his head, and speaking in a solemn tone. Mr. Zhang, I am Lu Hao, a senior partner of Jinding Law Firm. I have arrived at the scene as you requested. How should we proceed? Everyone gasped. Wang Jijun's face turned pale in an instant, and he stood there in a daze, his mouth slightly open, but he couldn't utter a word. The lackeys froze instantly, the smiles on their faces froze, and their eyes were filled with horror. The part-time students screamed out loud, their eyes widened, and they were so shocked that they were speechless. What the hell? Jinding Law Firm? The most powerful law firm in Zhongcheng? This is a top-tier law firm that even small business owners can't afford. Why would anyone come here in person? What the hell is going on? What is Xianghu's identity? How can he afford a lawyer like that? How much does it cost? Lin Lei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He swallowed hard and was completely shocked. Wang Jijun's face was completely distorted, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were full of fear. He originally thought that Xianghu was just pretending, but he didn't expect that the other party actually hired a big lawyer from Jinding Law Firm. What on earth is going on? Xianghu, how could he be so capable? His lackeys were also completely dumbfounded, with their mouths open, not daring to believe what was happening before their eyes. How is this possible? How could he possibly afford Jinding Law Firm? Everyone was muttering to themselves, feeling a little dazed, and even wondering if they were dreaming. Ha 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 ha. Someone suddenly burst into laughter. It was Lin Lei. He patted Xianghu on the shoulder and said excitedly, I knew my brother couldn't be an ordinary person. Xianghu, aren't you too awesome? Even lawyers from Jinding can be hired. This is the most awesome law firm in Zhongcheng. Many big bosses want to hire us but can't. Fuck, is this true? This is Jinding, the most powerful law firm in Zhongcheng. Any lawyer there charges a minimum of millions. Xianghu actually managed to get their people to come to the door in person? Who is he? I thought he was a poor guy, but I didn't expect he is so rich. No wonder he's so arrogant, it turns out he's actually a hidden super rich man. Am I seeing things? Is this an act? The part-time students were completely shocked. They were all stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. At this time, Lu Hao, senior partner of Jinding Law Firm, had already finished reading the contract. He had a stern expression on his face as he stood beside Xianghu, glancing at Wang Jijun sharply. Mr. Zhang, we have already taken a preliminary look at the issue of contract fraud and malicious withholding of part-time employees' wages that you mentioned on the phone just now. Our legal team has analyzed this contract and found that it does contain obvious unfair clauses. It is a typical tyrannical contract. When Wang Jijun heard this, his heart trembled violently, his face turned pale, and he stood there motionless as if he had been struck by lightning. Lu Hao continued. Not only that, according to our law firm's investigation, this is not an isolated case. Your takeaway site has long used similar means to deceive a large number of part-time students, maliciously deducted their wages, and is suspected of forging labor contracts and exploiting legal loopholes to make illegal profits. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. The part-time students were immediately furious. Many of them showed anger on their faces and started talking about it. No wonder every time we get paid, there's always a large sum of money missing for no apparent reason. I felt there was something wrong for a long time, but I didn't expect it was them who did it. Bullying us part-time students? These people are beasts. Wang Jijun. What else do you have to say? Wang Jijun was completely panicked. His face was pale, his body was shaking slightly, beads of cold sweat were oozing from his forehead, and his eyes were full of fear and panic. He originally thought that, based on the terms in the contract, Xianghu and Lin Lei would not be able to do anything to him, but now, he realized that things had completely gotten out of control. This is impossible. Wang Jijun's voice was trembling. This is impossible. Our contract is legal. Lu Hao sneered and looked at Wang Jijun with cold eyes. Whether it is legal or not is not up to you to decide, but the law. Mr. Xiang is already a gold card member of our law firm, and we will be the sole agent in this matter. If you don't want to make things worse, I suggest you settle the wages of all part-time employees immediately and apologize to all victims, otherwise we will initiate legal proceedings. Boom! The whole audience was in an uproar. The part-time students were immediately excited, with excitement all over their faces. Yes. Settle our wages. Wang Jijun, you still don't admit it? The evidence is already here. This group of black-hearted capitalists are finally going to get into trouble. Boss Xianghu is so awesome. He actually managed to invite lawyers from the Jinding law firm to help us directly. That's it, Wang Jijun is finished. Wang Jijun's face turned pale and he was sweating all over. He wanted to argue, but facing the Jinding law firm, he didn't dare to confront them. After all, Jinding's lawyers are no pushovers. If they file a lawsuit, he will definitely lose everything he has. Aye. Wang Jijun opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his voice was trembling and he couldn't speak at all. Xianghu put his hands in his pockets, looked at Wang Jijun jokingly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and his tone playful. What? You don't want to pay? Didn't you say that the contract is written in black and white and that we can't default on it? Wang Jijun's face turned pale and his lips trembled. He knew that if he did not agree now, the Jinding law firm would make him die miserably. Chapter 62. I hope you are sincere. I am willing to pay. Wang Jijun gritted his teeth, and the sound was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. That's fine. Xianghu smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. But I hope you're sincere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Jijun trembled and nodded quickly. Yes. I will do it. Lu Hao sneered, then took out a legal document and spread it directly in front of Wang Jijun. Sign these agreements and compensate all part-time employees according to our requirements. Otherwise, we will sue you immediately. Wang Jijun's face turned pale and he took the agreement with trembling hands. He took a look at it and felt despair in his heart. He knew that he was completely finished today. The part-time students around were completely excited at this time. They looked at Xianghu excitedly, their eyes full of admiration. Boss Xianghu is so awesome. He just beat this black-hearted boss. This is the real boss. He quietly takes down the black-hearted capitalists. Who is Xianghu? How can he afford Jinding law firm? Everyone was shocked, even Lin Lei had a dazed look on his face. He stared at Xianghu blankly, unable to speak for a long time. He finally realized that his brother had really become successful. Xianghu and Lin Lei came out of the takeaway station. Lin Lei was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. He looked back from time to time, as if he had not yet recovered. Lao Shang, what exactly are you now? Did I miss something? Lin Lei looked at Xianghu in disbelief, his brain was almost unable to wrap itself around him. Xianghu just smiled indifferently. I'm just an ordinary person. Oh my god. Tell me the truth, did you win the lottery or were you spotted by some rich woman? Lin Lei was shocked, feeling that his brother had become mysterious. However, at this moment, a sweet female voice came from behind. Student Xianghu. Wait. The two turned around and saw a slender girl with a cool temperament jogging towards them. The girl has delicate features and long black hair, and she is so beautiful that it makes people's heart palpitate. Ding ding ding. Detected a capturable goddess. Do you want to bind? Goddess name, Su Mengyao. Age, 20 years old. Occupation, sophomore student of the dance department of Jiangcheng University, member of the school dance troupe. Appearance score, 98. Body score, 97. Overall score, 95. Talent, dancing talent, artistic temperament. Special information, the family is poor, the father is addicted to gambling, and he was harassed by loan sharks because of his father's debts. Current favorability towards the host, 40% interested in you. Host impresses the goddess and gains favorability plus 666. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 100 million Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account. Reward, wish points plus 3,000. Xianghu glanced at the system and his heart moved slightly. It seems that this beauty is not just an ordinary part-time student, but also one of the class beauties in the dance department of Jiangcheng University. And, this family background shows that she is another goddess who needs to be saved. Lin Lei looked at Su Mengyao in shock and whispered to Xianghu. Dude, you're so lucky. Do you know who she is? She is the beauty of the dance department of Jiangcheng University. She, Zhao Linger and Li Qingyu are known as the three goddesses of Jiangcheng University. Oh? The corners of Xianghu's mouth rose slightly, and he already had an idea in his mind. Su Mengyao ran up to the two of them, breathing slightly, with a slight blush on her cheeks, making her look even more charming. She looked at Xianghu with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Xianghu, thank you so much for what happened just now. If it weren't for you, we part-time students would probably still be bullied by that bastard Wang Jijun. Xianghu smiled. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. Su Mengyao bit her lip, her eyes a little hesitant, but she finally spoke. I want to treat you to a meal as a thank you. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei immediately patted Xianghu on the shoulder and grinned. Alright, I won't be a light bulb anymore. Take your time eating. I'm going back to school to play basketball. After saying that, he winked at Xianghu, then turned and ran away. Xianghu looked at Su Mengyao and said with a smile. Then let's go. The two got in the car. Su Mengyao originally thought that Xianghu would ride an electric bike, or at least an ordinary car, but when she saw Xianghu easily unlock a Rolls-Royce Phantom, she was stunned. This car is yours? Su Mengyao's eyes widened, obviously shocked. Certainly. Xianghu said casually and started the car. Along the way, Su Mengyao was in shock. She didn't expect that Xianghu, who looked ordinary, was actually a super rich man. No wonder they were able to hire top lawyers to get justice. This is just like a plot in a novel. When they arrived at the restaurant, Xianghu and Su Mengyao sat down and ordered a few dishes. Before the food arrived, Su Mengyao's cell phone suddenly rang. She frowned, picked up her phone and took a look. Her face suddenly turned pale and her fingers trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and answered the phone with a cold voice. Didn't I tell you not to harass me anymore? A sinister laugh came from the other end of the phone. Xiaoyao, you can't say that, right? If your father can't pay back the money he owes, then you have to pay it back. You should know the rules, right? Within 1 month, either pay back the 500,000 yuan, or you figure it out yourself. Su Mengyao's face turned pale and she spoke through gritted teeth. I told you, I won't go to that kind of place. Don't try to force me. Are you sure? Xiaoyao, we have left you a lot of time. If you can't pay the money next month, don't blame us for being rude. When the time comes, don't say you don't want to, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape even if you want to. The man on the other end of the phone spoke in a joking tone. Su Mengyao was so angry that she was shaking all over. She hung up the phone angrily, looking a little distraught. Xianghu's eyes flashed slightly, he put down his chopsticks and asked lightly. In trouble? Su Mengyao looked at Xianghu, her eyes dodged for a moment, but she finally gave a bitter smile. Actually, it's not a big deal, just some family matters. Xianghu smiled and spoke in a relaxed tone. I hate it most when people hide things from me, especially my friends. Su Mengyao bit her lip, was silent for a few seconds, and finally sighed. Well, actually, my father is a gambler, and he used my ID card to borrow money from a loan shark. As a result, now the money has grown to 500,000. If I can't pay it back within a month, they're going to send me to a dance hall to work as a hostess. Chapter 63, The Gambling Dad Who Tricked His Daughter. Xianghu's eyes turned slightly cold, and he understood in his heart. What a gambling dad who cheats his daughter. And you can imagine what this so-called sending her to a dance hall to accompany drinking means. Those loan sharks are not good people at all. The so-called drinking companionship is just a cover. Their real purpose is probably to destroy her completely. Xianghu said lightly. What are you going to do? Su Mengyao lowered her head and smiled bitterly. What can I do? I'm working 2 jobs now and trying my best to make money, but I can't save enough to make $500,000. I have borrowed all the money I can, and now I am almost out of living expenses. Xianghu looked at her, with a strange look in his eyes. Ding ding ding. System task released, save the goddess Su Mengyao and solve her debt problem. Task reward, wish points plus 5,000, 1 mysterious reward. Penalty for mission failure, none. Xianghu smiled slightly, looked at Su Mengyao, and said lightly. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Su Mengyao's expression became complicated, she clenched the chopsticks tightly, and it was obvious that she was struggling violently in her heart. "Xianghu, I really don't want to trouble you." She took a deep breath, bit her lip, and said with a firm look, "That loan shark company is not an ordinary lending institution, they have people in the underground. If I can't pay the money back, there is no point calling the police." Xianghu sneered and looked at her indifferently. "So your plan is to continue working, to continue to work hard, and to spend your entire life repaying a debt that you can never repay?" Su Mengyao bit her lip, her eyes showing reluctance but helplessness. "If possible, I just want to borrow a little money, pay back part of the interest first, and at least delay it for a while. I will work hard to make money and pay you back slowly." Xianghu laughed, leaned back in his chair, and looked at her with a half smile. "You are so naive. Do you think they will really wait for you to pay back the money slowly? As long as they have something on you, they will make sure you never pay back the money." Su Mengyao's face turned pale, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. "You mean?" Xianghu chuckled, but his tone was slightly cold. "What they really want is never the $500,000, but you. If they only wanted money, they would not let your father use your ID card to borrow money, but would directly attack your father." Su Mengyao's face turned completely pale, and her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and she felt cold all over. She finally realized how naive she had been all along and that those people had no intention of letting her go. "Then, what should I do?" Her voice trembled slightly and there was a hint of despair in her eyes. The corners of Xianghu's mouth curled up slightly. "Don't worry, I can help you." Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "No, I still don't want you to help me pay the money back. This is my family's business after all, and I don't want to owe you." Xianghu sneered and looked at her sharply. "Who said I'm going to help you pay back the money?" Su Mengyao was stunned and looked at him in confusion. The corners of Xianghu's mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. "Those people are greedy. Even if you really pay back the $500,000, they will find all kinds of reasons to double the amount, so that you will never be able to pay it back. I can help you solve this problem without spending a penny." Su Mengyao opened her eyes wide in surprise, her face full of shock, and she didn't dare to believe what Xianghu said. "How is it possible? Do you really have a solution?" Xianghu didn't explain too much, just said it lightly. "Just wait and watch the show." Su Mengyao looked at him, her eyes full of suspicion, but also gradually revealing a hint of trust. She actually knew in her heart that she and Xianghu had only just met and there was no reason for him to help her. But for some reason, from the first moment she saw Xianghu, she felt that this man was different. He has a temperament that makes people unconsciously want to rely on him, and makes people feel inexplicably at ease. After dinner, Xianghu drove Su Mengyao home. Along the way, Su Mengyao secretly looked at Xianghu from time to time, her heart full of questions. Who is he? Why is he always so calm? Can he really help himself solve the problem? The car stopped at the gate of an old residential area. Su Mengyao whispered, "This is my home, thank you for sending me back." Xianghu looked at the community and frowned slightly. "You live alone?" Su Mengyao nodded. "My mother is out of town taking care of my grandfather, and I'm the only one at home." Xianghu didn't say anything, he had already made a judgment in his mind. "Then I'll take you upstairs." Xianghu unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Su Mengyao waved her hands quickly. "No need, I can go up by myself." Xianghu smiled and didn't force it. He watched Su Mengyao walk towards the corridor. But at this moment, a sharp brake sound suddenly rang out. Swish! A black business car suddenly stopped at the entrance of the community. The door was kicked open from the inside, and 4 or 5 men in black clothes walked down swaggeringly. Each of them wore a big gold chain on his hand, had a blue dragon and a white tiger tattooed on his arm, and his face was full of hostility. The leading man was a bald man in his 30s with a cigarette in his mouth. His cold eyes scanned the surroundings and finally fell on Su Mengyao. "Xiaoyao, you're running so fast. You don't answer my calls or reply to my messages. Don't you want to pay me back?" The bald man licked his lips and a teasing smile appeared on his face. Su Mengyao's face turned pale instantly, her whole body trembled slightly, and her voice was trembling. I'm not refusing to pay you back." "Haha, no?" The bald man sneered, his tone playful. "So you think the money is too little and you want me to add some interest?" Su Mengyao took a step back suddenly, her eyes filled with fear. I will find a way to pay it back. Please give me a little more time." The bald man sneered and shook his head, his tone grim. "Do you think you still have time?" The 1-month deadline is coming soon, do you still want to drag it on? He waved his hand, and several men in black behind him immediately surrounded him with playful smiles on their faces. Since you don't want to pay back the money, that's okay. Our boss is a good man and has prepared an easier way for you. How about going to a nightclub and dancing? The bald man sneered. A debt of $500,000 can be paid off in half a year. How easy? Su Mengyao's face turned pale instantly, her hands clenched into fists. She stared at the other person and spoke in a trembling voice. Don't even think about it. I won't go to that kind of place. Ah, not going? The smile on the bald man's face became even colder, and he reached out to grab Su Mengyao's chin. Chapter 64, Give You a Chance to Survive. However, just as his hand was about to touch Su Mengyao, a slender and powerful hand grabbed his wrist. The bald man's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his head suddenly and looked at Xianghu beside him. Who the hell are you? Get out of here! The bald man shouted angrily and tried to break free, but found that his wrist was like being clamped by an iron clamp and he couldn't get rid of it at all. Xianghu looked at him indifferently, with a slight sneer on his lips. You're worthy enough to touch her? The bald man's face suddenly changed and he was unable to move at all. His expression changed from vicious to angry, and finally revealed a hint of fear. He has been a tyrant all his life, and no one has ever dared to treat him like that. But today he was humiliated by a young man who looked gentle and polite? You're looking for death. The bald man roared, and swung his other hand and punched Xianghu in the face. The younger brothers around him also showed ferocious smiles. In their eyes, this young man who suddenly appeared was just a fool who didn't know the consequences of his life. He actually dared to stop them from doing their work. They will make him live a life worse than death soon. However, the next second, a scene that stunned everyone happened. Xianghu slightly turned his body, easily dodged the bald man's fist, and then twisted his hand back. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, and the bald man's eyes suddenly widened. His entire face was distorted, veins popped out on his forehead, and a shrill scream came out of his mouth. Aha! His wrist was dislocated by Xianghu's slight twist. Everyone was stunned, even the air seemed to freeze for a moment. How is this possible? A younger brother opened his eyes wide and looked at Xianghu in disbelief. The bald man was sweating profusely, and he bent over in pain, gasping for breath, but more of it was fear. He has learned some fighting skills and has never lost a fight. But just now, he didn't even touch the corner of Xianghu's clothes, and one of his hands was crippled. I'll give you a chance to live. Take your people and get out. Xianghu said lightly, his tone was terrifyingly calm. Veins on the bald man's forehead were throbbing. When had he ever suffered such humiliation in his life? But at this moment, his intuition told him that the young man in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. He stared at Xianghu viciously, gasping for breath, and spoke with difficulty. Boy, do you know what you are doing? Do you know who we are? Xianghu smiled. Isn't it just a loan shark? What's there to brag about? The bald man's face darkened and his eyes became more vicious. Loan sharking? UF King think it's that simple? There is someone behind me. Do you know whose territory this is in Jianqing's underground circle? I am from the Tianyi gang. If you dare to meddle in our affairs, I guarantee you won't survive the night. Tianyi gang. As soon as these 3 words came out, Su Mengyao's face turned pale instantly. She took a step back in fear, her lips trembling. Xianghu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the bald man with interest. Oh? Tianyi gang? The bald man sneered. Are you scared now? It's too late. If you don't want to die, kneel down and crawl through my crotch. Then get out of here, and I'll pretend that what happened today never happened. The younger brothers sneered, their eyes grim, and were ready to take action. Su Mengyao became even more desperate. She gritted her teeth and whispered. Xianghu, leave quickly, their background is too deep, you are no match for them. Xianghu smiled. Let me kowtow? He looked at the bald man and said lightly. Very good. The bald man was stunned for a moment, and was about to speak, when Xianghu raised his foot and kicked the bald man directly in the stomach. Bang! The bald man was kicked and flew backwards, hit the wall hard, fell to the ground, vomited blood 3 times, and fainted. Boss! The younger brothers were so frightened that they rushed over to help the bald man up, but his eyes were rolled back and he was completely unconscious, unable to even stand steadily. Several younger brothers turned pale. They never expected that Xianghu would dare to attack them and even kick their boss unconscious. Do you know what you are doing? One of the younger brothers' voice trembled and his legs began to shake. Xianghu smiled and clapped his hands gently. I'm actually very curious about what the Tiani gang you guys are talking about is. You're dead. You're really dead. One of the younger brothers stepped back in fear, his voice trembling. If you dare to hit our boss, our gang won't let you go. Xianghu looked at him indifferently, his voice cold. Go back and tell your people to come find me in person. When those younger brothers heard this, their eyes almost bulged out and they looked at Xianghu in horror, as if they were looking at a madman. You wait. One of the younger brothers gritted his teeth, picked up the bald man, and ran away crawling. The others didn't dare to stay any longer and fled the scene in fear. Su Mengyao was stunned. Looking at the scene in front of her, she felt like she was petrified and was completely speechless. Her brain had completely froze. What is going on? Xianghu actually beat these people away? You. Su Mengyao opened her mouth, but found that she didn't know what to say. Xianghu smiled faintly and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I will take care of the next thing. Su Mengyao looked at him with extremely complicated eyes. She originally thought that Xianghu was just a college student she had just met. Although he was rich, he definitely couldn't afford to offend that group of people. But now, Xianghu, not only is he rich, he can fight, and he even doesn't take the Tiani gang seriously? Who is he? At this moment, the system's voice sounded at the right time. Ding ding ding. The host heroically saves the beauty, and the goddess' favorability is greatly improved. Overall evaluation, the goddess's favorability towards the host is 58% touched. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 200 million Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account. Reward, wish points plus 5,000. The corners of Xianghu's mouth rose slightly, and he looked at Su Mengyao and smiled. Now do you believe that I can help you solve this matter? Su Mengyao stared at him blankly for a long time, then nodded gently. Her eyes were more complicated and serious than ever before. Afterwards, for safety reasons, Xianghu sent Su Mengyao upstairs. Su Mengyao was still feeling a little confused. She had never thought that she would experience such a thrilling thing in just one day. What was even more unbelievable to her was that Xianghu, a classmate she had just met not long ago, was so powerful that he could easily repel the loan shark thugs. Chapter 65, Entering Top Hacker Status. Su Mengyao gently pushed open the door. The room was very tidy and it was obvious that she was a very self-disciplined person in her daily life. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly and said, Would you like some water? Xianghu waved his hand and spoke directly. No, show me your loan contract first. Su Mengyao nodded, opened her drawer, took out a stack of documents and handed them to Xianghu. Xianghu flipped through it casually and found that the borrower on the contract was a company called Xianghu Financial Company, Limited, which was one of the loan shark branches of the Tiani gang in Jiangcheng. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a sneer. Xianghu, what are you going to do? Su Mengyao asked somewhat uneasily. Can I borrow your laptop? Xianghu said lightly. Although Su Mengyao didn't understand what Xianghu was going to do, she still obediently handed over her laptop. Xianghu sat on the sofa, turned on the computer, and typed on the keyboard quickly. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The host uses the God-level hacker skill and automatically enters the top hacker state. Skill effect: crack all network defense systems, ignore all security protocols, and be able to manipulate 90% of the world's network devices at will. Xianghu's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers flew, and strings of complex codes continued to appear on the screen. In just a few seconds, he broke through the firewall of Xianghu Financial Company, Limited, and successfully sneaked into their database. Is this hacking technology? Su Mengyao was stunned when she saw the data scrolling on the screen. It's not that she doesn't understand computers, but she is very clear that Xianghu's current operations are definitely beyond the limits of normal humans. These are all the internal data of Xianghu Finance? Su Mengyao opened her eyes wide. Yes, and not just your loan contract. Xianghu sneered and tapped the keyboard lightly, and a large number of folders and video files popped up on the screen. This company is not just a loan shark, they are also involved in illegal detention, violent debt collection, underground money laundering, and even human trafficking. Xianghu's voice was extremely cold. These things are enough to send everyone in their company to jail. Su Mengyao was shocked beyond words. She had never imagined that there was such a huge conspiracy behind the debt she owed. Then let's quickly expose this evidence and let the police catch them, Su Mengyao said anxiously. Exposure? Xianghu sneered and shook his head. You are so naive. Su Mengyao was stunned. These guys who are openly engaging in usury are the henchmen of the Tianyi gang. Xianghu's tone was grim. Even if a case is filed, at most they'll just arrest a few small fry, the real big shots won't be in any trouble. And even if they are caught, they can serve a few years in jail and then come out. Then, they can still make a comeback. Su Menyao's face turned pale in an instant. Then, what should we do then? She looked at Xianghu subconsciously. Xianghu smiled slightly, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Since these guys like playing with finance so much, I'll let them play to their heart's content. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. I won't just let them go to jail. I'm going to ruin their reputation, bankrupt them, and make them get out of Jiangcheng completely. When Su Mengyao looked at Xianghu, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of security. This man is so scary. But at the same time, she also felt an unprecedented sense of security. All right. Xianghu closed his notebook with a snap. Just leave this matter to me. Su Mengyao nodded, feeling both grateful and complicated. She said hesitantly. Xianghu. Thank you. But this matter is really too dangerous. I don't want you to get involved in these troubles because of me. Rest assured. Xianghu smiled slightly. If I didn't want to bother with you, I wouldn't even look at you. Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment, looking at his smile, and suddenly became a little dazed. From childhood to adulthood, she has come into contact with countless men, who were either hypocritical, selfish, or greasy. But this was the first time she had met someone of her age like Xianghu, who was strong, decisive, and unpretentious. Then, if there's anything, can I contact you? Su Mengyao asked softly. Xianghu smiled. Contact us anytime. Su Menyao's face turned slightly red and she nodded gently. Xianghu stood up and prepared to leave. Su Mengyao walked to the door, looked at his back, and suddenly felt a little lost. Xianghu. She screamed subconsciously. Xianghu turned around. Can you stay with me tonight? I'm a little scared. Su Mengyao bit her lip and asked in a low voice. She didn't know why she said this. She just suddenly felt that if Xianghu really left, she might feel a little uncomfortable. Xianghu smiled, walked over, and tapped her forehead lightly. Don't think too much, go to bed early. Su Menyao's face turned red instantly. Xianghu turned and left with a faint smile on his lips. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding ding ding. Host successfully captures goddess Su Mengyao, favorability value plus 888. Comprehensive evaluation, the goddess's favorability towards the host is 65%. I like you, no reason. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Business Overlord Skills. Skill Introduction, this skill allows the host to have top-level negotiation, investment, and management capabilities in any business situation, and automatically gain business intuition and be able to detect any business opportunities. Xianghu's smile became even deeper. The headquarters of Xianghu Financial Company, Limited is located in a remote office building in Jiangcheng. It looks like a regular loan company on the outside, but in fact it is an important base for the Tianyi gang for money laundering, usury, and violent debt collection. The office was filled with smoke, and several thugs in black suits were sitting lazily on the sofa, puffing away. In the middle of this office, there sat a middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face. He was holding a cigar and exuded a fierce aura. His name is San Yan. He is the general manager of Xianghu Finance and also the underground financial director of Tianyi gang in Jiangcheng. His collection team is spread all over Jiangcheng, specializing in those shady activities. San Yan was sitting with his legs crossed, leisurely flipping through photos of Su Mengyao, with a lewd smile on his face. TSK, what a top-notch girl. This girl's figure is much better than those so-called internet celebrities. San Yan licked his lips, his eyes full of greed. Her father, that gambler, owes $500,000. It's not a loss to use her to pay off the debt. Chapter 66, Still Dreaming? Upon hearing this, the lackeys beside him also started laughing. Third brother, you really know how to enjoy yourself. This girl is really hot. TSK, when third brother gets tired of playing with her, can we brothers also get some of her goodness? Don't worry, when third brother gets tired of her, he will sell her to Xianghu Hongyan directly. Then he will let her receive dozens of customers a day. The money she earns will be much more than 500,000. Sanyan sneered, took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaled a puff of thick smoke, and a sinister light appeared in his eyes. Damn it, no one who dares to owe me a debt can escape. He threw the photo on the table and spoke in a cold and ruthless voice. Tell my brothers to bring him back quickly. I'm waiting to enjoy him. However, at this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and several men with bruised faces and noses staggered in. One of them was even beaten with blood all over his face and limping. He fell to the ground as soon as he entered the door, gasping for breath. Sanyan's face darkened and his brows furrowed as he looked at his embarrassed subordinates, his voice frighteningly gloomy. What the hell are you doing? Where's Su Mengyao? Where's she? The leader's face was filled with fear, his lips trembling as he spoke. Third brother, something happened. We were stopped by someone. Sanyan's eyes suddenly became extremely cold, he slammed the table and roared. What the hell? You guys can't even bring a woman back? And you're beaten like this? What do you do for a living? Who did this? The subordinate quickly lowered his head, not daring to look into Sanyan's eyes, and spoke in a trembling voice. It was a brat. He had a very high fighting power. He knocked us down in just 3 or 5 moves. We didn't even have time to react before he was knocked down. Sanyan narrowed his eyes, with murderous intent in his eyes. You little brat? Haha, you dare to go against me? He sneered, then glanced at his men with a cold look. I want to see who is so blind as to meddle in our affairs. Grab your weapons. Bring your brothers and follow me to meet this guy. Sanyan said viciously. If he dares to stop me again, chop him up. Several men suddenly perked up and took out their slingshots, switchblades, and one even took out a baseball bat, and prepared to set off aggressively. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice came from the door leisurely. No need, I'm already here. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned their heads to look. At the door, a young man in black casual clothes, with his hands in his pockets, a calm look and a sneer on his lips, walked in slowly. It was Xianghu. The whole office fell silent in an instant, and everyone's eyes fell on Xianghu. Sanyan's eyes fixed as he looked Xianghu up and down, a playful smile appeared on his face, his eyes full of disdain. Oh, it's you, kid. Sanyan sneered and looked at Xianghu with a cold gaze. You are quite courageous. You dare to break in here alone. Xianghu smiled slightly, his tone calm. Now that I'm here, what's wrong? Are you not welcoming? Welcome? The corners of Sanyan's mouth slightly raised, revealing a sinister smile on his face. Ha, do you think you can get out alive? His eyes turned cold and he waved his hand. Several thugs behind him surrounded him instantly, each with a ferocious smile on their face, holding various weapons in their hands, staring at Xianghu with murderous eyes. Smelly boy, do you know where this place is? A thug with a ferocious face sneered. This is Xianghu Finance, not a place where you can act wild. Since you dare to come to my door today, don't even think about leaving alive. Another thug grinned, waved the baton in his hand, and said fiercely. Ah, you still want to save Su Mengyao? What a pity, you're going to get yourself into trouble. Another lackey said with a sneer. Our third brother said that if you dare to meddle in the affairs of our Tiani gang, you will die. However, facing this group of aggressive thugs, Xianghu just smiled. His hands were still in his pockets, there was no fear on his face, and there was even a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. The 3 men stared at Xianghu coldly, with a hint of fear in their eyes. He is an old hand. The reason he has been able to survive in the underground financial industry in Jiangqing for so many years is not only because of his ruthless tactics, but also because of his sharp eyes. He could feel that this young man was no ordinary person. He could beat his thugs into such a miserable state and yet dared to come here alone. He was obviously not an ordinary person. But no matter how extraordinary he is just a human being, and here is an important stronghold of the Tiani gang in Jiangcheng. His subordinates are all carefully selected ruthless characters. How could they be afraid of a young boy? Sanyan held a cigar in his mouth, squinted his eyes and stared at Xianghu with a playful tone. Boy, I'm curious, who are you from? Which family? Which faction do you belong to? You dare to come and cause trouble at Xianghu Finance? Do you know who is protecting you here? Xianghu heard this and a faint smile appeared on his face, his hands still in his pockets, and he spoke calmly. You don't deserve to know. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole office fell into deathly silence, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Sanyan's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. The lackeys around him were stunned for a moment, then they reacted and burst into laughter, mocking Xianghu unscrupulously. Ha ha ha, is this kid's brain damaged? It's so funny. You think you're some big shot? Why are you being so mysterious? We don't deserve to know? Who the hell is he? He's so arrogant. I think he was just scared and pretending to be cool. Did he think he could scare us? Ha, a young boy who has never seen the world. He must have watched some movie and learned to act like a boss. TSK, this is really making me laugh to death. Does he think he can scare a group of us all by himself? The crowd's mocking voices continued one after another. Sanyan's face turned completely cold. He could feel that the boy in front of him was not bluffing, but really did not take them seriously. This attitude completely infuriated him. He exhaled a puff of smoke, slammed the cigar in his hand into the ashtray, looked at Xianghu with cold eyes, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay, very good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to be so arrogant in front of me. He snorted coldly, glanced at the group of men around him, and spoke slowly. Since this kid is so stubborn, let him see what will happen if he dares to show off here. After saying that, his eyes fell on a burly man with a face full of flesh. Chapter 67, If you can't win, just talk about reason? Biao, treat this distinguished guest well and let him know what the consequences will be if he dares to go against us in Guijin finance. Sanyan said calmly, but his tone was full of coldness. When Biao heard Sanyan's order, he immediately grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth. He moved his wrists, making a clicking sound, with a look of strong mockery in his eyes. Ha ha ha, third brother, leave it to me. This kid dared to break in alone. I will break his legs today and make him unable to walk in the future. Biao licked his lips, his eyes full of excitement. What he liked most was to deal with these ignorant guys. The other thugs also started to make a noise, laughing wildly and mocking. If Biao takes action, this kid is dead. Ha, don't kill him right away. Let him keep a breath. We still have some fun. That's right. First break his fingers one by one, then break his legs and let him crawl out. Biao chuckled, took a step forward, and walked towards Xianghu step by step, his eyes full of cruelty. He stood in front of Xianghu, looking down at him with a sarcastic smile. Boy, I heard you're good at fighting? Did you teach us brothers a lesson just now? Xianghu had an indifferent expression and looked at Biao in front of him with a calm tone. It's not a lesson, it's just to make them remember it. Ha, you're still pretty stubborn. Biao grinned, suddenly raised his hand, and slapped Xianghu in the face, saying with disdain. I wonder how long you can keep being stubborn. However, before he could finish his words, Xianghu turned his head slightly and easily avoided the slap. He didn't even move his body at all, as if he just shook his head slightly. Biao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that his attack could be dodged so easily. Oh, that's interesting. Biao's eyes turned cold, and he changed his palm into a fist, and smashed it towards Xianghu's abdomen with great speed and fierce force, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. But Xianghu still just looked at him indifferently, without even blinking. At the moment when Biao's fist was about to fall on him, he gently raised one hand and grabbed Biao's fist accurately. The whole place fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement, the expressions on their faces gradually changed from amusement to astonishment, and finally to complete shock. Biao's eyes widened, his face full of horror. He tried his best to pull back his fist, but found that he could not move at all, as if his fist was firmly clamped by a pair of steel pliers. How is this possible? Biao's forehead was covered with sweat, and a hint of fear finally appeared in his eyes. Xianghu smiled faintly, and exerted a little force with his fingers. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, and Biao's face turned pale in an instant and he let out a shrill scream. Ah! He fell to his knees on the ground, his face full of pain and cold sweat. His wrist was completely dislocated and the pain was so severe that he almost fainted. Everyone in the office was so shocked by the scene that they were speechless. The air seemed to freeze. The people who had been so arrogant in mocking Xianghu just now were now pale and their eyes were filled with fear. They finally realized that the young man in front of them was not an ordinary person at all. Sanyan's face gradually became gloomy. He had realized that this young man who suddenly broke in was not easy to deal with, and might even be more troublesome than he imagined. He took a deep breath, and the fierceness on his face disappeared, replaced by a meaningful smile. He raised his hand slightly, signaling his men not to act rashly for the time being. Brother, that's cruel. San Yan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of inquiry flashed in his eyes. He slowly stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture. Since you're here, why don't you sit down and chat? Xianghu smiled indifferently, ignoring San Yan's false politeness. He walked straight to the center of the room, supported the table with one hand, looked down at San Yan condescendingly, his tone indifferent and sharp. No need to sit down. I will only tell you once about Su Mengyao. If you want to live, stop harassing her. As soon as these words came out, the temperature in the room dropped sharply. Everyone gasped and looked at Xianghu in shock. This kid really doesn't give me any face at all. What is the Tiani gang? It is one of the most powerful forces in Jiangqing's underground world. Even the white world has to give it some face. How dare this guy threaten them so directly? The men's faces changed and they all glared at Xianghu with murderous intent in their eyes. You little brat, do you know who you are talking to? You're so arrogant. You dare to threaten us? Damn, do you really think you're a tough guy? San Yan's eyes turned completely cold, the smile on his lips disappeared, his face became terribly gloomy, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. Brother, I have to admit that you are very courageous. But you know, Jiangqing is not a place where you can have the final say. If you want to interfere in our affairs, at least show some ability. He slowed down his tone and stared at Xianghu deeply with a tentative look. Who are you? Which family are you from? Are you a thug of some big boss? Many important people have come to Jiangqing recently. Are you one of them? San Yan didn't dare to act rashly. He had already smelled a hint of danger. The young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person, but he couldn't see through the other party's background and had to find out first. However, when Xianghu heard this, a sneer appeared on his face, his eyes full of disdain. You don't deserve to know who I am. This sentence completely angered San Yan. He slammed the table hard, and his tone became completely cold. Damn it, you really take yourself too seriously. Who do you think you are? I've already given you a chance. If you don't know what's good for you, don't even think about walking out of this door alive today. Upon hearing this, the men clenched their fists, stared at Xianghu with murderous intent, and were ready to attack at any time. San Yan narrowed his eyes and said coldly. But it's not like I want to give you a chance. Since you care so much about that girl, let us do this. If you return the money to her, I can let her go. This is my last concession. After listening to this, Xianghu sneered, and the contempt in his eyes became more obvious. Give you money? Oh, you thieves are so lowly, are you qualified to bargain with me? Everyone's face suddenly changed and they stared at Xianghu angrily. Damn it, this kid is looking for death. Too arrogant, third brother, kill him. Chapter 68, Still Proud? San Yan's face was completely gloomy. He slowly stood up and said coldly. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Do you know who we are? We are from the Tiani gang. The subordinates immediately echoed and shouted. Did you hear that clearly? Tiani gang. With the order from the third brother, you are done for today. Do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to touch our business? Three Eyes sneered. In Jiangcheng, the grass on the graves of those who dare to go against our Tiani gang is already very tall. Xianghu shook his head slightly, his face full of disdain. Tiani gang? A bunch of petty thieves, are they bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, and are they even proud of themselves? San Yan was completely furious. He took a deep breath, his eyes looked vicious, and he waved his hands violently with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Fuck it, no more nonsense, just go ahead and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly subordinate immediately rushed up. This subordinate was a fighting master from their Tiani gang. He had won more than a dozen consecutive victories in the underground black boxing arena. His strength was extremely terrifying and he could break a person's ribs with one punch. The man had a grim smile on his face and without hesitation, he struck Xianghu on the back of the head at an extremely fast speed and at a tricky angle. However, just as his fist was about to fall, Xianghu didn't even turn his head, but slightly tilted his body, easily avoiding the sneak attack. Then, he suddenly raised his leg and kicked the opponent's knee cleanly. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and the big man screamed and fell to the ground. His face turned pale instantly, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he hugged his knees and gasped in pain. The room suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes, horror, and shock on their faces. That kick just now was fast, accurate, and fierce, without any unnecessary movements, and it was a fatal blow. This young man is indeed not an ordinary person. Sanyan's expression suddenly changed, and cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. Xianghu slowly turned around, glanced at everyone in the room, and said lightly, "You'd better think carefully about the consequences of going against me." Sanyan's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that the fighting master he was so proud of couldn't even last a single round. He was kicked to his knees by Xianghu and rolled on the ground in pain. This made his heart skip a beat, and he felt something was wrong. But he is a senior leader of the Tianyi gang after all. He has climbed to his current position not only by relying on his fists but also his brains. He stared at Xianghu intently, cold sweat seeping out of his forehead, but he still managed to be ruthless and said in a cold voice, "Damn it, what's the point of being able to fight alone? Stop pretending. Come on together. Today I want to let you know what the Tianyi gang's methods are." At his command, more than a dozen burly men around him instantly drew out slingshots, machetes, and some even took out electric batons. With strong murderous intent, they directly attacked Xianghu. Kill him. Let him know what the rules of the Tianyi gang are. How dare he show off here? Destroy him for me. The whole room suddenly became tense. More than a dozen figures pounced on Xianghu at the same time. Everyone had a ferocious smile on their face, as if they had already seen the scene of Xianghu falling to the ground and being stepped on by them. However, Xianghu stood there with a calm expression and even a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth. He moved. With a flash, his figure was so fast that it was difficult to catch, and he instantly appeared beside the man in front, and with a clean and neat side kick, he kicked the opponent's waist and abdomen hard. Bang! The sturdy man flew out like a kite with a broken string, hit the wall heavily with a dull sound, and then slid directly to the ground. His face was pale, and he fainted without even a scream. Everyone's heart was shocked. Before they could react, Xianghu approached them again like a ghost. His speed was extremely fast, his body was like a whirlwind, shuttling through the crowd, punching hard, and each move was ruthless. Crack! One person's wrist was broken directly, and a shrill scream echoed throughout the room. Bang! A guy who was swinging a knife was hit on the temple by Xianghu's elbow before he could chop down. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground unconscious. Bang! A man just raised the stun gun. Xianghu shook his wrist, grabbed his wrist accurately, and twisted it violently. Crack! The wrist was dislocated instantly, and the stun gun fell to the ground, sparks flew everywhere, and the man held his wrist, screaming in pain. In just a dozen seconds, 7 or 8 people had fallen down in the room. They were lying on the ground wailing, with fear and disbelief written all over their faces. The remaining people were frightened to the point of turning pale and sweating profusely. They could barely hold their weapons. They looked at each other, not daring to take another step forward. At this moment, they finally realized that the young man in front of them was not a human being at all, but a complete monster. His strength, speed, and fighting skills completely crushed them all. Is this kid still a human? Too strong. They are totally on a different level. Damn it, how could this happen? Everyone took a step back unconsciously, their eyes filled with fear. Some people even started to back down and wanted to find a chance to escape. Sanyan's face had turned frighteningly dark, cold sweat on his forehead was running down his cheeks, and his eyes were full of fear and disbelief. He never expected that none of the men he brought with him could do anything to Xianghu. Instead, they were crushed by him and had no power to fight back. Who is this kid? Where on earth did this monster come from? Sanyan's back was already soaked with cold sweat. He swallowed and forced himself to calm down, but he was extremely panicked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He muttered to himself, clenched his fists, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. No, he couldn't just give in like that. He had to think of a way. Otherwise, if today's incident got out, how would he survive in the underground world of Jiangcheng? His eyes turned fierce and he roared suddenly. Damn it, what are you all standing there for? Come on. Kill him with knives. At his command, the remaining people finally came to their senses, gritted their teeth, raised their machetes and sticks, and rushed towards Xianghu desperately. They all knew that if they failed to capture Xianghu today, they might not even be able to save their lives once he walked out. However, just as they were about to rush to Xianghu, bang! The door was kicked open. A tall figure strode in and glanced coldly at the tragic scene in the room, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The people who came were none other than Xianghu's bodyguards, the Black and White Devils. Chapter 69, Who Dares to Touch My Master? The two men stood at the door, with terrifying momentum and cold and ruthless eyes, like the god of death coming. Who dares to touch my master? Xianghu spoke coldly, his voice full of oppression. Everyone's heart was trembling, their eyes widened, looking at these two men with terrifying aura, their faces were pale, and their bodies were shaking. Sanyan's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He stared at the Black and White Devils and asked with a trembling voice. You, who are you? Xianghu smiled faintly, and slowly walked to the side of the Black and White Devils. He looked at Sanyan with cold eyes and a cold voice. They are my bodyguards. Their main responsibility is to help me beat the dogs. After saying that, he waved his hand gently and said lightly. Deal with them. The Black and White Devils nodded, and the next second. Boom! Xianghu rushed out in one step, so fast that people couldn't react at all. He raised his hand and slapped one of his little brothers, sending him flying and hitting the wall, fainting. Xianghu snorted coldly and punched someone in the chest. The man didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground twitching. The fighting power of the Black and White Devils is even more terrifying than Xianghu. The moment they attack, the entire room completely turns into a living hell. Screams rang out one after another, and the men were knocked down one by one. The scene was horrifying. Sanyan was completely desperate. He watched his brothers fall one by one, his heart filled with fear. His face was as pale as paper and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He knew that he had hit a wall this time. Who is this kid? The entire lobby of Xianghu Financial Company has now turned into a living hell. There were wailing little brothers lying on the ground, some with broken hands, some collapsed to the ground, and some were so scared that they peed their pants and fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Brother you, spare us, we were forced to do this. Yes. It was Brother Three Eyes who asked us to come. We don't know anything. Brother you, spare our lives, please. We will never dare to do it again. The Black and White Devils stood behind Xianghu, looking around at everyone coldly, like the god of death, making everyone terrified. Sanyan saw that his people had completely collapsed, and he knew that he could no longer rely on them. His eyes were extremely cold and his heart was filled with fear, but he still gritted his teeth, rushed to his desk, opened the drawer, and took out a black firearm. His hands trembled slightly, but he forced a sneer on his face. He stared at Xianghu madly with a hideous smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Boy. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have two capable bodyguards? Sanyan's face was extremely distorted, his eyes were fierce and crazy. He raised the firearm in his hand and pointed it at Xianghu. Boy, no matter how good you are at fighting, can you be faster than a bullet? He grinned, his eyes gleaming with pride, and felt that he had finally found an opportunity to turn the tables. Before Xianghu could say anything, the Black and White Devils suddenly stood in front of him, like two unshakable steel fortresses, staring at Sanyan coldly. Get lost! Three Eyes roared, his eyes full of madness, his finger already on the trigger. Kneel down and beg for mercy right now, and I may consider letting you live. Otherwise, I promise that no one will even take your body. Sanyan's eyes were extremely crazy, with an expression of confidence in victory. He looked at Xianghu, expecting to see his frightened look. However, Xianghu just looked at him indifferently with a disdainful smile on his face. Just try firing. His voice was calm, yet full of unparalleled deterrence, as if he didn't take the firearm in Sanyan's hand seriously at all. Sanyan's pupils suddenly shrank and the smile on his face froze. Aren't you afraid? This kid isn't afraid at all? Impossible. It is impossible for someone to remain so calm in the face of firearms. A sense of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart, but then he gritted his teeth, became bolder, pulled the trigger directly, and shot wildly at the Black and White evil spirits. Bang! 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 The sound of firearms echoed in the office, deafening. The bullets were like strong wind and heavy rain, shooting madly at the Black and White evil spirits. Ha ha ha! Go to hell! You two idiots! Do you think you're invincible just because you can fight? Sanyan laughed hysterically, his eyes full of ferocity and madness, as if he had already seen the scene of Xianghu and his two bodyguards being shot into sieves. However, the next second, his smile completely froze. The Black and White evil spirits were standing firmly in place. The bullets hit their bodies, but there was not a single splash of blood, and even their clothes were not damaged. This is impossible. Sanyan's face turned extremely pale in an instant, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. The gun in his hand almost fell to the ground. He looked at the black and white devils in disbelief, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. How is it possible? What kind of monsters are you? Were you planning to kill me just now? Xianghu looked at him indifferently, his voice was terrifyingly calm. Sanyan was trembling all over, his teeth were chattering uncontrollably, his body began to retreat backwards, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and his eyes were full of fear. Don't come over here. He pulled the trigger subconsciously, but there was no bullet in the firearm and there was a click sound. The black and white devils walked forward expressionlessly, so fast that Sanyan couldn't react at all. The next second. Crack! Sanyan's wrist was twisted fiercely by Haisha. The severe pain made him scream, and the firearm in his hand fell to the ground instantly. Ah! He covered his wrist, his face turned pale in pain, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Let me go! Let me go! What kind of monsters are you? Baisha sneered, grabbed the back of his collar, lifted him in front of Xianghu like a chicken, and pressed him hard to the ground. Bang! Sanyan's forehead hit the floor heavily, making a dull sound. The whole room was dead silent. The younger brothers who had not fallen down were so frightened that their legs went limp and they dared not even breathe. They looked at Sanyan, who was kneeling in front of Xianghu, their eyes filled with fear and horror. This is the Three Eyes from the Tianyi gang. A ruthless person from Jiangqing's underground world. When have you ever seen him so miserable? But now, he was easily stepped on by a young man and had no power to resist. Besides, what are those two bodyguards? Invulnerable to swords and guns. Is this horse a human? Xianghu looked down at Sanyan with an indifferent look, as if he was looking at an ant. Chapter 70. I'll make you suffer more than death. Now, do you still think you are awesome? Sanyan's whole body was shaking, his lips were quivering, and his eyes were full of fear. He had completely collapsed and didn't even dare to open his mouth. Xianghu sneered, kicked him lightly in the face, and said coldly, "Aren't you quite arrogant? Why, you're not talking anymore. Are you not talkative?" Sanyan's eyes were full of fear. He didn't dare to refute at all. His face was covered in cold sweat and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. Don't you like to solve problems with violence? Great. Xianghu's voice was light, as if he was stating an ordinary fact, but to Sanyan's ears, it sounded like the judgment of the god of death. He was cold all over, his back was soaked with sweat, and his teeth were chattering uncontrollably. Xianghu looked at him indifferently, with a cold smile on his lips. I'll give you a chance. Kowtow and admit your mistake. Otherwise, I will make you suffer worse than death. Sanyan gritted his teeth, a ferocious expression on his face, cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead, but he still held on to the last bit of stubbornness. You dare to touch me? His voice was already trembling, but he still pretended to be calm and stared at Xianghu with unwillingness and a hint of madness in his eyes. Do you know who I am? I am a high-ranking member of the Tianyi gang. In Jiangqing, the Tianyi gang is one of the overlords of the underground world. Our boss is Wang Haiwei, and he has hundreds of brothers under him. If you dare to touch me, Tianyi gang will not let you go. He tried his best to steady his breath, wanting to use the power of the Tianyi gang to scare Xianghu. However, Xianghu just smiled faintly, his eyes full of sarcasm. Tianyi gang? He sneered, his tone full of disdain. Do you think your Tianyi gang is so awesome? Sanyan's heart tightened, but he still pretended to be calm. He knew that the name of the Tianyi gang alone might not be enough to suppress the guy in front of him, so he continued to bring out a larger force. Behind the Tianyi gang is the Lu group. Sanyan said with gritted teeth, his eyes were extremely vicious. You should have heard of the Lu group, right? When his men heard the name, their eyes lit up and they nodded in agreement, as if they had grasped a life-saving straw. Yes. Lu Group is the largest enterprise in Jiangqing. Lu Tian, the boss of Lu Group, was once the richest man in southern province. He has connections everywhere and is good at everything. In Jiangqing, who dares to go against the Lu Group? Sanyan's tone became increasingly tough, and he stared at Xianghu with a hint of pride in his eyes. If you let me go now, I can pretend that this incident never happened. Otherwise, the Lu Group will let you know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. His voice was low and sinister, with a hint of madness, as if he had already determined that Xianghu would not dare to go against the Lu group. However, after listening to it, Xianghu still had that calm and composed expression, and there was even a hint of a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Lu group? The former richest man in southern province? Xianghu chuckled. That's it? San Yan's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that this kid was not afraid at all. Instead, he showed such a contemptuous expression. Are you crazy? San Yan looked at Xianghu with some disbelief. Don't you know how terrifying the Lu group is? Xianghu shrugged, his tone indifferent. I know, but so what? San Yan was completely stunned. He had never seen such an arrogant person. He yelled. Do you believe it or not, I can make you disappear from Jiangchang with just one word? I advise you not to be too arrogant. In Jiangchang, no one dares to offend the Lu group. Xianghu shook his head slightly, his tone full of teasing. I've been talking for a long time and saying a lot of nonsense, but did you forget one thing? San Yan was stunned for a moment. What's up? Xianghu curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a sneer. You are kneeling in front of me now. San Yan's face turned red instantly, and anger, humiliation, and a hint of fear all surged into his heart. He clenched his teeth and stared at Xianghu, his eyes full of resentment. I won't kowtow to you, he said viciously. Even if you kill me, I won't kowtow to you. I, San Yan, have been in Jiangcheng for so many years and have never been a coward. Xianghu smiled, and his eyes turned cold. The Black and White Devils! He shouted lightly. The Black and White Devils immediately stepped forward, held San Yan on the left and right, and twisted his arms behind his back, making two crackling sounds. Ah! San Yan screamed in pain, his whole face was distorted and cold sweat was pouring down. The Black and White Devils showed no mercy and pushed him to the ground. Bang! San Yan's head hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound. Give me 2 more knocks. Xianghu said lightly, his eyes full of teasing. The Black and White Devils exerted force, and the three-eyed man's head slammed heavily on the ground twice like a praying mantis. Bang! Bang! San Yan's eyes were full of stars, his forehead was directly cut, blood was flowing down his cheeks, and he was almost fainting from the pain. Mercy, mercy! San Yan finally couldn't bear it anymore, his voice trembled, and he completely collapsed. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please let me go. Xianghu sneered, looked down at him, his voice as cold as a knife. You know how to beg for mercy now? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? San Yan was trembling all over, completely cowardly, with his forehead pressed tightly against the ground, kowtowing repeatedly and begging for mercy. Brother! Please have mercy on me. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me live. Xianghu didn't say anything, but just looked at him indifferently, his eyes full of contempt. The entire Hagui financial company fell into complete silence. Those little brothers were so frightened that their legs went limp and they didn't even dare to breathe. They had never seen anyone dare to push 3 eyes to this point. This is a high-ranking figure of the Tianyi gang. But now, he was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy, looking as miserable as a dead dog. Xianghu narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly. That's good. San Yan gritted his teeth, lowered his head in humiliation, his heart filled with fear and despair. He knew that he was finished. Xianghu narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at him coldly, and spoke in an indifferent tone. Take out Su Manyao's loan contract. San Yan's body shook violently, he raised his head, and his voice contained a hint of pleading. Brother, can we discuss this contract again? Xianghu curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a sneer, his eyes as sharp as a knife, and said lightly. You can try not taking it out. The Black and White Devils slowly took a step forward, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. Chapter 71, All Burned. Those younger brothers were so scared that they huddled together and didn't dare to look Xianghu in the eye. San Yan's heart trembled, knowing that there was no point in struggling any further. He reached out with trembling hands, took out Su Manyao's loan contract from the drawer of his desk, and handed it to Xianghu with both hands, his eyes full of unwillingness. Xianghu took the contract and tore it up casually. SHHHH. The contract that made Su Mangyao so miserable instantly turned into pieces and flew away with the wind. San Yan's heart was beating wildly, and his mouth was slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't dare to open his mouth. Xianghu glanced around and spoke lightly. Not just Su Manyao's, take out all the loan sharking contracts in your company and burn them. What? Sanyan suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of fear and shock. He couldn't believe his ears. This is the lifeblood of their company. These contracts are all high-interest loans that they have lent out, and they can recover tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars in debt later. If everything burns down, they and Xianghu Finance will be completely finished. Have the contract with you within 3 seconds, or none of you will be able to leave this office alive. Xianghu's tone remained calm, but the murderous intent in it made everyone shudder. Sanyan was stunned for a moment, and then his face became extremely ugly, his eyes flickered, as if he was weighing something. Why don't you go now? Xianghu said this calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Sanyan's face was extremely gloomy and his heart was filled with anger, but he could do nothing about it. He gritted his teeth and roared at his subordinates. Go, take out all the contracts. The younger brothers felt aggrieved, but they did not dare to disobey orders. They ran into the archive room dejectedly and took out all the contracts in piles. Soon, the conference table was piled with loan sharking contracts, and behind each contract was a person who was being exploited to the point of unbearable pain. Xianghu glanced at the contracts, a sneer appeared on his lips, and he spoke lightly. It's burning. Sanyan clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into the flesh. His face was extremely ferocious and his eyes were full of resentment, but he knew that he had no choice at all. Ignition. His voice was hoarse and full of reluctance. A younger brother took out a lighter with trembling hands and lit the contract on the table. The flames quickly devoured the papers filled with deception and exploitation, turning them into ashes. Sanyan watched helplessly as his company was completely ruined from that moment on. He was filled with rage and wished he could eat Xianghu alive. But he didn't dare. He could only watch the contract burn, the veins on his forehead throbbing and his eyes filled with resentment. All the contracts were burned to ashes. Xianghu nodded with satisfaction, turned around, and strode out of the office. The black and white devils followed closely behind, and the younger brothers around them didn't dare to breathe until Xianghu's figure disappeared at the door, and the whole office finally regained its sound. Sanyan looked at the contract that had been burned to ashes on the ground, his face turned pale and he roared with gritted teeth. Damn it! I won't just let this go. His eyes were vicious and filled with hatred. He suddenly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. When the call was connected, his voice was filled with suppressed anger. Brother, something happened to me. Someone shut down Xianghu Finance. The opponent is very strong, with 2 bodyguards and terrifying fighting power. All my loan sharking contracts were burned. Brother, we can't just let this go. A calm and cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Who did it? Sanyan took a deep breath and said viciously. A boy named Xianghu. I don't know his background, but it's definitely not simple. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then the deep voice sounded again. Don't be impulsive, don't do anything yet, first find out the details of this Xianghu. Anyone who can act so arrogantly in Jiangcheng must be either a fool or have a background. We can't act rashly. Sanyan was stunned for a moment. Brother, what do you mean? I want to know his background. The voice on the other end of the phone was cold and heartless. Find out who this Xianghu is. If he is really a fool, make him die miserably. But if he has a background, then we'll make plans. Sanyan's face was gloomy and he nodded. Got it, bro. After hanging up the phone, Sanyan's eyes were full of resentment and madness. He gritted his teeth and spoke viciously. Xianghu. Just wait, if you dare to destroy my company, I will make you pay the price. Xianghu was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, leisurely driving on the streets of Jiangcheng at night, when the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, successfully solving Su Mengyao's debt problem and saving the goddess. Cash reward, 300 million Chinese yuan, has been deposited into the account. Reward skill, God-level financial investment. The host will have a vision that surpasses the world's top investors. Any investment will be a sure win, and a financial empire is about to be established. Reward extra wish value 50,000 points, which can be used to redeem various items in the mall. The corners of Xianghu's mouth rose slightly, and he felt delighted. This time, not only did he help Su Mengyao get out of trouble, but he also made 300 million yuan, plus an incredible financial investment skill. From now on, if I make some investments, I'm afraid it will start with tens of billions. These rich second generations in Jiangcheng are just my younger brothers in front of me. The next morning, Xianghu got up leisurely, washed up, changed into casual clothes, and drove to school. Today the school organized a trip to the beach as an extracurricular activity. Everyone was very excited. After all, this was an opportunity to relax. As soon as they arrived at the school gate, Zhao Linger came up to them, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she approached Xianghu coquettishly, speaking in a coquettish tone. "Hey, I bought a new swimsuit. Do you want to guess what it looks like?" Xianghu looked at Zhao Linger's bright eyes, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and said teasingly, "Bikini?" Zhao Linger blushed and punched him lightly. "That's annoying, you'll know when the time comes." The two of them flirted with each other, making others envious, especially some boys who had a crush on Zhao Linger. They all had complicated looks and were jealous, but they could do nothing about it. The bus arrived at the beach, with blue sea and sky, and waves gently lapping against the shore. The students put on their swimsuits and threw themselves into the embrace of the sea. Zhao Linger finally changed into her swimsuit and came out, which immediately caused a sensation in the audience. She was wearing a pure white bikini, with her upper body barely covered by 2 pieces of gauze, revealing her perfect body curves, snow-white skin, slender waist that could be held in one hand, and long, white legs that attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 72, The Gap is Clear at a Glance. All the boys at the scene were stunned and couldn't help swallowing. His eyes were extremely fiery, as if he had discovered the most beautiful woman in the world. There were even a few boys who breathed faster and their heartbeats quickened because of watching it. Fuck, this is too good. This figure is simply invincible. Zhao Linger is too awesome. Did Xianghu save the Milky Way in his previous life? Oh my god, I feel like my heart is about to stop. For a moment, many boys were stunned and the scene was boiling, while the girls had complicated expressions, some were jealous and some were envious. Zhao Linger walked up to Xianghu, her face slightly flushed, and asked softly, "Does it look good?" Xianghu's eyes lit up slightly and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Very beautiful." When Zhao Linger heard this, she felt sweet in her heart and shyly took Xianghu's arm. "That's good, you have to protect me." However, at this moment, a shrill voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, Zhao Linger, why are you hanging out with this poor boy?" Everyone turned around and found a man in beach shorts and sunglasses walking towards them leisurely, followed by a group of lackeys. He was tall and strong, with his hair slicked back with hair wax, and he exuded an arrogant aura. This person is none other than the richest second generation of Jiangcheng University, Li Xiaoyang. His family is a real estate tycoon in Jiangcheng, with assets worth billions and a strong family background. He has been pursuing Zhao Linger and is domineering in school, and no one dares to provoke him. Zhao Linger, basking in the sun with this poor guy? Li Xiaoyang looked at Xianghu jokingly and smiled with disdain. "Are you sure you want to be with such a poor guy?" The lackeys behind him immediately joined in and mocked him. "Yes, Zhao Linger, you are the campus belle of our school. How can you let yourself down and be with such a poor guy? What can this kid do with you? Just take you to the beach to sunbathe? Brother Xiaoyang has a private cruise ship. Zhao Linger, come on board with us." Li Xiaoyang clapped his hands gently, motioning everyone to look into the distance, where they saw a luxurious white cruise ship docked on the sea, dazzlingly bright. "Zhao Linger, come with me. I'll take you to have some fun. Don't waste your time with this poor guy." Li Xiaoyang showed a confident smile, his eyes full of disdain. The lackeys all echoed. "Ah, Brother Xiaoyang is the eldest young master, what do you want by following poor bastard Xianghu?" "Poor bastard, did you see that? You can't afford a cruise worth tens of millions in your lifetime. You brought Zhao Linger here to bask in the sun, while Brother Xiaoyang took her directly to the cruise ship to enjoy herself. The difference is obvious at a glance." Hearing these taunts, Xianghu showed a disdainful smile on his face. "A cruise ship worth tens of millions? That's it?" He couldn't help but sneer. Li Xiaoyang frowned and looked at Xianghu coldly. "Why are you laughing?" Xianghu spoke lightly. "You dare to show off your cruise ship in front of me? What?" Everyone was stunned, and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Is this kid crazy? How dare you, a poor fellow like you, look down on Brother Xiaoyang's cruise ship? As if you have a fancier boat than this. What a joke." Li Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly, and then a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He folded his arms and looked at Xianghu coldly, his eyes full of mockery. "Xianghu, who do you think you are? How dare you look down on my cruise ship?" Li Xiaoyang spoke with strong disdain. He glanced at Xianghu and clicked his tongue twice. Just you? You can't even afford to rent a motorboat? Let alone a cruise ship. You might even have to think twice about the cost of a lifebuoy, right? The lackeys around him also started to make a fuss and laughed at Xianghu unscrupulously. Ah, brother Xiaoyang is right. This kid probably doesn't even dare to touch a jet ski, right? Isn't he a part-time worker? I guess even the money for the beach chair was paid for by Xiaolinger. TSK, how pitiful. A toad wants to eat swan flesh, but the dog licks the swan flesh and ends up with nothing. Li Xiaoyang glanced at Xiaolinger with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. He has been pursuing Xiaolinger and has asked his men to carefully investigate all the men around Xiaolinger. Of course he knew that Xianghu was just an ordinary poor student with no background, no family, and even no car. He barely made ends meet by working a few jobs. He had never taken Xianghu seriously, and even thought that Xiaolinger was just teasing this poor boy for some fun. But now, Xiaolinger actually stood beside Xianghu and even took the initiative to protect him, which made Li Xiaoyang extremely unhappy. However, before Xianghu could speak, Xiaolinger was already unhappy. She looked at Li Xiaoyang coldly with a hint of impatience in her tone. Li Xiaoyang, could you please stop bothering me? Who asked you to come here? Li Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, his face stiffened slightly for a moment, and then he laughed again. Linger, stop joking with me. We have known each other for such a long time, you know how I treat you, do you really want to hang out with such a poor guy? Are you kidding me? Xiaolinger frowned and said bluntly. Li Xiaoyang, don't be so self-indulgent. It's my choice for me to be with Xianghu. What's it to you? You can leave now. There was an uproar all around, everyone was stunned, and some people even began to wonder if there was something wrong with their ears. Li Xiaoyang's smile froze completely, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiaolinger in disbelief, his face extremely ugly. You let me go? Just because of him? Xianghu was too lazy to pay attention to him, but Lin Lei on the side couldn't help laughing and said jokingly. Li Xiaoyang, don't you know? Xianghu is Xiaolinger's boyfriend now. You've been chasing him for so long, but he's already been taken. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding area exploded instantly. What? Xiaolinger's boyfriend is Xianghu? That's impossible. Isn't this guy just a poor guy? Xiaolinger is the most beautiful girl in the school, how could she possibly fall for him? Could it be that this poor boy blew it himself? Li Xiaoyang stood there in a daze, his face changing constantly, then he suddenly sneered, looked around, and started laughing, and his lackeys also followed suit. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? Xiaolinger would like this poor guy? Brother Xiaoyang, this guy must have made it up himself, right? Xiaolinger can like him? It's really hilarious. This self-delusional bootlicker actually dares to act cool in public? I'm speechless. Chapter 73, The Goddess Feeds Her Personally? As Li Xiaoyang smiled, his eyes turned cold and his tone became playful. Xiaolinger, please stop making me laugh, would you like him? Stop being funny. If you say you pity him and are just playing around, then I can believe you a little bit. Xiaolinger didn't bother to pay attention to Li Xiaoyang's sarcasm. She simply took Xianghu's arm and said softly. Xianghu, let's ignore these people and have fun by ourselves. As she spoke, she picked up a grape from the fruit plate, peeled it herself, and then softly handed it to Xianghu's mouth. Xianghu, come and have one. Xianghu didn't hesitate and just opened his mouth and ate it. The surroundings instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned. FCK. Xiaolinger, she fed grapes to Xianghu? This can't be true? Oh my god, what did I see? Xiaolinger actually served Xianghu fruit with her own hands? This is too much pampering, I'm going crazy. Everyone was stunned, their brains nearly froze. Xiaolinger had always been the aloof goddess in school. She had coldly rejected many boys who had pursued her. But now, she was showing unprecedented tenderness to a poor student? Li Xiaoyang was completely frozen in place, his face ashen, staring at the scene intently, his teeth almost breaking. He had been pursuing Xiaolinger for so long but had never received any response from her, not even touched her hand. But now, Xiaolinger was feeding grapes to Xianghu in front of everyone? He was seething with rage and almost going mad with jealousy. The lackeys were also confused. They subconsciously looked at Li Xiaoyang, waiting for his reaction. Li Xiaoyang took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, stared at Xianghu, and spoke in a gloomy voice. Xianghu, you are really amazing. How dare you steal my woman? Xianghu raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. You are wrong. Zhao Linger has never been your woman from the beginning to the end. You. Li Xiaoyang was so angry that his face turned red and he clenched his fists tightly. Just wait, Zhao Linger will be mine sooner or later. Xianghu smiled lightly, his eyes disdainful. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Li Xiaoyang's fists creaked. He took a deep breath and his face looked extremely ugly. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said with a playful look in his eyes. Okay, very good, Xianghu, since you are so arrogant, I want to see what qualifications you have to fight me. After saying that, he pointed to the luxury cruise ship worth tens of millions in the distance, with a sneer on his face. If you have the ability, take Zhao Linger to a more upscale place to play. Don't just sunbathe on the beach. Isn't that embarrassing? The lackeys immediately started to make a fuss. Ha, that's right, poor bastard, you can't even afford a cruise ship, right? Stop pretending, just admit it if you don't have money. Zhao Linger, you really won't regret following this kind of person? However, Xianghu suddenly sneered, his mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes full of teasing. You have this cruise ship, are you so embarrassed to show it off? Li Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly and he snorted coldly. Why, you can't even afford a cruise, and you still dare to look down on me? Xianghu smiled lightly and spoke slowly. There is a truly top-notch yacht parked in this sea area. Unfortunately, you have never even seen it. Li Xiaoyang's face darkened and he stared at Xianghu coldly. What's the meaning? Xianghu gently took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and said lightly. Bring the yacht over here. Li Xiaoyang was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. His lackeys were also stunned, then they reacted instantly and burst into crazy laughter, laughing so hard that they almost rolled over on the beach. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, did you hear that? This kid is going to call a yacht over. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Xianghu, stop making us laugh. Do you know how much a yacht costs? Do you know that even the most ordinary private yacht starts at several million? Do you think that renting a small speedboat is a yacht? That's really hilarious. Some classmates couldn't help but laugh at him. You thought you were so great just because you drove a sports car? That's for the land, you can't pretend it's for the water, right? You're a poor guy who can't even afford a cruise ship, and you dare to say you have a yacht? Why don't you say you have an aircraft carrier? Many of them had disliked Xianghu for a long time, especially when they saw Zhao Linger's attitude towards Xianghu, which was so gentle and considerate, even more caring than the heroine in the TV series. If this kind of woman were placed in front of them, she wouldn't even look at them. But now, she was peeling grapes herself to feed Xianghu, and she was sitting on a beach chair, gently holding a pair of nail scissors and carefully trimming Xianghu's nails. This scene completely ignited the fire of jealousy among everyone. Damn! Isn't Zhao Linger too doting? In my entire life, I have never seen a woman who can give a man a manicure. What's so good about this kid? I don't accept it. Did God make a mistake? Don't be funny, this kind of person will be dumped sooner or later. Then you won't even have a place to cry. Didn't he say yacht? Wait, let's see how he ends up. The smile on Li Xiaoyang's face became even more sarcastic. He stood up, slowly walked to Xianghu, and looked down at him condescendingly. Xianghu, if you want to show off, you should at least talk about the basic law, right? I just heard that you have a sports car. Maybe you got some money from the demolition of your family's house and bought a second-hand luxury car. But a yacht? Ha ha ha, when you said this, did you ever think about whether you deserve it or not? Zhao Linger frowned when she heard this and looked at Li Xiaoyang coldly. Li Xiaoyang, are you meddling too much? You have no right to control my boyfriend. Li Xiaoyang's face froze, then he snorted coldly and glanced at Xianghu. Okay. Then let's wait and see how this young Master Zhang gets the yacht to come over. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, an unfriendly voice came from the side. Hey, whose cruise ship is that? It's blocking our young master's yacht from docking. Move it out of the way. Everyone was attracted by the sudden sound and looked in the direction of the sound. A young man in a white shirt and sunglasses came over with a few strong men who looked like bodyguards. He frowned slightly, his eyes fell on Li Xiaoyang's cruise ship, and his tone was very impolite. Li Xiaoyang was already full of rage, and he hadn't dealt with Xianghu yet, and now suddenly another blind man showed up. He immediately frowned and snorted coldly with a bad look on his face. Who are you? Is this cruise ship of mine parked somewhere in your way? Chapter 74, one of the four young masters of Zhongcheng. The man in sunglasses glanced at him and spoke in a cold tone. It's just in the way. Li Xiaoyang was immediately angry. Who dared to talk to him like that? He sneered. Het, brother, if you don't want to cause trouble, apologize right now and I might consider letting it go. The man raised a disdainful smile and said lightly. Do you know whose yacht is about to dock in this area? Li Xiaoyang's face changed slightly, and he felt a little uneasy. He asked with a frown. Whose? The man said directly. One of the four young masters of Zhongcheng, Master Zhou Qian. Li Xiaoyang's face froze instantly. What? Zhou Qian? Everyone gasped. Fuck, it's Zhou Qian? Zhou Qian, he's one of the four young masters of Zhongcheng. His family is the eldest master who controls the entire entertainment industry of Zhongcheng. It's over. Li Xiaoyang has hit a wall this time. Li Xiaoyang's expression became extremely ugly. He was so aggressive just now, but the next second, his arrogance was instantly suppressed. Of course he knew who Zhou Qian was. As one of the four young masters of Zhongcheng, the Zhou family controls all of Zhongcheng's nightclubs, clubs, and resorts. Even many high-end restaurants, hotels, and clubs have shares in the Zhou family. Compared to Zhou Qian, Li Xiaoyang can only be regarded as a second-generation rich man who is not up to par with the mainstream. They are not on the same level at all. His throat was a little dry and he smiled stiffly. So it's young Master Zhou's yacht. This is really a misunderstanding. I'll have someone move the cruise ship away right away. After he finished speaking, he quickly called his lackeys to move the cruise ship to the side, fearing that it would delay Zhou Qian's yacht from docking. Everyone was stunned. Li Xiaoyang, who was so arrogant just now, actually became so cowardly so quickly at this moment. The lackeys also shut their mouths and dared not to be arrogant anymore. Lin Lei couldn't help but whispered in Zhang Yu's ear. Fuck. Li Xiaoyang is usually so arrogant, but now he's actually a coward? Zhang Yu smiled faintly, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and said nothing. Zhao Linger smiled gently and took Zhang Yu's arm affectionately. Oh, dear, let's not worry about these people, let's bask in the sun and eat our fruits. After she finished speaking, she picked up a grape from the fruit plate, peeled it, and put it to Zhang Yu's mouth. Zhang Yu opened his mouth lazily and ate it. This intimate scene made all the men jealous. Fuck. What kind of shitty luck is this? Zhao Linger, is this still the Zhao Linger we know? Damn it, I will never forget this scene today. Li Xiaoyang suppressed the anger in his heart, took a deep breath, and looked at Zhang Yu with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists secretly and swore in his heart. Zhang Yu, just wait, this matter is not over yet. Li Xiaoyang was just about to cause trouble for Zhang Yu, with the sarcasm and anger on his face still not gone, when suddenly, the young man wearing sunglasses came back with a few bodyguards. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyang immediately changed his face like a dog, with a fawning smile on his face. He ran forward happily, deliberately lowering his voice and speaking in a flattering manner. My dear brother, it was a misunderstanding just now. It was a misunderstanding. I didn't recognize you just now. Please don't mind it. Look, Mr. Zhou's yacht has docked. Didn't I move the cruise ship away immediately? However, the young man ignored him and walked right past him as if he didn't see him. Li Xiaoyang's smile froze on his face instantly. He clenched his fists, his face became gloomy, and he cursed in his heart but did not dare to explode. The young man came directly to Zhao Linger, glanced at her perfect figure and delicate face, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes, then he smiled slightly and said, Miss, our Master Zhou wants to meet you. Please come on board. Zhao Linger frowned slightly, a little displeased. Although her identity was ordinary, she was a spoiled young lady since childhood. Being invited like this made her feel like she was some kind of picked item, which made her feel disgusted. However, before she could open her mouth to refuse, Zhou Xiao's yacht slowly approached. This yacht is silver-white in color, nearly 100 meters long, with 3 decks and an extremely luxurious appearance. The glazed light strips inlaid on the deck alone are enough for an ordinary person to strive for a lifetime. There are several motorboats escorting the yacht, which is magnificent. The pomp alone is enough to make people understand that its owner is of extraordinary status. Fuck. This yacht is worth hundreds of millions, right? Is this Master Zhou Qian's yacht? It is indeed a luxury item for the top wealthy families. Zhao Linger is so lucky this time. She is favored by Master Zhou and has become a phoenix. This is what a real wealthy family is like. Why drive a lousy sports car? Riding a yacht is the real enjoyment. Everyone was shocked, and even many girls had envy in their eyes, wishing they could stand in Zhao Linger's position. Li Xiaoyang was also shocked. Although his family was rich, compared with a real wealthy family like Zhou Qian, he was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. He was jealous to the point of madness in his heart, but he put on a smile on his face, walked up to Zhao Linger and spoke excitedly. Linger, why are you still standing there? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Young Master Zhou is one of the 4 young masters of Zhongcheng. If he wants to meet you, it's your honor. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Linger glanced at him coldly, and then said without hesitation. Excuse me, I like being with my boyfriend. The air was silent for a second. Everyone was stunned, and then the atmosphere went crazy. What the hell? Zhao Linger refused? Is she crazy? This is Zhou Chen, one of the 4 young masters of Zhongcheng. How many women want to marry him but have no chance, and she actually refuses? What exactly does she like about Xianghu? Li Xiaoyang's face froze, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. He had been pursuing Zhao Linger for so long, but they had never even held hands. Now, this woman actually rejected Zhou Qian for Xianghu? He clenched his teeth, cursed madly in his heart, and his eyes were extremely cold. The young man frowned slightly, looked at Zhao Linger, then looked at Xianghu, then smiled faintly and said, Since the young lady is unwilling, how about this? Our Master Zhou also admires this gentleman's magnanimity. Since you are Miss Xiao's boyfriend, why don't you get on board and have a chat with our Master Zhou? The implication of the words already carries a hint of irresistibility. However, Xianghu didn't even look at him, sneered, and said lightly, Let your eldest son come and invite me in person, and maybe I will consider it. You are the one who invites? You are not qualified. In an instant, the air froze. The expressions on everyone's faces were completely frozen. They opened their mouths wide and looked at Xianghu in disbelief, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Chapter 75, What a joke! What the hell? What did Xianghu say? He asked young Master Zhou to come and invite him personally? Is he crazy? Who does he really think he is? Oh my god, this guy is too crazy. Zhao Linger is spoiled, right? Her boyfriend is so crazy? Li Xiaoyang and his lackeys almost laughed until their stomachs cramped. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Xianghu, are you okay? Who is Mr. Zhou? Would he come to invite you personally? Are you dreaming? You think you can challenge the real rich just because you own a shabby sports car? Who the hell do you think you are? Don't even mention Master Zhou, even if it's our brother Xiaoyang, you, Xianghu, are not worthy of carrying his shoes. It's ridiculous. It's a huge joke. Li Xiaoyang sneered sarcastically. I think you are scared, right? You are making up an excuse not to go, afraid that Zhao Linger will leave with Master Zhou once you get on the boat? The smile on the young man's face had completely disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. Sir, isn't that too disrespectful of you? He said with cold eyes and unfriendly tone. When our Master Zhou invites someone, not everyone has the right to refuse. Do you really want to refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment? Xianghu was still sitting on the beach chair, peeling grapes leisurely, and spoke without raising his head. If your young Master Zhou wants to see me, let him come by himself. I don't have time to chat with you. The young man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his whole demeanor suddenly changed. It was obvious that he was completely enraged. Okay, very good. In that case, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The young man sneered, took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, Mr. Zhou, there's someone here who doesn't know what's good for him. He wants you to come and invite him in person. A lazy but dangerous voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh? Who? The young man glanced at Xianghu coldly, with a sinister smile on his face. An unknown nobody who doesn't know his place. A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. A nobody like me is worthy of me going there in person? I'm too lazy to waste time, just do it yourself, just don't make it too ugly. As for that beautiful lady. Zhou Xiao paused, with a wicked smile. I want to see her within 5 minutes. Xianghu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with indifference in his eyes, and nodded gently. Understood, Mr. Zhou. After hanging up the phone, Xianghu straightened his collar and walked slowly to Xianghu. The smile on his face was still gentle, but his eyes revealed a look of disdain. Your name is Xianghu, right? Xianghu looked down at Xianghu, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. My master Zhou is in a good mood today and doesn't want to bother with a nobody like you. After saying that, he casually took out a black gold card from his pocket, threw it lightly, and the bank card drew an arc and landed at Xianghu's feet with a snap. Here are several $100,000, consider it as compensation for you. Xianghu said this in a condescending voice. Take the money and leave, and let's pretend this never happened. He paused, looked at Zhao Linger meaningfully, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his tone was even more playful. As for your female companion, I hope you won't contact her again in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding area suddenly exploded. Fuck. Just throwing away hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is this the spirit of a top second-generation rich? Throwing away hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get Xianghu to get out? This is a real wealthy family. How can a poor guy like Xianghu compare to them? If Zhao Linger was smart, she should have followed Master Zhou right away. What a blessing! Don't you see who you are? You dare to challenge Master Zhou. You are simply asking for trouble. Li Xiaoyang's heart was filled with emotion, and he looked at Xianghu excitedly, as if he had already foreseen the scene where Xianghu bowed his head, admitted defeat, picked up the bank card and walked away in disgrace. He sneered with a mocking smile on his face. Xianghu, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pick up the card. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Have you ever seen so much money in your life? The lackeys also echoed and laughed. Ha ha, pick it up. This is a windfall. Aren't you a poor delivery guy who is in need of money? If it were me, I would have knelt down and thanked you with tears of gratitude. If you also serve Master Zhou, maybe I can give you hundreds of thousands more, ha ha. However, Xianghu smiled slightly, looked at Xianghu indifferently, and uttered a word softly. Coincidentally, I'm in a good mood today. How about this, pick up the card and get out of here, and I will spare your lives. How? The air froze instantly. Everyone was stunned, as if they were wondering if they had heard it wrong. What? He just asked someone to pick up the card? Are you crazy? Are you looking for death? Li Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic and started to mock loudly. Ha 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 ha. Xianghu, are you crazy? Who do you think you are? You let him pick up the card? You want to spare his life? Are you crazy? The lackeys also laughed wildly. Ha ha, this is really making me laugh to death. Maybe Xianghu has read too many cool novels? Let someone pick up the card? Do you know who he is? Xianghu, a poor bastard like you, don't you really think you are some big shot? I'm really impressed. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Xiaoyu's face finally darkened. He stared at Xianghu with a dangerous chill in his eyes. It seems that you don't want to drink the toast, but insist on drinking the penalty drink. Xiaoyu sneered, a murderous look flashed across his eyes, and then he raised his hand, ready to let his bodyguard take action. However, at this moment, Li Xiaoyang suddenly walked forward with a smile, waved his hand, and showed a meaningful smile. Don't dirty your hands, bro. Li Xiaoyang said softly, with viciousness flashing in his eyes. It's not worth your effort to deal with this kind of trash. He turned around, looked at his lackey and sneered. Come on, who's going to take care of this ignorant guy? Upon hearing this, the lackeys immediately became excited, rubbing their hands, eager to try. Don't worry, Mr. Li, I'll take care of this kid. I've long been fed up with this poor guy. Today, let him learn a lesson and see what happens when he offends you, Master Li. A group of lackeys surrounded him fiercely, but Xianghu remained calm and composed, with even a teasing smile on his lips, as if he was watching a group of clowns. Zhao Linger's face changed, and she hurriedly grabbed Xianghu's hand and whispered. Xianghu. However, Xianghu just patted her hands and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Li Xiaoyang sneered repeatedly, his eyes full of satisfaction. He couldn't wait to see Xianghu being beaten to his knees and begging for mercy. Chapter 76, Hidden Weapon Master. The lackeys were rubbing their hands together, with cruel smiles on their faces, and they couldn't wait to rush up and teach Xianghu a lesson. Boy, you were pretty crazy just now, weren't you? A lackey grinned and clenched his fists, making crackling sounds at his joints. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, call me grandpa 3 times, maybe you can suffer less. Another lackey shouted arrogantly. Damn it, I've been disliking this poor guy for a long time, so I'll let you show off. The most radical lackey has already rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat Xianghu. The classmates around were watching the fun and talking about it. Some were gloating, some thought Xianghu was asking for trouble, and some shook their heads and sighed helplessly. It's over now, let's do it. You were able to hold on with your words before, but now you're really going to get beaten. TSK, this guy actually dared to let Master Zhou's servant pick up the card, he is simply courting death. That servant is Master Zhou's confidant. He has no idea who he is against. However, no one expected that at this critical moment, Xianghu actually slowly raised his hand and waved to the lackeys who surrounded him. Wait a moment. The air suddenly became quiet for a moment. Everyone was stunned, and the lackeys stopped and looked at Xianghu with confusion. What? Are you finally scared? Li Xiaoyang sneered. Smart, it's not too late to beg for mercy now. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wouldn't it be better if this was done earlier? The lackeys all relaxed their guard complacently, with mocking smiles on their faces. But no one expected that Xianghu would lazily lie back the next second, leaning comfortably on the beach chair, crossing his legs, squinting his eyes to bask in the sun, looking completely leisurely and enjoying himself. Wait for me, he said lightly. Everyone was stunned. What's the meaning? What is this kid doing? Li Xiaoyang's face instantly darkened, his eyes filled with anger. He originally thought that Xianghu was going to kneel down and beg for mercy, but the other party actually lay down directly? What does this mean? Look down on him? Damn it! Why are you pretending? A lackey roared. Brothers, beat him. However, Xianghu ignored them and instead called up the system mall in his mind and flipped through it casually. Hey, there are quite a lot of skills, which one should I choose? He flipped through the pages for a long time, and his eyes finally fell on a skill called Hidden Weapon Master. Skill name, Hidden Weapon Master. Skill description, any object in the host's hands can become a lethal weapon. No matter what is thrown, the accuracy is 100%, and the strength can be controlled according to the host's wishes. Skill price, 50,000 wish points. Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nodded lightly. Buy. Ding. Purchase successful. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge about hidden weapon throwing flooded into Xianghu's mind. Various throwing techniques, methods, and force control all became instincts, as if he was born a master of hidden weapons. At this time, the lackeys could no longer bear it and rushed up with grins on their faces. Dare to play tricks on us? You're looking for death. Beat him hard. Xianghu still didn't get up. He picked up a fruit core that he had just eaten from the fruit plate and flicked it lightly. Swoosh. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. The next second, the lackey who was rushing in the front was about to punch Xianghu, but suddenly he felt a pain in his knee and fell to his knees. Bang! Ah! The lackey screamed, hugged his knees, his face full of pain, and cold sweat broke out instantly. Everyone around was stunned and had no idea what was happening. What's going on? What just happened? Did he fall by himself? Before everyone could react, Xianghu picked up another fruit core and flicked it lightly with his fingertips. Swoosh. This time, the other lackey's wrist trembled violently, and his entire arm became paralyzed instantly. The severe pain caused the mineral water bottle in his hand to fall to the ground. His face turned pale instantly, and he took several steps back. Oh my! Oh my God! My hand! When the remaining lackeys saw this scene, they suddenly became frightened and dared not rush forward. However, Xianghu curled the corner of his mouth, continued to pick up a fruit core, and said lightly, Don't worry, everyone gets a share. Whoosh! Bang! Whoosh! Bang! 3 fruit cores popped out one after another, hitting the knees, shoulders, and wrists of the remaining 3 lackeys with incredible precision. Ah! My knees! My hand is broken. The 5 lackeys all fell to the ground in an instant, wailing continuously, their faces pale, cold sweat pouring down, and they rolled on the beach in pain. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Lin Lei's mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg, and he was completely stunned. Fuck, brother you, when did you learn this trick? Zhao Linger's face was also filled with shock, with admiration flashing in her beautiful eyes. Xianghu, you are so awesome. The students were completely shocked, dumbfounded, and couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? Xianghu didn't even move just now. He knocked down all these people with just a few fruit cores? Are you kidding me? Is this kid a martial arts master? Li Xiaoyang was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded and felt a little scared. What kind of monster is Xianghu? He swallowed, forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, and then became furious and started cursing. You bastard! What did you do to my men? Get out of here! However, before he could finish his curse, Xianghu flicked his finger slightly, and a fruit core accurately bounced into Li Xiaoyang's mouth. Woo! Li Xiaoyang's eyes widened instantly, his face full of horror. He covered his throat with both hands desperately, coughed wildly, his face turned red, and he almost choked to death. Fortunately, a lackey next to him reacted quickly and patted him on the back. Li Xiaoyang then coughed out the fruit core, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with extreme fear. He was completely panicked and his head was buzzing. At this moment, he truly realized that Xianghu was not an ordinary person at all. And Xiaoyu's face was more solemn than ever before. His brows were tightly furrowed, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He underestimated Xianghu. He carefully observed Xianghu's every move, and the more he watched, the more he felt something was wrong. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. He originally thought that Xianghu was just a poor student who was ignorant of the immensity of the world, but now it seems that not only is he not afraid of him, he is not even afraid of Zhou Xiao at all. This attitude is not what ordinary people should have. Chapter 77 It's okay to disobey. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and spoke slowly, his tone slightly tentative. Who are you? Xianghu sneered when he heard this, his face full of sarcasm and disdain. Who am I? The corner of his mouth slightly raised, he looked at Xiaoyu with contempt and said slowly. You don't need to know. You just need to know that your master is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone stared at Xianghu with wide eyes, so shocked that they were almost speechless. Are you crazy? Li Xiaoyang was the first to react and exclaimed. This brat, how dare he say that? Does he want to die? The lackeys were also shocked. Oh my god! How dare he say that Master Zhou is not even worthy of carrying his shoes? The students around were even more shocked, with their eyes wide open and faces full of disbelief. Xiaoyu's expression changed completely, and his eyes were filled with strong anger and murderous intent. He has been in Jiangcheng for so many years, when has he ever been humiliated like this? What's more, the other party is just a young boy. An unknown college student. Okay, very good. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, the muscles on his face twitched constantly, his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound, and murderous intent gradually rose in him. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Xiaoyu roared, then waved his hand and shouted coldly. Destroy him for me. Several agile bodyguards immediately surrounded them. They were not ordinary thugs. Instead, he is a professional master hired by Zhou Xiao at a huge expense. He used to be in underground boxing rings, is experienced, and has strong fighting ability. Having witnessed Xianghu's methods just now, these bodyguards were somewhat apprehensive, but they were hired to do the job after all, so they couldn't just back down. Several people looked fierce, exchanged glances with each other, and then suddenly surrounded Xianghu. The people around suddenly screamed, some were worried, while others were excitedly waiting to see the joke. However, Xianghu was still sitting on the beach chair, his expression calm, with a playful smile on his lips. He had no intention of taking action at all. Just as the bodyguards were about to approach him. The black and white devils. He uttered 4 words lightly. The next second, everyone was stunned. The people present didn't see clearly what happened, but they saw 2 tall figures suddenly appear on the beach, which was originally empty. 2 men in suits, one in white and one in black, appeared behind Xianghu at some point. They wore sunglasses and stood straight, like 2 mountains, with an extremely terrifying aura when they stood there. Who is this person? Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling. When did they show up? Some people had horrified faces and deep shock in their eyes. Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly shrank, his heart suddenly tightened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. His intuition told him that these 2 people were definitely not simple. The bodyguards also noticed something was wrong. Their bodies stiffened slightly, and they stared at the black and white devils vigilantly, subconsciously slowing down their pace. However, before they could react, the black and white devils had already moved. Bang! Bang! I saw two black shadows flashing by like lightning, so fast that people couldn't see their movements clearly. The next moment, the bodyguards who surrounded them didn't even have time to make a move before they were grabbed by the black and white devils one by one, and then boom! Plop! They were like ragbags, thrown into the sea by the black and white devils without mercy. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open, staring blankly at the scene in front of them, so shocked that they even forgot to breathe. What is going on? Li Xiaoyang's face was pale and his legs were weak. Oh my god, those are Mr. Zhou's personal bodyguards, and they were thrown into the sea with just one move? The lackeys were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their mouths trembled slightly. What kind of monsters are these two people? The students who were watching were even more terrified. They gasped and took a few steps back uncontrollably. At this moment, the black and white devils were still standing behind Xianghu, one on the left and one on the right, like two guardian gods, with terrifying aura, intimidating the entire audience. Everyone was filled with shock. They never expected that there was such a powerful person hiding beside Xianghu. Those bodyguards just now were not ordinary bodyguards. Instead, he was a professional expert hired by Zhou Xiao at a huge expense. He has participated in world-class fighting competitions and his fighting ability far exceeds that of ordinary people. But they couldn't even withstand a single blow from the black and white devils and were thrown into the sea like rags. The students around were completely dumbfounded. Those who had previously mocked and humiliated Xianghu now all shut up, their eyes filled with fear. Li Xiaoyang was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, his face as pale as paper and his whole body trembling. He looked at the black and white devils standing beside Xianghu, and his heart was filled with fear. Are these two guys human or monsters? With such a terrifying power, could he be the secret bodyguard of a top force in Zhongcheng? Or is he the guardian of some hidden family? And Xiaoyu, as one of Zhou Xiao's confidants, is naturally a well-informed person. But in all his years of life, he had never seen anyone throw a professional bodyguard into the sea like garbage with bare hands. This is definitely not an ordinary bodyguard. He suppressed the shock in his heart, his face uncertain, and asked in a low voice. Are you sure you want to go against my Zhou family? Xianghu sneered when he heard this and looked at him with a playful look. To do the opposite? Xianghu's tone was indifferent and his eyes were frighteningly calm. If I want your Zhou family to die, your Zhou family will not survive more than 3 days. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly became dead silent. Everyone gasped, their minds going blank with shock. This statement is really too arrogant. Young Master Zhou is one of the 4 young masters of Zhongcheng. Even Li Xiaoyang, a big master who was very arrogant in school, has to bow and nod when he sees him. But now, Xianghu actually said in front of so many people that the Zhou family behind Zhou Xiao is worthless? This is no longer arrogance, but utter contempt and humiliation. Xiaoyu's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He stared at Xianghu with gritted teeth and spoke in a low voice. Do you know what you are talking about? Xianghu chuckled, but there was still disdain in his eyes. I don't like repetition. Xiaoyu was completely enraged and shouted angrily. Kill him. Several bodyguards who had not taken action just now immediately surrounded them. Their eyes were fierce and their murderous intent was not concealed at all, and everyone was ready to take action at any time. The students around were all frightened by the scene. Some of them even subconsciously took a few steps back for fear of being affected. Chapter 78. Can you swim? However, Xianghu still sat on the beach chair, looking calm and unhurried, without even lifting a finger. He just called out softly. Start up. As soon as the words fell, the black and white devils moved instantly. In almost an instant, their figures flashed like ghosts, so fast that no one could see them clearly. Bang! 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 There were a few muffled thuds, and before the bodyguards even had time to react, they were knocked down one after another by the black and white devils. He fell on the beach like a broken sack, holding his body in pain, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. The entire beach fell into deathly silence again. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in horror, their eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Oh my god! These bodyguards are all professional masters. How come they can't even withstand a single attack? These 2 men in black, what kind of monsters are they? Xiaoyu's face had completely changed, cold sweat ran down his forehead, and his eyes were filled with fear. He felt as if his throat was being strangled, and even breathing became difficult. He finally realized that the man in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. He suppressed his fear, swallowed his saliva, forced himself to calm down, his eyes flickered, and whispered, "Okay, very good, I'll remember you." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave quickly. However, before he could take a few steps, an indifferent voice slowly sounded behind him. Etc. Xiaoyu's steps suddenly paused and his body froze in place. He turned around and looked at Xianghu with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Xianghu slowly stood up, patted the sand off his body, looked at him indifferently, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said slowly, "Can you swim?" Xiaoyu's pupils shrank slightly, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. The Xianghu in front of me is definitely not an ordinary person. To have such a terrifying bodyguard, such an arrogant attitude, and even the courage to humiliate Zhou Xiao in public, is definitely not something an ordinary poor student can do. But, he couldn't understand, this guy is obviously just an ordinary college student? But now is obviously not the time to think about this issue. Xiaoyu's face was ferocious, his fists were clenched, and he spoke in a low voice. "Xianghu, what do you want?" Xianghu leaned lazily on the beach chair, flicked his fingers lightly and smiled slightly. "I just want to ask you, can you swim?" Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly shrank, his heart beat wildly, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. How could he not hear the meaning behind Xianghu's words? "No, I want tea." Xiaoyu said this with gritted teeth, his eyes full of vigilance and fear. He tried to suppress Xianghu with his momentum and make Xianghu give up. However, Henry Zhang smiled disdainfully, clapped his hands lightly, and said lightly, "Can't swim? That's such a pity." After saying this, he slowly turned his head and looked at the black and white devils. "Send him down to practice." The black and white devils nodded without any hesitation, then walked towards Xiaoyu, one on the left and one on the right. Xiaoyu was completely panicked. His face turned pale in an instant and his eyes were full of fear. He stepped back repeatedly and shouted in a trembling voice, You dare? I am young Master Zhou's man. If you dare to touch me, Master Zhou will never let you go." However, his threats were ineffective against the black and white devils. They were completely unmoved and continued to press forward with cold eyes, as if the god of death had descended. "Xianghu, you have to think it through. I am young Master Zhou's confidant. If you touch me, you will be going against young Master Zhou. You are." Before Xiaoyu could finish his words, the black and white devils had already taken action. Bai Sha suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiaoyu by the collar, lifted him up like a chicken, and then threw him gently. Plop! Xiaoyu was thrown directly into the sea. Water splashes everywhere. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The entire beach was dead silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, staring at Xiaoyu struggling in the water. "Help! Help! I can't swim!" Xiaoyu struggled desperately, choked on some seawater, and thrashed around frantically, looking in a miserable state. Ha 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 ha. Henry Zhang smiled leisurely, picked up a piece of fruit, took a light bite, and said lightly, "You can't swim, but you dare to show off at the beach? Let him practice some more, don't rush to fish him out." Upon hearing this, the black and white devils nodded, stood on the shore, and stared coldly at Xiaoyu, who was struggling in the water, with no intention of saving him. "Ah, help! Ahem! Help me!" Xiaoyu struggled desperately in the sea, his eyes full of fear. He shouted while flapping his wings. "Master! Xianghu! I was wrong." Unfortunately, Xianghu ignored him and continued to bask in the sun leisurely, enjoying Zhao Linger's feeding, as if he didn't take Xiaoyu seriously at all. The people around were completely frightened. Many students gasped and looked at Xianghu with eyes full of fear and shock. Who on earth is this Xianghu? Too cruel. Throwing young Master Zhou's confidant directly into the sea? Is he really not afraid of Master Zhou's revenge? This is a complete fallout. Li Xiaoyang's face had turned pale, his fists were clenched tightly, his teeth were almost broken, and he was extremely frightened. Before, he thought that Xianghu was just a poor student who was ignorant of the immensity of the world, but now it seems that this guy has an unfathomable background. At this time, Zhao Linger leaned gently on Xianghu's shoulder, her eyes full of admiration, and spoke softly. "Xianghu, you are so amazing." Xianghu smiled gently, raised his hand to rub her head, and said lightly, From now on, no one will dare to bully you when I'm here. When Xiaolinger heard this, her heart felt sweet, her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes became more blurred, and she nodded shyly. Xiaoyu, who was far away, was finally dragged up by the black and white devils. He was completely wet, his face was pale, and he was gasping for breath. He looked extremely miserable. He lay on the ground, trembling all over, his eyes full of fear, and he didn't even dare to look at Xianghu. Go away! Xianghu said lightly, his voice cold. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu didn't dare to say anything more. He crawled to his feet and staggered away, not even daring to look back. The students around were completely stunned when they saw this scene, and their hearts were filled with shock. This scene today is enough to overturn their cognition. Xianghu is not the poor boy they imagined. They are crazy, but they have the capital to be crazy. Seeing that something was not right, Li Xiaoyan quietly took a few steps back, preparing to sneak away in the chaos. Chapter 79 Feeding the Young Master Sand. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard Lin Lei's voice. Li Xiaoyang, where are you going? Lin Lei shouted loudly, his tone full of teasing. Li Xiaoyang's heart trembled suddenly, and he stopped stiffly. Looking back, he saw that everyone's eyes were on him. The expression on his face changed instantly, from arrogance to flattery with a smile. Zhang. Xianghu, it was just a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Li Xiaoyang quickly changed to a kneeling and licking posture, with a flattering smile on his face, his body slightly bent, and a respectful look. Xianghu looked at him with interest and smiled faintly. Misunderstand? Li Xiaoyang nodded rapidly. Yes. We are classmates, we are all family, why do we have to make things so awkward? At most, I'll apologize to you. Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at him playfully, and said lightly. If apologies are useful, what do we need the police for? Li Xiaoyang's face turned pale instantly, his lips trembled, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The lackeys behind him were also frightened and pale, lowered their heads, and dared not say a word. Xianghu narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers lightly, and the black and white devils immediately stepped forward. Zhang! Young Master Zhang! Li Xiaoyang panicked completely. He fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed violently, his forehead hitting the sand so hard that his voice trembled. Please let me go. I was wrong. I was too short-sighted. Please have mercy on me. When the lackeys saw Li Xiaoyang kneeling, they also knelt down one by one and kowtowed to beg for mercy. The scene was extremely funny. Xianghu leaned leisurely on the beach chair, crossed his legs, and said lightly. Black and white twins, give Master Li a massage. He just yelled too loudly, and his throat must be uncomfortable. The black and white devils nodded slightly and walked in front of Li Xiaoyang. The black devils held Li Xiaoyang's shoulders and squeezed them slightly. Click! A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, and Li Xiaoyang let out a scream. His whole face twisted in an instant, and he was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out in tears and snot flew. Ah! My shoulder! Upon seeing this, the lackeys were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they kowtowed to Xianghu and begged for mercy. Master Zhang! Please spare us. We were wrong. We were really wrong. Never again. Xianghu sneered, his tone indifferent. Are you hungry? Li Xiaoyang was wailing with his hands covering his shoulders. When he heard these words, he was stunned for a moment and looked at Xianghu with horror on his face. What do you mean? Xianghu looked at him playfully and spoke slowly. Hey, young master, eat sand. The black and white devils immediately understood what was going on. They grabbed Li Xiaoyang's hair and pressed him hard into the beach. Then they grabbed a handful of sand and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Li Xiaoyang's eyes bulged out and he struggled to spit it out, but the black and white devils pressed on the back of his head, forcing him to swallow the sand in his mouth. Woo woo woo! The lackeys were so frightened that they quickly grabbed sand and stuffed it into their mouths with trembling hands, fearing that Xianghu would let the black and white devils attack them again. Mr. Zhang! Let's eat by ourselves! Let's eat by ourselves! Please let us go! Never again! When the students saw this scene, their eyes widened and they were shocked. Li Xiaoyang and his lackeys, who were so arrogant just now, are now kneeling on the beach, eating sand in a mess. Some classmates who had mocked Xianghu before now looked at him in fear, fearing that he would look at them. Sure enough, Xianghu glanced at them indifferently. Those people trembled instantly, fell to their knees with a thud, grabbed the sand and stuffed it into their mouths frantically. Zhao Linger was standing beside him, her eyes shining, looking at Xianghu with admiration in her eyes. Xianghu, you are really amazing, Zhao Linger said excitedly. Xianghu smiled lightly and didn't say much. Instead, he continued to lie back on the beach chair and enjoy Zhao Linger's service. And the other side. Zhou Qian was sitting on the luxurious sofa on the yacht, crossing his legs and drinking red wine leisurely. He was in a good mood today. He had just played around on the sea and changed a few female companions. He was feeling a little bored, so he asked Xiaoyu to find a new beauty to play with him. As a result, after waiting for a long time, Xiaoyu never came back with anyone. Zhou Qian frowned slightly, feeling a little impatient. What the hell is this guy doing? Does that woman dare not give him face? He sneered, his eyes revealing a cynical and evil look. At this moment, the disheveled Xiaoyu stumbled onto the yacht, his face still wet and disheveled from having just been soaked in the seawater. Master! Something happened. Xiaoyu was gasping for breath, looking so panicked that he couldn't even stand steadily. Zhou Qian frowned and looked at him unhappily. Why are you so flustered? Did you bring the person? Xiaoyu shuddered, swallowed, and spoke hesitantly. Master, that woman, she doesn't want to come. Oh? Zhou Qian's eyes instantly turned cold, but the smile on his lips became even more intense. Don't want to? Is there anyone who dares to refuse me? Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, he lowered his head, his throat was dry, and he spoke with gritted teeth. Master, that girl's name is Zhao Linger, and she seems to be from Jiangcheng University, and she has a boyfriend. Zhou Qian raised his eyebrows, his tone a little playful. Oh? You have a boyfriend? What's his background? Xiaoyu's face turned a little pale and he said in a low voice. It's a guy named Xianghu, and he looks like just an ordinary student. Zhou Qian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed, his tone full of teasing. An ordinary student? Haha, what I mean is, an ordinary college student dares to block my way? Xiaoyu's face became even uglier, and after hesitating for a moment, he continued speaking. Master, I wanted him to be more sensible, but not only did he refuse, he even said something outrageous, saying that if you come and invite him in person, maybe he will consider it. Bang! Zhou Qian slammed the wine glass in his hand on the table. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp and he stared at Xiaoyu coldly. Can you say that again? Xiaoyu's heart was beating fast, but he still spoke with gritted teeth. He said that you should go and invite him in person. Everyone on the yacht was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What the hell? Ask young Master Zhou to invite him in person? Who does he think he is? A poor student? How ridiculous. Is he a fool? Damn, these little bastards these days, are their brains stuck in the door? Do they think they are acting in an idle drama? A group of rich young men were all laughing, their eyes full of disdain and sarcasm. Some people even laughed so hard that they slapped their thighs. Chapter 80. I have to come in person. Zhou Qian's face turned extremely cold, his eyes seemed to be filled with poison as he stared at Xiaoyu coldly. Are you telling me that a poor student not only rejected me, but also dared me to invite him? Xiaoyu swallowed and nodded, but his heart was bleeding. He knew that this incident had become a big deal. Zhou Qian's face became extremely gloomy and his tone was grim. Where does that boy get the confidence from? Xiaoyu said through gritted teeth. Master, I can see that he doesn't look like an ordinary person. He has 2 bodyguards with him, and they are very powerful. My bodyguard didn't even have a chance to fight back before they threw him into the sea. Throw it into the sea? Zhou Qian's eyes narrowed slightly and his expression became even gloomier. Interesting. Xiaoyu said quickly. Master, that Xianghu is not an ordinary person. Should we check his background first? Zhou Qian sneered, his face full of disdain. You're just a college student, but you think you're so great just because you have 2 powerful bodyguards? He clapped his hands lightly, and 2 men with stern temperaments walked behind him. They were wearing black suits and sunglasses, and standing there gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. Lei Hu, Wang Gang. Zhou Qian said lazily. You 2 go and bring that ignorant brat to me. By the way, get rid of his bodyguards as well. The 2 men in black nodded slightly and spoke in a cold tone. Yes, master. When Xiaoyu heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with glee. Damn it, Xianghu, you're done. He thought viciously in his heart. This time, I'll see how you die. At the same time, Zhou Qian leaned leisurely on the sofa, picked up a glass of red wine, shook it gently, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. When I get that boy here, I'll ask the school beauty Zhao Linger to accompany me personally. Tonight, we'll enjoy ourselves on the yacht. Everyone on the yacht laughed, and their eyes were evil, as if they could already see the scene of Zhao Linger being pinned down. Zhou Qian held the wine glass and took a sip gently, his tone indifferent but full of unquestionable arrogance. The one who dares to disobey me, Zhou Qian, has not yet been born. Time flies. Zhou Qian was still sitting leisurely on the deck of the yacht, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. Several bikini beauties surrounded him with sweet smiles, massaging his shoulders from time to time and feeding him fruits. The whole yacht was filled with an atmosphere of luxury. Several playboys also accompanied Zhou Qian, constantly flattering him. Xianghu knelt down and licked particularly hard, saying in a flattering way, "Mr. Zhou, you have found a treasure this time. Zhao Linger is the best of the best. Her figure and face are both top-notch. There are so many people chasing after her before, but she just doesn't like anyone. I didn't expect that she would meet you this time." Others followed suit and flattered him. Then who is Mr. Zhou? One of the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng, a true child of destiny, a mere female college student will have to climb into young Master Zhou's bed sooner or later. Ah, that's right. Bring the people up today, and young Master Zhou can play with them as you like. When you get tired of playing, just let the brothers have a taste of the new things. Zhou Qian picked up the wine glass, gently swirled the red wine in the glass, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Women, once you get tired of playing, it becomes meaningless. However, this time she didn't come to me on her own accord, but a poor, ignorant boy actually snatched her away in front of me. Oh, I'm really tired of living. Upon hearing this, several young masters smiled teasingly. One of them frowned and asked, "By the way, Master Zhou, who are the 2 masters you sent out just now?" Xianghu smiled proudly and quickly stepped forward to take credit. "Those are the black market boxing champions Lei Hu and Wang Gang, the 2 heroes of Jiangcheng's black boxing world. They swept the underground ring 3 years ago and no one has been able to defeat them since then. If the 2 of them attack, not to mention a poor student, even professional fighters will be crushed." The other dude also laughed. "Ha, it seems that the poor boy is really dead this time. This is young Master Zhou's woman. Anyone who dares to touch young Master Zhou's woman deserves to be chopped into meat paste." Zhou Qian narrowed his eyes, took a sip of red wine, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. "I hope they don't let me down." The atmosphere was just right, and everyone continued to laugh and joke, not taking what had just happened seriously at all. In their eyes, it was just a joke. However, at this moment, one of the men on the deck ran over with a terrified look on his face and a trembling voice. "Mr. Zhou, Lei Hu, Wang Gang, and the others are back." Zhou Qian waved his hand casually. "They're back, so what's the big deal? Let them come over and report." The hand's lips were trembling and the voice was shaking. But. Before he finished speaking, a disheveled figure stumbled towards him from the back of the crowd, followed by another figure stumbling after him. Lei Hu, Wang Gang. At this moment, where is the arrogance they had when they left just now? Their faces were covered with bruises, with blood still lingering at the corners of their mouths. Their clothes were torn into tatters, and they looked like they had just crawled out of a battlefield. The entire deck was silent in an instant. Everyone's smile froze on their face, looking incredulous. Lei Hu and Wang Gang. How did it become like this? They are the black market boxing champions. How could he be beaten like this? What was even more shocking was that behind them, 2 burly men in suits, one in white and one in black, stood behind them expressionlessly, like the god of death, which was frightening. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. At this moment, a cold voice came from a distance, breaking the dead silence at the scene. "Are you Mr. Zhou?" Everyone looked up suddenly and saw a young man in casual clothes slowly walking onto the deck. He put his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent, and glanced at everyone present with a disdainful look. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer, and there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "It's Xianghu." At this moment, Xianghu had a hint of impatience in his eyes. He had already told Zhou Qian to come to him in person, but the other party actually dared to send someone, which made him very unhappy. He walked forward step by step, his face gloomy, staring at Zhou Qian with cold eyes, his tone revealing a hint of amusement. "I told you to come see me in person, but you sent 2 lackeys. Aren't you too disrespectful to me?" As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone's breathing stopped, and they stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, almost unable to believe their ears. This poor boy actually dares to talk to Zhou Qian like this? Chapter 81. You're in trouble. Are you crazy? This is Zhou Qian, one of the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng. Who in the entire upper-class circle of Jiangcheng dares to talk to him like this? All the dude boys were stunned, and then a weird smile appeared on their faces, as if they were looking at a clown. Is this kid tired of living? Ha, you actually dare to talk to Master Zhou like that, you are really courting death. Lei Hu and Wang Gang, these 2 losers, can't even handle this kid? How shameful. Everyone was talking about it, with mocking expressions on their faces, as if they had already seen what would happen to Xianghu. Zhou Qian's face also turned completely gloomy. His eyes were as sharp as ice knives, staring at Xianghu intently, with a dangerous arc at the corner of his mouth. Oh, that's interesting. He slowly put down his glass, stood up, moved his wrist, and spoke in a low voice. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Xianghu sneered and spread his hands nonchalantly. One of the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng, is that awesome? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. This kid is really crazy. Mr. Zhou, it seems that this kid really doesn't know his own limitations. A dandy young man said with a sneer. Ha, he thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he defeated 2 boxing champions? Ridiculous. Another person scoffed. Zhou Qian's expression finally turned completely cold. He stretched out a finger and hooked it gently. Several bodyguards behind him immediately surrounded him, with grim eyes and strong murderous intent emanating from their bodies. Zhou Qian looked at Xianghu and said lightly. I don't care who you are or where you came from. Now, I give you 2 choices. He held up 2 fingers, a cruel smile on his face. First, kneel down and apologize, then send your woman onto my ship. Second, I will make you leave here sideways today. As soon as he finished speaking, several bodyguards behind him stepped forward, staring at Xianghu menacingly, ready to take action at any time. However, Xianghu smiled gently, his eyes swept over Zhou Qian calmly, his voice was calm but revealed a chill that made people's heart palpitate. Are you sure you can do this? The smile on Zhou Qian's face gradually froze, his eyes became extremely cold, and he stared at Xianghu as if he was looking at a dead person. The playboys around were also stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter with disdain on their faces. Who are you talking to, kid? Do you know who you are facing? You probably haven't seen young Master Zhou's methods before, right? You dare to talk to young Master Zhou like this, do you really want to die? Ha, I didn't expect to see such a wonderful performance today. A poor bastard actually dares to act cool in front of Master Zhou. I've never seen such a thing in my life. I think he wants to find a way to die. Everyone mocked and humiliated him. In their eyes, Xianghu was just a poor bastard who didn't know his place. He was courting death by being so arrogant in front of Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian snorted coldly, took a sip of red wine, and then threw the glass to the ground, with glass fragments flying everywhere. I wanted to give you a chance, but since you are so ungrateful, I will have to teach you a lesson myself. Zhou Qian's voice was extremely cold, and carried the pressure of a superior. He waved to the bodyguards behind him and said calmly. Destroy him for me, don't kill him. I want him to kneel before me and beg me to let him go. Several bodyguards immediately stepped forward, their eyes cold and emitting terrifying murderous aura. These bodyguards are not ordinary people, but professional fighters hired by Zhou Qian at a huge expense. Each of them has unique skills and has fought in underground boxing rings for many years. It is unknown how many people they have crippled. TSK, Master Zhou's bodyguard took action, this kid is finished. A young man was shaking his red wine glass with a joking look on his face. How pitiful. This poor bastard actually dares to challenge young Master Zhou's authority. Ha, I'm afraid he'll have his limbs broken and thrown into the sea to feed the sharks today. Another person sneered. Zhao Linger was extremely nervous and her face turned pale. Although she knew that Xianghu was very powerful, the other party was Zhou Qian, one of the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng. Not to mention his bodyguards, each of them is a ruthless character who kills without blinking an eye. Xianghu, be careful. She couldn't help but shout, her eyes full of worry. Lin Lei also had cold sweat on his forehead. Although he had confidence in Xianghu, could Xianghu really handle so many bodyguards? However, Xianghu just smiled faintly, with no fear on his face, but instead a hint of playful sarcasm. Oh, that's it? His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Everyone was stunned. Ha ha ha. Is this kid crazy? Young Master Zhou's bodyguard attacked him, and he still dared to be so arrogant? Just wait, he'll soon know that there's a price to pay for being so pretentious. Several bodyguards' faces darkened, their eyes looked cold, and they rushed directly towards Xianghu. However, just as they were about to approach Xianghu waved his hand lazily and said lightly, "The Black and White Devils." In an instant, the black and white demons standing next to Xianghu moved instantly. Their movements were extremely fast, just like two black and white lightning bolts, rushing directly towards the bodyguards. Bang! Just as a bodyguard raised his fist, the next second, his wrist was grabbed by Haisha and twisted violently. Crack! The crisp sound of broken bones was heard, and the bodyguard's face turned pale instantly. His mouth opened wide and he let out a scream. Before he could scream, Haisha kicked him in the chest and kicked him out. Bang! The bodyguard fell heavily on the deck, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. Another bodyguard reacted, immediately pulled out a dagger and stabbed Bai Sha fiercely. However, Bai Sha was faster. He slightly turned sideways to avoid the dagger, then reached out with one hand, accurately grasped the bodyguard's wrist, and twisted it violently. Crack! Another crisp sound of bone breaking. The bodyguard's wrist was twisted off, and he screamed and rolled on the ground in pain. This scene shocked everyone. What is going on? Master Zhou's bodyguard couldn't even block one attack? What kind of monsters are these two people? The playboys around him opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. They never expected that Zhou Qian's bodyguards couldn't even withstand a single move from these two mysterious men in black and white suits. Stop! Zhou Qian's face turned completely gloomy. He stood up suddenly, a hint of shock in his eyes. He never expected that his proud bodyguard would be completely powerless in front of the other party. Chapter 82. I'm here to humiliate you. Xianghu smiled slightly, glanced at him, and said lightly, "Why, is Mr. Zhou scared?" Zhou Qian's face turned pale and blue. He stared at Xianghu with hatred in his eyes, but he knew that he had hit a wall today. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with rage, but he dared not act rashly. Very good. Xianghu smiled slightly, his tone playful. Since you are afraid, then tell me, how should we solve this problem? Zhou Qian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. His eyes changed constantly. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "This time, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. Since you are so capable, I admit defeat." The playboys around were completely shocked. Mr. Zhou actually admitted defeat? How is that possible? Young Master Zhou is one of the 4 young masters of Jiangchang. Who is this kid, and how could he make young Master Zhou bow his head? Everyone was stunned, and some even wondered if they were hallucinating. Xianghu raised his lips slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and said lightly, "Give up? Do you think it's that easy to get over it?" Zhou Qian's face froze and he gritted his teeth. "What else do you want?" "It's very simple." Xianghu smiled slightly, crossed his legs, sat leisurely on the chair, and said lightly, "Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and then bark like a dog 3 times." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws almost dropped in shock. Did I hear you right? He actually asked young Master Zhou to kneel down and kowtow? And he even made him bark like a dog? Is this kid crazy? Does he know who Master Zhou is? You want one of Jiangqing's 4 young masters to bark like a dog? Do you think his life is too long? Everyone couldn't believe their ears and took a deep breath. Zhou Qian's expression instantly became extremely ferocious. He stared at Xianghu intently, wishing he could cut him into pieces. Make him kneel down and kowtow? Make him bark like a dog? As one of the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? You're looking for death. Zhou Qian almost squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Xianghu didn't care at all. He still looked at him calmly with a sneer on his face. Looking for death? Why don't you do it? Do you think you are qualified to say such things now? Zhou Qian's face became even uglier. He turned his head abruptly and glared at the bodyguards who were knocked down, his eyes full of resentment. These rubbish! He couldn't even handle Xianghu, which put him in such a passive situation. However, no matter how angry he was, he knew that he had no ability to resist at all. The two mysterious bodyguards around Xianghu could be easily crushed by Lei Hu and Wang Gang. These people under his command were not even worth mentioning. Think about it before you speak. Xianghu said lightly. I hate it when people show off the most. Everyone was stunned. This is too arrogant. Too arrogant. This is a blatant insult to Zhou Qian. Everyone could see that Zhou Qian's face was extremely ugly at the moment. His fists were clenched tightly and his whole body was shaking. But he just didn't dare to get angry. Because he knew that if he didn't do what Xianghu said today, he would never be able to leave here. The air seemed to freeze, everyone held their breath and stared at Zhou Qian to see what choice he would make. After being silent for half a minute, Zhou Qian took a deep breath, the ferocious expression on his face gradually subsided, and he looked at Xianghu with cold eyes and said through gritted teeth. Are you sure you want to do this? Xianghu said lightly. Stop talking nonsense and kneel down. Zhou Qian's face turned completely dark, his fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Ask him to kneel down and kowtow? Ask him to bark like a dog? He couldn't swallow this. Zhou Qian's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Although he was at a disadvantage at the moment, the arrogance and pride in his bones had not diminished in the slightest. As one of the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? What's more, although Xianghu is very skilled, in his opinion, what does it matter how good he is at fighting? Can it beat bullets? Can it beat the power of capital? He sneered, straightened his designer suit, stared at Xianghu arrogantly, and spoke slowly. Boy, it seems that you have some ability, but you are not so naive as to think that you can walk sideways in this society just by relying on brute force, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the lackeys around him immediately started to make a fuss, mocking and humiliating him wildly. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. These days, there are still people who think that they can gain a foothold in society just by fighting? Idiot. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've practiced a few moves? Do you know who Master Zhou is? Do you know what the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng are? TSK, he's just a poor boy who has never seen the world. He thinks he can trample on people just because he has some brute force? It really makes me laugh to death. Let me tell you, the most valuable thing in this world is not your fists, but your identity, status, and power. People like you can only be thugs your whole life, do you understand? Xianghu, I advise you to kneel down and apologize to Master Zhou immediately. Otherwise, once Master Zhou speaks, your days in Jiangcheng will be completely over. The lackeys were full of sneers and contempt in their tone. In their eyes, Xianghu was just an inferior person who knew a little bit of kung fu and could never be compared with the real upper class. Zhou Qian, on the other hand, put his hands in his pockets, looked at Xianghu arrogantly, with a teasing smile on his face, and continued. Well, considering your good skills, I'll give you a chance. As he spoke, he looked down at Xianghu with an extremely contemptuous tone. If you are willing to be my bodyguard and follow me, you can have money, power, and women as you wish. After all, a wild dog that only knows how to fight can only live a good life by being a dog for others, right? When the people around heard this, they burst into laughter and followed suit. Ha ha, Master Zhou, this is really a show of mercy. Otherwise, with his status, how could he be willing to give such a person a chance? Yes. Xianghu, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to express your gratitude? What a gift from heaven! If it were me, I would have agreed without hesitation. Being Master Zhou's dog is better than being a poor ghost, right? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Linger's face turned cold in an instant, and she was shaking with anger. She couldn't help it and was about to speak, but was stopped by Xianghu. Xianghu smiled slightly, his expression remained as calm as before, as if these humiliations were not worth mentioning to him at all. Chapter 83. Are you really not afraid of death? He lazily leaned back on the beach chair, stretched himself lazily, and then said calmly. You're done? His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression, causing the atmosphere on the entire beach to stagnate in an instant. The lackey stopped laughing, and Zhou Qian's expression changed slightly and he frowned. Xianghu slowly stood up, his eyes swept over Zhou Qian like lightning, and a playful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. You just said that the most important things in this world are identity, status, and power, right? He smiled and clapped his hands gently. Then do you know that those lofty identities, status, and power in your eyes are nothing in my eyes? As for being your bodyguard. Xianghu shook his head, and the smile on his face became even more intense. Oh, you are worthy? The words "you deserve it" exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. Everyone fell silent instantly, and the entire beach was deathly silent. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. They simply couldn't believe their ears. This kid actually dared to humiliate Zhou Qian in person? Moreover, he slapped Zhou Qian hard in the face in front of everyone. You. Zhou Qian's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with raging anger. He sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Boy, you are really not afraid of death. In that case, then. However, before he finished speaking, Xianghu had already spoken lightly. His tone was still calm, but with an irresistible majesty. I just asked you to kneel down and kowtow and bark like a dog 3 times. Now, you only have 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't do as I say, don't blame me for being rude. 10. 9. 8. Xianghu's tone was calm, without any ripples, but everyone present felt an unprecedented chill, as if an invisible big hand was strangling their necks. Zhou Qian's expression changed completely. For the first time, there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Xianghu. This kid really dares to do this. 7. 6. 5. Xianghu's countdown was still slow, as if he had already determined that Zhou Qian would kneel down and kowtow. You're crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Zhou Qian roared, his forehead covered with cold sweat. How dare you do this to me? Are you really not afraid of offending me? Are you really? 3. 2. Xianghu's voice was still extremely cold. Xianghu. I advise you not to go too far. Zhou Qian roared with gritted teeth, his face had turned completely pale. 1. A meaningful sneer appeared at the corner of Xianghu's mouth. Time is up. The moment the words fell, the black and white devils had already moved. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men had grabbed Zhou Qian tightly. Zhou Qian's eyes were about to spit fire. When had he ever suffered such humiliation since he was a child? He is one of the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng, with a noble status and high position. When has he ever been forced to kowtow to the ground like this? He struggled desperately, the veins on his neck bulged, and he roared with gritted teeth. Xianghu. You are crazy. Do you know what you are doing? Do you know who I am? I am. Bang. The black and white devils didn't even give him a chance to talk nonsense. They pressed his head and slammed it hard on the deck of the yacht. Bang. The second time. Bang. The third time. Every hit was so loud that it made an earth-shattering noise. Zhou Qian's forehead was bleeding and his eyes were filled with raging rage. The lackeys and young masters around were completely furious. Mr. Zhou. Xianghu. How dare you do this to Master Zhou? You're done. You're really done. Let go of Mr. Zhou. Do you know Mr. Zhou's identity? You poor bastard, how much money do you have to be so arrogant? You dare to touch young Master Zhou? Do you believe that the Zhou family can crush you to death with just one finger? Everyone was furious and yelled at Xianghu, their eyes filled with resentment. They believed that Xianghu was just a poor bastard who was lucky enough to hire 2 powerful bodyguards. In their eyes, no matter how good Xianghu is at fighting, he is just a poor student with some skills. It is impossible to shake a behemoth like the Zhou family. Zhou Qian endured the severe pain in his forehead, raised his head, his face full of ferociousness, and roared with gritted teeth. Xianghu. Listen to me. You dare to do this to me today. I will make sure you die without a burial place. Just wait for me. He roared, shook off the hands of the black and white devils, stood up suddenly, stared at Xianghu with vicious eyes, and said in a hoarse voice. Do you know who is the backer of my Zhou family? The behind-the-scenes shareholder of the Lu Group, the largest group in Jiangcheng. Lu Tian, chairman of the Lu Group, was once the richest man in southern province. You are a worthless loser, and you dare to touch me? Do you know how much the meal I'm treating you to today costs? Just 1 bottle of red wine is enough to buy the lives of your entire family. Do you think that just because you can fight, you can walk sideways? Wrong. In this society, what matters is not fists, but capital. It's family background. Zhou Qian became more and more angry as he spoke, almost roaring, and his lackeys and those young masters also echoed him, looking at Xianghu with arrogance and mocking him. Right. What's the point of being able to fight? This society relies on money. Master Zhou can hire dozens of bodyguards to kill you just by throwing out a bunch of money. Xianghu. Do you really think you are so awesome? You are just relying on 2 bodyguards. Do you think you can beat the Zhou family? Beat the Lu group? You bastard, you are so crazy. The voices of the crowd rose one after another, and every sentence was filled with extreme sarcasm. They did not believe that Xianghu had any background, nor did they believe that Xianghu dared to really fight to the death with the Zhou family. In their opinion, Xianghu was just relying on the 2 bodyguards to bully others. If you give him some pressure now, he'll be scared to death. However, Xianghu smiled faintly, and there was no panic in his eyes, but full of teasing. He put his hands in his pockets, glanced at this group of guys who were relying on their power, and his tone was calm but with a hint of sarcasm. Oh? So, you're trying to scare me? He sneered and spoke slowly. It seems you still don't understand the situation. I told you to kneel down and kowtow, but you didn't do it and you still want to scare me? What a shame. What I hate most is when someone scares me. The words had just fallen out, and no one had reacted yet. Suddenly, on the sea in the distance, a huge yacht slowly approached, like a moving palace on the sea, dazzling and magnificent. Everyone's eyes widened instantly, and their gazes turned to the yacht, with shock on their faces. What the hell? What's going on? This yacht is even more awesome than Mr. Zhou's yacht. Chapter 84, The Ceiling of the Young Generation. Oh my god, how much does this cost? At least $1 billion, right? When did such a top-notch yacht come to Jiangcheng? Could it belong to some big boss? Zhou Qian and others were also stunned, and their expressions instantly became solemn. Could it be that some real young master has come? Could it be the boss of a wealthy family in southern province? Or the prince of the capital? For a moment, everyone was speculating and everyone was shocked. They originally thought that Zhou Qian was the ceiling of the younger generation. I didn't expect that an even more powerful big shot would come now. However, at this moment, Xianghu's cell phone suddenly rang. Everyone subconsciously looked at Xianghu with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Xianghu took out his cell phone and answered the call lazily. The sound of the waves was too loud, so he had to turn on the radio. He said in a flat tone, "Hello?" An extremely respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Zhang, your yacht has arrived. Where are you now? We are coming to pick you up." As soon as the words fell, the whole place was in dead silence. Everyone seemed to be struck by lightning, completely petrified on the spot, their heads were buzzing, and they even felt like there was something wrong with their ears. Wait, the yacht has arrived? Come and pick you up? What's the meaning? This yacht worth $1 billion turns out to belong to Xianghu? Everyone was completely stunned, their breathing quickened, their hearts pounding, the ridicule and contempt on their faces instantly froze, replaced by deep shock. How is that possible? What the FCK? Is this a joke? Xianghu actually has a yacht of this level? Zhou Qian's face turned pale instantly, and he froze in place, his lips trembling. He shook his head frantically, unwilling to believe this fact. Impossible. This is impossible. Zhou Qian roared, his eyes full of shock. As for Xianghu, he calmly hung up the phone after asking the other party to come over. He raised his head, glanced at Zhou Qian and his lackeys with contempt, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said lightly, "I'm sorry, what did you just say? The wind was too strong, I couldn't hear you clearly, can you say it again?" The people around were still immersed in the shock of what had just happened, but soon, a young man with quick reactions stood up. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Ha ha ha, I almost believed it. You really are good at pretending." He looked around, at the others, and smiled with feigned contempt. "Brothers, you don't really believe that this yacht belongs to him? Are you kidding me?" The other young masters also came to their senses and started to mock wildly. "Ha ha ha, that's right, I was just scared by his move. I almost believed it. He can afford $1 billion yacht? Are you kidding me? How can he, a college student and a loser, afford a yacht of this level? Even if you are a real rich second generation in Jiangcheng, with assets worth billions, you can't spend so much money to buy a yacht like this. Who would do such a stupid thing? He is just a boaster who doesn't pay taxes. It's obvious that he is here to cheat you." Everyone laughed, and some even cried with laughter. Especially Zhou Qian, who was originally forced to kowtow and was extremely furious. But when he heard these words, he immediately regained his confidence and laughed out loud towards the sky. "Ha ha 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 ha. Xianghu, you really are good at bragging. He pointed at Xianghu with contempt on his face. You? Can you afford a yacht worth 1 billion yuan? You can't even get into the yacht club, right? If you had 1 billion, I would kowtow to you right now and bark like a dog. Zhou Qian crossed his arms across his chest, contempt evident on his face. The lackeys and other young masters also started to make a noise, with a sarcastic look on their faces. That's right. Xianghu, do you think we are 3-year-old children? You are such a boaster. At least make up a more believable lie. Do you really think you can scare us by just beating up a few people? Look at Mr. Zhou's yacht, it's worth just over 200 million, which is already considered top-notch. If you had $1 billion yacht, I would eat shit right there. Facing the ridicule from these people, Xianghu was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at them amusedly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and his eyes full of disdain. Oh? Then rich? Xianghu leaned lazily on the back of his chair and sneered. I'm sorry, the capital and wealth you mentioned are nothing in front of me. As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces froze, and then burst into even louder laughter. Ha 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 ha. Listen. You can even blow this out? It's really the word pretentious taken to the extreme. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are the young master of some hidden family? I see you bragging without even taking a breath, you are really a natural actor. Zhou Qian was so happy that tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He clapped his hands on the table and laughed wildly. Xianghu, you are so fucking funny. If it weren't for you today, we wouldn't have had so much fun. Ha 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 ha. However, just when everyone was laughing the most happily, the top yacht in the distance was slowly approaching them. The metal shell of the yacht sparkles brightly under the sunlight, like a moving palace on the sea, extremely luxurious and shocking. At the bow, an old captain in a white uniform, with a group of staff, stood there with respectful looks on their faces. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The laughter stopped abruptly and everyone stared in amazement at the approaching yacht. Fuck! This yacht really stopped right here. What's going on? Whose yacht is it? Isn't this too grand? Just as everyone was shocked, Xianghu leisurely raised one hand and waved casually in the direction of the yacht. This way. The next second, the extremely luxurious yacht slowly stopped next to Zhou Qian's yacht. Immediately afterwards, the old captain, along with the head of the yacht club and a group of staff in suits, boarded the yacht where Xianghu was with steady steps. Dear Mr. Zhang, your yacht has been delivered on time as you requested. The old captain bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. The person in charge of the yacht club was all smiles and spoke excitedly. Mr. Zhang, this is your exclusive yacht. All the formalities have been completed and you can use it at any time. This yacht has the most advanced configuration in the world and is definitely a representative of the world's top luxury yachts. If you need anything, our club is always here to serve you. The whole place was in dead silence at this scene. Everyone's breathing seemed to stop in an instant, time seemed to freeze, and everyone was dumbfounded. Their mouths were open so wide as if an egg could fit in them, their eyes were round and their faces were full of disbelief. Chapter 85, Ironclad Evidence. What's happening? This yacht really belongs to Xianghu? Holy shit! Is this true? This is a yacht worth at least 1 billion. Zhou Qian froze in place, his face turned pale as paper in an instant, his mouth slightly open, completely unable to speak. He never thought that Xianghu could actually afford a yacht of this level. Those who had just been madly mocking Xianghu now had stiff expressions on their faces and were sweating profusely, as if they had been slapped hard in the face. Especially those people who said if Xianghu can really afford a yacht, I will eat shit on the spot. Their faces are as black as the bottom of a pot, and they wish they could crawl into the ground. Zhao Linger had been looking at Xianghu with admiration, her eyes full of little stars, her heart beating faster, and she couldn't help but hold Xianghu's arm tightly, saying in a delicate voice, Xianghu, you are so handsome. Lin Lei was so excited that he almost jumped up. Awesome. Bro. You are so awesome. Zhou Qian's lackeys all looked pale and terrified, not knowing what to do. At this time, Xianghu slowly stood up, put his hands in his pockets, glanced at everyone indifferently, and said lightly, Who just said I can't afford it? Who just said that if I could afford a yacht, I would eat shit right here and there? As soon as he finished speaking, the guys who had been shouting the loudest just now trembled violently, cold sweat broke out, and their whole bodies were like eggplants hit by frost. Their legs became weak and they almost fell to their knees. Their faces were extremely pale, and they opened their mouths but found that they couldn't utter a word. They never thought that Xianghu actually bought such an awesome yacht. Everyone screamed madly in their hearts. Is this still a human being? This is too horrible. The whole scene was deathly silent. The crowd that had been so arrogant and mocking just now had their eyes wide open and their faces turned pale. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. What the hell is going on? How could Xianghu, an ordinary college student, own $1 billion yacht? This is a luxury item that is so expensive that they dare not even think about it. Those young masters and lackeys who had just ridiculed and humiliated Xianghu crazily felt their legs go weak and they couldn't even stand steadily. They were about to collapse mentally. Some of those who were slow to react couldn't even believe what they saw, their mouths still trembling. No. Impossible. This must be fake. This must be fake. However, the yacht was parked right in front of them, and the evidence was irrefutable. What on earth did they just do? They just mocked and humiliated a truly super rich man like clowns? Thinking of this, they felt despair and fear in their hearts, and they were about to collapse. Those lackeys were the first to react. They fell to their knees with a thud. Master Xiang. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I just acted like a dog and couldn't spit out ivory. I deserve to die. Please have mercy on me. We are so blind that we dare to mock you. Please give us another chance. Their attitude was in stark contrast to their arrogance just now. As arrogant as they were just now, they are as cowardly now. At this moment, Zhou Qian's face was pale, his body was stiff, and his eyes were full of regret. He really didn't expect that he would hit a huge iron wall. This is not someone he can afford to offend. He still wanted to pretend nothing had happened and save his face, but when he saw Xianghu's indifferent eyes, his back suddenly felt cold and cold sweat soaked his clothes. It's over. It's completely over. But before Zhou Qian had time to think about it, Xianghu had already spoken. His tone was calm and a little playful. Who just said that if I really had a yacht, I would eat shit right there and then? As soon as he finished speaking, those lackeys who had been shouting the loudest just now were suddenly shocked, their legs went limp, and they fell directly to the ground. Their faces were as white as paper and their eyes were filled with fear. They really never expected that Xianghu could actually afford a yacht. At this moment, they can only scream wildly in their hearts. It's over. It's really over. Xianghu hooked his finger. Come over. The lackeys were so scared that they trembled all over. They crawled in front of Xianghu, knocked their foreheads on the ground, and begged for mercy. Master Xiang. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Master Xiang. We are really blind. Please give us a chance. Master Xiang. Please spare us. We will never dare to do that again. They knelt down more obediently than their grandsons, begging for mercy one after another, with all the arrogance they had just now gone. Xianghu looked at them calmly, his tone was calm, but it revealed unquestionable majesty. Who just said that I was a loser and asked me to bark like a dog? Those people were shocked, their faces turned pale and they broke out in cold sweat. Of course they remembered how they mocked Xianghu just now. There is a lackey who wants to quibble. Mr. Xiang. I was just joking. Joke? Xianghu sneered and kicked him over. Since you like to make others learn to bark like a dog, why don't you learn it yourself? All those who have mocked me just now, get down on the ground and bark like dogs 3 times. Those lackeys suddenly turned pale and their eyes were filled with despair. Mr. Xiang. Please. We won't dare to do it again. Master Xiang. We really know we are wrong. But Xianghu's eyes were cold, without any mercy. Don't want to learn? Fine, then let my bodyguard feed you seawater. Those lackeys were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they called out frantically to beg for mercy. But Xianghu's order had already been given. The black and white devil stepped forward, grabbed one of the lackeys and pressed his head. Woo woo. Master Xiang. Please. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Woo woo. No. Unfortunately, Xianghu didn't listen to their pleas for mercy at all, and the black and white devils directly pushed his head into the sea. Ugh. Ugh. The other lackeys were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they kowtowed madly. Finally, they collapsed, lay on the ground, and started barking like dogs. Woof. 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 Their voices were extremely miserable, and tears and snot were flying. They have never regretted as much as they do now. Why did they provoke this evil star? The young masters around now all had ashen faces and felt a chill on their backs. Looking at this scene, their hearts were trembling and they dared not say a word. But soon, it was their turn. They knew very well that they had to pay the price for what they had just said. Xianghu glanced around calmly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealed a sneer, and spoke in a casual tone. Chapter 86, Don't you dare admit it now? Who said just now that I am just a poor bastard? As soon as the words fell, the air seemed to drop to freezing point in an instant. Those young masters who had been shouting the loudest just now were now pale, their bodies stiff, and they were almost scared silly. Some of the young men fell to their knees on the ground, kowtowed and begged for mercy. Master Xiang. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Master Xiang. I am blind. I shouldn't be so mean. But Xianghu ignored them and spoke slowly. Whoever said that just now, stand up. For a moment, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. No one dared to stand up. Why, you were so good at talking just now, but now you don't dare to admit it? Xianghu sneered and glanced at them with cold eyes. These people lowered their heads, trembling all over, and did not dare to look Xianghu in the eye. Since you won't stand up, let me call out your names. Xianghu's tone was indifferent. First one, you. Xianghu said this and pointed at one of the young men. The young man named Li Jun turned pale in an instant and he was about to collapse. He raised his head suddenly, his face full of fear and his voice trembling. Master Xiang. I was wrong. Please let me go. He was the one who mocked the most harshly just now, and now it was finally his turn. He was so scared that he almost pissed himself. What? Weren't you quite powerful when you scolded me just now? Xianghu smiled, his eyes cold. Since you're so mean, I'll give you something. The black and white devils. The black and white devils nodded and walked over slowly. Li Jun was so frightened that his face turned pale. He retreated frantically, shaking all over. Mr. Xiang. Don't. I really know I was wrong. But before he could finish his words, the black and white devils had already grabbed his arms from the left and right and threw him directly into the sea. Ah! Li Jun struggled frantically in the water. Mr. Xiang. I can't swim. Xianghu sneered. Can't swim? Then learn. Stay in the sea for 5 minutes before coming out, otherwise, don't come out. Li Jun completely collapsed and struggled frantically to swim to the shore, but the black and white devil stood directly beside the yacht, staring at him intently, and threatened to kick him back if he dared to come up. Everyone was terrified, their faces were pale, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Xianghu ignored Li Jun's wailing and continued to call out names. Next, you. The young man named Wang Zai's legs suddenly went weak, and he fell to his knees, cowed out frantically. Master Xiang. I was wrong. Please let me go. Xianghu's eyes were cold and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No hurry, repeat what you just said first. Wang Zai's whole body trembled, his face turned pale, and cold sweat poured down. Master Xiang. Please. I don't dare anymore. Since you don't dare, prove your regret with your actions. Xianghu's tone was cold. The black and white devils, take care of them. The black and white devils nodded, and directly held Wang Zai on the left and right, and threw him into the sea. Ah! I was wrong. Master Xiang. Please let me go. However, Xianghu was not moved at all and continued to call out names. Soon, all the young masters and lackeys who had mocked Xianghu were thrown into the sea without a single one left. They struggled desperately in the water, crying and begging for mercy, looking in a terrible state. Some of them even almost choked on the water and were on the verge of collapse. But Xianghu didn't care at all and spoke coldly. Stay in the sea for 5 minutes and then climb out. Everyone was trembling all over and didn't dare to resist. They could only struggle desperately and try to stay in the sea. The students who were watching from the surrounding area felt their scalps tingling and their hearts trembling, and they didn't dare to say a word. At this moment, everyone understood that Xianghu was not someone they could afford to mess with. On the other side, Zhou Qian's face was already pale and he was almost scared to death. He looked at his lackeys and friends being thrown into the sea one by one, and the arrogance on their faces had completely disappeared. His face was pale, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his whole body was shaking. Xianghu is not an ordinary rich second generation at all. A man who can casually buy $1 billion yacht and dispatch terrifying bodyguards at will is not someone he can afford to mess with. Thinking of this, Zhou Qian completely collapsed. He immediately took a step forward, a flattering smile appeared on his face, and he knelt down to lick. Master Zhang. I was wrong just now because I didn't recognize the real master. As he spoke, he lowered his head, his tone was extremely humble, and his attitude was even more humble than those lackeys before. Master Zhang. You are a great man and you should not bear grudges. Please let me go. I can pay you money. As long as you are willing to forgive me, any amount is fine. His face was pale, sweat was dripping madly from his forehead, and his heart was filled with fear. If he had known that Xianghu was so terrifying, he would not have dared to provoke him even if he had 10 times the courage. However, Xianghu just glanced at him indifferently with cold eyes. Now you know you were wrong? Zhou Qian nodded frantically. I was wrong. I was wrong. Master Zhang. I was really wrong. Xianghu sneered. Unfortunately, it's too late. Zhou Qian trembled all over and almost collapsed to the ground. Mr. Zhang. Please give me a chance. Mr. Zhang. You see, my family has some background. I will definitely honor you well in the future. Mr. Zhang. Please. He had completely lost the arrogance he had just had. At this moment, he was like a dead dog, kneeling in front of Xianghu, kowtowing desperately and begging for mercy. But Xianghu had no mercy at all. He just spoke lightly. Black and white demons, send Master Zhou to the sea. Zhou Qian's face was pale and he struggled frantically, but the black and white devils didn't give him any chance and simply grabbed him and threw him into the sea. Thump! Zhou Qian fell heavily into the sea, splashing huge water. He thrashed around in the water, choked on water several times, and looked miserable. It's not that he can't swim, but at this moment, he has been completely frightened. His limbs are weak and he has no strength at all. He is like a drowned dog, struggling desperately in the water. Master Zhang. I was wrong. Please let me go. He begged for mercy like crazy, his voice tearful, and there was no trace of the arrogance of a rich and powerful young man on his face anymore, only deep fear remained. 5 minutes later, Xianghu finally had enough fun, stretched, and spoke lightly. Okay, time's up, let them go. The black and white devils nodded, stepped forward, pulled Zhou Qian and others out of the sea, and threw them back onto the yacht one by one like chickens. Zhou Qian and the others were soaked through, with their clothes sticking to their bodies. They looked extremely miserable, and when the cold wind blew, they could not help shivering. How could he show any trace of the demeanor of one of the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng? They collapsed on the ground one by one, their faces pale, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, and their eyes filled with deep fear when they looked at Xianghu. Chapter 87, Divine Level Luxury. Zhang. Young Master Zhang. We really know we were wrong. Zhou Qian's voice was trembling and filled with a strong tone of crying. But Xianghu didn't bother to pay attention to them and just waved his hand lightly. Go away. Zhou Qian and others fled back to the cruise ship as if they had been pardoned, fearing that Xianghu would say something else. They didn't even dare to say a harsh word. Xianghu took Zhao Linger and Lin Lei and boarded his cruise ship easily. This cruise ship, worth billions, is custom-made in limited quantities worldwide and has extremely luxurious facilities. It is simply a mobile palace on the sea. As soon as we got on board, the ship's service staff immediately came to greet us and respectfully served us a variety of top-quality food and drinks. There were even special massage technicians on standby at all times. Master Zhang, do you have any other instructions? The captain asked respectfully, with great humility. Xianghu waved his hand casually with a calm tone. Doc, it's time to go back. Yes. The captain immediately responded and went to control the cruise ship himself. Boom! The cruise ship's engine started, and the shocking low roar echoed throughout the beach, attracting countless people's attention. When the students on the shore heard the shocking roar, they couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Then, they saw an unprecedented super-luxury cruise ship slowly approaching the shore. What the hell? What kind of cruise ship is this? Oh my god. That's so awesome. This has to be worth hundreds of millions, right? This is not a world we can access. The students were all stunned, their eyes filled with shock, they gasped, their hearts pounding. What shocked them even more was that the cruise ship Zhou Qian took just now was already luxurious enough. In their eyes, it was already a luxury product of god level. However, now that this cruise ship came out, Zhou Qian's cruise ship was instantly compared to garbage. Compared with this cruise ship, Zhou Qian's cruise ship is like an ordinary small fishing boat, there is no comparison. Which super boss is here? The person who can own a cruise ship like this must be extremely powerful. Everyone was talking about it and was extremely shocked. Then, when the cruise ship slowly approached the shore and everyone finally saw the people on board clearly, the entire beach instantly fell into silence. They saw Xianghu, Zhao Linger, and Lin Lei were sitting leisurely on the cruise ship, enjoying delicious food and fine wine, looking extremely comfortable. Everyone was stunned for a moment. How is this possible? Xianghu? How could it be him? How could he possibly be on this kind of top-notch cruise ship? The students' brains were totally insufficient and they were completely confused. I just thought this cruise ship belonged to some super boss, but I never expected. This big guy is actually Xianghu? Everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost, their mouths were open enough to fit a fist, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. What on earth is going on? Isn't Xianghu a poor student? How could he possibly own a cruise ship like this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Many students shook their heads wildly, unwilling to accept this fact. But everything they saw before them forced them to believe it. Especially those classmates who once looked down on Xianghu, mocked Xianghu, and humiliated Xianghu, now their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and their hearts were filled with fear. If they had known that Xianghu was such a big shot, they would not have dared to laugh at him for being poor even if they had 10 times the courage. While everyone was talking about it, Xianghu's name has become famous throughout the school. Time flies, and a day has passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, the Xianghu villa was filled with the aroma of breakfast. Xianghu opened his eyes and stretched slightly, then saw Zhao Linger wearing an apron and walking towards him with a bowl of steaming century egg and lean meat porridge. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. "Brother Xianghu, come and have breakfast." Zhao Linger's voice is sweet, with a hint of tenderness. Xianghu was slightly stunned. But he reacted quickly, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked at Zhao Linger with a playful look. "Xiaohua Zhao, when did you become a good wife and mother?" Zhao Linger's face turned even redder and she glared at him coquettishly. "Can't you be serious? I just thought you must be very tired after being so awesome yesterday, so I made this especially for you. If you don't eat, I'll fall down." No, I'll eat it." "Can't I eat it?" Xianghu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly took the bowl and scooped a mouthful of porridge into his mouth. It tastes surprisingly good. His heart moved slightly. Although Zhao Linger was a spoiled school belle, she was willing to cook for him herself. What did this mean? This shows that she has invested a lot of affection in me, otherwise how could a rich girl be willing to cook? It seems that she has completely fallen. Xianghu was secretly proud of himself. But soon, his eyes became more serious. He has been making too much noise recently. First he abused Li Xiaoyang, then he stepped on Zhou Qian. And long before that, Long Jianfei, one of the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng, also wanted to kill him. These people will never give up. He seems to be in a very successful position now, but in fact, he is still just a college student. What would he do if the system suddenly disappeared one day? We must speed up. You must improve your status as soon as possible to obtain more resources and power. Thinking of this, he opened the system panel and called up the Goddess Strategy interface. Goddess, Su Mengyao. Current favorability, 65% I like you, no reason. Overall evaluation, you have occupied an extremely important position in her heart, but it has not yet reached the level of complete trust. Please work hard to improve your favorability. When it reaches 70%, you can unlock the mysterious asset reward. If you're sleepy, here's a pillow. Xianghu's eyes lit up and he was ecstatic. The system rewards have always been very powerful. No matter how much money he has, it is just cash flow. But assets are different. Real assets mean higher social status and voice. He was just trying to think of a way to improve Su Mengyao's favorability, when suddenly, ding! The host triggers a temporary mission. Mission target: Su Mengyao is currently suffering from family difficulties. Her gambler father forces her to work at Hague Finance to repay her gambling debts. Please intervene in time to protect the goddess. Task reward: complete the task to get an extra 10% boost in the goddess favorability, and potentially unlock hidden rewards. Xianghu's face darkened instantly. Su Mengyao's gambler father? Hague Finance? The combination of these two words instantly made him think of a bunch of dirty things. It seems that this girl is not easy either. Xianghu sneered, then picked up his coat, turned around and walked out. Seeing that his face looked strange, Zhao Linger asked quickly. Xianghu, where are you going? Something's going on. Xianghu waved his hand without looking back, and the next second, he disappeared out the door. Chapter 88 You Beast. Outside the university town, at the door of an old rental house. Su Mengyao was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with her long hair draped over her shoulders and a look of resistance on her face. In front of her, a thin middle-aged man, with a cigarette in his mouth, stared at her with a fierce look on his face and impatience in his eyes. Mengyao, stop talking nonsense to me. Your dad now owes Hague Finance a huge sum of money, and the interest is almost doubled. If you don't go to work for them, your dad will have to go to the hospital. The middle-aged man blew out a smoke ring and urged impatiently. I'm not going. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth and looked at him firmly. I won't work in a place like that. Oh, you little bitch, I gave birth to you and raised you, now I want you to be filial to me, what? You don't want to? The man immediately revealed a sneer and looked at her with cold eyes. Do you know what Hague Finance is? They are loan sharks. Their part-time jobs are to get those female college students to drink and sleep with them. How dare you let me go there? Su Mengyao's face turned pale and she questioned angrily. TSK, TSK, TSK. The man was smoking a cigarette with a sneer on his face. What's wrong with accompanying someone to drink? What's wrong with accompanying someone to sleep? You are beautiful, so you can be sold for a good price, and maybe even marry a rich man. Why would you need to go to a crappy university in the future? Su Mengyao was so angry that her face turned pale, her eyes were slightly red, and her eyes were full of despair. Her father actually wanted to sell her out without hesitation to pay off his gambling debts. I'll say this one last time. I'm not going. Su Mengyao roared, her eyes determined. Fuck. You damn girl. The man's face suddenly turned gloomy and he slapped Su Mengyao in the face. But at this moment. Bang! A slender and powerful hand accurately grasped his wrist, and the powerful force instantly froze him in place. Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere in my business? The man roared and looked up, only to see a face with a sneer. Xianghu. Oh? There are actually people who treat their own daughter like this? Are you human? You beast. Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at the middle-aged man with cold eyes. Damn it! You're looking for death. The man roared and shook Xianghu's hand away. However, Xianghu just twisted it slightly. With a crack, his wrist was instantly dislocated. The pain made his face pale. He screamed and fell to his knees. Ah! My hand! The man screamed and rolled on the ground in pain. Su Mengyao was stunned. She looked at Xianghu in surprise, her eyes full of shock. She didn't expect that when she was most helpless, it was Xianghu who stood up for her. Xianghu sneered, looking down at the trash-like man with an indifferent tone. Even if you are her father, you have no right to decide her fate. Get out of here. The man's face was pale and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. He didn't dare to resist at all and fled away crawling. Xianghu turned his head and looked at Su Mengyao, his eyes softened a little. Are you okay? Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then with red eyes, she suddenly threw herself into Xianghu's arms, hugged him tightly, her voice trembling. Thank you. Xianghu curled the corners of his mouth slightly and reached out to pat her back gently. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Goddess Su Mengyao's favorability plus 10%. Current favorability, 75%. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the mysterious asset reward. Ding. The host has received a reward, the top luxury hotel Xianghu International. Asset details: Xianghu International Hotel, located in the most prosperous area of Jiangxing City, with a total value of 1.3 billion, is one of the world's top luxury hotels. It has extremely luxurious internal facilities and receives world-class celebrities all year round. The total suite price is as high as 100,000 per night. If you own this hotel, you can directly enter the upper class. When Xianghu heard the reward, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. A 1.3 billion hotel. This is not just simple cash, but real assets. Although he made a lot of money with the system before, he was just an ordinary college student after all. It was easy to spend money, but without fixed assets, he could never really enter the upper class. And now, he directly owns one of the top hotels in Jiangcheng City. What does this mean? It means that from this moment on, he is no longer just a rich student, but has truly entered the ranks of business tycoons. What's even better is that he is really familiar with this hotel. Just a few months ago, he worked part-time here. Because the hotel's salary and benefits were extremely generous, he worked hard every day running errands, and even worked overtime, hoping to save more money to improve his life. However, because he rejected a male guest's perverted request, he was reported and then fired by his hotel boss for poor service attitude. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Unexpectedly, just a few months later, he suddenly became the real owner of this hotel. Thinking of this, Xianghu raised a meaningful sneer at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. This is really interesting. Xianghu slowly put away his smile and looked at Su Mengyao beside him with a serious look in his eyes. Mengyao, you can't live here anymore, he said in a deep voice. Su Mengyao was startled, raised her head slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in her clear eyes. Why? Xianghu looked calm, and his tone carried a hint of unquestionableness. People like your father are simply unreliable. If he dares to force you to go to Xianghu Finance today, he will dare to sell you out tomorrow. Su Mengyao's expression darkened and a trace of pain flashed across her face. But, where can I go? She bit her lip and looked at Xianghu with complicated eyes. You don't want me to move in with you, do you? Her voice became smaller and smaller, and a blush quietly appeared on her pretty face. Xianghu was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help laughing and reached out to pat her on the head. What are you thinking? Of course not. Su Mengyao's face suddenly turned red and she stomped her feet in anger. Then where do you want me to move to? Xianghu curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile. Follow me. 20 minutes later, we arrived at Jiangcheng's top luxury hotel Tianyu International. The entrance was filled with luxury cars, and guests were coming in and out, each of them was either rich or noble. The etiquette lady at the door was a standard 9-head-tall woman with an elegant posture, receiving all kinds of distinguished guests. When Xianghu brought Su Mengyao into the hall, they instantly attracted countless eyes. Fuck, who is that girl? She's so pretty? With this temperament and this appearance, she is simply a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman. But why does the man next to her seem a bit ordinary? Isn't he a second-generation rich man? No, I've never seen such a person in Jiangcheng's upper-class circles. Chapter 89. Let him come to me. Everyone was talking about it, and their eyes were looking at Xianghu with scrutiny, suspicion and curiosity. Xianghu looked indifferent. After glancing around, he walked straight to the front desk and said calmly, "Call your general manager over here." The receptionists at the front desk were slightly stunned and subconsciously glanced at Xianghu. He is wearing this ordinary casual outfit and doesn't look like any important person. One of the receptionists asked cautiously, "Sir, what do you want to talk to our general manager about? Do you have an appointment?" "No." Xianghu spoke calmly. "But let him come to me." The receptionists looked at each other, feeling somewhat confused. The general manager of Tianyu International Hotel is a high-ranking figure, not just anyone can see him? This young man doesn't look like a big shot, how dare he call their general manager over so directly? However, Xianghu's calm temperament and peaceful eyes at this moment made people dare not neglect him easily. A receptionist hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "Please wait, I will contact you." She was about to pick up the phone when suddenly, "Wait. No need to contact me." A sneer filled with disdain suddenly came from the side. Then, a middle-aged man in a suit and slicked back hair came over with a few hotel staff members, walking at steady pace. He is the lobby manager of Tianyu International, Lu Feng. Seeing him appear, several receptionists immediately greeted him respectfully. "Manager Lu." Lu Feng nodded, and then his eyes fell on Xianghu. His originally indifferent eyes instantly became teasing. "Who was it, I was wondering?" "It's you, Xianghu." Lu Feng curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer, with a look of slight contempt in his eyes. "What? You were fired from the hotel a few months ago, and now you're back? Xianghu raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the familiar face in front of him. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This Lu Feng was the one who fired him in the first place. At the beginning, he was reported by a male customer because he rejected his perverted request. As a result, Lu Feng fired him without saying a word and didn't even give him a chance to explain. He endured it in silence at that time, but now, he doesn't need to endure it anymore. However, Lu Feng did not know at this moment that the down-and-out student in front of him had transformed into the real owner of their hotel. When Lu Feng first saw Xianghu, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but soon his expression returned to indifference. Of course he remembered this kid. He had worked in the hotel for several months before. At first, he was honest and obedient, but later I found out that he had no background or connections, so I began to bully him intentionally or unintentionally. There is no shortage of people in the hotel. Every day, a lot of people want to come in and get this golden rice bowl. But if you want to survive here, you can't just rely on your ability, you need someone to protect you. Xianghu was still too young at that time and didn't understand these principles at all. He naively thought that as long as he was willing to work hard, he could succeed? Joke. Therefore, Lu Feng was somewhat tolerant of him at first. However, after he found out that this guy had no connections and no money to be made, Lu Feng began to make things difficult for him. Originally the job was to serve dishes. He insisted on asking Xianghu to go to the kitchen to wash dishes. He was covered in grease and didn't even have time to catch his breath. While others earn 6,000 yuan a month, Xianghu only gets 4,000 yuan. His salary is deducted for all kinds of random reasons, as if they were afraid that he would still make trouble after having enough food. The most disgusting thing is that he later found an opportunity to fire Xianghu directly on the grounds of unsatisfactory service attitude because a customer complained about him. But in fact, the so-called guest was a perverted man in the hotel. He wanted Xianghu to drink and play with him. Of course, Xianghu could not agree and directly refused. As a result, he was maliciously complained by the other party. Without saying anything, Lu Feng immediately used this excuse to kick Xianghu out. It wasn't because Xianghu did anything wrong, but because he happened to be arranging for one of his relatives to come in, so he took this opportunity to kick Xianghu out to avoid being an eyesore. This is how society is. If you have no background or power, you will be at the mercy of others. So when he saw Xianghu standing in the hotel lobby again today, Lu Feng's first reaction was that this guy came back to find a job. After all, what can a poor student be capable of? You were driven away by him before, and now you probably can't make it anymore, so you want to come back? So, Lu Feng showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was full of undisguised contempt. Xianghu, what are you doing back here? There was a hint of teasing in his voice. You don't want to apply for the job again? He glanced at Xianghu's clothes, ordinary casual wear. Although not shabby, it was definitely not a famous brand. Oh. As expected, he is still that poor guy. Lu Feng sneered in his heart. This kind of people are born to be at the bottom of society and can never turn over. He adjusted his cuffs casually and spoke in a condescending tone. When you are looking for a job, you don't need to call the general manager, because they are not there to serve you. I can tell you in advance that our hotel is not hiring waiters now, only cleaners. If you are willing to do it, please report to the cleaning department. After all, you've washed dishes in the kitchen before, so you wouldn't mind cleaning the toilet, right? After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. In his opinion, this was already an opportunity for Xianghu. A small character who was driven away by him personally, now came back to look for a job in a humble manner. There was no need for him to even look at him again. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he heard a contemptuous sneer in his ears. Who said I was looking for a job? Xianghu's voice was calm, but it revealed an indifference that was hard to ignore. Lu Feng paused slightly, looked back at Xianghu, and frowned. He raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion on his face. If you're not here to look for a job, then what are you doing here? Several hotel employees behind him also showed amusement expressions and couldn't help whispering. You didn't come here to complain about being fired, did you? Ha, is he still thinking of asking manager Lu to assign him a new job? It's so funny. How can a fired waiter have the nerve to come back? If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked. These people are usually Lu Feng's lackeys, and they like to bully the weak and fear the strong. When they were working, they bullied Xianghu a lot. Therefore, everyone looked at him with a ridiculous expression, waiting to see what Xianghu would say next. Xianghu ignored the whispers and spoke slowly with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. "Can't you see the girl next to me?" he said lightly. "As a customer, of course I'm here to book a room." Chapter 90, Enough of the taunting? These words made the entire hall silent for 2 seconds. Then, ha 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 ha. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help laughing out loud, and even couldn't stop laughing. When the employees behind him heard this, they also started laughing, with sarcasm written all over their faces. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? He actually said he was a customer? A poor student who was fired actually said he wanted to come to Tianyu International to get a room? Does he know what the minimum consumption is at Tianyu International? I'm afraid he can't even afford the cheapest room, right? I am dying of laughter. Do the lesbians these days dare to brag so much? Lu Feng's laughter lasted for a long time. He laughed and shook his head, with deep sarcasm in his eyes. "Xianghu, do you think that we will let you stay in our hotel just because you bring a little girl here for show?" He sneered. "This place is not a place you can come to." He glanced at Su Mengyao, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Damn, how lucky is this guy to find such a beautiful female companion? But he soon showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and spoke meaningfully. "Oh, I see. Are you trying to show off in front of a little girl?" There was a hint of mockery on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of contempt. "You'd strings just love this, bringing a girl to a fancy hotel, pretending to be rich, and what's the result? I can't even afford the cheapest room. If I fail to swipe my card, I'll be so embarrassed that I'll go to my grandma's house. Ha ha ha. I advise you to go to a motel outside. It's only 200 yuan a night there, which is suitable for you. Of course, if you really can't even come up with $200, then find a bridge hole, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the employees around him burst into laughter. "Ah, Manager Lu is right. I've never seen such a thing before. There are actually people who dare to act like rich people in Tianyu International. I bet he can't even afford the deposit at the front desk." They were all laughing so hard that they fell over, looking at Xianghu with teasing eyes. As for Su Mengyao, her expression had turned completely cold at this moment. She was so angry that she was shaking all over, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Feng, her eyes full of anger. Just as she was about to speak, Xianghu gently raised his hand, signaling her not to be anxious. He slowly turned his head and looked at Lu Feng, his lips slightly raised and his eyes extremely cold. "Lu Feng." Xianghu spoke slowly, his tone calm but with a chilling chill. "Are you taking yourself too seriously?" These words instantly stopped the laughter around them. Everyone was stunned and their expressions changed slightly. Lu Feng's expression gradually darkened. He was just making a few sarcastic remarks. After all, in his eyes, Xianghu was just a worthless waste. He had no money, no background, and no ability. How could he pretend to be a rich man in such a high-end hotel? It was a joke. But now, Xianghu actually dared to speak to him in this tone? He narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Oh, you really have grown in ability, haven't you? When you were working here before, you were so timid, but now you have become tough?" He took a step forward and looked down at Xianghu with full contempt in his eyes. "Xianghu, I advise you not to be so self-righteous. Who do you think you are? When I fired you, you didn't even dare to fart, and now you come back and act like a big shot? What? You're doing well after leaving here? Or did he hook up with some rich woman and think he could act rich?" He sneered repeatedly, glanced at Su Mengyao playfully, and said meaningfully, "No way, no way? Could it be that he is being kept by this little girl?" When the employees behind him heard this, they burst into laughter and showed joking expressions. "Ah, Manager Lu, you are so right. I told you, this guy is so poor, where does he get the money to spend in our hotel? He must have some financial backer to be so pretentious. It's also possible that he borrowed money from an online loan and used it to pretend to be rich and deceive young girls. Ha! Brother, stop pretending. We have seen this kind of thing many times." Everyone shook their heads, their eyes filled with mockery. Lu Feng also looked at Xianghu with sarcasm, with a playful smile on his lips. "Xianghu, I don't want to expose you, but I've seen a lot of people like you. If you're smart now, take your girlfriend and leave. Don't make a fool of yourself later and you won't even have a chance to leave. After all, our Tianyu International is not a place where just anyone can live." Having said that, he deliberately paused, then raised his hand and waved towards the front desk. "Front desk, go check what the room rate is today. The receptionist understood, immediately called up the system and spoke skillfully. Manager Lu, today our hotel's lowest room rate is 19,888, suites are priced at over 50,000, and the luxurious presidential suite is priced at 380,000 per night. When he heard the price, Lu Feng immediately laughed, with a playful look on his face. Xianghu, did you hear that? Today's lowest room rate is 19,888. He drew out his voice, and the sneer on his face became even more intense. Can you afford it? His tone was full of contempt, as if he was certain that Xianghu absolutely could not afford to live there. And the employees behind him couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Over 10,000 a night, can he afford it? You must be kidding. I guess this guy can't even afford to stay in a 198 yuan express hotel, right? I think he can't even afford 198. How ridiculous. How dare you come to Xianghu International and pretend to be a rich man? Everyone burst into laughter, their eyes full of sarcasm. In their eyes, Xianghu had now completely become a clown. Su Mengyao was standing nearby, her face becoming increasingly cold. Although her family had been poor since she was a child, she had never suffered such an insult. Hearing these words at this moment, she was so angry that she trembled all over. She couldn't help but took a step forward and said coldly, "What qualifications do you have to look down on others?" Her eyes were sharp and contained a hint of anger. Brother Xianghu is a customer here. Why do you treat customers with such coldness and sarcasm? Is this the service attitude of your hotel? Hearing Su Mengyao's words, Lu Feng was slightly stunned, then he laughed and looked at her jokingly. Oh, little girl, you don't understand this. He deliberately lowered his voice, showing an expression of someone who has experienced this, and spoke in a low voice. Were you deceived by this boy? He sighed softly, as if giving a kind reminder. I'm telling you, your boyfriend definitely can't afford the lowest room rate at our hotel. Chapter 91, Death is Approaching. If you still don't believe it now, let's try it. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth slightly raised, with a hint of evil taste. Xianghu, if you really have money, just pay it directly. His eyes were playful and full of provocation. In his opinion, this time, Xianghu would definitely make a fool of himself on the spot. However, at this moment, Xianghu slowly raised his head, a meaningful sneer appeared on his face, and said lightly, Payment? No need to bother. He looked at Lu Feng slowly, and the smile on his lips deepened. I want all the rooms in this hotel. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into silence. Lu Feng's laughter suddenly stopped and the expression on his face froze. What did you say? Xianghu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said lightly, Manager Lu, you don't seem to understand the situation yet. His tone was flat. I am the new owner of this hotel. There was deathly silence in the hall, as if time had stood still. Lu Feng's mouth opened slightly and his whole body froze in place. The employees behind him widened their eyes. However, after a brief silence, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out in the hall. Ha 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 ha. What? He's the new owner of this hotel? Damn, I'm dying of laughter. This kid really dares to brag. Manager Lu, did you hear that? He said he is the new boss of Xianghu International. Ha ha, I have never heard such a funny joke in my life. He? A D-slut who can't even afford to stay in a 198 yuan express hotel? How dare he say that he is the owner of this hotel? Everyone burst into laughter, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Lu Feng was shocked by Xianghu's words at first, but he soon reacted, his face gradually returned to normal, and even a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xianghu, are you crazy? Lu Feng crossed his arms across his chest and looked at Xianghu with disdain, his eyes full of contempt. How dare you say you are the owner of this hotel? Xianghu International is the top 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng, with a market value of at least 1.3 billion. How can you, a poor student, say such things? The more he spoke, the more sarcastic his tone became, and there was even a hint of teasing in his eyes. Have you watched too many TV dramas? Do you think you can become rich overnight just because you suddenly have the aura of a protagonist? Xianghu, I'm ashamed for you. When the employees behind Lu Feng heard this, they burst into laughter, their eyes full of sarcasm and contempt. Xianghu, are you out of your mind? Can you afford this hotel? I am dying of laughter. I think he is just trying to scam me. Damn it, who dares to brag these days? Does he know what he's talking about? You really don't know how high the sky is. Do you really think that you can act like a big shot here just because you have a few bucks? When you were serving dishes here, you were quite honest. How come you have become a boastful fool now? Ah, damn, I'm dying of laughter. I thought you had made it big in the past 2 years, but I didn't expect you to brag all the way to Xianghu International. Do you know what Xianghu International is? How many big shots in Jiangcheng spend money here? With your limited assets, you can't even afford to enter the door, let alone buy it. When Lu Feng heard the ridicule from these people, he laughed even harder and laughed wildly. Xianghu, since you are so good at bragging, why don't we make a bet? As he spoke, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, his eyes full of contempt. If you really are the owner of this hotel, then just call a director or manager over and have them acknowledge your identity in public. If you can do this, I will kneel down and kowtow to you and call you Grandpa 3 times. At this point, the sneer on his face became even more intense. But if you can't do it, then you should kneel down in front of everyone, kowtow to me and admit your mistake, then get out of Xianghu International. Everyone in the hall gasped, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This bet is exciting enough. Damn it, Xianghu is doomed. Him? He knows the manager here? Stop dreaming. Does he dare to accept this bet? I guess his legs are weak now, right? Manager Lu, you are so mean. Ha 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 ha, aren't you forcing him to die socially? Everyone looked like they were enjoying the show, waiting for Xianghu to get slapped in the face. Lu Feng had a sneer on his face and looked at Xianghu with disdain, as if he had foreseen Xianghu's miserable end. However, Xianghu's face remained calm, and there was even a hint of a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. You said you would kneel down and kowtow, and call me Grandpa 3 times? His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the hall, leaving everyone stunned. Lu Feng sneered. That's right. If you can prove that you are the boss, I will kneel down and kowtow to you on the spot and call you Grandpa 3 times. Unfortunately, you don't have this opportunity. Xianghu smiled lazily. Okay, then you wait. He just casually dialed a number and the call was quickly connected. He said a few more words casually. Time flies. A few minutes passed. Just then, the general manager of the hotel hurried to the lobby. The general manager is a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and with an elegant temperament. He walked quickly into the hall, glanced around, and then walked quickly towards Xianghu. When Lu Feng saw the general manager coming, he immediately straightened his back with a smug smile on his face. Ha ha ha, Xianghu, your death is coming. He sneered smugly. The general manager is here, so you can't brag about it anymore, right? Wait a minute, I'll kick you out like a liar. He looked very confident, as if he was sure of winning. However, the next second, the general manager walked quickly to Xianghu, his face extremely respectful, and even his tone was slightly nervous. Sir, may I ask, are you the Mr. Zhang who just acquired this hotel? As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone's laughter suddenly stopped. The air in the entire hall seemed to freeze in an instant. Lu Feng's face turned extremely pale in an instant, his mouth slightly opened, and his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, as if his soul had been sucked out. What? He almost widened his eyes in disbelief, and the expression on his face changed from shock, to disbelief, to despair. Xianghu is actually the owner of this hotel? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. However, the attitude of the general manager in front of him was so respectful, even a little odd. This was not an act at all. Chapter 92, Am I Dreaming? Lu Feng felt that all the blood in his body had turned cold, cold sweat was streaming down his forehead, and he was shaking all over. He's finished. There was a dead silence in the hall, and everyone seemed to be struck by lightning. They never expected that the college student who they thought was here to make trouble, brag, and show off was actually the new boss of Xianghu International Hotel. At this moment, everyone's brain completely shut down. The employees who had been laughing wildly at the beginning now all turned pale, as if someone had strangled them by the throat and they could no longer laugh. Especially Lu Feng, he was completely dumbfounded and his legs began to tremble involuntarily. He never dreamed that he would say such words to his new boss. Not only him, but also the employees behind him began to feel cold all over, their heads were buzzing, and they were unable to think at all. The atmosphere in the entire hall was extremely tense. Everyone gasped and dared not even breathe. I am afraid that if I make a wrong move, others will be affected. However, under everyone's gaze, Xianghu remained calm, with even a faint smile on his lips, as if everything had been under his control. He nodded slightly, his tone calm and casual. Yes, I am. As soon as these words came out, everyone exploded again. No, impossible. How is this possible? How could he be the boss? Shit, I must be hallucinating. How is that possible? Isn't he a poor student? Why? What on earth is going on? How could he have so much money to buy this hotel? Lu Feng's face turned extremely ugly, his throat moved, and the cold sweat on his forehead kept flowing down. His lips trembled wildly and he wanted to say something, but found that his tongue was stiff and he couldn't utter a complete word. At this moment, the general manager's next words completely shattered everyone's worldview. The general manager looked respectful, even a little nervous, and looked at Xianghu cautiously, with a hint of humility in his tone. Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry. We should have held a reception ceremony for you in advance, but we just received a notice from the headquarters that your acquisition contract has come into effect. You are now the sole owner of Xianghu International Hotel. Boom! This sentence exploded directly in everyone's mind. Everyone in the hall turned pale as paper in an instant, and their minds went completely blank. Xianghu International, already owned by Xianghu? Did he really buy this top-notch hotel worth 1.3 billion? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? An employee couldn't help but pinch his thigh, and he grimaced in pain. But he immediately knew that this was not a dream, but a living reality. Everyone's worldview completely collapsed, and their brains were simply unable to process such information. Especially those people who had just mocked Xianghu crazily, their faces turned blue and they felt like they were about to suffocate. They felt like they were thrown from the clouds into hell, with only fear left in their hearts. And the one who was most devastated was Lu Feng. His mouth opened wide, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were full of despair. Just now, he actually humiliated Xianghu in front of the new boss and threatened him to get out? Just now, he even mocked Xianghu for being an ignorant poor bastard, and wanted him to be a cleaner? Now, he finally realized what a terrible mistake he had made. Lu Feng quickly turned to look at the general manager, and tried to explain with a pale face. General manager. This guy can't be our boss. He must be lying to you. He's a poor student. He was working here before. How could he afford a hotel? Before he finished speaking, the general manager glanced at him coldly, with deep impatience and disgust in his eyes. Lu Feng, are you crazy? Mr. Zhang's acquisition contract has come into effect. Now all the senior executives in Jiangcheng have received the news that he is the sole owner of Xianghu International. Who do you think you are? How dare you question our boss? Lu Feng trembled all over, as if he was drenched in ice water, and a chill ran down from head to toe. He just felt that his world had completely collapsed and all his hopes were shattered. It's over. It's really over. At this moment, Xianghu spoke lightly, in a low voice. Lu Feng, didn't you say that if I were really the boss here, I would kneel down and kowtow to me and call me grandpa 3 times? Xianghu's tone was calm, but it carried a hint of chill that made one's heart palpitate. Now, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? The hall fell into deathly silence again. Everyone looked at Lu Feng in amazement. This. Lu Feng's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and his whole body began to tremble wildly. Ask him to kneel down and kowtow, and call Xianghu grandfather 3 times? He is the lobby manager of Xianghu International. Asking him to kneel down before a poor student whom he had just humiliated? This is even more painful than killing him. But, does he have any choice? He looked at Xianghu with horror on his face, his legs began to tremble wildly, cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead, and he had completely collapsed. Mr. Zhang. Please forgive me this time. Lu Feng's voice was already filled with tears, and he almost knelt down on the spot. However, Xianghu just looked at him coldly with a faint smile on his lips. I'm sorry, what I hate most is people who don't keep their promises. Lu Feng's body was completely stiff. He looked up at Xianghu, his lips trembling wildly, and his heart was broken to the extreme. What can he do? He has no choice. If he doesn't kneel down today, he's done. Not only did he lose his job, his reputation in the industry was also completely ruined. Moreover, Xianghu is now the real boss of this hotel. With this level of status, he can make him unable to survive in the entire Jiangcheng with just a flick of his finger. Plop. Lu Feng knelt down hard. He supported himself on the ground with his hands, and lay on the ground like a dead dog, his face full of fear. He is the lobby manager of Xianghu International. No one sympathizes with him. Many people even had satisfaction in their eyes, especially those employees who were usually bullied by Lu Feng. There was even a hint of relief in their eyes. At this time, Lu Feng's lips were trembling badly. He clenched his teeth, trying hard to suppress the shame in his heart, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Mr. Xiang. I was wrong. Please forgive me for my mistakes. Please forgive me this time. Chapter 93, All Expelled. Lu Feng knew that just admitting his mistake was not enough. He must kowtow today and must call me Grandpa. Otherwise, his end will be even more tragic. Bang! Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Feng kowtowed hard, his forehead hitting the marble floor with a dull sound, and a red and swollen mark instantly appeared. Grandfather! Bang! The second bang! Grandfather! Bang! The third kowtow! Grandfather! Dead silence. Everyone in the entire hall gasped and stared at the scene in amazement. Lu Feng, the lobby manager of Xianghu International. He actually knelt down and kowtowed in front of everyone, calling Xianghu grandfather 3 times? Who would believe this if they didn't see it with their own eyes? The employees in the hall were pale at this moment, and were terrified to the extreme. Especially those lackeys who had just followed Lu Feng to mock Xianghu, their faces had turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat was dripping down their foreheads. They were completely scared. Master Xiang. We were wrong. Master Xiang, please spare us. Master Xiang. We are really blind. We shouldn't have followed Lu Feng and made trouble. Please have mercy on us. Bang, bang, bang. A group of employees begged for mercy frantically. The scene in the hall turned into a large-scale confession meeting. The group of people who had just mocked and humiliated Xianghu were now like a group of stray dogs, kneeling on the ground, trembling, with regret on their faces. However, Xianghu was too lazy to even look at them. He just smiled lightly, looked at the general manager with a playful look, and said lightly, "How do we deal with these people?" The general manager's heart was instantly shocked. He knew that Xianghu deliberately asked him to make the decision. The first 3 things a new official does upon taking office. This is giving him a chance. If he doesn't deal with these people today, he will completely lose Xianghu's trust in the future. What's more, the person who could get Xianghu International's former shareholders to vote unanimously to transfer the hotel to Xianghu was such a big shot that they simply couldn't disobey him. So, he knew very well in his heart that he must make the right choice. Thinking of this, the general manager's face immediately darkened. He glanced coldly at Lu Feng and the group of lackeys who were kneeling on the ground, and his tone was indifferent. Lu Feng, from today on, you are fired. And you. He raised his hand and pointed at the lackeys who had just been kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. His eyes were cold and his tone was unquestionable. Get out of here, everyone. Xianghu International doesn't need rubbish like you who look down on others. Boom. In the hall, exclamations broke out again. Everyone was shocked. This was a mass expulsion. Lu Feng's face turned pale as paper in an instant, his whole body went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. General Manager, no, please don't. I am your right-hand man. Please give me another chance. Lu Feng begged frantically, but the General Manager didn't even bother to look at him and just spoke coldly. Security. Get them all out. Several security guards immediately stepped forward, picked up Lu Feng and his lackeys, and dragged them out. Master Xiang. Please, spare me. Master Xiang, we really know we are wrong. Please give us a chance. We have elderly people and children to take care of at home. However, Henry Xiang ignored them and just glanced at them indifferently. Put all their names on the industry blacklist. They won't even be able to find a job as a hotel cleaner in the future. Lu Feng's face turned extremely pale in an instant, and he completely collapsed. Ah! Xianghu! You will die a horrible death. Lu Feng screamed wildly and was dragged out by the security guards. However, Xianghu didn't even raise his eyelids. He just turned to look at the general manager and said calmly, "Presidential suite, is it ready for me?" The general manager immediately bowed his head respectfully, speaking in a humble tone. "Mr. Xiang, your presidential suite is ready. Please feel free to check in." Xianghu nodded slightly, turned to look at Su Mengyao and smiled. Let's go. Su Mengyao was still in shock, her brain couldn't digest what had just happened. It was not until Xianghu gently took her hand and led her towards the elevator that she finally reacted. Her face turned slightly red and she nodded slightly. The two took the exclusive elevator all the way up to the presidential suite on the top floor. The door of the presidential suite slowly opened, and what came into view was the extremely luxurious decoration and the extremely spacious space. A whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows opens directly to the sea view, and all the furniture is custom-made from the finest quality in the world, luxurious to the extreme. Su Mengyao was completely stunned. She couldn't believe that she had to live in a place like this. She stared at Xianghu blankly, her eyes full of shock and unreality. Xianghu, who are you? Xianghu smiled lightly, with a hint of playfulness in his tone. You guess? Su Mengyao's eyes moved. Although I can't guess Xianghu's identity. But Xianghu must be from a class that is out of his reach. Soon, lunchtime arrived. Inside the presidential suite, on the gorgeous European-style long dining table, golden tableware, bone china plates, and exquisite food presentation, everything exudes an atmosphere of top luxury. Xianghu sat leisurely in the main seat, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. He gently shook the glass, and the red liquid swirled in the glass, exuding an enticing aroma. Su Mengyao sat opposite him, still a little dazed. She still couldn't believe that she was sitting in a presidential suite of this level and enjoying lunch prepared by a top chef. She couldn't help but look up at Xianghu, her eyes full of complicated emotions. What is the identity of this man? Not only did he casually buy a top-notch hotel, he also easily made those arrogant and domineering executives kneel down and kowtow. The aura he exudes doesn't seem like that of an ordinary rich second generation, but a true hidden boss. The more she thought about it, the more mysterious Xianghu seemed to her, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. But at this moment, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. She subconsciously picked up the phone, took a look, and her face suddenly changed. Caller ID, Xianghu Finance. She clenched her phone tightly and her face turned pale. Xianghu Finance, they're calling me now? Xianghu noticed her expression, frowned slightly, reached out and took the phone, pressed the answer button, and spoke in a cold tone. Who? There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then a low and hoarse voice sounded with a hint of teasing. Oh. Ha, I finally found you, classmate Xianghu. Chapter 94, The Threat from the Tianyi Gang. Hearing this voice, Xianghu raised his eyebrows and sneered. Oh? It's you? Three eyes? The man on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then sneered. It seems you still remember me. Yes, I am the Three Eyes. Xianghu, do you think that you just let it go after you burned our account books and contracts with Xianghu Finance last time? Ah, you are so naive. Let me tell you, you've messed with the wrong person. Our boss, Wang Haiwei from the Tianyi Gang, has set his sights on you. Xianghu listened with a teasing smile on his face. He took a sip of red wine nonchalantly and then said lightly. Oh, still not giving up? I've already taught you loan sharks a lesson before, how dare you still do this? It seems that you are really tired of living. On the other end of the phone, Sanyan's breathing suddenly stagnated, and fear emerged in his heart. Of course he remembered how terrifying Henry Zhang was. Last time, Xianghu beat dozens of them alone and burned the account books and contracts of Xianghu Finance. He even suspected that Xianghu was the reclusive young master of a superfamily in Jiangchang. But even so, he didn't dare to retreat. Because this matter is no longer something he can decide. Wang Haiwei from the Tianyi Gang has taken action personally. Thinking of this, Sanyan calmed himself down and then sneered. Xianghu, don't be so arrogant. This time, I'm not the one causing trouble for you, it's our boss who wants to see you. If you are smart, just come and see our boss honestly. Maybe we can give you a chance to survive. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Xianghu listened and sneered disdainfully. Your boss wants to see me? Interesting. Okay, tell me where it is? Sanyan obviously didn't expect Xianghu to agree so readily. He was slightly stunned, and then he was overjoyed. It seems that this kid is still afraid. He immediately said in a deep voice. Tonight at 8 o'clock, Tianyi Club, Tianzi Box. The corners of Xianghu's mouth curled up slightly, and his tone was playful. Okay, see you tonight. After saying that, he hung up the phone and threw the phone on the table with an indifferent look. However, at this moment, Su Mengyao was already anxious. Her face looked a little anxious and her tone was full of worry. Xianghu, you're not really going to go? The Tiani gang is not an ordinary force. The people behind them, you can't afford to offend them at all. It's too dangerous for you to go meet them. Xianghu looked at her anxious expression and felt a little warm in his heart. Then he smiled and said lightly, "Don't worry, they can't afford to offend me." Seeing that he was still so calm, Su Mengyao suddenly became angry and anxious, with a hint of complaint in her tone. "Xianghu, could you please not be so confident about everything? Do you know how terrifying the Tiani gang is? Not only are they one of the largest underground forces in Jiangshan, but they also have a deep relationship with that Lu group. If they really want to deal with you, you have no chance of winning." Xianghu couldn't help but smile as he listened, his tone relaxed. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Su Mengyao was stunned and looked at him with complicated eyes. Of course she knew that Xianghu was not an ordinary person. But, the other party is a giant after all. However, she also knew that Xianghu would never change his mind once he made up his mind. Thinking of this, Su Mengyao bit her lip, her eyes became firm, and her tone became resolute. "Then I'll go with you." Xianghu was stunned and frowned, wanting to refuse. But Su Mengyao had made up her mind. She looked up at him with an extremely firm tone. "If you insist on going, I'll go with you. If anything happens to you, what should I do?" Xianghu looked at her stubborn look, his eyes softened slightly, and he finally sighed helplessly. "Okay, but you have to listen to me and don't mess around." Su Mengyao nodded immediately, with a firm look in her eyes. She had already decided that no matter what Xianghu's identity was, she would not let him face this danger alone. If something really happened to Xianghu, she would regret it for the rest of her life. At Tiani Club, night falls. The entire club was brightly lit, and countless figures from Jiangqing's underground world were toasting and chatting here. This was the territory of the Tiani gang. On the top floor of the club, in a luxurious box, Wang Haiwei sat on a large leather sofa, a Cuban cigar in his hand, his eyes cold. Behind him stood dozens of his men with burly builds and fierce eyes. Each of them was a desperate criminal with a strong murderous aura that could take someone's life at any time. Sitting opposite him was San Yan, whose face still bore traces of the beating he had received from Xianghu. At the moment he was gritting his teeth and reporting to Wang Haiwei with reluctance on his face. "Boss, that kid is not simple." There was a hint of solemnity in San Yan's tone. "The two bodyguards around him, one white and one black, are both experts. They're not even afraid of bullets. My people are no match for them at all. We suffered a great loss last time." After listening to this, Wang Haiwei sneered, a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, he exhaled a puff of smoke, and looked at San Yan with a playful look. What's the point of being able to fight? And, bulletproof? Isn't that just wearing a bulletproof vest?" His voice was low, revealing the calmness of a superior. "In this society, there are many people who can fight, but does being able to fight mean you can make a living?" He flicked the ash off his cigarette and continued. "Isn't this kid just an upstart? I've had someone investigate. He has no background at all. His family is just ordinary people. He's the only one who suddenly became rich. Haha, don't young people nowadays like to speculate in cryptocurrencies? I think this guy must have made his fortune by speculating in cryptocurrencies. He got lucky and made a few bucks, so he has no idea how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Hearing this, the lackeys in the box burst into laughter and echoed the words. "Ha ha, so he's a cryptocurrency upstart? No wonder he's so arrogant. These nouveau riches have never seen the real world. Suddenly they have some money and they think they can call the shots. This kind of guy is the easiest to deal with, boss. We'll just give him a little color later, and he'll be scared to death. Who knows, he might even kneel down and beg for mercy, and use money to buy his life." Everyone was laughing so hard, as if Xianghu was already a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by them. However, San Yan, who was sitting opposite, had a stiff expression on his face. He and his subordinates who had been taught a lesson by Xianghu before could not laugh at all. Chapter 95, Don't Underestimate the Enemy. San Yan and the others have seen Xianghu's strength. That is not the means and confidence that an ordinary upstart can have. Especially those two terrifying bodyguards, they are not ordinary thugs, they are real killing gods. San Yan always felt uneasy, but he didn't dare to say much. He could only lower his head and drink, feeling uneasy. Just then, a younger brother ran in hurriedly, with a strange look on his face. Wang Haiwei frowned and looked at him coldly. Why are you so flustered? The younger brother wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a trembling voice. Boss, regarding that kid named Xianghu, something went wrong with our investigation. Wang Haiyue raised her eyebrows and spoke in an impatient tone. What's the problem? The younger brother swallowed and then spoke slowly. This afternoon, Henry Zhang acquired a top-notch hotel in Jiangcheng with full ownership. This hotel is worth more than $1 billion, and he paid for it in full. As soon as these words came out, the whole box fell into deathly silence. The smiles on everyone's faces completely froze at this moment, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Wang Haiyue's eyes suddenly focused, the cigarette burned between his fingers, and his expression was no longer the casual contempt as before, but became somewhat solemn. What did you say? His voice was low and cold, revealing an unquestionable majesty. Can you say that again? The younger brother said through gritted teeth. It's absolutely true. I checked it myself. This hotel originally belonged to a very powerful financial group, but this afternoon, the bigwigs of the financial group voted unanimously to transfer the hotel to Xianghu. No bargaining, just passed unanimously. Moreover, all formalities have been completed and the change of ownership has taken effect. Now, that hotel completely belongs to Xianghu. After these words were spoken, there was a dead silence in the box. Wang Haiyue suddenly sat up straight, the smile on her face completely disappeared, her brows were deeply furrowed, and her eyes flickered. The lackeys were also dumbfounded, with disbelief written all over their faces. How is it possible? How could a nouveau riche buy such a big hotel? More than $12 billion. Even if it was earned from cryptocurrency trading, it's impossible to take out so much money so quickly, right? Is there someone behind him? Someone finally realized something was wrong and said in a trembling voice. Boss, could it be that this kid is not just a nouveau riche? But it's the white gloves of some big shot? This sentence made everyone's face change. The so-called white gloves are agents trained by bigwigs to handle those shady industries. If Xianghu is really the white glove of some super boss, then they are hitting a wall tonight, right? Wang Haiyue's eyes became increasingly gloomy. He slowly leaned back on the sofa, thinking. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and cold. It seems that this boy is not simple. It's impossible for an ordinary upstart to have such means, and it's impossible for those financial group bosses to pass it unanimously. This means that there must be something behind him that we can't find out. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze was deep, and he had already made a decision in his heart. Later, you must not underestimate the enemy. He glanced at everyone present, his tone cold. No matter who this guy is, we must find out where he comes from tonight. But there is one thing we cannot give in to. We still have to give the necessary warning. No matter what, tonight, he must bow his head. Everyone nodded in unison, but the ease and arrogance they had before were gone, and instead they felt a little uneasy. They began to realize. This Xianghu might be much more difficult than they imagined. And at this moment, there were footsteps outside. A younger brother walked in and reported in a low voice with a serious expression. Boss, Xianghu is here. Just then. Boom. 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 Steady footsteps came from the end of the corridor. The next second, the door of the box was pushed open. Xianghu, with Su Mengyao, walked in slowly. He was wearing a black casual suit and had a calm look on his face. On his left and right sides, two tall men followed closely behind him. One was a black man with a stern look in his eyes, a burly figure, and muscles as solid as steel. The other one was white, with blonde hair and blue eyes. His eyes were like an unfathomable icy lake, chillingly cold. They were dressed in neat black suits, walked steadily, and exuded a suffocating and dangerous aura. Wang Haiyue's eyes changed slightly, and he felt a chill in his heart. These two people are standing here without any fear? Most people would be more or less nervous and restrained when facing his power, but there was no fluctuation in the expressions on the faces of these two people, like two cold sculptures. Wang Haiyue became more alert and asked in a deep voice. Xianghu? Xianghu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke in a casual tone. It seems that Boss Wang is quite free. He actually waited for me in person? Why, are you afraid that I'll stand you up? His tone was full of casual teasing, and he didn't take Wang Haiyue seriously at all. As soon as these words came out, the box suddenly became quiet. Everyone present frowned, and their eyes gradually became cold. Especially Wang Haiyue's subordinates, their faces darkened and they looked at Xianghu coldly. San Yan frowned fiercely and cursed in a low voice. Damn it! This kid is still so arrogant. Where does he think this place is? This is the Tianyi Club, Boss Wang's territory. How dare he be so arrogant? Several lackeys also followed suit, with sneers on their faces. Ha, you are such a fool, how dare you talk to Boss Wang like that? This is our territory. How dare a young boy like him act so arrogantly? When Boss Wang gives the order later, let's see how long he can continue to be so arrogant. Everyone had a playful smile on their face, as if they had already seen the scene of Xianghu being severely punished and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. However, they did not find that. Wang Haiyue was sitting on the sofa, and a trace of solemnity flashed in her eyes. The look in his eyes when he looked at Xianghu gradually became deep, and the news he had investigated before echoed in his mind. This guy bought out a hotel worth more than $1 billion. No bargaining, just passed unanimously. Besides, we can't find any background on his origins. All this made Wang Haiyue feel a little alert. He knew in his heart that this young man was definitely not an ordinary upstart. Chapter 96, Raising an Army to Punish the Crime. Although Wang Haiyue had some concerns in his heart, he still looked calm. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, signaling everyone to be quiet. He looked at Xianghu deeply, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealed a faint smile, and spoke slowly. Mr. Zhang, since you are here, please take a seat. Xianghu glanced at him indifferently, and without any hesitation, he walked directly to the sofa and sat down, crossing his legs in a casual posture, as if he didn't take the people present seriously at all. Su Mengyao sat down next to him, looking a little nervous, but when she saw Xianghu's calm look, her heart gradually calmed down. Okay, since you guys are so enthusiastic, I'll reluctantly sit for a while. Xianghu said lazily. This attitude instantly made everyone present look ugly. Damn! This kid is really crazy. How dare you be so arrogant in Boss Wang's territory? Wait a minute and see how he ends up. Several lackeys sneered, with sarcasm and disdain in their eyes. There was a hint of coldness in Wang Haiyue's eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. He tapped the table lightly and said lightly, Mr. Zhang, let's get straight to the point. Before, you burned our account books and contracts with Gue Finance, and also injured our people. Shouldn't you settle this account? When Xianghu heard this, his eyes turned slightly cold and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh? He said lightly. I thought you wanted to apologize to me? After all, I taught you a lesson. Shouldn't you learn your lesson? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the whole place suddenly stagnated. Everyone's expressions suddenly became wonderful. Is this kid crazy? He actually asked Boss Wang to apologize? Damn it! He is so arrogant. This kid, is he thinking his life is too long today? San Yan's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he slammed the table and shouted angrily. Xianghu, don't be so damn arrogant. Do you know whose territory this is? Do you think that you can do whatever you want here just because you have 2 bodyguards? Boss Wang said this, and you won't be able to walk out of here intact today. San Yan was so furious that he wished he had Xianghu torn to pieces immediately. However, just as he finished speaking, suddenly, bang! A dull thud was heard. The black bodyguard waved his hand casually, and a heavy solid wood table was instantly split into 2 halves. The entire box fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone gasped and stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. Xianghu, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. He glanced at everyone indifferently with a cold tone. And now? There was dead silence in the room. Everyone was shocked by this scene, their eyes wide open and their faces filled with horror. The table just now was made of top-grade mahogany, extremely heavy. A normal person would have difficulty even moving it, let alone splitting it in half. But the black evil actually just casually swung his hand and broke it into pieces? What kind of monster is this? Some of the lackeys subconsciously took a few steps back, the arrogance on their faces instantly disappeared, replaced by undisguised fear. San Yan's face turned pale instantly. He had just been roaring at Xianghu to kneel down, but now it was as if someone had grabbed his throat hard and he couldn't make a sound. Wang Haiyue's pupils shrank slightly, her expression remained unchanged, but a hint of gloom flashed across the depths of her eyes. He quickly regained his composure and stared at Xianghu with sharp eyes. Good, very good. Wang Haiyue nodded slowly with a playful smile on her lips. It seems that Mr. Shang's bodyguard is indeed extraordinary. However, the underground world of Jiangcheng is not a place where you can dominate with fists. He tapped the table with his fingers. Mr. Zhang, I know you have some skills, but do you really think you can gain a foothold in this society by brute force? Do you know what force is behind our Tiani gang? As soon as he finished speaking, several of his confidants immediately sneered and continued. Ha, a nouveau riche, thinking he can turn the world upside down just because he knows a little kung fu? This is hilarious. The boss can just make a phone call and the underground forces in Jiangcheng can crush you to death in minutes. He must have read too many cool novels and really thought he was a lawless young master. They all had sneers on their faces and their tone was full of disdain. In their view, Xianghu is nothing more than a nouveau riche who got rich by speculating in cryptocurrencies. He has never seen real power, so he is so arrogant. San Yan regained his confidence. He sneered and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Xianghu, I have to say, you are really brave. But do you really think you can be so arrogant in front of Boss Wang? You don't think that your 2 bodyguards can protect you forever, do you? He smiled more and more smugly, with a hint of cat and mouse playfulness in his eyes. Xianghu, do you know what the power of capital is? Boss Wang can make you lose everything, ruin your reputation, or even die without a burial place with just a flick of his finger. Do you know how many connections the Tiani gang has? We know everything about your bank account in Jiangcheng, your hotel, and even your school files. If we want, we can make you disappear completely in a minute. You think you're really that awesome? You just haven't seen a real boss yet. San Yan became more and more proud as he spoke, as if he had already won, with a look of sarcasm on his face. He believed that no matter how arrogant Xianghu was, he would panic after hearing these words, right? After all, in this world, what matters is not fists, but relationships, power, and background. However, the next second, Xianghu suddenly laughed. His smile was faint and cold, with a hint of unspeakable mockery. He chuckled softly, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and then said lightly. So, what you mean is that in Jiangcheng, you are the overlord of the underground world? You have connections, capital, and power, so you can crush anyone at will? Even if I come here today and try to reason with you, you won't let me go, right? His tone was relaxed, but it made everyone present feel nervous, and they had a bad feeling. Wang Haiwa narrowed her eyes, the smile on her face faded a little, she stared at Xianghu and spoke slowly. Mr. Zhang, in this society, strength is king. We can't find out your background. But, in Jiangcheng, there is no one who I, Wang Haiwa, cannot touch. His tone was calm, but with a hint of coldness. Obviously, he had made a decision. Xianghu must be made to bow his head. Chapter 97, Are you really going to do it? Wang Haiwei continued. We'll give you a chance. You burned the account books of Hugui Finance and beat up our people. How do you think this matter should be resolved? His eyes gradually became sharp, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Mr. Zhang, you are not so naive as to think that this matter can be written off? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became depressing to the extreme. The sneers on everyone's faces became more and more intense. They looked at Xianghu with contempt in their eyes as if they were looking at a dead person, as if they had already seen the scene of Xianghu kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. After all, in their view, Xianghu is just a rich upstart. He can fight, but so what? He has no real background and no real power, he just relies on a few powerful bodyguards to bully others. The Tiani gang is not just about the underworld of Jiangcheng. They also have intricate ties with Jiangcheng's business circles and the underworld. In this situation, what kind of trouble can Xianghu cause? However, facing these words, Henry Zhang just smiled lightly. His smile was still that indifferent, disdainful, and even somewhat playful look. He looked at Wang Haiwei and spoke casually. So, what you're saying is, do you think I should kneel down and beg for mercy today? Then, pay the money immediately to compensate for your losses? Even, should I kowtow to you and admit my mistake? Wang Haiwei curled the corners of her mouth slightly and said lightly. You are so smart, you should know what to do. We can give you a way out. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Xianghu laughed, and laughed even louder. Hee ha 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 ha. He put down the teacup, slowly stood up, swept his cold eyes over everyone present, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of extreme sarcasm. It seems that you still don't understand the situation. His eyes swept across Wang Haiwei's face and everyone else one by one, like a sharp blade, cold and fierce. I always thought that you, the Tiani gang, at least had some brains. But now it seems, they are just a bunch of bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong, and are just bullies who rely on the power of others to bully others. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Everyone's smile froze on their faces in an instant. Sanyan's face instantly turned red, filled with anger. Xianghu, he stood up suddenly and was about to curse, but the next second. Bang! Xianghu picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it directly on Sanyan's face. The ashtray hit Sanyan's nose hard, and blood splattered everywhere instantly. Ah! Sanyan screamed and fell to the ground, covering his nose and rolling on the ground in pain. Everyone was stunned for a moment. This kid actually dares to do it? Wang Haiyue's eyes were cold. He knew very well that anyone who dared to take action at this time was either a madman or had absolute confidence. But Xianghu doesn't look like a madman at all. Sanyan covered his bloody face and struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes full of resentment and anger. Xianghu, you are looking for death. He roared, picked up the wine bottle next to him and was about to smash it at Xianghu. However, bang! Haisha kicked out with astonishing speed and kicked directly into Sanyan's abdomen. Puff! Three Eyes' eyeballs bulged out, and the whole person flew backwards, hitting the wall hard with a dull thud, then slid softly to the ground, completely fainting. The whole room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone gasped, and the cold sweat on their foreheads unconsciously slid down their cheeks. At this moment, everyone realized one thing. This Xianghu not only dared to take action, but was not afraid of them at all. Wang Haiyue narrowed her eyes and stared at Xianghu, the coldness in her eyes becoming more and more intense. He took a deep breath, his expression calm as water, but his tone contained a hint of threat. Mr. Zhang, isn't this a bit too much? Xianghu glanced at him indifferently, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Excessive? He sneered. When your men threatened me just now, why didn't you think it was excessive? His tone was extremely casual, as if he didn't take Wang Haiyue seriously at all. Wang Haiyue's expression finally changed slightly. He discovered that this young man was not only crazy, but also had a suffocating self-confidence. But he still didn't believe it. He slowly leaned back in his chair, narrowed his eyes, and spoke softly. Mr. Zhang, young people are full of energy. I can understand that. But some things are better not to be done too radically. You beat up my people and destroyed my place. Do you think that today's incident can be let go? His tone was full of threat. However, Xianghu smiled. He chuckled softly, his expression calm. Of course I know I can't just let it go. He paused, then suddenly narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a knife. So what are you going to do? The smile on Wang Haiyue's face slowly faded, and his eyes became increasingly cold. What do you think? He knocked on the table lightly, his voice was calm, but it carried a suffocating pressure. In Jiangcheng, there are some rules that cannot be broken. You came to destroy my place today, beat up my people, and dared to be so arrogant here. Do you think you can get away with it? When he finished speaking, a sneer slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. However, Xianghu remained calm and picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said lightly. Yeah? Then tell me who can stop me? His voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry an irresistible sense of oppression, causing everyone present to feel their hearts sink. Wang Haiyue's face finally turned completely gloomy. He discovered that this Xianghu was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. This kid doesn't have any fear at all, not even the slightest sense of awe. Wang Haiyue narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers lightly. Several big men in black in the room immediately stood up, exuding a strong murderous aura. They are all Wang Haiyue's personal fighters, the top ruthless people in Jiangcheng's underground world, and they have killed people in the black boxing ring. At this moment, they slowly approached Xianghu with cold eyes, as if they were looking at a corpse. Mr. Zhang, the underground world of Jiangcheng is not a place where you can become king with just your fists. Wang Haiyue said slowly, with a sneer on her lips. You may be good at fighting, but can you beat bullets? As soon as he finished speaking, several black-clad thugs in the room simultaneously pulled out a black pistol from their waists and pointed the muzzles at Xianghu's forehead. Chapter 98. Who was not afraid of death? In an instant, the atmosphere in the room suddenly dropped to freezing point. Su Mengyao's face turned pale instantly, and she couldn't help but grab Xianghu's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Xianghu, be careful. Xianghu tilted his head slightly, looked at her, and gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her not to be afraid. Then, he slowly raised his head, looked at the black-clad thugs, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Are you sure you want to shoot?" His voice was very soft and gentle, but it made everyone in the room's heart tremble. Wang Haiyue frowned slightly. He found that Xianghu's expression was still so calm, even with a hint of disdain. This is not normal. Anyone in this situation, facing the threat of a gun, would show a look of fear, but Xianghu? Not afraid at all? This made him feel vaguely uneasy. Xianghu stood up slowly, glanced at the black-clad thugs calmly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said softly, "If you dare to shoot, I guarantee that your whole family will be buried in the river." His tone was eerily calm. But no one doubted what he said. In an instant, everyone in the room felt their hearts sink suddenly and felt an unprecedented chill. Who is this Xianghu? Why does he have such confidence? The fingers of those black-clad thugs were already on the trigger, but at this moment, they suddenly hesitated. They are not afraid of killing, but they are afraid of dying. Wang Haiyue's expression finally changed completely. He stared at Xianghu and said in a low voice, "Xianghu, who are you?" Xianghu smiled faintly and said casually, "It doesn't matter who I am." He slowly stretched out a finger and tapped it lightly on the table, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "The important thing is, who dares to touch me today?" Wang Haiyue's expression was uncertain. He stared at Xianghu with uncertainty flickering in the depths of his eyes. He was torn between his inner thoughts and couldn't make a decision for a long time. He is one of the overlords of Jiangqing's underground world. He usually looks down on everyone and has never met anyone who makes him so hesitant. But today, he really wasn't sure. Xianghu's aura is too weird. Calm, indifferent, and fearless. This kind of attitude is definitely not something an ordinary nouveau riche can possess. A small upstart, even if he has earned more than 10 billion, would never dare to be so arrogant in his territory. But if Xianghu was really just a nouveau riche, why would he be so confident? Wang Haiyue felt vaguely that the power behind this young man might be far more terrifying than he had imagined. There are only a few prominent families in Jiangqing, and he knows all of them. Even those top wealthy families would not make him so wary. But what about the hidden family? He had never even heard of those giants that truly controlled the dark economy and could even influence the national situation, let alone know their ins and outs. What if Xianghu is the young master of that kind of reclusive family? What if he really is the offspring of some important person? Wang Haiyue clenched his fists tightly, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he gradually began to feel like backing out. However, at the moment he hesitated. "Fuck! Why are you still hesitating?" A rough voice suddenly broke the silence in the room. Everyone turned around to look, and saw a burly man with a face full of flesh and a black dragon tattoo on his body, who slammed the table and stood up. He was muscular all over and exuded a cruel aura. He wore a thick gold chain around his neck and had a fierce look on his face. His name is Scar Dragon. He is one of Wang Haiyue's most trusted confidants and also San Yan's sworn brother. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that Xianghu slapped San Yan in the face, and he was already filled with rage. At this moment, seeing Wang Haiyue showing hesitation in front of this boy, he suddenly became furious. "Brother Hai, you're not really scared by this kid, are you?" Scar Dragon looked at Xianghu suddenly, his eyes full of contempt and disdain, and his tone was extremely arrogant. "He's just a nouveau riche, why is he being so mysterious? Who does he think he is? Are you pretending to be cool? Do you think you are the prince of a wealthy and secluded family? Ha ha ha, this is fucking making me laugh to death." He sneered repeatedly, his face full of contempt. "I think this guy just made some dirty money by speculating in cryptocurrencies and doing shady business, and he started to get carried away. Damn it, what's so great about a few bucks? Do you really think money can get you anywhere?" He slammed the table hard, looked at the black-clad thugs holding guns, and started cursing. "What are you idiots doing standing there? Shoot now. I just don't believe it. How can a bullshit upstart really turn the world upside down? Beat him to death." His voice was deafening, and the atmosphere in the whole room instantly became extremely tense. Everyone was shocked. Even some of the thugs in black subconsciously clenched the guns in their hands, with their index fingers on the triggers, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Su Mengyao's face was pale, and she clutched Xianghu's hand tightly. She was so nervous that she almost suffocated. However, Xianghu was still sitting in the chair, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, watching this scene. There was no panic on his face, but a playful smile. His eyes looked as if he was looking at a clown. The air in the entire room seemed to freeze. Everyone's heart almost jumped into their throat. Just when everyone thought. When Wang Haiwei would listen to Scar Dragon and directly order to shoot. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening thud exploded in the room. Before everyone could react, they saw Wang Haiwei suddenly kicked out and hit Scar Dragon hard in the chest. Puff! Scar Dragon's eyes bulged out instantly, and he flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Ah! He screamed miserably and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale instantly and he curled up on the ground, twitching violently. It was obvious that several of his ribs had been broken. The room was instantly silent. Everyone's expressions were completely frozen, and their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Hi, brother, hi? The younger brothers were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. They couldn't believe their eyes. Their boss actually beat his most trusted confidant half to death with his own hands? Scar Dragon's face was distorted, he covered his chest, looked at Wang Haiwei with horror, and his voice trembled. Hi brother, hi, what are you doing? However, Wang Haiwei ignored him and turned around abruptly, shouting at the remaining black-clad thugs. Put your guns away, damn. Chapter 99, all depends on acting skills. If anyone dares to touch Mr. Xiang, I will kill him with my own hands. Wang Haiwei's voice was deafening and carried unquestionable majesty. Those thugs in black were shocked and looked at Wang Haiwei in horror. They immediately put their guns back, and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. The atmosphere in the entire room changed drastically in an instant. Those lackeys were all shocked, with turbulent waves in their hearts. They simply couldn't believe that Wang Haiwei was so afraid of Xianghu that she even dared to beat her own confidant for Xianghu. Scar Dragon's eyes were filled with unbelievable horror. Brother Hai, are you really afraid of this kid? He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. However, Wang Haiwei turned around suddenly, his eyes as cold as a knife, staring at Scar Dragon. Afraid? You know nothing. He took a step forward and slapped Scar Dragon hard in the face, causing his mouth to be full of blood and half of his face to be swollen. Do you know what you just did? You almost killed my mother. Who the hell do you think Mr. Xiang is? With your little knowledge, you dare to show off here? Wang Haiwei was completely furious and started punching and kicking Scar Dragon. He beat this confidant, whom he once trusted the most, so hard that he rolled on the ground and couldn't even scream. Everyone was so terrified that they didn't even dare to breathe. Xianghu, however, remained calm, with a faint smile on his face, watching the scene quietly. Xianghu narrowed his eyes and watched quietly as Wang Haiwei kicked Scar Dragon away and then beat him half to death, but he just sneered in his heart. He knew it very well Wang Haiwei was not venting his anger at all, but was acting for himself. Fighting Scar Dragon? He was just using his own men to establish his authority. How could an underground boss really kill his most trusted confidant just because of an irrelevant boy? Wang Haiwei is performing, or in other words, giving herself a way out and at the same time showing off her power. The meaning is obvious. No matter how awesome you, Xianghu, are, you are just a young man now. I can't figure out your power, but since you dare to come to see me, it means you don't want to completely break off with me. So I'll just go with the flow and do you a favor, sell your favor a little more and make you owe me a favor. Xianghu sneered in his heart, with a hint of deep thought in his eyes. This Wang Haiwei is indeed not an ordinary underground boss. No wonder he can be so successful in Jiangchang. Not only is he good at fighting and ruthless, but more importantly, he has brains. Be flexible and not stick to one style. Xianghu was not in a hurry to speak, but sat on the chair with a leisurely expression, tapping his fingers on the table, looking at Wang Haiwei with a smile. He didn't say anything, and the atmosphere in the whole room became particularly weird. Everyone held their breath, fearing that they would be the next person to be kicked away if they were not careful. Finally, Wang Haiwei couldn't hold back anymore. He straightened his collar, put on a respectful smile, and bowed slightly to Xianghu. His tone was no longer as overbearing as before, but revealed a hint of politeness. Mr. Xiang, my subordinates were ignorant and offended you just now. Please don't take it as a fault. He paused and added. I'm going to cripple this brat today, and then have someone drag him out and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. He said it lightly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Scar Dragon on the ground had been beaten so badly that he couldn't even speak. His whole body was twitching, and there was deep despair in his eyes. However, Xianghu just glanced at him indifferently, and then smiled without comment. Boss Wang, if you have something to say, just say it. Wang Haiyue's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sighed inwardly. This kid is really not easy to fool. Since Xianghu had seen through his acting, he simply stopped beating around the bush and sat down, picked up his cigar, and said slowly, Mr. Zhang, I have thought it through. No matter who you are, I cannot go against you. He smiled slightly, with a gleam in his eyes. Instead of fighting you to death, it's better to make friends. What do you think? When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Especially Sanyan's men, their faces changed wildly and their eyeballs almost popped out. They have been following Wang Haiyue since they were young, and they know their boss's personality very well. This is the boss of the Tianyi gang, the real hero of the underworld. Normally, he would either be licked by others or his opponents would be trampled under his feet. Now, he actually took the initiative to show goodwill to a young boy like Xianghu? How is this possible? Wang Haiyue is crazy? Those confidants were stunned. How could they have never thought that their boss would not only not kill Xianghu, but would make friends with him? Su Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she looked at Xianghu in surprise, her heart deeply shocked. Who exactly is Xianghu? Why is he so feared by the tyrants of the underworld? Wang Haiyue smiled, and seeing that Xianghu didn't say anything, she continued. Mr. Zhang, I have checked. You have been making quite a lot of noise in Jiangcheng recently, especially recently, you directly acquired the Triumph Hotel. I have to say, it's really generous. People like you are definitely not ordinary nouveau riche. At least, in Jiangcheng, there are not many people who can be so generous. When he said this, his tone was a little tentative. He really wanted to know what Zhang Yu's background was. However, Zhang Yu just smiled and did not answer. Instead, he calmly picked up the red wine in front of him and took a sip. He had known that Wang Haiyue would make this decision. After all, his identity was too mysterious, and Wang Haiyue couldn't find any information about his real background. The more you can't find out, the more afraid you will be. After all, those who are in the underground world fear the most not the powerful enemies, but the mysterious people who are hard to figure out. Such people often represent deeper powers, or even behemoths that they cannot even reach. And Wang Haiyue is obviously a smart person. He knows who he can touch and who he cannot touch. Zhang Yu slowly put down his wine glass, smiled slightly, and said lightly, So what? Wang Haiyue smiled and her tone became more polite. So, I decided to let this matter go. You burned the account books of Hegui Finance before. I will not pursue this matter any further. From today on, there will be no more grudges between the Tianyi gang and Mr. Zhang. On the contrary, I hope that we can become friends. When he said this, he gave a meaningful smile and exhaled a puff of smoke. After all, people like Mr. Zhang, I believe, will definitely become big figures in Jiangcheng in the near future. And I, Wang Haiyue, have always liked to make friends with real big shots. Isn't that right? Chapter 100, If you can't beat them, join them. The room fell into dead silence again. Everyone was stunned. What? Wang Haiyue actually wants to make friends with Xianghu? This is the overlord of the underground world. She actually took the initiative to show her kindness to Xianghu? Sanyan and the other brothers all looked pale, with huge waves in their hearts. They had never seen their boss being so polite to a young man. Su Mengyao was so surprised that she was speechless. She had never expected that Xianghu could even shock the overlord of the underworld. But Xianghu sneered in his heart. This Wang Haiyue is really smart. Not only did he not act aggressively, but he went with the flow, took the initiative to make friends with me, and generously gave up the issue of the account book. On the surface, it seems to be a sign of weakness, but in fact, he was giving himself a way out, while also testing his true background. Xianghu did not refuse. After all, his current strength is not enough to completely control Jiangcheng. It is obviously not a wise choice to break off relations with these underground forces before they fully rise. Moreover, his current focus is to make money like crazy and conquer goddesses, rather than wasting time on these gang fights. Xianghu smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Boss Wang, since you are so sincere, I certainly won't refuse your kindness. The smile on Wang Haiyue's face deepened, and she immediately reached out and shook hands tightly with Xianghu. Ha ha ha, great. No friendship without fighting. From today on, Mr. Zhang is my friend, Wang Haiyue. His tone became extremely serious. However, the expressions of everyone present changed. Because they know. Wang Haiyue was able to become the underground leader of Jiangcheng by relying on swords, guns, and cannons. Now, he is willing to make friends with Xianghu, which means he was really scared. Wang Haiyue's palms were slightly damp, which showed that he was not as calm as he appeared to be. Xianghu could clearly feel that Wang Haiyue was testing him and also wary of him. This contest may seem simple, but in fact, it is an extremely dangerous game. If Xianghu had acted a little cowardly today, he would probably have had a fight with the Tianyi gang. Completely annoy the opponent's entire force. However, Wang Haiyue didn't dare to gamble. In the underground world, the most important thing is power relations. He was able to sit in this position not only because he was ruthless, but also because he was cautious enough. And today, Xianghu wanted to make him completely afraid of him. The two of them held hands tightly together, and in an instant, the atmosphere in the whole room changed. Wang Haiyue stared at Xianghu deeply for a long time. Finally, he smiled and spoke. Mr. Zhang, I hope you don't take what happened tonight to heart. Tianyi gang, we'd like to make friends with you. Xianghu smiled faintly and let go of his hand. Since Boss Wang is so sincere, I will naturally not care about it anymore. As soon as the words fell, the people around him breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. At this moment, they all understood. Xianghu wins. Wang Haiyue, give in. Sanyan's younger brother had a complicated expression on his face, especially Sanyan, who had just woken up. He had never expected that he had brought people to cause trouble for Xianghu, but in the end, the boss would take the initiative to seek peace? This reversal made him break out in cold sweats, and his fear of Xianghu had reached its peak. Now that the matter has been resolved, I won't bother you anymore. Xianghu stood up calmly, looked around, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. But I hope something like this won't happen again in the future. His voice, though not loud, carried unquestionable authority. Wang Haiyue nodded immediately. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, there won't be a next time. Xianghu nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at Su Mengyao beside him and patted her hands gently. Let's go. Su Mengyao looked at Xianghu in a daze, and it was not until this moment that she came back to her senses. She was worried that Xianghu would be in danger, but in the end, the overlord of the entire Jiangcheng underground world bowed to him personally? At this moment, she finally realized. Xianghu is definitely not an ordinary person. Her heart beat faster and she followed Xianghu closely. Together with him, she slowly walked out of the Tianyi club under the gaze of everyone. The night is dark and the breeze is cool. The two got in the car, and the black and white devils drove quietly, and there was silence in the car. Su Mengyao bit her lip, looked at Xianghu, and couldn't help but speak. Xianghu, who are you? Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. You guess? Su Mengyao rolled her eyes at him, but her heart was beating fast. She originally thought that Xianghu was just a rich second-generation college student. Even if he had been doing well recently, it was at most just because he was lucky and had picked up some opportunities. But today, she finally realized. Xianghu is much more powerful than she imagined. She suddenly felt that this man was becoming more and more mysterious. And this sense of mystery made her heart fall completely. The night breeze was blowing gently. Xianghu approached her gently, looking at her with deep eyes. Why, are you afraid of me? Su Mengyao's heart beat faster and her cheeks flushed slightly, but she still raised her head stubbornly. I'm not afraid. Xianghu smiled, suddenly raised his hand and gently pinched her little face. That's good. After all, you are my goddess. These words made Su Mengyao feel numb all over. Her face turned red and she looked out the window in panic, not daring to look at Xianghu again. Ding ding ding. Host successfully captures goddess Su Mengyao. Favorability value plus 888. Comprehensive evaluation. The goddess's favorability towards the host is 80% sinking into depravity, unable to extricate herself. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Miraculous Healer Skills. Skill Introduction. After possessing this skill, the host will be proficient in all modern and ancient medical techniques, and can even see the potential pathological changes in the human body with the naked eye, and master god-level medical methods. A gleam flashed in Xianghu's eyes. Miracle Doctor skills? He already knew that the system's rewards would not be bad, but this time the rewards were obviously more powerful than before. The skills of the Miracle Doctor are simply miraculous. Mastering this skill means that he can control health, life, and even the powerful at will. You know, what truly rich people fear most is not bankruptcy, but death. If I can cure anyone's illness, then all the bigwigs in Jiangcheng, and even the whole country, will come to me for medical treatment. This means that you will have huge network resources. Thinking of this, the corners of Xianghu's mouth slightly raised, revealing an evil smile. The car slowly stopped at the entrance of Triumph Hotel. The black and white duo got out and stood respectfully aside. Xianghu took Su Mengyao into the hotel and went straight into the presidential suite. In the luxurious room, the lighting is warm and soft, and the air is filled with a faint fragrance. Su Mengyao sat on the sofa, gently hugging a pillow, her face slightly flushed and her eyes somewhat evasive. You won't let me sleep on the floor tonight, right? Chapter 101. Bye. Xianghu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Of course not. You are the goddess of my conquest. How could I let you sleep on the floor? Su Mengyao was stunned, raised her head and looked at him in confusion. Strategy? What strategy? Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth, with a hint of playfulness in his tone. Conquer your heart. Su Mengyao face turned red instantly. She lowered her head in shame, clutching the pillow tightly, not daring to speak again. Xianghu looked at her shy appearance, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he laughed secretly in his heart. Sure enough, conquering the goddess is the most interesting thing. But this is just the beginning. Next, there are still many things to do. When Xianghu woke up, he found Su Mengyao curled up on the sofa, sleeping soundly like a kitten. The morning light shines through the window, casting a faint golden glow over the entire presidential suite. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The results of last night's battle made him feel particularly happy. He stood up, washed up briefly, and then gently pushed Su Mengyao. Mengyao, wake up. Su Mengyao opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Xianghu standing in front of her. She was slightly startled and her face instantly flushed. Well, morning. Her voice was soft, with a hint of laziness that came from just waking up, and inexplicably seductive. Xianghu smiled slightly, sat on the sofa, looked at her deliberately, and said jokingly, You slept so soundly, did you have any erotic dreams last night? When Su Mengyao heard this, her pretty face instantly turned red. She glared at him coquettishly and wanted to throw the pillow at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Xianghu laughed and dodged it easily, then stood up and stretched. Okay, I'll take you out shopping today. Let's go shopping. Su Mengyao was stunned and looked up at him in surprise. Shopping? Don't you guys usually hate shopping? Xianghu smiled faintly, his eyes carrying some deep meaning. Who said that? I'm happy to take my goddess shopping. Su Mengyao's heart skipped a beat, her face turned slightly red, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Jiangcheng's top shopping mall, Tianyo International Shopping Center. This is the most expensive and luxurious shopping mall in the whole Jiangcheng. It is home to all the world's top luxury brands. People coming in and out are either rich or noble. As soon as Xianghu and Su Mengyao walked into the mall, they attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, the black and white evil spirits beside Xianghu were too conspicuous. A black man in a black suit, with dark complexion and muscular body, and a white man in a white suit, with delicate features like sculptures, stood on both sides of Xianghu, like guards, with an imposing manner. Many people couldn't help but whisper. What the hell, what's going on? These two have such a strong aura, they feel even more powerful than special forces. Isn't he some big shot? He's here shopping with his personal bodyguards? That doesn't look like him. The man is dressed very casually and doesn't have any expensive accessories. Could he be just an ordinary rich man? TSK, I think he's just pretending to be cool, bringing two fake foreigners out to show off. Xianghu naturally wouldn't care about the discussions around him. He has always been low-key, but being low-key doesn't mean letting himself suffer. After entering the mall, he went straight into a luxury brand store, picked up a limited edition dress and handed it to Su Mengyao. Go and try it. Seeing that the two men were dressed casually, the clerk gave them a casual greeting at first, and his tone was not enthusiastic at all. After all, in a place like this, young people like them who dress casually mostly come here to take pictures and show off, and few can actually afford these clothes. Sir, this is a limited edition. There are only 5 in the world. The price is 580,000. The clerk had a professional smile on his face, but his tone was a little perfunctory. She was mentally prepared for the other person to show a surprised expression, then quietly put down his clothes and leave. However, Xianghu just nodded lightly. Well, they're pretty cheap. Take 2 and let her try out the other styles too. The clerk's smile froze. You mean, take two? Not only her, but even other customers who were shopping around couldn't help but look over. 2 pieces, that's 1.16 million. This is money that an ordinary person cannot earn in a lifetime, and the other party just bought it casually? The clerk subconsciously glanced at Xianghu's wrist and found that he was wearing just an ordinary quartz watch and ordinary casual clothes. He didn't look like the kind of top wealthy man who spent money like water. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Are you sure, sir? Xianghu looked at her with a smile and took out a bank card. Swipe the card. The clerk took the card to swipe it doubtfully, and when she saw the balance displayed on the POS machine, she almost screamed. Several hundred million. Her heart was pounding, her legs felt weak, and she could barely hold the card in her hand. Oh my God! What kind of important person did she just receive? The other shop assistants were also shocked by the balance on the POS machine. They looked at Xianghu fanatically, and their previous coldness instantly turned into extreme enthusiasm. Sir, I'm so sorry, we were not very careful just now. Is there anything else you need? This lady has fair skin and a wonderful temperament. I think this handmade custom dress is especially suitable for her. Yes. And this necklace is our latest high-end jewelry this year. It can definitely bring out your temperament, young lady. The shop assistants who had ignored them just now surrounded them like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, with flattery and fawning looks on their faces. Even the general manager of the mall came over in person and handed over a golden membership card with a big smile on his face. Mr. Xiang, this is our mall's supreme VIP membership card. You will enjoy the highest level of discounts and services when shopping in the future. This scene left Su Mengyao stunned. She originally thought that Xianghu just had some money recently, but she didn't expect that he was so rich. Xianghu took Su Mengyao out of Tianyou International Shopping Center. The black and white devils stood on their left and right, holding shopping bags full of luxury goods. The LV, Chanel and Dior packaging bags alone made passers-by around them unable to help but look sideways. A young man, holding the hand of a beautiful woman with excellent temperament, and accompanied by 2 such powerful bodyguards, he looks like a typical super-rich second generation. Xianghu was in a good mood. He went shopping and spent several million. Although it was just a drop in the bucket for him, making Su Mengyao happy was the most important thing. However, just as the two were about to go to the parking lot, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Mengyao? Su Mengyao's body suddenly stiffened, her steps paused, and her expression changed slightly. Xianghu keenly noticed her reaction and looked in the direction of the voice. Chapter 102, I am a first-generation rich man. A tall man in sportswear stood not far away, looking at them with complicated eyes. Xianghu could tell at a glance that this man had been trained, his muscles were taut, and he had the ferocity that only a boxer could have, but there was a hint of decadence in his expression. Su Mengyao's voice was cold, and it was obvious that she had no good feelings towards this man. Zhao Cohen. Xianghu raised his eyebrows. Oh? This is Su Mengyao's ex-boyfriend? Su Mengyao once told him that she had an annoying ex-boyfriend. Because Su Mengyao was a relatively traditional person and did not agree to have sex before marriage, the ex-boyfriend used both soft and hard methods to persuade her and did many disgusting things. Su Mengyao broke up with him and blocked him. This also led to Su Mengyao's fear of other men during her college years, which was why she didn't find a partner for a long time. Zhao Kuan's gaze lingered on Su Mengyao for a moment, then looked at Xianghu, and finally fell on the expensive luxury shopping bags carried by the black and white devils. A barely perceptible emotion flashed in his eyes. He grinned, a hint of amusement on his face. TSK, congratulations, Mengyao, you finally found a rich man. The tone of this sentence seems off no matter how I look at it. Su Mengyao frowned slightly and spoke in an unhappy tone. Zhao Cohen, what do you mean? Zhao Cohen shrugged, the smile on his face became even more intense, and he looked at Xianghu with a meaningful look in his eyes. It's nothing special. I just want to congratulate you. You finally don't have to live a hard life anymore. Zhao Cohen clapped his hands lightly, his voice containing a hint of sarcasm. When you were with me before, didn't you hate those who relied on their families? Didn't you say that you would rather suffer than marry a rich second-generation man? As he spoke, he glanced at the black and white devils again and sneered. What? You know how to enjoy yourself now? You even brought 2 bodyguards with you. TSK, what a grand show. Su Mengyao's face looked a little ugly. She hated it most when people spoke to her in that tone. Xianghu stood aside, looking at Zhao Kuan indifferently, without rushing to speak. He could see that Zhao Kuan was not stupid. He certainly wouldn't come up and provoke him directly, as that would undoubtedly be courting death. But Zhao Kuan's words were both explicit and implicit satires on Su Mengyao. She despised the poor and loved the rich, and was aloof before, but now she is just like this. Zhao Kuan, don't talk nonsense. Su Mengyao's voice turned cold. I broke up with you not because you are poor, but because your behavior is unacceptable to me. Zhao Kuan shrugged, looking indifferent. Okay, I know, you blocked me before and moved away because you were afraid that I would harass you. There was a hint of self-mockery in his tone. But seriously, Mengyao, being with this kind of person, you really disappoint me. He looked at Xianghu. Although his tone was calm, his eyes were full of hidden hostility. In Zhao Kuan's opinion, Xianghu is just a rich second generation who relies on his family for food. He has no skills and can only use money to bully others. He does not think that such a person is worthy of Su Mengyao. Although he is not as rich as the real second generation, he has fists and strength. A man relies on himself, not his family. Xianghu's mouth curled up slightly and he finally spoke. Oh? You mean, you're better than me? His voice was unhurried and had a hint of teasing. When Zhao Kuan heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. At least, I won't just spend my family's money like some people do. Xianghu sneered and looked at him. So you're very strong-willed? Zhao Kuan subconsciously straightened his chest and sneered. Of course, people like you, who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, have no idea how ordinary people work hard. Xianghu smiled. He finally understood Zhao Kuan's mentality. This person looks down on the rich second generation and thinks that he is a real man who makes a living by his own ability. But unfortunately, the woman he liked ended up with the person he despised the most. This made Zhao Kuan feel very uncomfortable. TSK, your logic is really interesting. Xianghu said in a lazy tone. I now have hundreds of millions of assets on hand. I am my own boss, doing investments and running businesses. I am very rich. But if you think I rely on my family, you are totally wrong. Zhao Kuan's expression changed slightly, and he was obviously a little surprised. You earned it yourself? He subconsciously didn't believe it because Xianghu was very young and didn't look like a businessman. Xianghu smiled faintly and was too lazy to explain too much. He had no interest in Zhao Kuan, but he didn't like the other party's attitude. You consider yourself a man, don't you? Xianghu said casually. But how did you treat Mengyao before? Zhao Kuan's face darkened. When you were in love, you always wanted to take advantage of her. If she disagreed, you thought she was being pretentious. She broke up with him, and you harassed her and even made her move several times. You're worthy of being called a man for this kind of behavior? Xianghu's tone was light, but every word he said was like a sharp knife, piercing Zhao Kuan's heart. Zhao Kuan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and looked at Xianghu with gloomy eyes. You! He wanted to refute, but every word Xianghu said was true and he couldn't refute it at all. You don't think I stole your woman with money, do you? Xianghu sneered, his tone full of disdain. You are so pitiful. Su Mengyao likes me because I am better than you. It has nothing to do with money. She is not an item. She cannot be bought by anyone with money. But if she really followed me for money, it only means that you are not even as good as a rich second generation. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Kuan's face turned red instantly, and his chest heaved violently. Obviously he was very angry. Passers-by around were also attracted, and after hearing Zhang Yu's words, many people couldn't help but nod. This man is still jealous of others? Harassing your ex-girlfriend after breaking up is disgusting. If she really despised the poor and loved the rich, she would have run away with another rich second generation long ago. Why would she wait until now? Zhao Kuan's face became more and more ugly. He didn't expect that Xianghu was not only rich, but also had such a vicious mouth. He clenched his fists, his eyes flickered, and he was so angry that he wanted to take action. But when he saw the two men, the black and white devils, standing beside Xianghu like gods of war, the anger in his heart was immediately suppressed by a strong fear. These two bodyguards are definitely professional masters. Once he really takes action, he will probably be beaten into a dog in minutes. He gritted his teeth and his face was extremely gloomy, but in the end he didn't dare to say anything. He shook his hands fiercely, turned and left. Zhao Kuan walked out of the mall in a terrible mood. His face was gloomy, his fists were clenched so tightly that even his nails were embedded in his palms. He had just come out for a walk today, but unexpectedly he ran into the person he least wanted to see, Su Mengyao. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that she actually followed a rich second-generation man. Chapter 103, Evil Begins. Oh shit. Zhao Kuan cursed under his breath and kicked the trash can on the side of the road hard, causing the trash can to roll out. He felt extremely aggrieved. Since he was a child, he has looked down on those second-generation rich people who rely on their families for food, thinking that they are good for nothing except spending money to show off. Moreover, Su Mengyao had said before that what she hated most were those rich second generations who relied on their family background and did not work hard. But today, she is with such a rich second generation, buying luxury goods, bringing bodyguards, and spending millions. Doesn't she dislike the rich second generation anymore? Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth and became angrier the more he thought about it. Pooh. He spat on the ground, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. He had practiced Sanda for several years and his fists were very strong. How could he swallow this humiliation? Just then, his cell phone rang. It was some of his friends. Hey, Zhao Kuan, where are you? A nonchalant voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhao Kuan took a deep breath and managed to calm down. I'm outside. I just ran into Su Mengyao. Oh? Really? Didn't you give up on this chick a long time ago? Give up your ass. Zhao Kuan growled, his face grim. She followed a rich second-generation guy, brought 2 bodyguards with her, spent lavishly in the mall, bought a lot of luxury goods, and even pretended to be noble. She's so fucking cheap. There was silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a burst of laughter. Haha, Zhao Kuan, why are you so excited? So you still miss her? Bullshit. Who the hell still cares about her? Zhao Kuan's face flushed. I just can't stand that son of a bitch rich second generation. Damn, he's so arrogant. It makes me angry just looking at him. The friend on the other end of the phone immediately became interested. Oh? What's going on? Tell us about it? Zhao Kuan snorted coldly and recounted what had just happened at the entrance of the shopping mall with exaggeration, especially Xianghu's mocking words, which directly made the person on the other end of the phone angry. Fuck. This kid is so arrogant? Does he really think he's someone important? That's right, what's so great about a second-generation rich man who relies on his family for food? Zhao Kuan, do you think we should teach this kid a lesson? Zhao Kuan's expression changed, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone became a little cold. Lessons? You want to? A voice on the other end of the phone said in a low voice. We guys are short of money lately, why don't we kidnap this guy and extort some money? Zhao Kuan was stunned for a moment, then his heart beat faster and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Are you crazy? That guy has 2 bodyguards, and they are professionals who can knock me down with just a few moves. The person on the other end of the phone sneered disdainfully. What are you afraid of? Aren't you too timid? We put on masks, bring a few knives, and rush forward in a group. No matter how good his 2 bodyguards are at fighting, what can they do? Do they dare to fight with knives? We don't want to kill him, we just want to make some money. Zhao Kuan's eyes flickered and he felt a little moved. He has been really short of money recently and owes a lot of money. He had thought about borrowing some from Su Mengyao, but unfortunately she blocked him directly. Now there is a good opportunity to make that damn rich second generation suffer a little and make some money at the same time, why not do it? The friend on the other end of the phone continued to persuade. Think about it yourself. This rich second generation probably wears a watch worth millions and has hundreds of millions in his bank account. If he is extorted for a few million, would he dare to call the police? Can you guarantee that he has clean money? This second generation man must have done some shady gray business in his family, otherwise how can he be richer than us? People like this are most afraid of causing trouble. We're not really going to tie him up. We're just going to cover his face, take him to a small darkroom, and scare him. Will he pay the money obediently? Zhao Kuan's breathing became faster and he had already made up his mind. Okay, this can be done. His eyes darkened. But you have to be prepared and find some reliable people. The person on the other end of the phone laughed immediately. Don't worry, I'll find them for you. They're all gangsters, they definitely won't get scared at the last minute. Zhao Cohen narrowed his eyes and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, then tonight, I want to see if that son of a bitch rich second generation can still be so arrogant after being kidnapped. There was laughter on the other end of the phone. Haha, there's a good show tonight. I'll let you know when we've made the arrangements. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Cohen licked his lips and his eyes became extremely cold. He could already imagine it when Xianghu was tied up and kneeling on the ground with several knives at his neck. Would he still dare to be so arrogant? Damn it, you dare to show off in front of me? Zhao Cohen gritted his teeth viciously, his hatred towards Xianghu had reached its peak. At the same time, he had already begun to picture in his mind how to torture Xianghu. Make him kneel in front of me and repeat to me everything he said today word for word. Thinking of this, Zhao Cohen couldn't help but grin. Xianghu and Su Mengyao spent the whole day out, going on a shopping spree during the day and enjoying delicious food at a top restaurant at night. Su Mengyao was completely immersed in this happy atmosphere, her face filled with unprecedented satisfaction. When night fell, Xianghu took Su Mengyao back to her original rental house, planning to pack her remaining luggage and move directly to the presidential suite of the hotel, which would be Su Mengyao's home from now on. The black and white devils were responsible for guarding the door to ensure the surroundings were safe, while Xianghu and Su Mengyao entered the rental house and simply packed up the remaining clothes and personal belongings. Su Mengyao's rental house is not big, and the furnishings in the room are simple and even a bit old, which is completely inconsistent with her temperament. She looked at the room with a complicated look in her eyes. After all, this was where she had lived for more than a year. Now she was finally going to say goodbye to her past life completely, and she still felt a little emotional. Just as the two of them finished packing and were about to leave, there was a sudden noise of footsteps outside, accompanied by a familiar curse. You damn girl! Get out here! Su Mengyao's face changed slightly, and she immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was her gambling father Su Dahai. Xianghu raised his eyebrows slightly, looked towards the door indifferently, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Soon, Su Dahai walked in with a swagger, followed by two men with fat faces. They were obviously his relatives, two lazy cousins who usually gambled with Su Dahai, cheated people, and were not good people at all. Su Dahai walked into the room with an arrogant look on his face, and glanced at Su Mengyao coldly, with unkindness and even a little anger in his eyes. Oomph, you damn girl! How dare you hit me last time? Su Dahai sneered. I'm telling you, don't even think about hiding from me today. The two cousins behind him also had fierce looks on their faces, and one of them pointed directly at Su Mengyao with an unfriendly tone. Chapter 104, How can you kidnap people without morals? Mengyao, we are your elders. You actually dared to let that kid beat up your dad last time. You must give us an explanation today. That's right. The other cousin sneered. Do you know how miserable your father has been these days? He was forced to pay back his debts by the people in the gambling den, and he has no food to eat. Now you have to make up for your father's losses. As they spoke, the three of them moved forward together, clearly intending to put pressure on Su Mengyao to make her comply with their arrangements. However, when their eyes fell on Xianghu, and then glanced down to see the luxury goods carried by the black and white devils, and the Rolls-Royce sports car parked at the door, the expressions of the three of them froze instantly, as if they had been struck by lightning. Su Dahai's face was originally full of anger, but at this moment, he looked as if someone had suddenly grabbed his neck. His expression was stiff, and even his lips were trembling slightly. What is going on? He originally thought that Xianghu was just an ordinary college student, and the reason why he dared to hit him last time was definitely because he was young and hot-tempered and wanted to show off his strength for the moment. So this time he specially found two relatives to give him courage and planned to teach Xianghu a severe lesson. But who would have thought? Xianghu actually drives a Rolls-Royce? His bodyguard was carrying luxury goods worth millions? Who is this kid? In just a few seconds, Su Dahai's expression changed from anger, to shock, to horror, and then to extreme flattery. In the end, he actually forced a dry laugh on his face, and his tone changed 180 degrees in an instant. Oh. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. The arrogance on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by an extremely flattering smile. The two cousins were also confused. They had originally planned to humiliate Xianghu. After all, in their opinion, Xianghu was just a college student. How capable could he be? But at this moment, they were stunned when they looked at the luxury goods worth millions and the luxury cars parked at the door. Su Dahai's expression suddenly changed, and he actually smiled apologetically at Xianghu. That Mr. Zhang, right? Ha, I was just joking with my daughter, how could I really force her to do anything? I haven't seen her for a long time, so I wanted to find an excuse to come and see her, huh? Mr. Xiang, please don't misunderstand me. I support her free love. It's her blessing that she can be with you. Su Dahai's face was full of flattery, and he even lowered his head deliberately, trying to put on a flattering look. Although the two cousins were still confused, when they saw Su Dahai's attitude suddenly change, they immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly followed suit with a smile. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Meng Yao is so lucky to have a boyfriend like you. Mr. Xiang, please don't be angry. We are all family, and we shouldn't have different opinions. When Su Mengyao heard this, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She looked at Su Dahai coldly with an icy tone. You don't have to act here anymore. I won't help you pay off your debt. Hearing this, Su Dahai's face froze for a moment, but soon, he put on a pitiful expression, and even tears welled up in his eyes. Mengyao, I know I have been sorry to you before, but I am your father. I was forced to do this. He looked deeply distressed. After your mother died, I lived a miserable life, which is why I got addicted to gambling. But now I regret it, I really know I was wrong. I only ask you to help me and let me turn things around. As he spoke, he deliberately wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, as if he was really heartbroken. But Su Mengyao was not moved at all, her eyes were as cold as ice. Don't mention my mom to me. My mom was pissed off to death by you. What qualifications do you have to mention her to me? Su Dahai was hurt by these words, and his expression was a little embarrassed. Then his expression changed again. He took a deep breath, revealed a cunning smile, and his tone became a little gloomy. Okay, Mengyao, I won't mention your mother. He said slowly. But you are my daughter, isn't that a fact? He stared at Su Mengyao with a gloomy look, a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth, and his tone contained a hint of moral blackmail. I gave birth to you and raised you for so many years, don't you think of the father-daughter relationship at all? You are so rich now, shouldn't you help your dad? Are you so cold-blooded? So heartless? Su Mengyao's face suddenly turned gloomy. I owe you? She sneered, her voice so cold that it seemed to freeze the air. From childhood to adulthood, have you ever thought of me as your daughter? Don't you know what you did to my mother? Su Dahai was stunned by her question, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes, but then he returned to his rogue and dramatic look, sat down on the ground, beat his chest and stamped his feet, and pretended to cry. Oh my God! Why is my life so miserable? You damn girl, is this how you treat your own father? Your mother died, and I worked so hard to raise you by myself. Is it easy for me? While crying, he did not forget to steal glances at Su Mengyao's expression. Seeing that her face was indifferent and she showed no sign of being shaken at all, he simply became even more violent. Now that you're rich, you despise your dad, right? I'm telling you, no matter how rich you are, you still have my blood in your veins. Even if you look down on me, I'm still your dad. As he spoke, he began to accuse others crazily again, shouting at the top of his voice. I think you just despise me for being poor, and you only have eyes for this pretty boy. TSK, as expected, when a woman has money, she won't think about her parents anymore. TSK, I told you, a girl can't be kept at home when she grows up. When the two cousins heard this, they immediately followed suit. Mengyao, this is not right. After all, we are a family. Your father did make mistakes, but he knows he was wrong now. Why don't you give him any chance? Besides, in our hometown, every girl who gets married has to honor her parents. Look at you, your clothes and bags now cost tens of thousands of yuan. Isn't it right for you to take some money out to honor your father? Yeah, how can you be so cold-blooded? As they spoke, they sighed in a pretentious manner, as if Su Mengyao was really a cold-blooded, unfilial daughter. Listening to their words, Su Mengyao was so angry that she was shaking all over and her nails dug into her palms. She didn't want to waste any more time talking to this group of people. Roll! She almost yelled with gritted teeth, her eyes were bloodshot, and she was obviously extremely angry. I'm telling you, Su Dahai. You're not worthy of being my father. I will never forgive you for what you've done to me and my mother. I'm warning you one last time. From now on, we have no relationship. Chapter 105, I can only understand fists. Don't come to me again, and don't even think about taking a penny from me. However, after hearing this, Su Dahai not only did not restrain himself, but became even more aggressive. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and the crying expression on his face instantly disappeared, turning into a face of a complete rogue. You said it's okay? Who do you think you are? He sneered. You are my daughter, and I will never change that in my lifetime. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. Having said that, he walked straight to the door and blocked it, looking like he was determined not to give up. The two cousins also came over with sneers. Master Xianghu, we are not targeting you. One of the cousins looked at Xianghu with some fear in his eyes, but his tone still contained a hint of threat. You are a big shot, we can't afford to offend you, but we can't let a little girl like Mengyao deny her father, right? Besides, young Master Xianghu, you are so rich, why not just give some money out to help out and resolve a family conflict? The other cousin just acted like a rogue. Yes, our Dahai is her biological father. If he is in trouble and his daughter doesn't help him, that would be unreasonable, right? This is not about the money. Su Dahai smiled sarcastically. This is the question of responsibility as a child. This statement sounds high-sounding and righteous, but in fact it is moral kidnapping to the extreme. Xianghu remained silent, looking at the scene in front of him coldly with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Finally, he chuckled and spoke slowly. You guys really know how to play. Threatening, throwing tantrums, pretending to be pitiful, one trick after another. But you made one mistake. His eyes turned cold, and his tone instantly became grim. Whether she has an obligation to honor you is not up to you. Su Dahai's face changed slightly, but he still held on, smiling. Master Xianghu, what you said is wrong. It is natural to honor your parents. We have raised her for so many years, she can't just give nothing in return, right? Xianghu sneered, his eyes teasing. Do you think you are qualified to talk about the words natural and right? What were you doing when her mother was seriously ill? What were you doing when she had no money to pay for her tuition? Where were you when she was alone in the hospital taking care of her mother in the middle of the night? Xianghu's series of questions made Su Dahai's face turn pale and blue, but he still held on and spoke stubbornly. That's in the past. Her mother is gone, and she has money now. Shouldn't she help me even more now? You are her father, and she won't give you money, so you won't give in? Xianghu sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. What a pity. You look worse than a stranger. The muscles on Su Dahai's face twitched violently, but he was a seasoned man after all, and he quickly adjusted his expression and snorted coldly. Mr. Xianghu, we are a family after all. There's no need to make it too ugly, right? Why, are you going to force her? Xianghu glanced at him indifferently. The corners of Su Dahai's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but Xianghu didn't give him a chance and simply waved at the black and white devils. See a visitor out. Haisha and Baisha looked at each other, and without saying anything, they stepped forward. Haisha grabbed Su Dahai's shoulder with one hand and pushed him hard. Bang! Su Dahai's back hit the wall hard, and he grimaced in pain. The two cousins were startled and wanted to escape immediately, but Baisha picked them up and dragged them out of the door easily like chickens and threw them directly into the corridor. Roll! Haisha's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Su Dahai and the other two fell to the ground in a mess, their faces flushed with anger and humiliation. But looking at the death-like eyes of the black and white devils, they finally gave in and didn't even dare to fart. They rolled away in shame. In the rental house, Su Mengyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Xianghu with gratitude and warmth in her eyes. She knew that if Xianghu had not been there, she would have been tortured to the point of collapse by those vampires today. Thank you, she said softly. Xianghu smiled faintly and reached out to ruffle her hair. From now on, I won't let them affect your life anymore. Hearing this, Su Mengyao was moved, and the look she showed towards Xianghu became even more affectionate. The streets are bustling with traffic. Xianghu was driving a Rolls-Royce, with one hand lightly holding the steering wheel and the other hand casually resting on the windowsill, with a calm expression. In the passenger seat, Su Mengyao leaned against him, her eyes gentle and a faint smile on her face. Finally got rid of that old scoundrel. Su Mengyao sighed softly, with a hint of relief on her lips. Don't worry, he won't bother you again. Xianghu's tone was indifferent and his eyes were deep, as if everything was under control. However, at this moment, Haisha's voice sounded faintly in the back seat. Master, someone is following us. Xianghu's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Oh? He glanced through the rearview mirror and indeed spotted a shabby gray van behind him. The van was wobbly, its windows were closed, and the lights inside cast a faint shadow, exuding an inexplicable and eerie aura. Without thinking too much, Xianghu knew that this group of people were coming for him. "When did you start targeting me?" Xianghu asked casually, his tone calm. "It wasn't long since I came out of the rental house," Bai Sha said in a deep voice. Xianghu chuckled, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a mocking smile. "Heh, I don't know who it is though. But it seems that some people really think that life is too long." He glanced in the rearview mirror, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up playfully. "Since they want to play, then play with them." After saying that, he turned the steering wheel slowly and drove directly to a remote road. At this moment, in the van, Zhao Kuan and several of his friends were staring at the Rolls-Royce in front of them. "Brother Kuan, why is he driving further and further off the track?" The thug in the passenger seat frowned and asked, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Zhao Kuan stared at the valuable luxury car in front of him, his eyes flashing with excitement and a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. "Need I ask? This bastard must be trying to take the woman to a secluded place to do something good." Zhao Kuan sneered, his eyes full of malice. These second-generation rich people are also kind, driving luxury cars, bringing women, and looking for a place to have some excitement. "Ha, that's right, who made us lucky today?" Another gangster grinned, rubbing his hands together, his eyes full of greed and excitement. "I was originally thinking of finding another opportunity to strike, but I didn't expect this grandson to bring the opportunity to me." Chapter 106, Dreams Come True. "Yeah, doesn't our plan have to wait for a few days? Now it's all right, we can do it tonight." Everyone in the carriage laughed excitedly, their eyes filled with malice and greed. "Brother Cohen, that's a Rolls-Royce. This guy must be a rich man. What if there is some powerful force behind him?" A slightly more cautious gangster was still hesitant. Zhao Cohen glared at him with a fierce look. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you see? He only has 2 bodyguards. What can a bodyguard do? We have more people and knives." "Yes, we have knives. No matter how powerful they are, can they block the knives? Besides, we are wearing masks, can he recognize who we are? Kidnap him, get some money, and run away immediately after taking the money. Can he catch up with us? Besides, this time we're just trying to get some money, we're not going to kill him, what can he do to us?" Hearing this, the people in the car became excited instantly. Fuck him. Let's do it tonight. Make a big profit." Zhao Cohen licked his lips, his eyes full of madness and greed. "Wait a minute, as soon as his car stops, we'll take action. This time, I'll make him pay with a few million, or I won't let him go." On the other side, the Rolls-Royce had driven into a remote road. It was pitch black all around, without even a street light. "Master, those idiots at the back can't hold back any longer." Haisha's voice was low, with a hint of disdain. Xianghu smiled, with a playful gleam in his eyes. "Then let them, completely despair." The next second, he slammed his foot on the brakes. Crunch! The Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, and the headlights came on, illuminating the entire dark road. The van following closely behind was caught off guard and slammed on the brakes. The tires made a harsh friction sound on the ground and the whole car almost went out of control. Fuck! Why did it stop suddenly? Zhao Kuan's men were so frightened that they almost fell out and hurriedly grabbed the car door to steady themselves. Zhao Kuan's face was also a little gloomy. He stared at the luxury car in front of him, and a trace of uneasiness flashed through his heart. Damn, did he find out? Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce. Who cares? We can't let him get away now. Zhao Kuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand. He kicked open the car door with a bang and rushed out of the car with his people. Don't fucking move. Zhao Kuan grinned, pulled out his knife, and stared at Xianghu fiercely. If you know what's best for you, just cooperate obediently. Don't force me to do anything. Several of his men also drew their knives, put on ferocious looks, and tried to intimidate Xianghu with their aura. Su Mengyao's face changed instantly. She subconsciously grabbed Xianghu's arm, her eyes full of fear. Xianghu, they. Before she finished speaking, Xianghu smiled calmly, with a hint of teasing and sarcasm in his tone. Heh, you finally can't help it? Zhao Kuan was stunned for a moment, feeling that Xianghu's reaction was a little strange. Fuck, you're laughing. He growled through gritted teeth. I'm going to rob you of your money today. Xianghu narrowed his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and a hint of extreme mockery and indifference flashed in his eyes. Rob me for money? He glanced at Zhao Kuan and the others indifferently, as if he was looking at a group of clowns. You idiots, I'm afraid you haven't figured out who is the prey and who is the hunter. Zhao Kuan's heart skipped a beat and he inexplicably felt a little uneasy. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the money, or I'll kill you. The black and white devils. Xianghu called out softly. His voice was not loud, but it sounded like the call of the god of death. The black and white evil spirits looked at each other, revealing a cold and cruel smile at the same time. Yes, master. Haisha and Baisha took a step forward at the same time. Their movements were not fast, but they made Zhao Kuan and others feel their hearts sink. Haisha's burly body looked like a black iron tower in the night. His eyes were cold, exuding a chilling chill. Baisha had a faint smile on his face, as if he was looking at a group of ignorant idiots. Zhao Kuan's men had been surrounding Xianghu with ferocious looks, but when they saw this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Damn it! Stop playing tricks on me! Zhao Kuan looked fierce and shouted harshly. If you dare to come closer, I will stab you. Before he finished speaking, Haisha had already stepped forward and came directly in front of Zhao Kuan. Zhao Kuan's heart tightened, he raised the knife in his hand, and stabbed towards Haisha's shoulder with a roar. However, Haisha didn't even try to dodge, and the knife pierced his shoulder, making a crisp sound of metal collision. Clang! Zhao Kuan's expression suddenly changed, his eyes full of horror. What? The knife in his hand failed to pierce Haisha's body. Instead, the blade curled and deformed, as if it had pierced a piece of extremely hard steel. How is this possible? Zhao Kuan's men's faces suddenly changed, their eyes filled with fear. Baisha sneered and shook his head, with a hint of pity in his tone. You idiot, you actually stabbed us with a knife? Only at this moment did Zhao Kuan realize that he had hit a wall this time. This is impossible. Zhao Kuan swallowed and his body began to tremble slightly. He was about to step back when Haisha suddenly attacked, grabbed Zhao Kuan's wrist, and squeezed it with his fingers. Crack! A crisp sound of bones cracking was heard, and Zhao Kuan's face turned pale instantly. His mouth opened wide and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! My hand! My hand! Haisha swung his hand casually, and Zhao Kuan was thrown out like a broken sack, and hit the door of the van hard, leaving a huge dent in the door. Zhao Kuan's men were immediately frightened. Brother Kuan! What kind of monster is this? Is this still a human being? Everyone was stunned, their faces pale, and some even dropped their knives to the ground with a snap. Their legs went weak and cold sweats ran down their bodies. Baisha looked at the rest of the people leisurely, still with that lazy smile on his face and a frivolous tone. Who's next? The faces of those thugs changed drastically, and they no longer had the arrogance they had just now. They turned around and ran away one by one. Run! Run! They are monsters. However, how fast are the black and white devils? Their figures instantly turned into a trail of afterimages, blocking everyone's way. Haisha threw a punch, hitting a gangster in the abdomen. The man bent like a shrimp, spurted out blood, his eyes bulged out, and he fell to the ground and fainted. Baisha kicked out casually, and another gangster was kicked 5 or 6 meters away. He fell heavily to the ground, wailing. Ah! In just a dozen seconds, all the people brought by Zhao Kuan had been knocked down, lying on the ground in a mess. Some had broken hands, some had broken bones, and some were rolling on the ground in pain. It was a miserable scene. Su Mengyao was stunned the whole time. She had never seen such a scene before. She subconsciously looked at Xianghu and found that his expression was still calm, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 107 Throwing it into the trash. You knew they were going to take action? Su Mengyao couldn't help but ask. Xianghu nodded slightly, with a hint of indifference and mockery in his eyes. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. After saying that, he slowly walked in front of Zhao Kuan and looked down at him condescendingly. At this moment, Zhao Kuan had completely lost his previous arrogance. He covered his broken wrist and looked at Xianghu with horror. His mouth was trembling and he couldn't even speak. Xianghu, spare my life. His voice was trembling and his eyes were full of fear and despair. Xianghu sneered, shook his head, and looked teasing. Mercy? He bent down slightly, stared at Zhao Kuan, and spoke in a cold tone. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Zhao Kuan's lips were trembling. He was really scared and even forgot to beg for mercy. Xianghu chuckled. In the end, what happened? Did you get scared? Zhao Kuan was sweating profusely, and he finally realized what a stupid thing he had done tonight. I shouldn't have provoked Xianghu at all. This guy is not an ordinary rich second generation at all. Zhang, Master Zhang, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Zhao Kuan's voice was filled with tears. He suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately to beg for mercy. Please, let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Xianghu looked at him indifferently, without any emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at a dead dog. White evil. Exist. Throw this garbage into the trash can. Bai Sha smiled, narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. Okay. Then, he picked up Zhao Kuan with one hand and grabbed a gangster with the other hand, and threw him directly into the trash can next to him like a chicken. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen thugs were thrown into the trash can one after another. The scene was extremely funny. Xianghu clapped his hands, turned around lazily, and took Su Mengyau's little hand. Okay, let's go back to the hotel. Su Mengyao had not yet recovered from her shock and stared blankly at Xianghu. Then a strange blush appeared on her face and her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. And so, the whole night passed in silence. Xianghu and Zhao Linger walked into the classroom intimately, causing quite a stir. Although the students present had known that the two were together for a long time, they still couldn't help but feel envious and even jealous every time they saw Zhao Linger being so intimate with Xianghu. Beauty is only worthy of the strong. However, the strength that Xianghu has demonstrated during this period of time is enough to make everyone shut up. I thought he was just an ordinary college student, but I didn't expect him to be a hidden boss. Not only does he have super bodyguards like the black and white devils around him, he is also a super rich man. Who dares to mock such a person? Just as everyone was secretly sighing, the teacher came in, cleared his throat, and announced something important. Students from Jiangcheng Medical College will come to our school for exchanges today. Please be prepared. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom suddenly exploded. Fuck, Jiangcheng Medical College? That's the top medical school in the country. Yes, those who can get in are all geniuses. Our school's medical school is not even comparable to them. I heard that the students at Jiangcheng Medical College are very arrogant. After all, it is one of the top medical universities in the country. The students were talking about it, full of anticipation for this exchange, but also a little worried. These students from Jiangcheng Medical College are all elites with high aspirations. Compared to them, it is much better. I'm afraid that they will be looked down upon at this exchange meeting. Soon, the exchange group from Jiangcheng Medical College walked in a mighty procession. The leader was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored white shirt. He had an elegant temperament, but a look of pride. As soon as he came in, he quickly found Zhao Linger in the crowd. His eyes suddenly lit up and a happy smile appeared on his face. Zhao Linger, long time no see. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger frowned slightly, with a hint of impatience on her face. Of course she knew this man. The student union president of Jiangcheng Medical College, Gu Chen, is her high school classmate. When he was in high school, Gu Chen was a well-known academic master with a wealthy family and excellent academic performance. Because of this, his character became extremely arrogant and he looked down on almost everyone. When he was in high school, Gu Chen pursued Zhao Linger madly, but his superior attitude made Zhao Linger extremely disgusted, and she rejected him without hesitation. Unexpectedly, I met him again today. Zhao Linger responded coldly. Gu Chen was slightly stunned when he saw Zhao Linger's cold reaction, but he quickly regained his smile and looked at her gently with a hint of regret in his tone. I never thought you would choose Jiangcheng University. With your grades, you can definitely go to a better place. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom fell silent for a moment. What does this mean? The meaning is obvious. Jiangcheng University is too bad, not worthy of Zhao Linger. The students at the scene suddenly looked a little ugly. Although Jiangcheng University is not as good as Jiangcheng Medical College, it is also a good school. Isn't this guy too direct in his words? Zhao Linger's face also darkened. She hated it most when others told her what to do. She was about to speak, but Xianghu grabbed her hand. Xianghu's action made Gu Chen's gaze pause for a moment. Only then did he notice that Zhao Linger's hand was being held by Xianghu. He frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. You. Xianghu glanced at him indifferently with a calm expression. Classmate, can you please stop bothering my girlfriend? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole classroom suddenly became quiet. Gu Chen's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Zhao Linger in disbelief. You guys are together? Zhao Linger nodded without hesitation. Yes. Boom. Gu Chen's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He prided himself on being excellent and always felt that even if Zhao Linger didn't like him, she would never fall in love with anyone else. But who would have thought that she was actually with an ordinary college student? A nameless anger suddenly surged in Gu Chen's heart. But he is the student union president of Jiangcheng Medical College after all, and he cannot embarrass himself in such an occasion. He forced himself to suppress the resentment in his heart and managed to smile. I see. Congratulations. But his smile always revealed a hint of gritted teeth. Gu Chen's eyes fell on Xianghu and asked lightly. Classmate, judging from your temperament, you should be a sports student, right? Xianghu smiled. I'm half a sports student. I'm the captain of the basketball team. Although Xianghu was admitted to university based on his academic performance. But he, who used to be frail and sickly, fell in love with basketball in college. As he was tall, it was natural for him to become the captain of the basketball team of Jiangcheng University. Of course, Jiangcheng University's basketball team was not very good, so Xianghu could barely be considered a top player among the short guys. Gu Chen nodded slightly, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes, and his tone was neither salty nor bland. Basketball is a good sport that can keep you fit. However, planning for the future is the most important. He paused, pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, and spoke in a meaningful tone. For those of us who study medicine, we will cure diseases and save lives in the future. In comparison, playing basketball. Chapter 108. Are you very arrogant? When Gu Chen said this, he smiled and his tone became light. It's just a hobby after all. You can't make a living from it. The classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone understood what he meant. Xianghu is just a sports student with strong limbs but a simple mind. He has no future at all. And he, Gu Chen, is the future elite in the medical field. This seemingly unintentional contrast made everyone furious. Damn, what does this guy mean? What do you mean by basketball is just a hobby after all? Isn't that too much? He is mocking Xianghu for having no future in disguise. The students all frowned and looked unhappy. Zhao Linger's face turned even colder. She hated it most when others looked down on Xianghu. Xianghu just smiled faintly, looked at Gu Chen leisurely, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Oh? So you think your career has a bright future? Gu Chen had a confident smile on his face. Of course, being a doctor is a noble profession, saving lives and healing the wounded, which is incomparable to ordinary professions. Xianghu nodded slightly with a playful smile. Yes, being a doctor is indeed a noble profession. He looked at Gu Chen meaningfully and said casually. But what's noble is the profession, not the person. Gu Chen frowned, feeling that there was something wrong with what Xianghu said. He was about to say something else when the teacher suddenly spoke. Okay, everyone, please sit down first. Next, we will have a formal discussion. Gu Chen could only temporarily suppress his resentment and return to his seat. But his eyes always unconsciously fell on Xianghu, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. This guy is obviously a strong and muscular man, but why does he sound so weird when he speaks? The exchange meeting officially began, and student representatives from Jiangcheng Medical College were the first to take the stage to speak. The student on the stage was wearing a well-ironed suit and looked confident, with a sense of superiority in his words. He talked about the mission and future development of medical students, and even revealed a hint of contempt for Jiangcheng University. The students at Jiangcheng University all looked unhappy, but after all, he was a top student from a top medical school, and what he said was not wrong. They could not refute him and could only suppress their dissatisfaction. However, the students of Jiangcheng Medical College listened very comfortably, nodded frequently, and some even whispered. After all, we are Jiangcheng Medical College, not on the same level as Jiangcheng University. These people will at best be small clerks in the future. How can they compare with us? That is, look at the average salary of their majors. Can it compare with ours? When the students of Jiangcheng University heard these words, they felt even more aggrieved, but they could do nothing about it. After the students on the stage finished speaking, it was the turn of the student representatives from Jiangcheng University to speak. Although they had tried their best to speak elegantly and appropriately, they still lacked confidence. In front of the students from Xianghu Medical College, they were obviously less imposing. Until it was Xianghu's turn to go on stage. Xianghu was originally only going to say a few words on the stage as a representative of the basketball team. The school leaders had prepared a speech for him. The content was brief and basically consisted of some official rhetoric. But Xianghu noticed Gu Chun in the audience, with his contemptuous yet slightly complacent look, and he immediately felt that he needed to teach these guys a lesson. He sneered, opened the system mall, and directly spent 50,000 wish points to exchange for the God-level speech skill. Ding! The host successfully redeemed the God-level speech skill. Effect: make the host's speech very contagious, with clear logic and organization, accurately grasp the audience's psychology, and become the focus in any occasion. Xianghu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, walked up to the podium, gently put down the speech in his hand, and pushed it aside. The school leaders in the audience frowned slightly, not understanding what he was going to do. A hint of coldness appeared on Gu Chen's lips. He wanted to see what profound words the captain of the basketball team could say. Xianghu spoke slowly. Dear leaders, distinguished guests, students of Xianghu Medical College, and students of Xianghu University, hello everyone. He paused slightly, looked around the room, and spoke slowly and steadily. Today is a day worth remembering. Students from Xianghu Medical College came here to have academic and cultural exchanges with us. For us, this opportunity is both a learning experience and an encouragement. His tone was friendly. The students from Xianghu University nodded slightly, and the students from Xianghu Medical College also thought it was good. However, the subject suddenly changed. Just now, I listened to the speeches of several students from Xianghu Medical College and was deeply moved. You talked about your medical dreams and looked forward to your future development direction, which was really wonderful. But there is a question I must raise. The people in the audience were slightly stunned, and everyone's attention was instantly focused on Xianghu. You keep stressing that being a doctor is a noble profession, and that the future is about saving lives and healing the wounded, and you deserve respect. I agree. But is medicine really just an ivory tower? Are doctors really more noble than any other profession? His eyes were calm, yet sharp. I see that some people seem to have a wrong perception. It seems that, except for doctors, other professions are worthless. Even in your eyes, our Xianghu University students are nothing more than your future patients. As soon as these words were spoken, the students of Xianghu University were instantly excited, while the faces of the students of Xianghu Medical College changed slightly. Xianghu's voice became more steadier. Doctor is a great profession, that's right. But there are more great professions than just medicine. In this world, every profession has its value. Basketball players make the blood of the whole country boil. Engineers build tall buildings and create miracles. Scientists promote scientific and technological progress and make the country stronger. Businessmen make society and economy prosperous and bring employment opportunities to millions of people. In every industry, in every field, there are people who shine. Xianghu's voice carried a terrifying power. A doctor's duty is to cure illnesses and save lives, not to look down on others with a sense of professional superiority. He looked around, his eyes swept across the students of Xianghu Medical College, and finally landed on Gu Chen, smiling slightly. I believe that each of us has something to be proud of. True excellence does not need to be proven by pulling others down. The whole audience was silent. The students of Xianghu University opened their eyes wide, and then burst into warm applause. That's amazing. Xianghu said it so well. Damn it, I'm telling you what's really on my mind. You're just the mouthpiece I've been waiting for. That's right. Why should doctors be more noble than other professions? Chapter 109, A Reversal. That's absolutely right. I've never heard such a powerful speech. Newbie, when did Xianghu become so good at public speaking? The school leaders also looked at Xianghu in surprise. They never expected that he, a basketball team captain, could make such a high-level speech in such a short time. On the contrary, the students of Xianghu Medical College all looked unhappy. As for Gu Chen, the smile on his face had completely disappeared. He didn't expect that Xianghu could use this method to directly mock these high-ranking medical elites. What is even more frightening is that Xianghu not only did not deliberately elevate himself, but instead took the opportunity to elevate the entire student body of Xianghu University to a new level. At this moment, he realized that he had really underestimated this man. As soon as Xianghu returned to his seat, Zhao Linger immediately came over, her eyes full of admiration. She gently pulled Zhang Yu's arm and smiled sweetly. "You were so handsome just now. You spoke with such power." The classmates in the class also gathered around, each of them was extremely excited. They had never expected that Zhang Yu could say such shocking words in that kind of situation. "That's awesome, Zhang Yu. With your speaking skills, you can definitely participate in the national debate competition." "Is this still the taciturn Zhang Yu? He's like a completely different person. This brings honor to Jiangcheng University. Did you see the faces of those people at Jiangcheng Medical College? It feels so good." However, on the other side, the students of Jiangcheng Medical College looked unhappy and were feeling angry. Especially those arrogant students who looked down on Jiangcheng University were even more indignant and talked in low voices. "Isn't the captain of this basketball team a little too crazy? What does he mean? Does he really think he can compete with the students of Jiangcheng Medical College? That's right. That speech just now was clearly a slap in the face of our medical school. And now he's still so arrogant? No matter what, I have to teach this guy a lesson later." Gu Chen, who was sitting in the middle, had a gloomy face and became angrier the more he thought about it. He considered himself a genius and always thought that he would be able to pursue Zhao Linger sooner or later. However, Zhang Yu suddenly appeared and publicly declared his sovereignty, making him embarrassed on the spot. Now even his speech was crushed by this guy, he simply couldn't stand it. A few lackeys came over and whispered to fan the flames. "President, during the free discussion later, we must let him know that medical school is not a place where he can act wildly." Gu Chen's eyes turned slightly cold and he nodded lightly. "We'll see what happens later." At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Zhang Yu's mind. "Bite. Goddess radar is turned on, and a target that can be attacked is detected. Target person, Li Weiwei, campus beauty of Jiangcheng Medical College. Current situation, a medical genius at Jiangcheng Medical College, a veritable campus beauty, excellent in academics and talented, but physically weak and suffering from unexplained illnesses for a long time. Although he is a medical student and has come into contact with various famous doctors, his condition still cannot be cured. It is suspected that he has a special physical condition. Current favorability, 10 disgust. Reason, your speech just now made her dissatisfied with you. She thought you were targeting the medical school, and as a sports student, you are not qualified to comment on the medical field." Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows. "It's actually a negative number?" He glanced around and soon found a girl in a white dress in the crowd. The girl has extremely fair skin, a cool temperament, delicate facial features, and outstanding character. Even among the crowd of beauties at Jiangcheng Medical College, she stands out from the crowd. Li Weiwei. Interesting. Zhang Yu raised a smile, stood up and walked straight towards her. The people around were silent for a few seconds, and then everyone reacted with surprise on their faces. What is he going to do? No way? He's going to look for Li Weiwei? Oh my god, is this guy crazy? He just criticized our medical school on stage, and now he wants to seduce our school beauty? Too rampant. The students of Jiangcheng Medical College were all angry, and some even clenched their fists, wishing they could go up and stop Zhang Yu. Li Weiwei also noticed Zhang Yu's approach. She frowned slightly, looked at Zhang Yu coldly, and spoke in a cold voice. My classmate, what do you want to talk to me about? She had a very bad impression of Zhang Yu. The speech just now made her feel that this guy didn't respect them at all. What she hated most were those people who knew nothing about medicine but liked to meddle in other people's affairs. However, Zhang Yu seemed not to notice her coldness and continued to speak with a smile. Don't get me wrong, I saw that you didn't look very well just now, it seemed that. He looked at Li Weiwei carefully, his eyes slightly fixed, and continued. Cold body, insufficient blood and qi, occasional dizziness, and long-term fatigue, right? Li Weiwei's expression changed slightly and her brows furrowed even deeper. You. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and continued. It should be more than that. Your finger joints are slightly white, which means your blood circulation is not smooth. Also, I just noticed that the back of your neck seems to be tingling a lot, right? Li Weiwei's pupils shrank slightly. How could this guy know about her illness? The students of Jiangcheng Medical College were not happy and laughed. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? How dare you, a guy who plays football, pretend to be a doctor here? Don't be ridiculous. Who are you to comment on the physical condition of our medical school beauty? If being a doctor is so easy, then why would we learn it? You are the one showing off your proficiency in front of an expert. Gu Chen sneered. Student Xianghu, you should know yourself. Since you are a sports student, you should do what you should do. Medicine is not something you can talk about casually. Li Weiwei also regained her composure, her eyes were cold. I'm sorry, classmate. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need you to evaluate my physical condition. Xianghu shrugged indifferently with a faint smile on his lips. You don't have to resist so much. Believe it or not, I just said it casually. Having said that, he turned and left. Li Weiwei stood there in a daze, looking at Xianghu's back with a frown on her face. She has seen countless doctors for her health condition since she was a child, but none of them could completely cure it. She didn't believe that Xianghu understood medicine, but the symptoms he had just described were completely correct, which made her feel a little confused. The students of Jiangcheng Medical College were still angry and felt that Xianghu was too arrogant. Gu Chen sneered, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. This dog Xianghu is becoming more and more annoying. The lackey beside him said hurriedly. President, we can't let this guy continue to be so arrogant. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Don't worry, I will embarrass him later. Chapter 110, Send your face to the door. Afterwards, the activity continued. Time flies. Gu Chen suddenly smiled and clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Since everyone is so interested in medicine, why don't we organize an interesting interactive session to enhance everyone's understanding of medicine? His voice was neither hurried nor slow, and he seemed like a well-intentioned senior who cared about the growth of his juniors. Since this is an academic exchange meeting, we, the students of Jiangcheng Medical College, must naturally fulfill our responsibilities. He looked around, his tone full of confidence. So, I decided to hold a little prize contest. Everyone looked at him with curious expressions. Gu Chen smiled and continued. The rules of the game are very simple. Anyone can participate. I will ask medical questions. If anyone can answer correctly, they can get a free consultation from me. When these words came out, many people were excited. Although many people dislike the students of Jiangcheng Medical College, they have to admit that they are indeed the top medical students in the country, especially Gu Chen. He is a prominent figure in Jiangcheng Medical College and is extremely talented in the field of medicine. It is simply not affordable for ordinary people to ask him to see a doctor on a normal day. This feels good. A medical genius of this level wants to check my pulse for free. This is indeed a great opportunity. Although he must have done this to show off, it's a rare opportunity. The Jiangcheng University students present at the event were talking about the topic. Although most people could see that Gu Chen's main purpose was to show off his medical skills, it was undeniable that this event was a rare opportunity for them. Soon, people started signing up one after another, and the atmosphere on the scene was boosted and became extremely lively. At the same time, Xianghu still looked lazy. He sat in his seat, talking and laughing with Zhao Linger, with no intention of participating at all. Xianghu has no interest in these boring things at all. After all, the miraculous medical skills rewarded to him by the system far exceeded the level of these so-called geniuses in medical schools. How could he compete with them in medical skills? It's a complete waste of time. However, when Gu Chen saw Xianghu's attitude, he became more certain of his guess. He sneered and thought to himself. Oh, sure enough, he's just a poser. Just now, he was pretending to be mysterious in front of Li Weiwei, as if he really knew medical skills, but now he doesn't even dare to participate in a simple medical quiz? What does this prove? It proves that he doesn't understand medicine at all. He was just talking nonsense. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's mouth corners slightly curled up, a meaningful smile appeared on his face, and he slowly walked to Xianghu's side. Student Xianghu. Xianghu raised his head and glanced at him indifferently. What's up? Gu Chen smiled gently, with a hint of deliberate compliment in his tone. Your speech just now was very good. It showed extraordinary insights. You can even see Li Weiwei's physical condition from a medical perspective. So, I think, with your intelligence, you should also know something about medicine. He paused and continued. It just so happens that I think you are very suitable to participate in this prize competition. After these words were spoken, everyone around was silent for a moment, and then they all showed a playful expression. Of course they could see that Gu Chen was flattering Xianghu. What's the meaning? Xianghu just said a few words casually, and now Gu Chen is leading him in the direction of a medical genius. It is obvious that he wants to make him look bad in front of everyone. Everyone knows that Xianghu is a sports student, and there is no way he can answer medical questions. If Xianghu refused, it would mean that he was just pretending and had no knowledge of medicine at all. If Xianghu participated but couldn't answer the questions, it would be even worse. He would make a fool of himself in public and get slapped in the face. Zhao Linger saw through Gu Chen's intention at the first moment, and immediately frowned and her face turned cold. Gu Chen, what do you mean? Her tone was unfriendly and she was obviously a little angry. Gu Chen still maintained a gentle smile and spoke in an extremely sincere tone. I don't mean anything. I just simply think that Xianghu is such an outstanding student, he shouldn't refuse this activity, right? His words were flawless. He neither directly humiliated Xianghu nor showed any hostility. However, it made people feel that if Xianghu did not participate, he would not dare to accept the challenge. The students at Jiangcheng University were also somewhat unhappy. It was obvious that Gu Chen was deliberately targeting Xianghu. This guy is really smiling but hiding a knife behind his smile. Xianghu just won the speech against him, he must be holding his breath. But then again, does Xianghu really understand medicine? Just as everyone was waiting for Xianghu's response, Xianghu smiled slightly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Are you sure you want me to participate? Gu Chen smiled and nodded. Certainly. If you feel you are not good at it, you can refuse. We won't force you. He said this, but his attitude was clear between the lines. If Xianghu refuses, it means he is guilty and dares not participate. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xianghu, waiting for his answer. Xianghu sneered, slowly stood up, and spoke in an indifferent tone. Okay, since you are so sincere in inviting me, I will participate. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Fuck, Xianghu really agreed? Is he crazy? He is courting death. No way? He really knows medicine? Gu Chen was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Xianghu would actually dare to accept the challenge. The students of Jiangcheng University were all stunned, and many of them had worried expressions on their faces. Xianghu, really want to participate? This is a medical question. Can he do it? He's just an ordinary college student, facing off against the president of a medical school, isn't this asking for trouble? Many people couldn't help but whisper, and some even began to persuade Xianghu. Brother, this guy Gu Chen is deliberately trying to trick you, you don't have to agree to it. Yeah, medicine is not something you can understand casually, there's no need to argue with him. In contrast, the students of Jiangcheng Medical College seemed very excited, and they looked at Xianghu with teasing and mockery in their eyes. Ha, you really dare to accept the challenge. I guess he's just trying to save face. If he can't answer later, it will be really embarrassing. Just now you were pretending to be sophisticated, but now you're exposed. What do you think? If he can't answer any of the questions later, will his face turn green? Gu Chen had a faint smile on his lips and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that Xianghu would find an excuse to refuse, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually dare to agree. Chapter 111. Why aren't you laughing? Ha, since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. Gu Chen sneered in his heart, then waved his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. Since Xianghu is willing to participate, let's get started. At the same time, Li Weiwei was sitting on the other side of the medical school, her eyes flickering slightly and her brows involuntarily frowned. She had a very bad impression of Xianghu to begin with. The speech just now had already made her very uncomfortable. Now seeing that he even dared to participate in a medical quiz, she couldn't help but feel contempt for him. This guy is too arrogant. She has been weak and sickly since childhood. Although she studied medicine, her physical condition could never be cured. Her illness was not an ordinary medical problem, but rather some strange physical condition. Over the years, she had consulted countless doctors, even the top experts in Jiangcheng, but there had been no improvement. She also understands that modern medicine is not omnipotent. And just now, a sports student dared to discuss his own illness. Do you still have the audacity to participate in medical quizzes? She couldn't help but snorted coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. You really don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Several students from Jiangcheng Medical College nearby were also whispering. Weiwei, what do you think? Li Weiwei said lightly. Nothing to see. She had no interest in this brainless and arrogant guy. But, watching him make a fool of himself later can be considered a little entertainment. On the other side, Zhao Linger couldn't help but squeezed Xianghu's hand and whispered. Xianghu, do you really want to participate? Of course she believed in Xianghu's ability, but medicine and basketball are completely different. No matter how good Xianghu is, he can never compare with medical school students in medicine. Xianghu smiled slightly, speaking in a casual tone. Don't worry. Seeing his confident look, Zhao Linger still felt a little uneasy, but she couldn't say anything more and could only sigh softly. Okay, then you do your best. Soon, the competition officially began. Gu Chun stood on the podium and smiled slightly. I will ask a few medical questions, and everyone can answer them freely. Those who answer correctly will get a free consultation. After saying that, he looked around, his eyes fell lightly on Xianghu, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Student Xianghu, are you ready? Xianghu leaned lazily on the back of his chair and said lightly. Let us get started. Gu Chen nodded slightly, his eyes flashed slightly, and then he spoke slowly. First question, what are the main functions of the human liver? As soon as he finished speaking, many medical students raised their hands. I know. The main functions of the human liver include detoxification, metabolism, synthesis, storage, and immune regulation. Gu Chen nodded. Correct answer. The students of Jiangcheng University were stunned. This kind of question was indeed a bit professional and they couldn't get a word in. Zhao Linger frowned slightly and looked at Xianghu. Can you really? Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said lazily. It's so easy. Soon, the second problem arose. Excuse me, what diseases can a lack of vitamin C cause? Once again, the medical students scrambled to answer. Scurvy. Correct. The students of Jiangcheng University had completely lost confidence. They simply could not understand these things. Even some of the top students could not get a word in. The third question was still a professional medical question, and was still easily answered by medical students. Watching these rounds of competition, Gu Chen sneered in his heart. Ha, now you realize your ignorance, right? He slowly looked at Xianghu and raised his eyebrows slightly. Student Xianghu, are you still not going to answer? Xianghu raised his eyelids and spoke in a light tone. Because I haven't come across a problem that interests me yet. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene was silent for half a second, and then a burst of laughter broke out. Ha, this guy is really good at pretending. You can't even answer the most basic medical questions, and you're still pretending to be so knowledgeable? I think he doesn't dare to answer at all. The students from the medical school started to sneer, and Li Weiwei even sneered. This kind of person is really shameless. Gu Chen did not rush to continue asking questions, but spoke slowly. In that case, let me ask a more challenging question. He narrowed his eyes slightly, with a faint smile on his lips. Excuse me, in modern medicine, which disease is called the silent killer? As soon as this question was asked, the faces of many medical students changed immediately. This question is much more difficult than the previous basic questions. After all, the term silent killer does not correspond to only one disease, but has many different interpretations. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Gu Chen smiled slightly and his eyes fell on Xianghu again. Student Xianghu, aren't you waiting for a question of interest? Can you answer this question? Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Xianghu. The students of Jiangcheng University were also a little nervous and were secretly sweating. Can Xianghu answer this? Under everyone's nervous gaze, Xianghu raised his eyes slightly, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his voice was calm and confident. There are many answers, depending on which situation you are referring to. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent. Then, everyone was stunned. The medical students were originally waiting to see him make a fool of himself. After all, he did not answer the previous few questions at all. Now facing a more advanced medical question, how dare he say this? Gu Chen was also slightly stunned. He originally thought that Xianghu would definitely not be able to answer the question directly, and might even tell a joke for everyone to laugh at. He didn't expect this guy to directly say there are many answers. In an instant, the students in the medical school frowned, feeling that something was wrong. What's the meaning? There are many answers? This question does involve multiple symptoms, but generally speaking, we only have one default answer. Gu Chen came back to his senses, his eyes flashed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He wanted to see whether Xianghu was just pretending or he really had something. Oh? Then tell me, what disease does the silent killer refer to? His tone was light, with a hint of temptation and sarcasm. Xianghu smiled slightly, glanced calmly at the audience, and then spoke slowly. The title of silent killer actually refers to many diseases that have been given this title, such as hypertension, diabetes, coronary heart disease, chronic kidney disease, and even pancreatic cancer. From an epidemiological perspective, hypertension is undoubtedly the most common answer, because it has almost no early symptoms, and many people only find out they are ill after complications occur. Chapter 112, Continue to Deceive Yourself. And if you look at it from an oncology perspective. Xianghu kept talking like a machine gun. Finally, he concluded. So? Xianghu's eyes were indifferent, with a slight smile on his lips. What kind of silent killer do you mean? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. The students of Jiangcheng University were shocked. The medical students were dumbfounded. Even Gu Chen himself froze the smile on his face. This guy actually got the answer right? Not only did he answer correctly, but his answers were also very comprehensive and even more professional than many medical school students. After the students of Jiangcheng University realized what was happening, they burst into exclamations. Fuck! You can answer this? Xianghu is awesome. I thought he wouldn't be able to answer it, but I didn't expect he knows more than the students in the medical school? The students were discussing excitedly, their eyes filled with shock. However, the faces of the students of Jiangcheng Medical College became extremely ugly at this moment. They thought Xianghu would be embarrassed, but not only did this guy not embarrass himself, but he slapped them in the face with a perfect answer. Especially Gu Chen, his face had turned completely dark. He originally wanted to praise Xianghu to death, but he didn't expect that Xianghu actually understood it? How is this possible? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then smiled faintly. It seems that Xianghu has some knowledge of medicine, but these are just some basic knowledge and cannot represent anything. He said it casually, as if he wanted to let the matter go. However, Xianghu smiled lightly and spoke in a light tone. Oh? Basic knowledge? He looked at Gu Chen with a playful smile on his face. Then I am a little curious. According to your standards, what kind of knowledge is not considered basic? Gu Chen's heart sank suddenly. He is very secretive and very eloquent. Who is this basketball captain? Gu Chen listened to the discussions around him and his eyes flashed slightly. Student Xianghu, I didn't expect you to know something about medicine. Your answer just now is really interesting. He paused, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said meaningfully. However, in any industry, there is always the situation where outsiders watch the excitement while insiders watch the details. People like us who study medicine sometimes encounter folk doctors who may have some unique insights into certain diseases. Of course, medicine is a rigorous discipline, and just a few questions can't prove anything. When the medical students around heard this, they all nodded and their expressions softened a little. That's right, maybe this guy just happened to answer one question correctly. That's right. We have been studying medicine for so many years. What kind of situations have we not seen? Some people think they can do anything just because they know a little bit. He's just the captain of the basketball team. Can he really compare with us in terms of medical knowledge? The students of Jiangcheng University were originally excited by Zhang Yu's brilliant answer, but after hearing these words, their hearts sank slightly. After all, Zhang Yu is indeed a sports student, not a medical major. Maybe the answer just now was just good luck? That question just now might just be a coincidence. Yes, Zhang Yu is indeed amazing, but he is not a professional after all. Although Gu Chen is annoying, what he said is not completely unreasonable. Listening to the discussions around him, Gu Chen's lips curled up slightly in an imperceptible smile. He knew very well that Zhang Yu's answer just now had shocked the whole audience and had somewhat shaken his position in the eyes of his medical school classmates. What he had to do was to make everyone rebuild their trust in him and completely suppress Zhang Yu. So, he smiled slightly and spoke in a gentle but unquestionable voice. Since everyone has so much confidence in Zhang Yu, why don't we do another question? The students of Jiangcheng University were slightly stunned, while the students of the medical school immediately perked up. That's right. If you're really capable, why don't you try to answer it correctly again? He must have been lucky just now. Now here's another difficult question. Let's see how he can answer it. Basketball captain? Ha, stop kidding. Gu Chen looked at Zhang Yu calmly, speaking in a slow and unhurried tone. Student Zhang Yu, since you performed so well just now, why don't we try more difficult questions? He paused slightly and spoke slowly. Excuse me, the patient has difficulty breathing, chest tightness, wheezing can be heard when auscultating the lungs, and shortness of breath. What disease is most likely to be in this situation? This question involves the scope of clinical medicine diagnosis and is more difficult than the previous silent killer. The eyes of the medical students present lit up and they immediately felt confident. Oomph, let's see how he answers now. This is not something that can be found simply by searching on Baidu. It requires certain clinical experience. Senior Gu Chun chose a brilliant question. For a moment, the students of the medical school all showed proud smiles, as if they had seen Xianghu's embarrassment as he could not answer the question. The students at Jiangcheng University also became nervous. Zhao Linger subconsciously grabbed Xianghu's hand, frowned slightly, and whispered, "Xianghu, forget it, this question is too difficult." She was really a little worried. Although Zhang Yu's answer just now surprised her, after all, he was not studying medicine. Zhang Yu's lips curled up slightly, his expression remained calm. Fine. After saying that, he raised his head slightly, looked at Guchen calmly, and spoke slowly. Asthma. The whole audience fell silent. Everyone was stunned. That's it, the answer? Guchen was also stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly. Are you sure? Zhang Yu nodded lightly. That's right. The students in the medical school were stunned at first, and then someone sneered. Is that all? Ha ha ha, is this true? I am dying of laughter. They actually just said asthma? Isn't that too arbitrary? Senior just gave a few symptoms, and he jumped to a conclusion so quickly? Gu Chun also smiled and shook his head. Student Zhang Yu, your answer is too hasty. He raised his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. The symptoms I just described are indeed somewhat similar to asthma, but isn't it too arbitrary to draw conclusions based on just this information? If we follow your logic, how do we differentiate between asthma patients and patients with COPD, pulmonary edema, and cardiac asthma? As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the medical school burst into laughter. Sure enough, he is still too young. Chapter 113. It's your problem. I told you, that question was definitely a coincidence. Now it's exposed, right? Zhang Yu, you don't think that medical diagnosis is so simple, do you? The faces of the students at Jiangcheng University changed slightly, and the excitement just now was instantly replaced by worry. Oh no, it seems Zhang Yu really answered wrong? This question is too difficult. He is not a professional, so he will definitely not be able to beat the students from the medical school. Gu Chen really came prepared. Everyone thought that Zhang Yu was going to be severely slapped in the face this time, but Zhang Yu just smiled faintly and then slowly spoke. You're right. It's true that we can't 100% diagnose asthma based on symptoms alone. But don't forget, I said the most likely cause. In clinical diagnosis, we usually make a preliminary judgment based on medical history, symptoms, signs, etc., and then combine further examinations to confirm the diagnosis. You didn't mention your medical history or test results in your question just now, so with the limited information I provided, asthma is the most probabilistic answer. Having said that, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he looked at Gu Chun with a calm tone. If you are not satisfied with the answer, it only shows that there is something wrong with the way you asked the question. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly, and his smile froze instantly. The students in the medical school were stunned, and then they all frowned. Seems okay? Senior Gu Chen did not provide more medical history information. In this case, asthma is indeed the most reasonable answer. Could it be? Zhang Yu got the answer right again? When the students of Jiangcheng University realized what was happening, they immediately burst into warm cheers. Awesome! Ha 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 ha! Zhang Yu is so awesome! Holy crap, he actually knows medicine? Li Weiwei sat in the line of the medical school, her eyes always on Zhang Yu. Although she didn't say much during the question and answer session just now, she was not calm inside. Originally, she thought Zhang Yu was just a lucky layman who pretended to be good at one or two questions and deceived ordinary students who didn't know anything about the subject. But the answer just now, not only did he not reveal the truth, but he also perfectly counterattacked Gu Chun, and even Gu Chun could not refute it. This guy, does he really have some skills? She frowned slightly, feeling vaguely uneasy. Gu Chen's face had already become extremely ugly. He never expected that Zhang Yu actually answered two questions correctly in a row. Not only that, his answers were even more rigorous and professional than his own. If I let him continue like this, wouldn't I become a joke? But Guchen is Guchen after all. He is very scheming. Even if he is angry in his heart, he still has a smile on his face. He clapped slightly, looking at Xianghu deeply, his tone carrying a hint of inexplicable meaning. Student Xianghu, I didn't expect that you are not only good at sports, but also have solid medical knowledge. I am really impressed by you. He paused deliberately and stared deeply at Xianghu. But since you are so good at medicine, I have a more interesting question for you. Xianghu looked at him lazily, a faint smile on his lips, and his tone was nonchalant. Oh? What's the problem? Guchen smiled even more and spoke slowly. The patient had a persistent high fever with large fluctuations in body temperature. The highest temperature could reach 41 C, and he also had chills, sweating, dry skin, crimson lips, and rapid breathing. Please tell me what is the most likely cause. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue fell silent for a second. Then, the medical student's expressions changed slightly. This question is too difficult. If everyone could still answer the first two questions, then this one is no longer something that ordinary students can answer. It is a standard high-level clinical case analysis. This is something that is only covered in the third and fourth years of their medical studies. Even many students who have already entered the hospital for internship may not be able to make accurate judgments quickly. This question is too difficult, isn't it? Senior, you actually asked such a question? This involves advanced diagnostics. Without a certain amount of clinical experience, it is impossible to make an accurate judgment. Humph, that guy is definitely finished now. No matter how much he pretends, he won't be able to answer it. The students of Jiangcheng University could not understand the specific medical content, but they could see that the difficulty of this question had obviously increased a lot, and they were all filled with indignation. Damn! Isn't this too bullying? Guchen did it on purpose. He saw that Xianghu answered the first two questions correctly, so he deliberately found fault. This is obviously unfair. Damn, has this guy lost his dignity? Zhao Linger was also very angry. She glared at Guchen fiercely and whispered, Xianghu, ignore him, he's just looking for trouble on purpose. However, Xianghu still looked calm. He slowly raised his head and looked at Guchen calmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Can you answer such a difficult question yourself? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. The students in the medical school were stunned at first, and then some of them laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, he's scared. It seems like he has no other answer, so he deliberately asked the senior this question. Isn't this just typical bluffing? If you knew the answer, you would have done it long ago. Why do you still need to ask back? When Guchen heard Xianghu's words, the smile on his face became even more intense. He smiled slightly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Of course. After saying this, he pretended to think for a moment, then spoke slowly. Given the patient's symptoms, the most likely cause is gram-negative sepsis, because... Before he could finish his words, Xianghu interrupted him directly with an indifferent look. Wrong. In an instant, the whole place was quiet again. Everyone's eyes fell on Xianghu. The students from the medical school changed their expressions slightly, while the students from Jiangcheng University looked at Xianghu in shock. He actually directly said that Guchen was wrong? Guchen's smile froze for a moment, and then his eyes turned cold. You're saying I'm wrong? Xianghu nodded lightly. Your judgment is flawed. He tapped the table lightly, his tone calm. The patient's symptoms are indeed similar to those of sepsis, but if you really have enough clinical experience, you should know that in this case, the most likely cause is actually acute Pseudomonas pneumonia infection. And... He paused, a slight sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your analysis just now lacks the most crucial point: the patient's medical history. The whole place was dead silent. Guchen's expression suddenly changed. The students in the medical school were also stunned. After they recalled what had happened, someone suddenly exclaimed. That's right. Senior didn't mention the medical history just now. If the patient has underlying diseases, such as chronic lung disease or low immunity, it is indeed more likely to be an acute Pseudomonas pneumonia infection. Chapter 114, More Professional Than Top Students. They thought Guchen could give a perfect answer, but in the end, it was Xianghu who gave a more accurate answer? Although the students of Jiangcheng University did not know much about medicine, they became excited when they saw the reaction from the medical school. Damn! Xianghu got it right again? Is this true? Awesome. Gu Chen was completely slapped in the face this time, right? Zhao Linger also clenched her fists excitedly, and her eyes flashed with admiration as she looked at Xianghu. Gu Chen's face turned completely gloomy. He stared at Xianghu intently, his heart in turmoil. Who is this guy? Why does he understand medicine better than me? Gu Chen's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he, a genius of Jiangqing Medical College, would be slapped in the face by a basketball team captain in just a few minutes. But no matter how unwilling he was, the situation on the scene was completely out of his control. He tried hard to force a smile, trying to save some face, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Student Xianghu is really amazing. It seems that all the students of Jiangqing Medical College have been taught a lesson by you today. But, your answer just now is not bad, but it is just a coincidence, right? Medicine is a systematic science, and you can't think you are superior to others just because of a few lucky breaks. You Jiangqing University students don't really think that he knows more about medicine than all of us, do you?" The students at Jiangqing University were immediately shocked. "Gu Chen, what do you mean by this? Xianghu's answer just now was clearly correct, but you said it was just luck? What about you? You answered wrong. Why don't you say it's because you didn't learn the skills well enough? That's right, if you lose, you lose. Can you stop being so sour? Is this the style of study at Jiangqing Medical College? It really opens my eyes." The students of Jiangqing University were outraged, and even the school leaders looked unhappy. Gu Chen's actions just now were obviously intended to find fault, but he was completely slapped in the face by Xianghu. Now he wants to get away with it by relying on rhetoric. Who can't see that? The students of Jiangqing Medical College looked unhappy, and some even complained in a low voice. This is so embarrassing. Senior Gu Chen was actually crushed by a basketball team captain. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. Gu Chen is trying to trick us. Sure, don't talk nonsense. But it is true that Gu Chen is a little embarrassed this time. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly strange, a voice suddenly sounded and broke the deadlock. Li Weiwei stood up, stared at Xianghu sharply, and walked over slowly. "Xianghu, you are awesome." Her voice was calm, without any emotion, but there was a hint of inquiry in her eyes. "But I'm curious, where did you learn your medical skills? Logically speaking, you're a sports student, you shouldn't know these things." Everyone fell silent. Yes, this is also the question in everyone's mind. How could a basketball team captain know more about medicine than the genius students of Jiangqing Medical College? Xianghu smiled casually, his tone indifferent. "Nothing. My family knows a little bit about Chinese medicine, so I learned a little bit from them." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. What? His family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine? No wonder he has such a deep understanding of medicine. So it's a family tradition, no wonder he's so good. The students of Jiangqing University were all amazed, while the students of Jiangqing Medical College sneered with disdain on their faces. "Oh, Chinese medicine? I thought it was some expert who gave me advice, but it turns out that he is studying Chinese medicine? No wonder he is so eloquent. Isn't Chinese medicine based on talking? We are discussing modern medicine here. He is using traditional Chinese medicine to fool people? Ridiculous." The students of Jiangqing Medical College sneered, their faces full of sarcasm and contempt. Li Weiwei's eyes also showed a hint of contempt. She really thought Xianghu had some ability, but he turned out to be a Chinese medicine doctor? She sneered. "No wonder your answer just now was so fluent, it turns out you relied on that deceptive theory." Xianghu narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression remained unchanged, but his gaze gradually turned cold. The students of Jiangqing University were so angry that they refuted one after another. "What do you mean? What's wrong with traditional Chinese medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine is the treasure of our country. That's right, don't look down on Chinese medicine. Do you really think that what you learn is the most correct? Don't think you are great just because you know a little bit of Western medicine. Chinese medicine focuses on overall conditioning. There are many difficult and complicated diseases that Western medicine cannot solve." However, the students of Jiangqing Medical College still showed disdain. "Ha, with your level of knowledge, you still dare to discuss medicine with us? What a joke. Western medicine is the mainstream of modern medicine. Chinese medicine is just a scam to deceive old men and women. After all, what can Chinese medicine do? Can it perform surgery? Can it cure cancer? The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense, and students from both sides argued with each other until their faces turned red. Xianghu's expression remained calm, but his eyes became increasingly cold. Li Weiwei also gained confidence. She had always disliked Xianghu's arrogance, and now she seized the opportunity and said coldly, "Since you say you know medicine, why not prove it?" Xianghu sneered, his tone indifferent. "Why?" The whole audience was silent. No one expected that Xianghu would directly refuse. Li Weiwei frowned, her tone hinting at provocation. "Why? Don't you dare?" Xianghu shrugged and said with a smile, "It's not that I don't dare, but that there is no need. Why should I prove myself to you? I have just proved my ability with facts. Why do you, Jiangcheng Medical College, continue to find fault after losing?" The students of Jiangcheng University immediately cheered loudly. "Yes. Why should Xianghu continue to prove it? You guys really can't afford to lose. If you lose, just admit it and don't stay here and refuse to leave. Damn it, how shameless. You can't even answer the question yourself, and now you want to make things difficult for Xianghu?" The students of Jiangcheng Medical College looked grim. Being surrounded by so many people, they didn't know how to continue speaking. Li Weiwei's face changed slightly. She didn't expect Xianghu to be so stubborn and even ignored her challenge. She narrowed her eyes and suddenly changed her strategy. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. "Xianghu, I know why you don't want to answer." Xianghu raised his eyebrows. Li Weiwei chuckled with a playful tone. "You must want to pick me up, right?" The whole audience was silent for a moment, and then, "What? Did I hear correctly? What did Li Weiwei say? Oh my god. This woman, what kind of vicious words are she using?" The faces of the students from Jiangcheng Medical College changed, and they all looked at Li Weiwei in disbelief, while the students from Jiangcheng University widened their eyes, having never expected the situation to turn out like this. Zhao Linger's expression became complicated in an instant. She bit her lips and glared at Li Weiwei fiercely, feeling a sour feeling in her heart. Chapter 115. The goddess is giving it her all. Li Weiwei, on the other hand, looked at Xianghu with full confidence. There was a hint of provocation in her voice. "Student Xianghu, you approached me just now, you must want my contact information, right? Since you are unwilling to answer the question, let us try another approach." She gently played with her long hair, her tone teasing. "As long as you are willing to accept my challenge, I will give you my phone number." Wow! The whole audience exploded instantly. What the hell? What's going on? Li Weiwei actually offered to give Xianghu her phone number? Is she crazy? The students of Jiangcheng Medical College were completely stunned, and the students of Jiangcheng University were also bewildered. This development was completely beyond everyone's expectations. After hearing what Li Weiwei said, Xianghu couldn't help laughing. This woman is indeed cold and direct, exactly like the stereotype of medical girls. It is said that women who study medicine are cold-minded, used to birth, aging, sickness and death, and have no worldly desires towards people. It seems that Li Weiwei is this type. Her tone was calm, her expression was cold, and she looked superior, as if she was giving Xianghu alms, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with the conditions she proposed. All the students in the audience were shocked, especially the boys from Jiangcheng Medical College, whose eyes almost popped out of their heads. What? Li Weiwei is willing to give him her phone number? Oh my god. This is the campus beauty of our medical school. She never takes boys seriously. Xianghu is such a lucky guy. Is there any need to think about this? I would have just agreed to it. The students of Jiangcheng University were also in an uproar. Although they were not from the same school, they had all heard of this goddess in the medical school. They all knew how cold and beautiful this goddess was. There was almost no man who could make her look at him straight in the eye. Unexpectedly, now she actually offered to use her own number as a bet. Everyone believed that Xianghu would definitely agree. However, no one expected that Xianghu would just smile slightly and utter two words lightly. No. The air suddenly became quiet for 3 seconds. Everyone was stunned. Did I hear you right? Xianghu refused? Are you kidding? This is Li Weiwei. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? The students of Jiangcheng Medical College were dumbfounded, and even the students of Jiangcheng University were surprised. They never expected that Xianghu would refuse such a good opportunity. Even Li Weiwei herself was stunned for a moment. She originally thought that Xianghu approached her because he must be interested in her, so she threw out this bait, hoping that Xianghu would take the bait. But this guy actually refused? Her expression changed slightly, her brows slightly frowned, and she looked at Xianghu coldly. What do you mean? Xianghu raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly. My meaning is very clear. You think you are very attractive? You're making a fool of me and just giving me a phone number? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and then the entire venue was filled with uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha, Xianghu is so cruel. Awesome. You actually dare to confront Li Weiwei. That's so refreshing. Fuck, that's awesome. The students of Jiangcheng University burst into laughter, especially those who were dissatisfied with the arrogance of Jiangcheng Medical College, who laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. After all, Li Weiwei usually looks like a cool goddess. There are countless boys chasing after her, but she never speaks nicely to anyone. Now she took the initiative to ask for her phone number, but Xianghu rejected her outright and even asked her, "Do you think you are very charming?" This is simply a slap in the face. The students of Jiangcheng Medical College looked unhappy and glared at Xianghu. Li Weiwei was also completely stunned. She never thought that one day she would be treated like this by someone, and that the other person's status and position was far different from hers. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her face a little cold. Then why did you approach me just now? Xianghu smiled leisurely and said lightly. A doctor's heart is full of compassion. Everyone was stunned again. Xianghu continued, his tone calm. I saw that you looked unwell and thought that you had a hidden illness and had been tortured for too long, so I wanted to remind you out of sympathy. The entire venue fell into deathly silence in an instant. The students of Jiangcheng Medical College stood there in a daze, their mouths slightly open, looking incredulous. The students of Jiangcheng University also looked at Xianghu in shock, and some even couldn't help rubbing their ears, thinking they had heard it wrong. Fuck this, why does this sound so awesome? A doctor with a kind heart? What kind of god is this Xianghu? Damn, he really dares to say that. Just now someone gave him his phone number and he directly refused. Now he says he is pitying the other person? Too cruel, too cruel. The students of Jiangcheng Medical College looked extremely unhappy. Li Weiwei's face also turned completely cold. She had just tried to embarrass Xianghu on purpose, but unexpectedly, Xianghu outwitted her instead and she instantly became the object of pity. She is such a proud woman, how could she accept such humiliation? Her tone was extremely cold. Student Xianghu, you are so arrogant. Xianghu was still smiling leisurely. Thank you. The students of Jiangcheng Medical College finally couldn't bear it anymore and stood up one by one to denounce Xianghu. Xianghu, don't be so arrogant. That's right. Who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate Senior Li? Ha, the competition just now was just a coincidence. Are you getting carried away now? Are all of you Jiangcheng University people so arrogant? You only answered a few questions correctly because of your good luck. Do you really think you are so great? The students of Jiangcheng Medical College were outraged. They were already upset because they were crushed by Xianghu in the previous question and answer session, and now Xianghu dared to humiliate their school beauty like this, which made them furious. When the students of Jiangcheng University saw the scene, they were also unhappy and stood up one by one to fight back. Damn it, you guys just can't afford to lose. What do you mean by good luck? Every question Xianghu answered was correct. How can it be a coincidence? That's right. You people from Jiangcheng Medical College, it's fine if you can't afford to lose, but you're so sensitive? You start to blame others when you lose so badly? So when you lose, Xianghu is lucky, and when you win, it's just natural? The students from both sides quarreled fiercely, and the atmosphere in the whole venue suddenly became tense. Gu Chen's face was extremely gloomy, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. He originally just wanted to take this opportunity to humiliate Xianghu. Not only did it fail to humiliate them, but it also put the entire Jiangcheng Medical College in a passive position. Even Li Weiwei was humiliated by Xianghu. Chapter 116 Because I am a compassionate doctor. This Xianghu must not be allowed to stay. Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and sneered. Student Xianghu, since you are so confident, why don't we continue the competition? Xianghu glanced at him and said lightly. No more comparison. The whole place fell silent again. The students of Jiangcheng University laughed out loud, while the students of Jiangcheng Medical College blushed. They were all very angry but could not say anything to refute. Xianghu had completely crushed them. No matter how much they provoked him, they ignored him, which made them look even more clownish. Li Weiwei's face was gloomy and uncertain. She stared at Xianghu with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. Who on earth is this guy? But, for the reputation of the college. Li Weiwei's eyes turned cold, she gritted her teeth, and suddenly made a bold decision. Good. Her voice was clear and firm, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, not understanding what she meant by her sudden voice. Li Weiwei took a deep breath, fixed her eyes on Xianghu, and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Since you are a kind-hearted doctor, let's make a bet. What's the bet? Xianghu looked at her with a smile. Li Weiwei said slowly. If you can diagnose my illness accurately, I will agree to all my requests. Boom! The entire venue exploded again. Everyone was stunned by this sentence. Did I hear correctly? What did Senior Li say? Is she willing to agree to all of Xianghu's requests? Isn't this a big gamble? The students of Hangzhou Medical College were also stunned. They knew that Li Weiwei had always been cold and arrogant, and even the best boys in Hangzhou Medical College had not been able to pursue her. But today, she actually took the initiative to say such words? The students at Jiangcheng University were even more excited, and they all started to cheer and shout. Xianghu! Promise it now! Where can I find such a good thing? Senior Li is so beautiful, she said, so, buddy, don't be scared. This. Zhao Linger frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Gu Chen's face looked extremely ugly at this moment, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Is Li Weiwei crazy? Why would she say that? However, he changed his mind and sneered in his heart. No, she has a reason for doing this. There's no way this kid can answer correctly. Li Weiwei is just trying to bait him. When he gets the answer wrong, the college's reputation will be restored. The students of Hangzhou Medical College thought the same thing, and they all excitedly whispered. Now we're going to have some fun. Senior Li is so smart. She must have known that Xianghu couldn't diagnose her disease, so she deliberately used this method to force him into a dead end. Ha, this kid is finished this time. When Xianghu heard what Li Weiwei said, his eyebrows raised slightly and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This woman is really cruel. On the surface, she was giving herself a chance to challenge herself, but in reality she was making a fool of herself in front of everyone. If she failed to make the diagnosis, not only would she be able to save the reputation of the medical school, but she would also be able to completely suppress her own arrogance and even make her classmates at Jiangcheng University disappointed in her. After all, his medical performance just now had made the students of Jiangcheng University extremely proud. If he failed at this moment, it would be like falling from the peak to the bottom and being severely slapped in the face. It was a risky move, but I have to say that Li Weiwei was very smart and scheming. The students around were immediately excited. The students from Hangzhou Medical College were all very excited. They had already lost their temper due to Xianghu's previous performance, and now they finally found an opportunity. Ha 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 ha. Xianghu is dead. Does this kid really dare to agree? If he does, he's courting death. Even the dean is helpless against senior sister Li's illness. Who does he think he is? The reincarnation of Hua Tuo? Just wait and see, he won't dare to agree. Xianghu smiled, looked at Li Weiwei with a playful look, and spoke slowly. Oh? You agree to any request? Li Weiwei looked at him indifferently with a calm tone. That's right. Xianghu's eyes showed more interest and he nodded. That's interesting. I agree. Boom. The whole audience was in an uproar. Is this kid crazy? He actually agreed to it. Ha ha ha, he's finished, he's dead. This is a losing game. How dare he be so arrogant? A sneer appeared on Gu Chen's lips. He originally thought that Xianghu was a smart man and would directly refuse, but he didn't expect that this guy actually dared to agree. It seemed that he had no idea how difficult Li Weiwei's disease was to treat. Okay, then I'll make you completely lose face. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. At this moment, Li Weiwei's eyes became even colder. She originally thought that Xianghu would find an excuse to shirk his responsibility, but she didn't expect that he would actually dare to take the bet. This surprised her a little, but also made her more certain that Xianghu was just a guy who was good at talking and there was no way he could diagnose her illness. Thinking of this, she said in a cold tone. Then let's get started. Xianghu walked forward slowly with a faint smile on his face. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone held their breath, staring at the scene. Xianghu stood in front of Li Weiwei, his eyes fell on her face and looked at her carefully. Her skin is whiter than that of ordinary people, but it is not the healthy kind of white. Instead, it is a slightly pale, sickly white. Her eyes were bright, with a hint of indifference and alienation, but if you looked closely, you could see a hint of tiredness hidden deep in them. He smiled and slowly extended his hand. Give me your hand. Li Weiwei frowned slightly, showing some resistance, but still stretched out her hand. Xianghu gently held her wrist, and felt a slightly cool touch on his palm. He placed his fingertips lightly on her pulse, closed his eyes, and carefully felt her pulse. The students around stared at this scene intently, and the students of Hangzhou Medical College all had sarcastic smiles on their faces. Does this guy really think he can take a pulse? Even a professor in our college wouldn't dare to claim that he can tell what's wrong with Senior Li just by feeling her pulse. How dare he, a sports student, pretend to be like that? Just wait and see him make a fool of himself. Time passed little by little, and Xianghu still had his eyes closed, looking focused, as if he was completely immersed in the diagnosis. Li Weiwei's wrist was held by him, and she felt his body temperature, and she couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart. She had been in poor health since she was a child. Although she studied medicine, she was unable to cure her illness. Neither Western medical tests nor Chinese medical diagnoses can accurately identify the cause of the disease. This also led her to sneer at the so-called miracle doctors. Chapter 117 I Can Cure Your Disease. But at this moment, Xianghu held her wrist with a focused expression and she inexplicably developed a sense of anticipation? Impossible. Li Weiwei secretly warned herself in her heart, this guy is just a basketball team captain, how could he really know medicine? However, at the moment when her mind was wavering, Xianghu opened his eyes, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Interesting. Li Weiwei was slightly stunned. What do you see? Xianghu gently put down her hand and said lightly. You've been sickly since childhood. The doctor diagnosed you with an immune system problem, but they never found the exact cause, right? Li Weiwei's expression changed slightly. How do you know? The students of Hangzhou Medical College were also stunned, and even Gu Chen frowned. How did this guy know? Xianghu continued. You've taken a lot of tonics, but they don't work very well. Sometimes, you even feel worse after taking the medicine. Li Weiwei's pupils shrank slightly. This time, she was completely shocked. Because what Xianghu said is completely right. That was the reason for her illness. She had taken countless supplements since she was a child, but they had no effect at all. Sometimes, the more she took the supplements, the weaker she became. But the doctors couldn't find the reason. This guy, how could he possibly know? The students of Hangzhou Medical College were also a little confused and discussed in low voices. Is what he said really true? Is this a coincidence? But can this kind of thing be a coincidence? Gu Chen's face darkened, and he had a bad feeling. At this time, Xianghu spoke lightly. Your illness is related to what you eat. Li Weiwei looked up suddenly with a look of shock. Almost all the tonics you've taken are cold in nature, right? Li Weiwei's lips trembled slightly, and her heart was in turmoil. Most of the supplements she had taken were prescribed by doctors, and they were indeed cold in nature. But, she had never told anyone about this. Xianghu, how did he know that? Xianghu continued. If I'm not mistaken, your constitution is one of yang deficiency and yin excess, which is what we in Chinese medicine call a yin cold constitution. Ordinary people can take tonic medicine to regulate their bodies, but if you take cold tonic medicine, it will only make the cold in your body worse, causing your symptoms to become more and more severe. If you want to cure your illness, the first thing you need to do is stop taking all cold supplements, and then. Xianghu paused, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I'll prescribe you a medicine. As he spoke, Xianghu borrowed a pen and paper and wrote out a prescription. Seeing that Xianghu looked confident and not only spoke eloquently but also directly prescribed the prescription, the entire venue was briefly silent, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, did I hear it right? This guy really dares to prescribe medicine? A sports student who has never even taken a medical school course actually dares to prescribe medicine for Senior Li? This is really hilarious. He doesn't think he's some miracle doctor, does he? He can just pick a few herbs and cure diseases? The students of Hangzhou Medical College were laughing so hard that they fell over, with disdain in their eyes, as if Xianghu was just a clown who was playing tricks. A strong sarcasm appeared on Gu Chen's face, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was full of contempt. Student Xianghu, your prescription is really eye-opening. What? Do you really think that just because you guessed a few questions correctly, you can really regard yourself as a miracle doctor? Our Hangzhou Medical College is one of the top medical schools in the country. Even our dean couldn't diagnose senior sister Li's illness. How dare you, a basketball team captain, prescribe medicine here at random? Could it be that you don't even understand basic pharmacology? His voice was not loud, but the sarcasm between his words was extremely obvious. The students in the medical school echoed him and made sarcastic remarks one after another. Yeah. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Even the dean can't treat this disease, and he, an outsider, dares to prescribe medicine for senior sister Li? He is so crazy. I guess he just wants to stand out? He thinks this will attract senior Li's attention? Although the students of Jiangcheng University had confidence in Xianghu, they were also a little nervous facing the collective ridicule of Hangzhou Medical College. After all, this is not about playing basketball, but a real medical issue. If you don't handle it properly, it will really make a fool of yourself. However, as everyone was questioning, Li Weiwei's expression became more and more solemn. She stared at Xianghu with shock and disbelief in her eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you investigated me?" As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell silent. The smiles of the students from Hangzhou Medical College froze, and the students from Jiangcheng University widened their eyes. Everyone looked at Li Weiwei in disbelief. Senior Li, what does she mean? Could it be that what Xianghu said is true? Isn't this possible? Li Weiwei's tone was more serious than ever before. I don't even know much about my condition, only the dean and my attending physician know some of the details. Xianghu, how did you know that? Her eyes were fixed on Xianghu, and there was a hint of nervousness in her tone. Xianghu smiled slightly, handed her the written prescription, and said lightly, "You don't need to know this. This is the prescription, take a look at it yourself." Li Weiwei quickly took the prescription and glanced at it carefully. The more she looked, the tighter her brows furrowed. This prescription looked very ordinary, and she had taken some of the herbs in it before, but her eyes fell on several unfamiliar herbs, and she became even more confused. There was a hint of doubt in her voice. There are several herbs in here that I have never heard of. What are their effects? Xianghu smiled indifferently and spoke leisurely. These herbs are all used to regulate the balance of qi and blood in your body. Your illness is not a single disease, but a hidden illness that has accumulated over the years. Your body is very weak. It may seem like your immunity is low, but in fact, there is a slight energy imbalance between your internal organs. Modern medicine cannot accurately diagnose this situation, but in the theoretical system of traditional Chinese medicine, there is a special theoretical explanation. These herbs can help restore balance in your body, strengthen your constitution, and cure your problem from the root. Xianghu's voice was neither hurried nor slow, and his tone was calm and confident, as if everything was under his control. Everyone was confused, and the students in the medical school were even more bewildered. What he said sounds like it makes sense. Chapter 118, Verify on the Spot. But how can Chinese medicine be so magical? Are you deliberately using some mysterious statements to fool us? Gu Chen snorted coldly, staring at Xianghu with gloomy eyes, feeling extremely angry. Damn it, this guy, how can he speak so coherently? He originally thought that Xianghu was just talking nonsense, but now even Li Weiwei seemed to be thinking seriously, which made him feel even more uneasy. No. We can't let this guy continue pretending. Gu Chen sneered and said sarcastically. Student Xianghu, what you said is quite mysterious. Unfortunately, our medical school does not believe in such illusory things. You said these medicines can cure diseases, so why don't you show us the evidence? Students from Hangzhou Medical College also echoed this. That's right. What's the point of just talking? If you really have the ability, prove it on the spot. The students at Jiangcheng University couldn't stand it anymore and started to feel sorry for Zhang Yuming. Isn't this bullying? How do we verify it? Do we want senior sister Li to take medicine on the spot? Xianghu is not a god. He just said that this is a prescription for regulating the body, not a panacea that will work immediately. Facing everyone's doubts, Xianghu remained calm and composed. He looked at Li Weiwei with a slight smile on his face. It's up to you to decide whether you'd like to give it a try or not. Li Weiwei's eyes flickered. She looked at Xianghu deeply and finally nodded slightly. Thank you, I will ask someone to get the medicine according to this prescription. When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. Senior Li. Do you really want to try it? Oh my god, she's actually shaken? Gu Chen's face turned completely dark and he clenched his fists tightly. Xianghu glanced at him indifferently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Now, do you have anything else to say? The students of Hangzhou Medical College looked unhappy and indignant, but they didn't know how to refute for a moment. Gu Chen, on the other hand, clenched his teeth, feeling unwilling. No, we can't let this guy continue to be so arrogant. He is a layman, there is no way he knows more about medicine than us. I'm going to find a way to completely embarrass him in front of everyone. He really couldn't accept that a sports student could crush him in public and even shake Li Weiwei. What made him even more angry was that the medical students who were supposed to be on his side began to have some doubts about Xianghu, and some even whispered about him. Could it be that he really knows medical skills? If Xianghu is allowed to continue pretending, his prestige in Hangzhou Medical College will probably collapse. No, we must find a way to save the situation. Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, but a mysterious smile reappeared on his face, and he spoke in a nonchalant manner. Student Xianghu, your theory sounds very interesting. However, medicine is not just about talking. Since you are so confident in your medical skills, why don't we try something more exciting? Xianghu raised his eyebrows, with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Oh? What do you want to play? Gu Chen smiled and spread his hands, pretending to be helpless. Since you say you have excellent medical skills, let's do an experiment right here and now. You won't refuse, right? When the students of Hangzhou Medical College heard this, they immediately became excited and applauded. Yes. It will be most convincing if we verify it on the spot. Xianghu, aren't you good at speaking? Do you dare to try? If you don't even dare to try, then aren't all the things you said before nonsense? The students at Jiangcheng University were immediately dissatisfied and stood up for Xianghu. Do you still have any shame? The bet just now is over, what tricks are you trying to play now? Yes, Xianghu has already won. Do you still want to force him to continue to embarrass himself? How shameless. You won't admit defeat. Facing everyone's discussions, Gu Chen didn't care at all. His eyes were deep and his tone was gentle, but with a hint of strength. Xianghu, you're not scared, are you? Xianghu sneered in his heart as he listened to these words. This Gu Chen really wasn't willing to admit defeat and even wanted to continue provoking him into taking the bait? If he were an ordinary person, he might get carried away by the crowd's instigation, but he, Xianghu, had already seen through everything. He raised his head slowly, his tone calm. Tell me, how do you want to compete? Gu Chen was overjoyed to see Xianghu took the bait, but on the surface he still looked gentle and polite. He clapped his hands lightly and then spoke to everyone. It's very simple. Let's randomly pick a few students and ask them to describe their symptoms. The two of us will diagnose them and see whose diagnosis is more accurate. How do you do that? The medical students suddenly became excited. Ah, this is good. This time, I will definitely not let him guess right again. President Gu is the pride of our medical school. He will definitely not lose again this time. The students at Jiangcheng University were a little worried. Although they believed that Xianghu was very strong, this was a serious medical competition after all. The opponent was a genius student from the medical school. Could Xianghu really win? Zhao Linger frowned slightly and spoke softly. Xianghu, don't pay attention to him. They just can't stand losing and want to find a chance to take revenge on you. Su Mengyao also looked at Xianghu worriedly and gently pulled his sleeve. How about we stop competing? Xianghu smiled indifferently and looked at Gu Chen calmly. Okay, I'll keep you company. When everyone heard this, they were instantly excited. Gu Chen was even more ecstatic. He was just testing the waters, but he didn't expect Xianghu to actually agree. This guy is really an ignorant fool. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and then he said with a smile. Since Xianghu is so confident, let's get started. The students of Hangzhou Medical College immediately found a few classmates. These people had some minor health problems and had been checked at the school hospital. Some had stomach problems, some had chronic pharyngitis, and some had mild anemia. They all sat down and Gu Chen and Xianghu took their pulses and examined them. Gu Chen was full of confidence. He was a professional medical student and these minor illnesses and pains were not a problem for him at all. He carefully diagnosed each person and explained in detail the cause of each symptom. His tone was confident and professional, and the students of Hangzhou Medical College applauded. This is a professional doctor. President Gu is so amazing. He is like a walking medical encyclopedia. Xianghu is finished. Even if he is good at talking nonsense, he can never compare to the professionalism of our President Gu. When it was Xianghu's turn, everyone's eyes were on him. The students at Jiangcheng University were all worried about Xianghu, while the students at Hangzhou Medical College had joking looks on their faces, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Chapter 119 God's Help. However, Xianghu was not nervous at all. He diagnosed several patients one by one and directly pointed out the causes of their illnesses. His analysis was even more accurate than Gu Chen's, and even the patients themselves were stunned. Oh my God! Xianghu is absolutely right. I do have these symptoms normally. How does he know so much? The faces of the students of Hangzhou Medical College froze instantly. Especially Gu Chen, his originally confident expression gradually turned ugly. This is impossible. How could he really know medical skills? Isn't he just guessing? Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Xianghu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Student Gu Chen, do you have anything else to say this time? Gu Chen's face turned pale. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, but he couldn't utter a word. The students of Hangzhou Medical College were also completely dumbfounded, especially those who had laughed at Xianghu before. Now they all looked ugly and embarrassed. How could this be? Does he really know medical skills? No way. Could it be that we have all made a mistake? The students of Jiangcheng University were completely excited, cheering one after another. Xianghu is awesome. I'm really proud of myself. That guy called Gu Chen, isn't he very arrogant? Are you stupid now? That's right, our Jiangcheng University is so awesome, even the captain of the basketball team has better medical skills than you. Accepting disciples, speaking. Zhao Linger grabbed Xianghu's arm excitedly, her eyes full of admiration. Xianghu, you are really amazing. Li Weiwei also fell silent. She originally thought that Xianghu was just lucky, but now, she began to waver. Is this man really just an ordinary college student? Xianghu glanced at Gu Chen indifferently, his tone casual. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. The students of Jiangcheng University immediately surrounded him and followed him excitedly. Gu Chen stood there, his face extremely gloomy and his fists clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. Damn it! I will make you pay the price. Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but finally took a step forward and caught up with Xianghu. She knew that she had just made a bet in front of so many people. As long as Xianghu could accurately diagnose her illness, all her requests would be granted. But now, she lost. According to the agreement, she should fulfill her promise, but she is a girl after all, and saying such words is enough to make her blush and her heart beat fast, let alone actually fulfilling it. But if she pretended nothing had happened and turned her back on her words, Li Weiwei's pride would not allow her to do so. She has been regarded as a genius by others since she was young, and her sense of superiority has never been shaken. But today, her pride was slapped in the face by Xianghu. She couldn't help but feel curious. Who is this man? Finally, she caught up with Xianghu and spoke in a low voice. Hey, the bet just now. Xianghu was slightly stunned when he heard this, then he smiled faintly with a playful tone. Why? You don't really want me to make any excessive demands, do you? Li Weiwei's expression changed slightly, and her eyes dodged for a moment, but she still maintained her cool demeanor. I'm serious. I won't go back on my bet. Xianghu smiled, put his hands in his pockets, and spoke calmly. Forget it, I'm not interested in your bet. Li Weiwei was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. What do you mean? I'm just interested in your illness. Xianghu spoke casually. This disease is very rare, and most doctors may not encounter many of them in their lifetime. I just happened to come across it, so I took a closer look. As for the rest, I'm not interested. Li Weiwei was a little dazed for a moment. She originally thought that Xianghu approached her and was willing to help diagnose her illness for some impure purpose. After all, she had seen too many boys pursuing her, and without exception, they were all attracted by her beauty and family background. But Xianghu didn't even have the slightest intention of taking advantage. She had already prepared herself mentally, and had even secretly decided that if Xianghu really asked her out on a date, she would just endure it and treat it as fulfilling her promise. In any case, she would not suffer any loss. But now, the other party didn't take this matter seriously at all? Li Weiwei frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably complicated. She exhaled lightly, feeling relieved, but not sure how to react. Finally, she pursed her lips and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Don't you think I should thank you? Xianghu smiled and shrugged. No need to thank me, after all, I'm just helping out. Li Weiwei looked at his expression, and finally lowered her head, took out her cell phone from her pocket and handed it to Xianghu. Anyway, you helped me, I can't just do nothing. Xianghu raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a smile. What are you doing? Li Weiwei turned her head away, her tone cold but with a hint of awkwardness. Please add my contact information. Xianghu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. I originally thought she was a total tsundere, but I didn't expect she was quite particular. He took the phone, added her contact information, and then returned the phone to her. Okay, the contact information has been added. Li Weiwei nodded slightly and said nothing more. She just lowered her head and looked at the name on the screen, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She originally wanted to apologize. After all, her previous attitude was indeed bad. But now, she suddenly felt that this Xianghu seemed to be completely different from those superficial men she had imagined. At the same time, the students around were shocked when they saw this scene. What the hell? Li Weiwei took the initiative to add Xianghu's contact information? What's going on? The campus beauty of the medical school actually took the initiative to add someone's contact information? This is Li Weiwei. She usually doesn't even look at those rich second generations, but she actually took the initiative to give Xianghu her contact information? Awesome! Who is Xianghu? The students from Jiangcheng University were totally excited. Ha ha ha! Xianghu is too strong. This is the campus beauty of Hangzhou Medical College. She took the initiative to give me her contact information. What kind of treatment is this? This is beyond description with the word awesome. Gu Chen's face had already become extremely ugly. Xianghu, this damn guy. Not only did he embarrass himself in public, but he also kidnapped Li Weiwei? How could he bear this? His lackeys were equally furious. They looked at Xianghu angrily with resentment on their faces. Damn, where did this kid come from? No way? Even Li Weiwei is interested in him? Damn it, what right does this kid have? Chapter 120, Familiar Prescription. However, no matter how angry they are. At this time, Xianghu had already taken Zhao Linger and others and leisurely left the venue, not taking them seriously at all. Time flies. Li Weiwei returned home, took a shower, and walked downstairs wearing loose home clothes. In the living room, his parents were sitting on the sofa reading medical journals. His father was Professor Li Guotao of Jiangcheng People's Hospital, and his mother was medical expert Wang Shuqin, both of whom were authorities in the Jiangcheng medical community. You're back? Li Guotao looked up, glanced at his daughter and asked casually. How was today's exchange? Did you gain anything? Kind of interesting. Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, then walked over, took out the prescription Xianghu had written for her, and handed it to her father. Dad, Mom, take a look at this prescription. Li Guotao took it casually, glanced at it, and handed it to his wife Wang Shuqin without any expression on his face. Wang Shuqin took a look, shook her head and said with a smile. Why, you went to the exchange meeting and asked someone to prescribe you medicine? Li Weiwei nodded and recounted what happened today in general, but omitted the part about the bet between her and Xianghu. So, you let an amateur sports student prescribe a prescription for you? Li Guotao frowned slightly, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Weiwei, you don't really believe it, do you? Dad, what do you mean? Li Weiwei frowned slightly. Wang Shuqin spoke in a flat tone. Even many of the country's top experts are helpless in treating your illness, let alone an ordinary student like him. Even a master of traditional Chinese medicine may not be able to give you the most appropriate treatment plan. Li Guotao nodded. That's right. In the field of Chinese medicine, inheritance is important. Almost all truly great Chinese medicine masters have illustrious teacher-student backgrounds. And the Xianghu you mentioned is just an ordinary college student. Can his medical skills compare with those of a real famous doctor? Besides, even if you are an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, you can't just give me some medicine to cure a disease. Li Weiwei felt a little shaken as she listened to her parents' analysis. Indeed, Zhang Yu's medical skills seem mysterious, but even the dean of the medical school can't cure his own illness. Can he really cure it? Just as she was hesitating, an old but steady voice sounded. What prescription? Let me see. Li Weiwei looked up and saw her grandfather, Mr. Li, walking slowly down from upstairs. Dr. Li, known as the medical wizard, is a leading figure at Longhua Medical College. He has been invited to participate in countless international medical conferences and was even one of the leaders of national medical research projects. In Jiangshan, almost everyone knows the name of Mr. Li. Grandpa. Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but still handed the prescription to Mr. Li. Mr. Li took the prescription, put on his reading glasses, and read it carefully. At first, his expression didn't change, but when he saw some key medicinal herbs, his eyes narrowed slightly and his expression became a little complicated. This prescription. Mr. Li murmured something in a low voice and narrowed his eyes, as if he was recalling something. Grandpa, what's wrong? Seeing this, Li Weiwei asked hurriedly. Mr. Li pondered for a moment and said with a complicated look. I've seen this prescription before. Have you seen it? Li Guotao and Wang Shuqin looked at each other, both a little surprised. Mr. Li nodded and spoke slowly. 20 years ago, I was invited to a secluded family in the south to help an elderly man who was seriously ill. At that time, the old man invited a mysterious doctor, and the prescription prescribed by the doctor was 70% similar to this prescription. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. A hidden family? A mysterious doctor? Li Guotao frowned. Dad, do you mean that this Xianghu might be related to that hidden family? Mr. Li shook his head and sighed. It's hard to say, but the one who can write such a prescription is definitely not an ordinary Chinese medicine practitioner. This young man is quite interesting. Li Weiwei looked at Mr. Li's expression and couldn't help but think of Xianghu again. She still remembered Xianghu's indifferent look when he diagnosed her, as if her illness was just a minor problem in his eyes. If Xianghu is really an amateur who pretends to know everything, then where does he get the confidence from? Weiwei, find an opportunity next time and invite Xianghu to your home for a meal. Mr. Li suddenly spoke. Ah? Li Weiwei was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Grandpa, it's not appropriate to just invite people to your house for dinner, right? What's inappropriate? Mr. Li said with a smile. I, your grandfather, have seen countless people in my life, but this young man you mentioned does make me a little curious. Li Weiwei frowned slightly, feeling a little hesitant. Ask her to take the initiative to invite a man to dinner at home? Will this cause any misunderstanding? Okay, Weiwei, you're not a child anymore. Mr. Li patted her shoulder and smiled. It's time to find a partner. Grandpa thinks that young man Xianghu is quite interesting. Grandfather. Li Weiwei's face turned slightly red and she stamped her feet in embarrassment. What are you talking about? Mr. Li laughed out loud. Look at you, are you shy? Li Weiwei bit her lip and looked at Mr. Li angrily. In the end, she did not refute and turned back to her room. However, the moment she closed the door, she suddenly felt a strange emotion in her heart. She seems to be becoming more and more curious about this man, Xianghu. The other side. Xianghu Villa, the night is cool and the lights are bright. Xianghu leaned against the edge of the swimming pool with a glass of red wine in his hand. Zhao Linger changed into a new bikini and soaked in the water, looking charming and seductive. The water rippled, and her snow-white skin looked even more charming under the water's light. Zhao Linger playfully moved the water, deliberately splashing it on Xianghu's face, and said coquettishly, "What are you daydreaming about?" Xianghu smiled gently, put his arms around her slender waist, and spoke in a playful tone. "Thinking of a goblin." Zhao Linger's cheeks turned slightly red. She gently patted Xianghu's hand and said angrily, "Home flowers are not as fragrant as wildflowers? I think you don't know my abilities yet." Xianghu laughed and was about to speak when there was a knock on the door. Zhao Linger frowned slightly, a little displeased. Who would come at this late hour? Xianghu's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't think that anyone would come to find him casually. Anyone who could find this place was definitely not an ordinary person. He put on his bathrobe, casually stepped on his slippers, walked to the door and opened it. A man in a suit was standing outside the door, followed by two men in black, looking very imposing. The man had a stern expression. He raised his head slightly and looked at Xianghu with an arrogant tone. "Mr. Zhang?" Xianghu looked at him indifferently. "What's up?" Chapter 121, It turns out to be a little scoundrel. The man crossed his arms, looked unfriendly, and said arrogantly, "I am from the Long family. Young Master Long invites you to have dinner together tomorrow." "Long family?" Xianghu narrowed his eyes slightly, and then he remembered. Dragon sword flies. The Jiangcheng Long family is a famous family in Jiangcheng, and Long Jianfei is the eldest son of the Long family. Before, he wanted to take action against Zhao Linger. That guy was a pervert and was famous for playing with women. Few women who were targeted by him could escape. At that time, Long Jianfei brought bodyguards and even the family guards. Those guys who claimed to be masters of ancient martial arts were extremely arrogant, but they were severely taught a lesson by himself and the black and white evils. Now, he sent people again, obviously for revenge. Xianghu raised a playful sneer at the corner of his mouth and said lazily, "Want to treat me to a meal? Let Long Jianfei come and treat me personally." The man's expression froze, then his face darkened and he said in a cold voice, "Mr. Zhang, our young Master Long is willing to treat you to a meal. That's to give you face. I hope you won't be ungrateful." Xianghu sneered, put his hands in his pockets, and said lightly, "Who the hell is Long Jianfei? Invite me to dinner? Is he worthy of that?" The man's face suddenly turned gloomy, and the man in black behind him had a fierce look in his eyes, revealing a hint of murderous intent. "You're looking for death." The man shouted angrily, raised his hand suddenly, and a strong wind suddenly attacked Xianghu. However, before his hand could fall, two figures, one black and one white, appeared in an instant. Bang! Haisha attacked suddenly and chopped the man's shoulder with a knife. The man's face turned pale instantly, and he groaned. He knelt directly on the ground, his arms hanging weakly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At the same time, Baisha kicked one of the men in black on the knee, knocking him to his knees. The other man in black reacted very quickly and was about to draw the weapon from his waist, but Haisha was even faster. He flipped his hand, grabbed the man's wrist directly, and twisted it violently. Click! A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, and the man in black let out a scream, and the weapon in his hand fell directly to the ground. The whole process took only a blink of an eye, and the three people sent by the Long family had all fallen to their knees. Xianghu looked down at them and said lightly, "Fight me? Are you qualified?" The man's face was pale and his eyes were full of fear. He never expected that he would be crushed by Xianghu's bodyguards before he even had a chance to fight back. These two bodyguards, what kind of monsters are they? "Mr. Zhang, we are from the Long family. If you do this, aren't you afraid of offending the Long family?" The man endured the pain and threatened through gritted teeth. Xianghu sneered, slowly squatted down, and stared at him indifferently. "I beat up Long Jianfei, and he just came to me now. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" The man's face changed, his lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't utter a word. Xianghu stood up slowly and said lightly, "Go back and tell Long Jianfei that if he wants to treat me to a meal, ask him to kneel down and treat me personally. Otherwise, I will release the video of him being beaten by me before, and let the upper-class circles in Jiangcheng see what kind of person this young Master Long is." As the crystallization of future guarding technology, the black and white devils naturally have an automatic recording function. Xianghu can recall the scenes of Long Jianfei being beaten at any time. The man's face turned pale instantly. He knew that if this video really got out, Long Jianfei's reputation in Jiangcheng would probably be completely ruined. Yes. The man dared not say any more. He endured the pain, climbed up awkwardly, and fled the villa in a hurry with his two injured men. Looking at the backs of several people fleeing in panic, Xianghu smiled faintly, closed the door, and turned back to the swimming pool. Zhao Linger had already changed into a bathrobe and was sitting on a recliner with a glass of juice in her hand. When she saw Xianghu coming back, she asked with a smile, "Who is it?" Xianghu sat next to her and reached out to pinch her cheek. "A dog sent by Long Jianfei." Zhao Linger frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. "That pervert, why is he here again?" Xianghu smiled gently, his eyes deep. "Don't worry, he won't have a good ending." Zhao Linger snuggled in his arms, nodded gently, her eyes full of admiration. She now fully believes that Xianghu has the ability to protect herself and can easily deal with any enemy. In the distance, a luxury Maybach was parked in a secluded area on the mountaintop road. Inside the car, Long Jianfei had a gloomy look on his face. His fingers tapped impatiently on the seat, his eyes fixed in the direction of the villa's entrance. Xianghu, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, had an indifferent expression. He held a high-powered telescope in his hand and carefully observed everything that happened in front of the villa door. When he saw Xianghu standing calmly at the door and the two bodyguards attacked instantly, beating the Long family's men without any chance of fighting back, a hint of meaningful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Long Jianfei snorted coldly, smashed the telescope hard on the seat, and said angrily, "I've told you long ago that it's useless to send those losers to our house. The two bodyguards around him are too strong. Ordinary people are no match for them. If you ask me to send someone, isn't that just sending them to get beaten?" Xianghu glanced at him, raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and spoke in a calm tone. "Master, do you think I didn't know this would be the result?" Long Jianfei frowned and looked at Xianghu. "Then why do you still do this?" The smile on Xianghu's face deepened. He slowly raised the phone in his hand and shook it. "I have filmed everything that happened just now." Long Jianfei was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he hurried over to take a look. In the video, Xianghu stood at the door, unafraid of the provocation from the Long family's men, and his two bodyguards, the black and white evils, acted so quickly that in the blink of an eye, those masters were forced to kneel and beg for mercy, without any ability to resist. Long Jianfei frowned and said in a deep voice, "What does this prove? These two bodyguards are indeed very strong, but we already knew this." Xianghu sneered. "Master, have you noticed? The moves of these two bodyguards are completely different from any martial arts sects we have seen in the ancient martial arts world." Long Jianfei was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed as he carefully recalled the video just now. "You mean, they are not from the ancient martial arts world?" Xianghu nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. "Exactly. Their attack methods, body movements, attack routes, and even force-releasing techniques are completely different from the traditional Dragon Nation martial arts style. I can almost conclude that they are from some foreign school. Although their moves are strange, in essence, no matter how strong the foreign fighting skills are, they cannot compare to the real martial arts masters of our dragon country." Long Jianfei's eyes lit up slightly. "So what you're saying is..." Chapter 122 Asking for experts again. Xianghu narrowed his eyes and spoke in a grim tone. "As long as we find a true ancient martial arts master and study their moves thoroughly, we can easily crack them. By then, the two of them will be nothing more than a pair of foreigners showing off their skills. If he loses these two dogs, won't it be easy for him, Xianghu, to capture them?" When Long Jianfei heard this, his eyes suddenly became excited. He patted Xianghu's shoulder hard and said excitedly, "Okay. Let's do as you say. Then where do we go to find an expert?" Xianghu slowly uttered two words. "Longhu Mountain." Upon hearing this, Long Jianfei took a breath of cold air. "Longhu Mountain? You mean, that Longhu Mountain?" Xianghu nodded, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Longhu Mountain is one of the most famous ancient martial arts schools in the entire southern province. If the nearby big families want to find bodyguards, disciples from Longhu Mountain are often their first choice. However, ordinary people can't invite people from there. Only the real upper class and wealthy families are qualified to contact the masters of Longhu Mountain. Long Jianfei's eyes were filled with excitement. He had of course heard of the reputation of Mount Longhu. Every disciple there was a master selected from thousands of miles away. Many ancient martial arts families and wealthy families would spend a lot of money to hire disciples from Mount Longhu to serve as bodyguards. Xianghu smiled slightly. "Besides, I was originally a disciple of Mount Longhu. I left Mount Longhu for some reasons, but I still have many fellow apprentices in Mount Longhu. As long as I bring this video back, they will definitely be interested." Long Jianfei said excitedly. "So what are you waiting for? Let's go tomorrow." Longhu Mountain, located in the western suburbs of Jiangchang, is an ancient martial arts sect with hundreds of years of history. It has countless disciples, including many masters with unique skills. This is not just a martial arts school, but more like a huge underworld force. Many big families in southern province have close ties with Longhu Mountain. Early the next morning, Xianghu brought Long Jianfei all the way to the depths of Longhu Mountain. In a solemn martial arts hall, several disciples in training clothes were practicing boxing in the yard. The wind from their fists was whistling, and the momentum was amazing. They came to a spacious hall. A sturdy man with a scar on his face was sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. He was Xianghu's senior brother and one of the core disciples of Xianghu Mountain, Zhao Lai. Zhao Lai looked at Xianghu with a playful smile on his face. "Hey, Xianghu, you still remember to come back? When you rebelled against Xianghu Mountain and joined the Long family as a dog, your master was so angry that he wanted to kill you." Xianghu's face froze and he smiled awkwardly. "Brother, I couldn't do anything about what happened back then. The conditions offered by the Long family were too generous." Zhao Lai snorted coldly, too lazy to talk about the past, and said lightly, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Xianghu didn't waste any time. He just took out his mobile phone and played the video from last night. Zhao Lai read it once and frowned slightly. Several fellow disciples nearby also came over and started talking. These two guys are indeed very fast, but judging by their moves, they are just fancy moves, their techniques are too monotonous. That's right. Although their strength is not weak, their internal energy is obviously insufficient. They are completely unlike the masters of our ancient martial arts world. The fighting skills of foreigners are just so-so. Let alone our disciples from Mount Xianghu, even if we just find a random martial artist, we can easily subdue them. After watching the video, Zhao Lai nodded slightly and said lightly, "It's fast, but without internal strength, it's nothing special." When Long Jianfei heard this, he immediately became alert and spoke quickly. "Big brother, in this case, can you help me find a few experts to cripple these two people?" A hint of disdain flashed across Zhao Lai's eyes. "They are just two foreigners. Is it worth mobilizing so many troops? If your Long family is willing to pay, Xianghu Mountain can just send 2 disciples to deal with them." Long Jianfei nodded quickly. "Money is not a problem. As long as we can kill those 2 guys, any amount of money is worth it." Zhao Lai smiled faintly. "Okay, 5 million, for disciples from Xianghu Mountain, take care of these 2 foreigners within 3 days. Xianghu frowned. "Brother, aren't 4 disciples too few? How about sending more people?" Zhao Lai sneered, his tone contemptuous. "Are these 2 foreign warriors worth our Xianghu Mountain's efforts? Just 4 people are enough." When Long Jianfei heard this, he was extremely excited and sneered. "Okay. That's settled. Wait until those 2 bastards are dead, and then we'll see how Xianghu can still act so arrogantly." Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. This week, Xianghu did not spend his days in a dissolute life as others imagined. Instead, he spent most of his time studying. Although he now has money and property, Xianghu has never forgotten that everything the system gives him is a reward after all. What can truly arm yourself and make you invincible is your own body and brain. If it were in the past, he would think that studying was for the purpose of finding a good job and living a stable life in the future. But now it's different. Studying is no longer just for the purpose of graduating successfully, but a way to arm yourself. What's more, he is a top student, but because of his family environment, his mentality was affected, which led to a decline in his grades. Everything is different now. He is no longer confused or hesitant, and learning has become a pleasure. During this week, Xianghu not only made up for the courses he had missed, but his performance in class also impressed the teachers. After the results of several tests came out, Xianghu was firmly ranked among the top, and even took first place in the department in some subjects. When the news spread, the whole class and even the entire department were shocked. Fuck, Xianghu is too awesome. Basketball captain, rich man, great medical skills, and now he's so good at studying? This is simply invincible. What does it mean to be a winner in life? This is what it means to be a winner in life. He won over the goddess Xiaolinger, had an ambiguous relationship with the school beauty Li Weiwei of the medical school, and now he is also a top student. God, this man has all the qualities that every other man envies. He's rich, good-looking, can play basketball, is good at studying, and is also proficient in medicine. What kind of ceiling-level existence is this? Even the few boys who were usually unhappy with Xianghu completely shut up at this moment. He is already good enough, but he still works so hard. Is he giving others a chance to survive? And the other side. This week, Li Weiwei took the medicine every day according to the prescription prescribed by Xianghu. At first, she didn't hold out much hope. After all, in her opinion, although this prescription was somewhat unique, it might not be really effective. However, over time, her body changed noticeably. In the past, she often felt dizzy and weak, and sometimes even had difficulty breathing, and her overall mental state was very bad. But now, these symptoms have been significantly alleviated. She can even feel that she has more strength than before, and her face is much rosier, as if her body is really recovering slowly. Chapter 123, Meeting the Parents Already? This is not a psychological effect, but a real improvement. Li Weiwei's mood was extremely complicated. She has been weak and sickly since childhood. Her parents took her to see countless famous doctors and even invited the top medical experts in the country, but they still could not find the cause of her illness. Her grandfather, Li Changfeng, honorary professor of Jiangcheng People's Hospital, is known as a medical genius and is well known in the national medical community. But even he couldn't really diagnose her condition. But now, Xianghu just looked at her a few times, asked a few simple questions, and then prescribed a prescription, and this medicine actually worked. Li Weiwei couldn't believe it, but at the same time she was a little excited. She finally couldn't help it and called Xianghu. As soon as the call was connected, Xianghu's lazy voice came over. Hello? Why, did you miss me? Li Weiwei's mouth twitched and she couldn't help rolling her eyes. Don't be so conceited, I have something serious to discuss with you. Okay, go ahead. Xianghu smiled. Li Weiwei took a deep breath, her tone filled with a hint of shock and excitement. Xianghu, the medicine you prescribed is really effective. Xianghu chuckled. Of course it works. Do you doubt my medical skills? Li Weiwei was speechless. She originally wanted to ask Xianghu how he did it, but from his tone, it seemed that he didn't think it was a big deal at all. She bit her lip and continued. Not only me, my parents were also surprised, especially my grandfather, he wanted to meet you. Xianghu raised his eyebrows slightly. Your old man? Li Weiwei nodded. My grandfather is a master in the medical field. He has been studying your prescriptions these days. Although he doesn't say it, I can see that he is very interested in your medical skills. So, if you are free, can you come to my house? Xianghu touched his chin and became somewhat interested. Sure. On the other end of the phone, Li Weiwei was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Xianghu to agree so readily. She originally thought that the other party would put on airs. After all, she had seen Xianghu's arrogant attitude before. But now it seems that the other party is much more easygoing than she imagined. She breathed a sigh of relief and whispered. Okay, I'll send you the address, come over this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Li Weiwei stood in front of the window, still feeling a little complicated. She never thought that one day she would become curious about a sports student. What surprised her even more was that Xianghu was not only the captain of the basketball team, but also had excellent academic performance and was even proficient in medicine. This was simply not something an ordinary college student could do. She blinked and couldn't help thinking. Who is this guy? Afterwards, Li Weiwei finally couldn't help but tell her parents and grandfather the good news. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I found that my health is indeed getting better. She sat in the living room and spoke solemnly. The medicine Xianghu prescribed is really effective. Li Guofeng, who was sitting on the sofa, frowned, put down the medical journal in his hand, and spoke with a puzzled tone. Weiwei, you have been in good condition these days, but how can you be sure that it is the effect of that medicine? Zhou Lan also shook her head slightly, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. I also think that you are too hasty to draw conclusions. The improvement in your physical condition may be a psychological effect, or it may be due to your regular work and rest schedule during this period. How can you be sure that it is the result of that medicine? Li Weiwei was stunned for a moment, then frowned. But my symptoms are really improving. Don't you think this is worth studying? Li Guofeng and Zhou Lan looked at each other without saying anything, obviously not quite believing it. Instead, Li Changfeng, who was sitting on the armchair beside him, slowly raised his head and looked at his granddaughter with a calm tone. Weiwei, are you saying that your condition is really getting better? Of course it's true. Li Weiwei nodded seriously. These past few days, I feel that my body is getting better and better, and my mental state is much better than before. Grandpa, you know my situation best. Do you think this is a psychological effect? Li Changfeng narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and spoke slowly. How's your pulse these days? It's much more stable than before. Li Weiwei answered immediately. Hearing this, Li Changfeng nodded slightly, with a hint of deep thought in his eyes. He knew his granddaughter's condition very well. He had invited so many famous doctors before, but none of them could find out the cause. But now, just one medicine could significantly relieve her condition? This was not something that ordinary medical skills could achieve. Thinking of this, Li Changfeng's eyes flashed slightly, and then he said slowly, "That young man named Xianghu, when do you think he will be free?" Li Weiwei was stunned for a moment, then she understood what her grandfather meant and quickly spoke. "He'll be here this afternoon." Li Changfeng slowly put down the teacup in his hand, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Well, since he has such medical skills, it's worth seeing." Li Guofeng frowned, obviously still not quite believing it. "Dad, can a college student really understand medicine?" "You know shit." Li Changfeng glanced at him. "I've lived for more than 70 years and have seen everything, but just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Li Guofeng. Zhou Lan. The two looked at each other and said nothing more. Li Weiwei felt inexplicably uncomfortable seeing that her grandfather attached so much importance to Xianghu. In fact, she hasn't figured out her feelings yet. Is it simple curiosity about Xianghu, or something else? At this moment, Li Changfeng suddenly smiled and looked at his granddaughter. "Weiwei, you're not young anymore, it's time to find a partner." Li Weiwei. Her face turned red instantly and she waved her hands hastily. "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Ha, I just said it casually." Li Changfeng smiled and shook his head. "But since that guy has such medical skills and his medicine is useful to you, if you like him, you might as well develop a relationship with him." Li Weiwei. She was a little embarrassed, but at the same time, her curiosity about Xianghu grew stronger and stronger. Xianghu was sitting on the balcony of the villa, drinking red wine leisurely. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Bite. The target goddess Li Weiwei's favorability has skyrocketed, and the current favorability is 60%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill reward, Iron Bones. Skill description: the host's physical fitness is greatly improved, and he has strong resistance to small caliber firearms and cold weapons, and also has strong resistance to attacks. Xianghu was stunned for a moment, then laughed excitedly. "Fuck, so awesome?" He quickly called up the system interface and carefully read the skill description. The more he read, the more excited he became. Although his fighting skills had been strengthened by the system before, his own defense was actually not that strong, especially his defense against hot weapons was almost zero. Chapter 124, Iron Bones. To be honest, if he hadn't had the protection of the Black and White Devils, he would never have dared to confront those underground forces head-on. After all, in the face of hot weapons, no matter how good an ordinary person is at fighting, it is useless. If he is shot in the head, that means one bullet kills every kid, and the system cannot save him. This was the reason why he had previously chosen not to invade the Tianyi gang. But now it's different. As long as it wasn't a large weapon, ordinary pistol bullets couldn't cause fatal damage to him. Even if someone wanted to harm him and took out a small pistol to shoot him, he would at most feel pain, but he would definitely not die. Xianghu couldn't help but clench his fists and feel his body. The density of his muscles has obviously increased a lot. Although he still looks like a standard bodybuilder, he can feel that his body is incredibly hard. This is so awesome. He was so excited that he suddenly had an idea and wanted to try out how effective this skill was. So he suddenly raised his head and looked at the black and white evil spirits standing not far away. "Black and white, hit me." Upon hearing this, the two were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. "Master, are you sure?" Bai Sha spoke first, his face somewhat hesitant. "Yes, stop talking nonsense and get started. I want to test the limits of this skill," Xianghu said excitedly. At this time, Zhao Linger was walking over with a glass of juice. When she heard Xianghu's words, she was immediately startled. She hurriedly walked to his side and looked at him with a worried look. "Xianghu, are you crazy? Let them beat you? Are you dizzy from the heat?" Xianghu waved his hand and smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay, let's try the effect of this skill." Zhao Linger was shocked and looked at him suspiciously. "What skills? Are you on drugs? Do you think you're playing a game?" "Oh, just forget it, Black and White Devils, hurry up and do it," Xianghu urged. The Black and White Devils looked at each other again and finally nodded. "Since the host insists on doing this, we will not be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, Haisha's figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of Xianghu, and punched him in the abdomen fiercely. Bang! The moment the fist hit Xianghu's abdomen, the smile on Xianghu's face suddenly froze. It hurt so much. Although his body did become indestructible, how terrifying was the power of the black and white devils. Even if an ordinary person gets hit by one of their punches, he would probably die instantly. Although the punch did not hurt Xianghu, the huge impact force still made him feel like he was hit by a truck. The whole person flew backwards and hit the swimming pool hard, splashing water everywhere. Zhao Linger screamed in fright, and quickly ran to the edge of the swimming pool and looked down. Xianghu floated up from the water with a dazed look on his face, holding his stomach and taking a breath with a painful look on his face. Oh shit, it hurts. He climbed up the shore cursing and glaring at Haisha. Why the hell did you hit me so hard? Haisha said calmly. We will obey the master's orders unconditionally. Now that the master has confirmed and let me take action, we will naturally show no mercy. Xianghu rolled his eyes and couldn't help rubbing his belly. Although I wasn't injured, it really hurt. Seeing that he was fine, Zhao Linger couldn't help but burst out laughing. Don't you deserve this? You asked for it. Xianghu gritted his teeth and suddenly looked at Bai Sha again. It was Haisha who hit me just now. Now it's your turn. Let's see who can hit me harder. Bai Sha nodded, then he made a palm with his right hand and chopped Xianghu's shoulder with a knife. Bang! The expression on Xianghu's face froze instantly. See, he was careless. This blow almost dislocated his shoulder. Although he was not injured, the force still made him gasp in pain. Damn it, did you two do this on purpose? Xianghu roared, rubbing his shoulders quickly, his face full of pain. The black and white devils looked innocent. It's what you asked for, master. Zhao Linger was laughing so hard that she couldn't stand steadily and had to hold on to the wall. Tears were about to come out. Ha 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 ha. Xianghu, I find that you are really sick. Are you asking for a beating? Xianghu looked at her with gritted teeth, his face full of dissatisfaction. What a joke. Zhao Linger suppressed her laughter and waved her hands. No, I really can't help it, this is too funny. Ha 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 ha. The corner of Xianghu's mouth twitched, and he finally realized that although he was now invulnerable to swords and guns, he still felt pain. Depend on. This skill is not completely invincible. But on second thought, even though it hurt, at least he wouldn't be beaten to death, which was already awesome enough. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, shook off the water droplets on his hands, and snorted coldly. Alright, today's experiment ends here. Black and white, the two of you, wait until I get stronger, or I'll take care of you. The black and white evil spirits. Zhao Linger. Ha 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 ha. Xianghu sighed helplessly and sat down resigned to his fate. Although he was beaten badly, he felt extremely relaxed. After all, his strong skills gave him the capital to dominate the city. From today on, he no longer has to worry about being shot in the back. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on his lips. Long Jianfei, Wang Haiwei, and even those bigger forces, you better not mess with me, otherwise I'll show you how powerful the humanoid Terminator is. Time flies. Soon, it was time to visit Li Weiwei in the afternoon. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was speeding on the wide road. The black and white duo had mastered driving skills. The car body shuttled through the traffic like a dragon without slowing down at all. Xianghu, who was sitting in the back seat, leaned back leisurely, looking at the scenery outside the window, thinking about meeting Li Weiwei's family later. Li Weiwei's grandfather, Mr. Li, is a leading figure in the medical field. This time, she went to visit him and formally dealt with this medical genius. Xianghu was still somewhat looking forward to this. After all, making friends with these powerful people would be of great benefit to his future plans. And conquering the goddess Li Weiwei is something he can't wait to do. However, just as they were about to reach their destination, a black Maybach suddenly blocked the road ahead, directly blocking their way. The black and white devils immediately stepped on the brakes, the wheels rubbed against the ground with a harsh sound, and stopped steadily in front of the Maybach. Someone is blocking the road. Haisha said calmly, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous aura. Xianghu looked up calmly and saw the door of the Maybach slowly open. Then, two figures walked out of the car. It was Long Jianfei and Xin Jianhua. Xianghu raised his eyebrows slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 125 3 Conditions. These two guys really couldn't help themselves. Long Jianfei put his hands in his pockets, with his usual arrogance on his face, and stared at Xianghu with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Xianghu stood aside, his eyes showing a hint of fear, but more of confidence. Xianghu, what a coincidence! The corners of Long Jianfei's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. What a coincidence! Xianghu looked at him indifferently, not caring at all. Xianghu took a step forward, his tone calm but threatening. Mr. Zhang, our Mr. Long wants to talk to you. How about we go have a cup of tea together? Xianghu stretched lazily. Oh? Drink tea? I'm a little surprised that young Master Long is so polite all of a sudden. Long Jianfei sneered, his tone amusing. Why, you don't dare. Or are you afraid that we can't afford you? Xianghu sneered, gently patted the dust off his knees, slowly stood up, and glanced at the two of them with indifferent eyes. Okay, since young Master Long is so sincere, let's go and see what tricks you guys come up with. After saying that, he walked towards the Maybach, followed by the black and white devils, with an aura as powerful as the abyss in prison. Xianghu and Long Jianfei looked at each other, and when they saw that Xianghu actually agreed, a hint of pride appeared on their faces at the same time. Very good. Long Jianfei sneered and made a gesture of invitation. Not long after, the few of them arrived at a top tea house in Jiangcheng. The tea house had been cleared out, and there were no other guests in the private rooms on the second floor except them. Xianghu sat down in the main seat, casually picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Not bad tea. It seems that young Master Long has invested a lot of money today. Long Jianfei's face darkened, he suppressed his anger and went straight to the point. Xianghu, I called you here today just to give you a chance. Oh? What chance? Xianghu smiled, his tone full of joking. It's very simple. Long Jianfei's face turned completely cold. He folded his hands on the table and stared at Xianghu sharply. First, kneel down and apologize. Admit that you were disrespectful to me before. Second, join the Long family. From today on, you are mine. Third, give Zhao Linger to me. She will be my woman from now on. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire tea house suddenly became depressing. Long Jianfei's tone was extremely arrogant, as if all this was a matter of course. The lackey sitting next to him sneered and said in a sarcastic tone. Xianghu, it's your honor that young Master Long gave you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Offending the Long family is something that people like you can't afford. Don't pretend. You are where you are today just because you were lucky. Do you really think you can turn the tables? Don't forget, you are just a college student. Why do you want to fight with young Master Long? After listening to this, Xianghu couldn't help but sneer and looked at Long Jianfei indifferently, his eyes full of mockery. Do all the people in your Long family like to dream so much? Long Jianfei's face changed and he said gloomily. Xianghu, don't refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment. I'm giving you a chance. If you don't cherish it, it won't be so easy later. Xianghu put down his teacup with a sneer, leaned back in his chair leisurely, glanced at everyone present, and spoke in a frivolous tone. You're done? Now that you're done, you can get lost now. Long Jianfei's face turned completely gloomy. Xianghu beside him had a cold look in his eyes. He was about to speak, but... Bang! The black and white devils took a sudden step forward, and the aura they released instantly enveloped the entire box. The lackeys, who had been so arrogant, suddenly turned pale and subconsciously took a step back. Long Jianfei and Xianghu's expressions also changed. They obviously didn't expect Xianghu to be so confident. But at this moment, there was a steady sound of footsteps at the door. Then, 4 figures slowly walked into the box. They were wearing uniform black training suits and had stern expressions. They stood there like a few towering mountains, exuding a powerful aura. Long Jianfei immediately revealed a smug smile, raised his hand and pointed at the 4 people, and introduced them in an arrogant tone. Xianghu, let me introduce you to these 4. They are masters from Longhu Mountain and are all outstanding in the ancient martial arts world. They are genuine martial arts masters, not just some fancy foreign martial arts masters. I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and admit defeat. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this tea house today. After he finished speaking, there was a strong murderous look in his eyes and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had already decided on Xianghu. The 4 masters from Mount Longhu also stared at the black and white devils with confidence in their eyes. Obviously, they had determined that no matter how powerful these 2 foreigners were, they could not be a match for their orthodox ancient martial arts. Xianghu calmly glanced at the 4 masters from Longhu Mountain in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Seeing this, Long Jianfei mistakenly thought that Xianghu was too scared to speak. A mocking look appeared in his eyes, and he smiled coldly with a sinister tone. What? Are you scared? Xianghu also had an indifferent expression on his face. He picked up the teacup, blew away the tea leaves slowly, and said with a disdainful arc at the corner of his mouth, smiling. Xianghu, I advise you to listen to what young Master Long says. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have 2 skilled bodyguards? Do you think you can really walk sideways in Zhongcheng? He put down his teacup, his eyes sharp and his voice low. Let me tell you, the inheritance of Mount Longhu is not something that ordinary people like you can understand. Your 2 bodyguards may be very powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of a true martial arts master, they are nothing but chickens and dogs. The lackeys nearby also echoed the words with sarcastic tone. Ha ha, Xianghu, you don't really think you can win, do you? Just these 2 ghost guys? Maybe if they meet a master from Longhu Mountain, they won't be able to withstand even 3 moves. Why are you still pretending to be so high and mighty? Kneel down and admit defeat. Perhaps young Master Long will give you a chance to live. Yeah, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Young Master Long has given you a chance, why are you still so arrogant? If you know what's best for you, come here and kowtow 3 times, then send Xianghu over here, and young Master Long will show mercy and spare your life. Ha, that's right. Don't think that just because you have 2 foreigners who know a little bit of fighting and kicking, you can act so arrogantly. Listening to these people shouting, Xianghu looked indifferent. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. I say, are you too confident? Long Jianfei's face darkened, he narrowed his eyes and sneered. Confidence? Ha, we are giving you a chance. After all, you are not qualified enough for me to take action immediately. Upon hearing this, Xianghu nodded slightly and sneered. Chapter 126 It's your honor to be a dog. Xianghu, you need to figure out who you are facing now. The disciples of Mount Longhu are not people that ordinary people like you can mess with. You think you are good at fighting? Unfortunately, in front of the ancient martial arts master, you are nothing. He paused, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. If you kneel down now, kowtow to Master Long and admit your mistake, and take the initiative to send Xianghu to Master Long's residence, we can forgive you for what happened. Master Long can even reward you with a sum of money and let you be his dog. You will have no worries about food and clothing. This is your honor. After he finished speaking, the lackeys around him nodded one after another, with an expression that said we are doing this for your own good. That's right, Xianghu, don't be ungrateful. Compete with young Master Long? Stop dreaming. Young Master Long has always wanted a woman and he has never failed to get her. Zhao Linger will be young Master Long sooner or later. Why are you doing this? If you really know what's good for you, send her here now. Otherwise, you may not be able to walk out of this door today. Ha, he must be scared, his legs are weak. Don't worry, young Master Long is not an ordinary person. It is a blessing for a woman to be favored by young Master Long. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to give it to him even if they wanted to. Long Jianfei looked at Xianghu with a sneer, his eyes full of mockery. You're very arrogant, right? But can you be more arrogant than the masters of Longhu Mountain? Now, I'll give you one last chance, the choice is yours. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the black and white devils with a hint of contempt on his face. Your 2 bodyguards may be very powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of a true ancient martial arts master, they are not worth mentioning at all. The masters of Longhu Mountain are the real kings, the real strong ones. You won't kneel today? Ha, you won't have this chance later. Xianghu smiled slightly and added. Xianghu, I have someone take a video of your 2 bodyguards fighting each other. Those 4 masters have already seen through your bodyguards. When the lackeys heard this, they became even more excited and began to sneer. Ha ha, did you hear that? The masters of Longhu Mountain have thoroughly studied the fighting methods of your 2 bodyguards. How can you still be so arrogant when the time comes? Without the protection of these 2 ghosts, you will be like meat on the chopping board, ready for us to slaughter you. Ha, I advise you to kneel down as soon as possible, otherwise you will be beaten so badly that you can't even get up. Yeah, do you think you're so glorious now? Ha, young Master Long only needs to say one word and you'll be dead. Don't be so stubborn, Xianghu, kowtow to young Master Long. The entire tea house was filled with sarcastic voices. They didn't believe that Xianghu had any chance of turning the tables. In their opinion, Xianghu was doomed this time. In front of the masters of Xianghu Mountain, he didn't even have the qualifications to struggle. The black and white devils were just two show-offs and were no match for Xianghu Mountain. This time, Xianghu was completely finished. Xianghu, on the other hand, sat there quietly, listening to these people's sarcasm and ridicule, with the smile on his face gradually deepening. He slowly put down the teacup, raised his head, glanced indifferently at everyone present, and said softly, "Okay, let's get started. Enough of your nonsense." Long Jianfei's face was gloomy and his eyes were full of anger. He thought that Xianghu would completely bow his head in front of the four masters of Xianghu Mountain, but he didn't expect that this kid would dare to be so arrogant and even take the initiative to provoke. "Damn it, you are so shameless." Long Jianfei slammed the table, looked at the four masters of Xianghu Mountain with a grim look, and said with gritted teeth, "Destroy him." The four masters from Xianghu Mountain looked at each other, and one of them with a short haircut nodded slightly, took a step forward, stared at Xianghu with cold eyes, and spoke lightly. "Boy, you are crazy." Hearing this, Xianghu smiled slightly, stretched casually, and looked teasing. "What else?" A cold light flashed in the eyes of the man with a short haircut. He took a step forward suddenly. His figure flashed, like a shadow, and he instantly approached Xianghu. His right hand turned into a claw and grabbed Xianghu's shoulder directly. This move was extremely fast and its force was terrifying. The wind from the claws was whistling and the air seemed to be torn apart. Tiger Claw Hand. Long Hushan's unique technique, once caught, can directly tear the opponent's flesh and blood, and even break tendons and bones. Seeing this, Long Jianfei and Shen Jianhua sneered slightly. Ordinary people had no way of dodging this move. Even if Xianghu could barely block it, he would suffer a great loss. The lackeys started clamoring even more excitedly. "Ah, Xianghu is finished now." The tiger claw hand of Xianghu Mountain is not something that ordinary people can resist. "Damn it, weren't you very arrogant just now? Now let me show you a real ancient martial arts master." At the same time, the black and white devils had already moved. However, Xianghu ordered the two to stand by. Because he wants to try this strengthened body himself. The next second, a scene that shocked everyone happened. The moment the short-haired man's claws landed on Xianghu's shoulders, his face suddenly changed, as if he had grabbed a hard steel plate. He widened his eyes in horror, and even with all his strength, he couldn't tear Xianghu's clothes? What kind of monster's body is this? Xianghu slowly lowered his head, looked at his shoulder, a playful smile appeared on his face, then he stretched out his hand slowly and patted the back of the short-haired man's hand gently, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "That's it?" The man with the short haircut's face instantly turned red, his eyes full of disbelief. He had clearly used all his strength, but the other party didn't even frown? How is that possible? Shen Jianhua's expression changed. He was very familiar with Xianghu Mountain's kung fu. Even an ordinary qigong master would at least take a few steps back or even get slightly injured when facing this claw. But Xianghu, he seemed to be fine? Long Jianfei's smile froze instantly, and his eyes showed a bit of panic. The lackeys hadn't reacted yet, their mouths were wide open, they were stunned. This is impossible? The man with a short haircut took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, and spoke through gritted teeth. "Come again." He suddenly jumped up, and his hands attacked like a violent storm. He was extremely fast, using both fists and claws, and with the force of breaking the wind, he attacked Xianghu madly all over his body. No one can stand firm under this set of attacks, and may even be beaten to death. However, Xianghu was still standing there, without even moving a step, and the smile on his face became even more playful. The attack of the man with the short haircut landed on Xianghu, and it was like hitting a hard steel plate, and it had no effect at all. Every punch and every claw that hit Xianghu not only did not cause any harm to Xianghu, but instead caused his own hands to ache slightly. Chapter 127 Tickle. No, it's impossible. Cold sweat had already seeped out of the forehead of the man with a short haircut. He couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could withstand his attack and remain unscathed. Xianghu yawned and said lazily, "Are you done? It's my turn now." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianghu suddenly raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! A crisp slap echoed throughout the tea house. The man with the short haircut flew 3 meters away like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth and half of his face was swollen. He covered his face, looked at Xianghu with horror, and his voice was trembling. "You, who the hell are you?" There was deathly silence in the tea house. Everyone looked at this scene in shock and could hardly believe their eyes. Long Jianfei's face turned pale in an instant and his lips trembled. How is this possible? Xianghu's hands were also trembling slightly. Although he had been beaten by the Black and White Devils, he knew very well that although the strength of those two people was strong, it was at least within the range of human beings. But Xianghu. The slap he just gave was simply not something a human could do. The lackeys were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats, and they were all stunned, totally unable to believe what had just happened. Xianghu shook his hand casually, as if the slap just now was just a casual slap of a fly. You guys, this isn't the limit, is it? The faces of the remaining three Xianghu mountain masters suddenly changed. They knew that Xianghu in front of them was not an ordinary person at all. They even felt a terrible sense of oppression from him. Go together. One of them roared. The other three people moved instantly. Three figures rushed towards Xianghu like ghosts, surrounded him on all sides, and launched an attack at the same time. These three people are elite disciples of Mount Xianghu. Each of them is as powerful as the short-haired man. The power of their joint attack is doubled. However, Xianghu still stood there, the smile on his face becoming more and more intense. I haven't exercised for a long time, so this is a good time to try my hand. He clenched his fist slightly, and a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. Come on, let me see how strong you are. The three masters from Mount Xianghu stared at each other, and they all obviously realized that Xianghu was unusual. They have already seen that the attack of the short-haired junior brother just now could not cause any substantial damage to Xianghu, but the combination of the three of them is not just ordinary addition. They are the elite disciples of Xianghu Mountain, and they practice the combined attack technique of Xianghu Mountain, the Dragon and Tiger 3 absolute formations. Once this formation is formed, the three of them will work together, their momentum will be connected, and their fighting power will skyrocket. Although not as miraculous as described in the online novels on Xiaoxian, the combined martial arts of the three people are truly powerful. The Dragon and Tiger 3 absolute formations. One of them let out a low shout and changed his position instantly. The three of them formed a triangle, surrounding Xianghu tightly in the middle, and their momentum suddenly soared. Xianghu narrowed his eyes and looked at the aura of these three people, which suddenly rose a lot. He immediately revealed a playful smile. Interesting. The three of them moved at the same time, at an incredibly fast speed. The next second, the three of them attacked Xianghu almost at the same time. This set of combined attack moves was performed in one go, with almost no flaws. Facing this set of attacks, an ordinary master would have probably fallen to the ground. However, bang! 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 Three attacks landed solidly on Xianghu, but it was like three punches hitting an indestructible steel plate. It had no effect at all. Xianghu stood where he was, without even moving an inch. Not only that, he even tilted his head slightly and looked at the three people with a smile. That's it? The faces of the three Xianghu mountain masters suddenly changed. They thought that even if this set of attacks could not defeat Xianghu directly, it would at least make him feel pressured. However, the reality was that their all-out attack had no effect. Xianghu was too lazy to even defend himself and just stood there and took the beating. They felt like they were not hitting a person, but a piece of tempered steel. Long Jianfei and Xianghu's expressions changed completely. Xianghu even swallowed subconsciously, his eyes filled with fear. He was a disciple of Mount Xianghu, and he knew the power of the Dragon Tiger 3 absolute formation. When these three joined forces, even the elders of Mount Xianghu had to deal with them with caution. But in front of Xianghu, he couldn't even move? What kind of monster is this guy's body? Xianghu looked down at his clothes, patted them gently, and his tone was somewhat helpless. TSK, you ancient martial artists, your attack power is just like this. I thought it would hurt me a little. The three men's faces looked extremely ugly, their fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. They didn't believe in evil, so they took a step back suddenly and adjusted their breathing again. The next moment, the three of them roared in unison and suddenly shot out again. This time, their attacks were faster and more powerful. Almost at the same moment, three attacks fell on Xianghu again. However, bang! 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 Still no effect. Even this time, Xianghu didn't move at all. He just stood there with his hands on his chest, allowing them to attack him with a casual smile on his face. Have you had enough? Xianghu raised his eyebrows slightly, with a playful look in his eyes. The three masters from Mount Xianghu were panting, their faces were pale, and their eyes were full of horror and unwillingness. They have used all their strength, but the opponent is still unharmed. Xianghu finally moved. He casually stretched out a hand, grabbed one of the men's wrists, and gave it a slight squeeze. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, and the man screamed. His entire arm instantly went limp, and he broke out in a cold sweat due to the pain. Xianghu gave the man a light flick and he flew backwards, hitting the table in the teahouse hard with a loud noise. Seeing this, the remaining two people finally showed fear in their eyes and retreated one after another with horror in their eyes. You, what kind of monster are you? One of them asked through gritted teeth, his voice trembling. Xianghu shrugged and said indifferently. Don't think your crappy Longhushan Kung Fu is some invincible skill. It's nothing but show in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianghu flashed in the next second, he was already standing in front of the two men. His speed was so fast that no one could react. Bang! Bang! The two men didn't even have a chance to defend themselves before they were knocked flying by Xianghu's punch. They hit the wall hard, spitting blood and fainted completely. The entire tea house fell into deathly silence. Chapter 128, Not even qualified to touch porcelain. Long Jianfei froze in place, his eyes filled with fear. His mouth trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but he found that he could not make any sound. Xianghu was so frightened that his face turned pale, cold sweat poured down his face, and his whole body was shaking slightly. They originally thought that the masters from Longhu Mountain would be able to crush Xianghu, but they didn't expect that Xianghu would be so strong. The four masters from Mount Longhu were not even qualified to challenge Xianghu. Long Jianfei finally came to his senses, took a few steps back, looked at Xianghu with horror in his eyes, his voice trembling. You, who are you? Xianghu tilted his head, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly walked towards Long Jianfei. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Didn't you ask me to be your dog and give Zhao Linger to you? Long Jianfei's whole body was stiff, his eyes were full of fear, he opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Xianghu slowly raised his hand and gently patted his face with a teasing tone. Now, isn't it time for you to kneel down and be my dog? Long Jianfei's body trembled, his legs went weak, and he fell to his knees uncontrollably. When Xianghu saw Long Jianfei kneel down directly, he panicked instantly. He is the steward of the Long family and is responsible for Long Jianfei's safety. If anything happens to Long Jianfei again, he will be finished. Xianghu hurried forward, with a grim look on his face, and spoke to Xianghu as respectfully as possible. Mr. Zhang, this time it was us, young Master Long, who failed to recognize the great man. We are wrong. I beg you to forgive my fault and let Long Xiao go. You see, we are willing to compensate and make amends. The Long family will never trouble you again, please spare me. His voice was full of pleading, and he even bent down slightly, acting humble. However, Xianghu didn't even look at him. Seeing Xianghu ignoring him, Xianghu gritted his teeth and wanted to continue saying something, but in the end. Bang! A crisp slapping sound was heard, and Xianghu was slapped away by Xianghu, hitting the wall heavily, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and half of his face was swollen. Plead? Xianghu sneered, his tone cold. What qualifications do you have to beg for mercy from me? Xianghu's eyes were filled with fear. He struggled to stand up, but his head was dizzy and his body was weak, so he couldn't get up at all. The Long family's men around were also terrified. Their faces turned pale, and they trembled, not daring to make any sound. They finally realized that the man in front of them was not someone they could afford to offend. Long Jianfei. Xianghu looked at Long Jianfei, who was kneeling on the ground with a cold tone. Do you remember to eat but not to be beaten? Long Jianfei's body trembled violently, his face turned pale as paper, and beads of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Zhang, Master Zhang, spare my life. Long Jianfei's voice trembled, and he caught out and begged for mercy using almost all his strength. It's my fault. I didn't recognize the real man. I won't dare to do that again. Please let me go. I am willing to give you everything you want. As long as you ask, I will give it to you with both hands. At this moment, where was Long Jianfei's previous arrogance? Xianghu narrowed his eyes, stared at him deeply, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. You're willing to give me everything I want? Xianghu sneered and said lightly. Then it depends on your sincerity. Upon hearing this, Long Jianfei nodded quickly, not even daring to hesitate. He gritted his teeth and spoke in a trembling voice. I am willing to transfer Jianqing's largest pawnshop, Shangshi Pawnshop, to you. This pawnshop is my personal property and is worth hundreds of millions. In addition, I will transfer another 50 million to you as an apology. Xianghu's eyes flickered when he heard this. During this period, he has gained some understanding of Jiangcheng's business district. Shangshi Pawnshop is one of the largest pawnshops in Jiangcheng. The pawn industry is very complicated. It not only lends money, but also recycles luxury goods, antiques, luxury cars, etc. at low prices, and the profit is extremely high. Xianghu thought about it for a moment and nodded. Although he is now invincible in terms of military power, his financial resources are still far from enough. After all, the Long family is one of the top families in Jiangcheng. He does not have the capital to fully compete with the Long family. Without absolute strength, Xianghu does not want to go too far. Furthermore, his current goal is to make money in a low-key manner and quickly accumulate his own power. Okay. Xianghu nodded, his tone calm. I'll spare your life this time. Long Jianfei felt as if he had been pardoned. He collapsed to the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Master Zhang. Thank you, Master Zhang. Go away. Xianghu waved his hand, his tone full of impatience. Long Jianfei was as if he had been granted amnesty. He crawled to his feet, helped Xinjianhua, who was almost fainted, and fled with all his men in a panic, not even daring to look back. In the entire tea house, only Xianghu, the black and white devils, and a few masters from Longhu Mountain who were beaten so badly that they could not get up were left. Xianghu glanced at them, shook his head, too lazy to pay any more attention to them, and just got up and left. The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove into the Yunshan Villa, the top villa area in Jiangcheng. The residents here are either rich or noble, and almost all of Jiangcheng's top dignitaries and wealthy families are gathered here. Xianghu looked through the car window at the detached villa in front of him and smiled slightly. It seems that Li Weiwei's family background is better than I thought. Xianghu whispered to himself. Master, we're here. Bai Sha said respectfully. Well, get out of the car. Xianghu nodded, opened the car door and stepped down. At the gate of the villa, Li Weiwei had been waiting for a long time. She was wearing a light blue dress today, with her long black hair casually draped, making her look less cold and aloof than usual as a genius in the medical school, and more gentle. However, when her eyes fell on the black and white evil spirits behind Xianghu, a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. 2 foreign bodyguards? And the white man just now actually called Xianghu master? Li Weiwei was shocked. Although she didn't know much about the circle of the powerful, she knew that it was absolutely impossible for an ordinary family to hire 2 foreigners as personal bodyguards, let alone let the bodyguards address them with such a respectful title. Her gaze fell on Xianghu again, and her eyes changed slightly. This man is indeed not simple. What are you thinking about? Xianghu smiled, his tone relaxed. Li Weiwei came back to her senses, hummed softly and said, Nothing, let's go, Grandpa and the others have been waiting for you for a long time. Xianghu smiled slightly and followed Li Weiwei into the villa. The decoration of the villa is elegant and solemn, revealing the atmosphere of a scholarly family everywhere, which is completely different from the style of those wealthy homes piled with luxury goods. Chapter 129, Doing My Best. In the living room, Li Weiwei's parents and her grandfather, Mr. Li, were already sitting on the sofa waiting. Seeing Xianghu come in, Mr. Li stood up first and said with a smile, My dear, please sit down, please sit down. Li Weiwei's mother Zhou Lan also showed a gentle smile. Xianghu, Weiwei's health has obviously improved recently. We are all very grateful to you. Although Li Weiwei's father Li Guofeng did not speak, he had a smile on his face and was friendly. Xianghu smiled slightly and sat down on the sofa with ease. Uncle and Aunt, Mr. Li, I am just trying my best to help you. Xianghu said lightly. Mr. Li stroked his beard and smiled. My friend, you are extraordinary. We doctors know Weiwei's physical condition best. We have been trying for so many years but have not found a suitable solution. I didn't expect that your medicine would make her recover so quickly. Li Weiwei's mother Zhou Lan nodded. Yes, but speaking of it, we don't know much about you. Xianghu, why did you treat Weiwei? Xianghu smiled slightly, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said leisurely. A doctor's heart is full of compassion. A doctor's heart of compassion? Li Guofeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Mr. Li looked at Xianghu with interest and chuckled. Oh? These days, are there still young people who can say the words a doctor's heart is full of compassion? Xianghu put down the teacup and said lightly. Ms. Li's physical condition may not be apparent to most doctors, but I can tell what's wrong with her at a glance. As a doctor, if you know that a patient is ill but ignore her, that's too unethical. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Weiwei's gaze towards Xianghu paused slightly. You. She opened her lips slightly, as if she didn't expect Xianghu to say such a thing. A hint of appreciation flashed across Mr. Li's eyes. But Zhou Lan and Li Guofeng looked at each other with some suspicion in their eyes. They are big names in the medical field, and what they dislike most are quack doctors. Although Xianghu behaved very magnanimously, they still couldn't help but doubt whether Xianghu really had the ability or was just pretending to be mysterious. Zhou Lan smiled and said, Xianghu, since you are so proficient in medical skills, we would like to test you as well. What do you think? Xianghu glanced at her and smiled slightly. Okay, I also want to see the assessment method of the medical family. Mr. Li did not say anything, but looked at his son and daughter-in-law with interest. He wanted to see whether this young man was really capable. Li Guofeng thought for a moment and spoke. I have an old friend who has been experiencing chest tightness and shortness of breath at night recently. Western doctors have checked his heart and lungs and found nothing wrong with them, but he still feels unwell. We haven't found the cause. What do you think the illness could be? Xianghu smiled slightly and said directly. Weak temper. Weak temper? Zhou Lan frowned slightly. Xianghu said lightly. Western medicine can't find any problems, which means organic disease can be ruled out. However, the chest tightness and shortness of breath happen at night. Considering your friend's age and physical condition, and your description just now, spleen deficiency leading to poor circulation of qi and blood is the most likely cause. Li Guofeng frowned, pondered for a moment, and muttered to himself. Weak temper. Zhou Lan's eyes changed slightly. This judgment seems to make some sense? But Mr. Li laughed out loud, patted the table and said. Not bad, not bad, my friend really has some skills. Xianghu just smiled slightly and didn't say much. Zhou Lan and Li Guofeng looked at each other with subtle expressions. They originally wanted to test Xianghu, but unexpectedly, Xianghu actually gave a reasonable diagnosis. Mr. Li looked at Xianghu with more and more admiration in his eyes and said, My dear friend, I wonder who your master is. Xianghu said lightly. It's just a little medical skill passed down in my family, it can't be said to be inherited from a master. Mr. Li narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. It's okay if you don't want to reveal it, but I, Li, am becoming more and more interested in you. Xianghu smiled. Thank you, Mr. Li. Mr. Li waved his hand and laughed heartily. Since this is a family medical skill, we must carry it forward. How about it? Are you interested in coming to our Jiangcheng People's Hospital to participate in a medical exchange meeting? Li Weiwei was stunned and looked at her grandfather in surprise. Grandpa actually wants Xianghu to attend the exchange meeting? This undoubtedly shows that Grandpa admires Xianghu very much. Xianghu smiled and said lightly. I appreciate Mr. Li's kindness, but I'm still a college student and I don't have any plans to pursue a career in medicine for now. Mr. Li laughed. Don't worry, young people should always have their own way to go and have their own personality. I like it. Xianghu smiled meaningfully. This Mr. Li is really interesting. At the dinner table, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Li Weiwei's parents and grandfather were initially somewhat skeptical of Xianghu, but as the conversation deepened, the more they looked at Xianghu, the more satisfied they became. Xianghu, how old are you this year? Mr. Li suddenly asked in a gentle tone with a hint of inquiry. 20. Xianghu replied with a smile. Oh, 20. Young and promising. How rare, how rare. Mr. Li nodded with satisfaction. Li Guofeng also laughed. Xianghu, you are so young, but you have great medical skills and can cure diseases and save lives. It's really rare to see such young people. Xianghu smiled faintly and said modestly. Uncle, you are too kind. I am just trying my best to do what I like. So do you have a girlfriend now? Mr. Li suddenly changed the subject and asked with interest. The atmosphere at the dinner table stagnated. Li Weiwei was holding the bowl, slightly stunned, and her fingers unconsciously tightened. Xianghu was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Not yet. Oh? Mr. Li stroked his beard and smiled meaningfully. That's strange. With your conditions, how come you don't have a girlfriend? Xianghu said lightly. Sometimes, it's good to be alone. When Li Weiwei heard this, she felt a little disappointed, but then she wondered why she felt this way. She frowned, picked up her chopsticks, lowered her head to pick up the food, and pretended not to hear. Old Li became more and more interested. He glanced between Xianghu and Li Weiwei and said with a smile, "Xiaoyu, I see that you and our Weiwei are about the same age, and both of you know medicine. You are a good match. Why don't you get to know each other more?" Li Weiwei looked up suddenly, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Grandfather," she said angrily. "What are you talking about?" Li Guofeng and Zhou Lan also looked at each other and smiled without saying anything. "Ha, what's wrong? I just mentioned it casually." Mr. Li smiled, but his eyes were full of meaning. Chapter 130, Not a Love Rival. But having said that, Xianghu is indeed a good guy, much better than those dandies who only know how to brag all day long. Hearing Mr. Li's praise, Xianghu smiled and didn't respond. Li Weiwei bit her lip and pretended to concentrate on eating, but a slight blush quietly appeared at her ears. At this moment, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. The housekeeper walked quickly to open the door. After a while, a young man in a white tang suit walked in. "Oh, Uncle Li, Aunt Shan, Mr. Li, I just happened to be free today, so I came over to see you all." The man was about 27 or 28 years old, handsome, with a refined look between his brows and a gentle temperament, but there was a hint of hidden pride in his eyes. Seeing him, Li Weiwei's expression changed slightly and her brows frowned subconsciously. "Wang Yunxiao?" Her voice was calm, without a trace of emotion in her tone. "It's me, Weiwei, long time no see." Wang Yunxiao smiled gently, and his eyes fell on Li Weiwei with a bit of heat. "Yunxiao is here." Li Guofeng greeted with a smile. "Come on, come in and eat with us." No, I just had dinner and I just came to see you, Uncle Li." Wang Yunxiao said politely, then his eyes fell on Xianghu. He was slightly stunned, and the smile on his face gradually faded. "Who is this?" "Oh, this is Xianghu," Li Guofeng introduced. "He's Weiwei's friend, he's a good doctor. Weiwei's health has improved this time, thanks to his prescription." "Oh?" Wang Yunxiao's eyebrows slightly raised, the smile on his face remained, but there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. "I see." He took a step closer, looking at Xianghu carefully, his tone inquiring. "Mr. Zhang is also studying medicine?" Xianghu nodded lightly. "I know a thing or two." Wang Yunxiao smiled slightly, looked at Xianghu deeply, and said, "Oh?" Even many famous doctors in Jiangcheng were helpless against Weiwei's illness, but Mr. Zhang was able to cure her. "It seems his medical skills are extraordinary." Xianghu smiled. "Just good luck." "Luck?" Wang Yunxiao smiled slightly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Medical skills are a rigorous discipline that requires a solid foundation and rich clinical experience. How can it be described as luck?" "Ha? Mr. Wang means that I shouldn't cure Weiwei's illness?" Xianghu looked at him indifferently. The smile on Wang Yunxiao's face paused slightly, then he smiled again. "Mr. Zhang, you misunderstood. I am just interested in your medical skills. After all, Chinese medicine is profound and extensive, and you can't just learn it casually and master it." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the dinner table changed slightly. Li Weiwei's mother Zhou Lan frowned slightly, as if she heard the unkindness in Wang Yunxiao's words. Mr. Li smiled and said nothing, just watching the scene with interest. Xianghu narrowed his eyes, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Since Mr. Wang thinks so highly of Chinese medicine, I guess his medical skills must be pretty good, right?" Wang Yunxiao smiled lightly, his tone calm but with a hint of pride. "I learned from the master of traditional Chinese medicine, he Ren. He is one of the leading figures in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Longhua. Mr. Zhang should have heard of him, right?" Li Weiwei's face changed slightly, and Li's parents looked at each other with subtle expressions. He Ren is indeed a top figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, and almost all of his disciples are elites in the field. Xianghu nodded slightly and said lightly, "I've heard of it." The corners of Wang Yunxiao's mouth slightly raised, and his tone revealed a hint of contempt. "Since you've heard of it, you should know that Mr. He pays the most attention to the systematic study of Chinese medicine. All of his disciples must go through decades of clinical accumulation before they can truly stand on their own." "Oh?" Xianghu smiled. "So what you mean is that only by learning from a famous teacher can one learn medical skills well?" Wang Yunxiao shook his head slightly and smiled. "No, it's just that what I want to say is that medicine is a rigorous discipline. You can't just give a few prescriptions to cure diseases and save lives. Xianghu narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Mr. Wang, do you mean that my prescriptions are random? Wang Yunxiao shrugged and smiled without saying anything. The atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became a little subtle. Li Weiwei frowned and said in a cold voice. Wang Yunxiao, Xianghu did cure my illness. Isn't it a bit too much for you to question him like this? Wang Yunxiao was slightly startled, a hint of unwillingness flashed in the depths of his eyes, but then he returned to his gentle smile. Weiwei, you misunderstood. I am simply interested in Mr. Zhang's medical skills. After all, even my master couldn't cure this disease, but he was able to cure it. Of course I want to learn more about it. Yeah? Xianghu glanced at him indifferently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. In that case, would you like to give it a try, Mr. Wang? Why don't we diagnose a case on the spot and see who has better medical skills? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Wang Yunxiao's eyes changed slightly. He didn't expect that Xianghu would dare to challenge him. Li Weiwei's mother Zhou Lan frowned slightly and looked back and forth between Xianghu and Wang Yunxiao. Obviously, she did not expect things to develop in this direction. She had some doubts about Xianghu. Although her daughter's condition had indeed improved a lot, this did not prove that Xianghu's medical skills were comparable to those of professional Chinese medicine practitioners. What's more, Wang Yunxiao's master He Ren had a very high status in the field of Chinese medicine and was a true national master. She coughed lightly, trying to smooth things over. Okay, today is a family gathering, don't be so nervous, eating is the most important thing. Li Weiwei's father Li Guofeng also nodded. Yeah, it's rare for us to get together, so let's not make it too formal. But Wang Yunxiao had no intention of letting Xianghu go so easily. He chuckled and spoke in a calm tone. And Li, Uncle Li, there is no unpleasantness between Mr. Xianghu and me, we are just simply discussing medical skills. After all, since Mr. Zhang can cure Weiwei's illness, his medical skills must be no less than mine. In this case, why not exchange ideas and let everyone broaden their horizons? Li Weiwei frowned even more tightly. She knew Wang Yunxiao too well. This man said he wanted to spar with Xianghu, but in fact he just wanted to find a chance to humiliate Xianghu. Her face turned slightly cold, and she was about to open her mouth to refuse, but her grandfather, Mr. Li, smiled, with a meaningful look in his eyes. As for communication between young people, I don't think there is anything wrong with that. Mr. Li stroked his beard and said with a smile. But Yunxiao, don't underestimate Xianghu. If you lose, don't blame me, an old man, for not giving you face and not being on your side. The corners of Wang Yunxiao's mouth twitched slightly, and then he smiled gently.